shit on sociopath. You're like, oh, fuck them.
Hi guys, welcome back to another video. First of all, excuse the really greasy situation that I've got going on. I fly to Thailand on Thursday night. It's Monday. I got my package today. If I don't film this video right now, I can't get it up before I go to Thailand. So just excuse the hair. Today's video, as you can tell by the title, it's another Alpha Late launch. They're coming around quicker and quicker and quicker, and I feel like I can't keep up with that, but I'm trying my best. This launch is on April the 16th at 12 PM CST, which is 6 PM UK time. You already know the drill by now. I will pop in the scrolly PDF of everything that's launching, all the details you need to know, and the link for that can be found in the description box below. If you are shopping with Alpha Late on this launch or at any point ever, my support code is Amy. Means the world if you do use it, and if you do use it, message me so I can say thank you. I also just want to say a massive thank you to anyone who's ever shopped with my code, like ever, but especially over the past few months, over the past year, because I will be bringing you the hauls, the tea, the reviews, the honesty for the next like 18 months, which I'm super excited about. But ultimately I would not be able to do this, I would not have this opportunity if it was not for you guys supporting me. So let this be like a reminder, if you do have a favourite athlete with any brand, particularly Alpha Late, support code use is everything. Whether it's me, whether it's someone else, if you want them to be able to continue doing their hauls and reviews and stuff, support is everything. I love doing my reviews and I do put my heart and soul into them, but ultimately all my work would be redundant if I wasn't getting the support. So I do see this as very much down to you guys, so thank you. I just wanted to mention that really quick because I've mentioned it on Instagram but I've not done it on here, and I feel like you guys deserve a big fat thank you. So yeah, thank you. And last thing before I get into this haul is, if you have come for like a super quick surface level review, because I've had a few comments recently about my review style and all that sort of stuff. I mean, the majority of comments are lovely, but I feel like people confuse my videos with maybe other people's. If you've come for like a surface level review, I don't do those. Like, I like to do things in depth. I'm a consumer at heart. I like to review as a consumer. I like to tell you what's worth spending your money on, because let's be honest, Alpha Late is bloody expensive. So if anyone would rather just have like more of a surface level review, this video may not be the one for you. And I'm just going to get into it. This launch I've seen really mixed reviews about, and I'm not going to lie, my thoughts are pretty mixed. My thoughts when I saw the stuff was pretty mixed, because the range that I will go over first is the Amplify, because I know that that is what the girlies are interested in, or the seamless range, so to speak. So the products that we've got coming in this range are the Trinity bra, the Amplify bra, the long sleeve crops, and the Amplify leggings. Some of this stuff, so the long sleeve crops and the leggings, are ombre, and that's not everyone's cup of tea. And I'm not gonna lie, I used to love like the Gymshark ombre when they first did them, because then the quality went like, took a bit of a nosedive. Loved like the original Gymshark ombre, but like over the past few years I've just got more into my neutrals. I'm more of a solid colour girl. So when I saw this I thought, oh, I don't know if these are a little bit outdated, and I've seen a lot of opinions from you guys, some of which I agree with, some of which I think are a little bit too harsh, but everyone's got their own opinion and that's fine. Ultimately this is a collection where it's going to come down to your personal taste. You're more of a solids neutral person, you're going to hate this stuff, and I would encourage you to wait until the Amplify drop, which I think is coming in May, which I believe is going to have more neutrals and solid colours. Don't hold me to it, but I think this is the only ombre drop for now. Next month solid colours are coming really quickly as well. There's no restock of Amplify for this launch. If it's not in stock at the moment, it's not going to be in stock for this launch. It's just the new products that are dropping. Ooh, sizing wise, for reference, I am 5'6". I weigh about 62 kilograms. The inside of my leg is about 28 inches. Waist is about 24 inches. Bust is a 32 double D, but I am part of the fake titty committee, so do bear that in mind when I'm talking about the bras, supportiveness, sizing, all that sort of stuff. And my glutes are about 39. These measurements are up to date because I haven't measured in a while, but that is roughly where I normally tend to sit. First thing that I am going to go over is the Amplify leggings. I've actually got these in nearly every colour other than the strawberry colour. Same thing as always, as I'm going through the products, I'll put the colours that they are dropping in on the screen. So I got this in the honey colour. I didn't get this thinking, oh my god, I'm going to love it, it's going to be so wearable. I got it thinking, I want to test this bitch out. I also got the Day Tripper colour, which I don't remember picking, but clearly I did pick it. So again, these two are like less me, more of like a kind of wanted to test it out sort of thing. Then I've got the blue, so I've got Ocean, which is this like turquoisey colour. I've got Blue Moon, which is this really nice blue, like, please can we have this in a solid legging colour, Alpha please? Same for this colour as well, to be honest. And then Moonlight. So I've got all of the blues and I've got two of the like yellowy, orangey kind of colours. So I will go over like the details and stuff very quick, but to be honest, the details are the exact same as the Amplify leggings, other than the fact that they're ombre, so I won't go over it too much, but just very quickly for anyone who's not familiar with Alphalete and their Amplify leggings, you've got the 3-tier waistband, so it moves from like lower compression to higher compression to basically go like your waist, and that's ribbed. Then you come into the leg. These ombre ones have still got the mesh panel down the side, and the mesh panel does start to ombre into the colour, which I think is quite a nice little detail, to be honest. You have a scrunch bum. The scrunch on all of the leggings that I have is not sewn into the gusset, which I think is the way that they are meant to be. And yeah, they then just come into a full length legging. The ombre starts like here, but I wouldn't say it gets obvious until like a little bit further down. Some of the colours are more like subtle than others, and then the only thing that's changed with these is the Alphalete logo is now in cursive on the back, so it's still sewn in but it's cursive. Personally, I prefer the block Alphalete. That's just my personal preference. I don't know what it is, I just prefer the Alphalete thing. The cursive one just looks a bit too girly for me, and on top of the ombre it's just a bit, I don't know, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Let me know if it makes sense. I'll show you it on the Day Tripper colour as well, in case you couldn't see it on the lemon shade. Material wise on these, because some people haven't noticed that the Amplify material has changed since it first dropped in like 2019. Was it 2019? I think it was 2019. But it absolutely has. One second, I need to shut the window because that plane is not a vibe. Yes, the material has definitely changed since 2019, and every launch I do like to make it clear what kind of material this is like. As time's gone on, the material has basically got a lot more stretchy, a lot softer, but also a lot thinner, and it's less like matte, it's a bit less solid, it's got a bit more of a sheen to it now. Those have kind of been the changes, and then every launch has kind of differed a bit, and over recent launches they've also got a bit fluffy. So ever since the colour charcoal launch, that was the first time I noticed it, they've almost got like a fluffy texture. They've gone from feeling more like leggings to more like tights in terms of like how they feel. So in terms of recent launches, these leggings are all definitely, and this is consistent across all the colours, the material is definitely most similar to the last Amplify drop. So when it was just the shorts in the incredibly shade pastel colours, that kind of like fluffy tight material. So if you have the charcoal Amplify leggings, for example, these feel most similar to that for me. Since the changes have happened, I've mentioned this before but I'm going to mention it again, these leggings are a lot more delicate than they used to be. They've always been delicate in some areas, so like a bum scrunch is always going to be delicate. The mesh panels down the side have always been delicate and prone to kind of like, you don't want to catch it on anything basically. But as time's gone on, these leggings and the material changes has made them a lot more delicate through the leg, to the point where you kind of need to be careful what you're doing in the gym. I've had some of my Amplify leggings, unfortunately, since the charcoal drop, I've had some of my long sleeves have pilled, I've had some of my leggings pill, I've had some of my shorts pill, mainly when I'm doing things like hip thrusts, or if I'm doing RDLs and I catch the the textured bit of a barbell on the bottom of my leggings. That also causes a bit of pilling, and this material very much feels the same. I'm going to put in a clip here which is going to compare the sizing between all the colours so you can see which, you know, what they look like laid over each other, whether there's any differences in the waistband, length, sizing. I'll also compare them to like older Amplify drops so you can see the differences. I'll show you the difference between a small and an extra small because I've got some extra small and some small in these leggings, and yeah, I'll pop all those clips in here so you can see about that. So as promised, I'm just going to take you through like how Amplify has evolved. So this is colour Ivy, and this is one of the, I think this was the second launch of Amplify, I believe. Came out in February last year, and this was like the last kind of batch of the original Amplify. So it's very matte, there's not really sheen to it. It's not rough in texture, but it's definitely less soft than they've got as time's gone on, and it feels a little bit thicker. It's a bit more like sort of thing, if that makes sense. So this was how they like started off. Then in I think it was the launch after the birthday launch, when they launched Mocha originally, I noticed that they felt a lot thinner. They almost have like a sheen to them when they're on, like when they're stretched out, it's like they've got a sheen to them, and they're a lot less squat proof. So when they originally launched, even colours like Viola, which are like a very light lilac, weren't that sheer, whereas as time's gone on, even the darker colours like Mocha isn't 100%. So yeah, the change from this to this was it got a bit thinner, a bit softer, a bit stretchier, and a little bit more of a sheen to it, just a lot less squat proof. Then we have like the most recent kind of change, which I noticed with colours like Charcoal, where they're a bit like fluffier in texture. So as you can see on my Ivy, I know they're inside out, but like you can see even on like the mesh, I've worn these loads, they're still really intact. They've not really like pilled or anything. Whereas with my Charcoal, I've got pilling down here, and I've also got some pilling on the shin area from doing like RDLs. So the difference between like the Mocha range and the newer ones is basically it's got a really soft feel to it. These are like the softest Amplify ever. They feel a bit thinner. A lot more issues with like squat proofness, even stand-up proofness. Charcoal are fine for me personally, but yeah, they've still got that sheen, and it's like an almost fluffy feel to the outside of them, which makes them just a lot more delicate. They kind of just feel like a thick tight now, rather than a legging in texture. So yeah, and then if we compare it to the new colours, these are most similar to the Charcoal. So as you can see, you can even see like the almost, not fuzziness, but like just like the brushedness of the legging, if that makes sense. Even between these two, these feel like even softer, which is wild, and these are definitely the most delicate ones that they've done yet. So if I show you here, you can see like little marks on the leggings. So these are my nails, these are my actual nails and not acrylics, it's builder gel. So they're not super thin, they're actually a little bit thick. They're not sharp or anything like that, but they've left little indents in the leggings where I pulled them up, so you definitely need to be careful. But that's like the comparison between the different Amplify drops. And then just dead quick, I've got Charcoal underneath and the new deepest blue ombre on top. Now as I'm going to go on to explain the video, even though this waistband is like the same size and an extra small on both, these waistbands feel like they fit smaller. So even though when I'm laying them across each other, size-wise are the same, when you actually have them on, it feels a lot more compressive. So yeah, just something to be aware of. But like in terms of when I lay them over each other, these are both an extra small. I've got Charcoal on the bottom, the new blue on the top, and you can't really tell a difference between the two, to be honest. But yeah, even though they look the same, the waistband on these new ones definitely feels tighter, and overall they just feel a bit more of a snug fit. Then we've got the comparison between all of the new Amplify colours drop in. So I'll just run you through the waistbands very quick. This is a size small in the honey colour, which is obviously the biggest. It's the biggest size that I got. And then they just progressively get like smaller pretty much. Let me just make sure that's completely lined up. So yeah, they're all lined up on this side. So Blue Moon comes up the biggest, then you've got the ocean colour, slightly smaller, then you've got the orange colour, I can't remember the name, it's the mid-orange, it's not the deepest orange, and then you've got the moonlight colour fitting the tightest, so that's the difference in waistbands. There's not a huge difference between them like there is with some launches, but there's definitely a bit of one. To be honest, the extra small to the small between Blue Moon and the honey colour isn't that big. The biggest difference this time is with the length of them. So if I show you, the moonlight colour definitely has the longest leg, and then the orange colour and the ocean colour and also the honey colour are quite similar. So as you can see, there's not really that much in it. They're all quite similar, but this one is definitely the longest. And then you have the shortest by far is Blue Moon. It's shorter by like that much off these colours, and off this colour it's shorter by like that much. I definitely did actually notice the length difference when I put Blue Moon on. Like I said, I wore these for training yesterday and they're definitely a bit shorter. So just something to bear in mind. If you are like shorter, taller, there is a bit of a length difference depending on what colour you're looking at. I can't even find, there it is. Couldn't even find Blue Moon in the thing then. Yeah, so yeah, despite the fact that the Blue Moon colour actually has like the biggest waistband compared to them all, the tightest fitting in my experience with this batch that I've got of Amplify is the Moonlight colour, which was to be expected because it's the darkest colour. Darker dyes tend to be a little bit tighter. The like stretchiest colours are these three. Honey is definitely the stretchiest colour, but I also have that in a size small, so I don't know if that's impacting it, but it just feels the stretchiest. These three are definitely stretchier, and the others fit pretty tight. I'm going to show you what the ombre is like on every single colour, like in front of my window close up so you can see. So this is the honey colour, so it goes from like the lemonade-y kind of shade, and then it goes into this like deep orange. They're all mild at the bottom, so it's like an orange mixed in with like a lemony white colour. And then I will also show you the seam, because on some of the colours the seam does look ridiculous in my opinion, because obviously it matches up here, and then as the legging comes down the seam is just very very obvious. And then I'll show you the Day Tripper colour. So this is like an orange, and then it goes into like a deeper orange. Yeah, again the seam on this one looks a little bit silly. Then we have the ocean colour, which is like this really nice turquoisey kind of shade, and then it comes into a blue, like a mild blue. I don't think the seam on this colour particularly looks that bad. I don't think it's too obvious. I think it actually blends pretty well in this colourway. And then we've got the Blue Moon colour, which I wore to the gym today. This is a really 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 nice blue. It's like this, and then the marl on this is almost like got bits of like black in it. I don't know if that's ever going to focus. Yeah, it's got like more black in it. The seam on this, I don't think the seams on the blues look as bad as it does on like the lighter colours. And then we've got the Moonlight colour, which is like a dark deep blue. This is mild even at the top. The other ones are more like solid at the top, but this one is definitely mild all the way through. And then again it's got like black in the ombre on these. And the seam on this, I think the seam on that looks fine. It's not obvious at all. Now I have these in a size extra small and a small. So I've got the honey colour in a small and the rest of the colours in an extra small. I've tried Amplify before in an extra small and a small, and I didn't really like the way that the small fit. I thought it was just a bit like meh, and I actually had a bit of like room in the waist of it. Now in the small on this drop, I don't have room in the waist of it, and I actually like how the small fits. It's definitely a less compressive and more comfortable fit while still being flattering in a size small on me this time round. The other colours that I have in an extra small, they're not uncomfortable, I can still wear them, but the waistband on these feels a little bit tighter and a bit more stiff, so it's more similar waistband wise to the first drops where the waistband was a little bit tighter, and a little bit, it's still got stretch to it, but it just feels a lot more compressive. So I could definitely wear in these either an extra small or a small, just depending on what I'm wanting. So on a day where I'm wanting a bit more compression, a bit of a like tighter, you know, hugging fit to like really go on me, I would go for an extra small. But on a day where I'm just thinking, do you know what, I just want a little bit more comfort, a little bit less tightness in the waistband, I would go with a small. These definitely fit tighter, regardless of how like sizing might look in the comparison clips I've put in. These definitely run tighter than previous Amplify drops in my experience, and I would say that's true for every colour. I don't have the strawberry colour, but considering every single colour is like this, I don't see why that one wouldn't be. Obviously the lighter colours have got more stretch to them, like I said, but the waistband is still definitely tighter on these. But ultimately your sizing with this is going to depend what you want from your Amplify. If you want to keep like a super compressive fit, hugs you in a bit more, all that sort of stuff, you can go with your standard size. So my standard size is a size extra small, but if you want something that's just a little bit more comfortable and a little bit less, and you're kind of between sizes, because there's certain elements of me that are an extra small and then there's certain elements of me that are a small, then you can definitely go with that size up and not have to worry about it being a little bit big if it has been on previous Amplify drops. That's my opinion on the sizing for these. Regardless of how things look, I definitely think these run tighter. They felt tighter. So the camel toe situation on these, I found that like the fluffier and thinner the material gets, the more I'm likely to get a camel toe. And weirdly, with seamless underwear, so with like Alpha Elite seamless underwear, I get quite bad camel toe when I wear those. Whereas when I wear like a Primark thong, which isn't ideal because it's then I get the VPL, especially in Amplify, I don't get it as bad. So it kind of depends on what underwear you're going to wear with these, but I've definitely found as the launches have gone on, the camel toes definitely got a bit worse for me. I'm not really bothered. Everyone knows I've got a vagina. As long as it's not uncomfortable, I'm not bothered about a little bit of a camel's toe, camel's hump, camel's hoof, whatever you want to call it. So I find that when I've been moving around in them, training in them, like obviously I wore the Blue Moon colour today, it goes a little bit up there. It's not uncomfortable, but I do get a little bit of a camel toe in these, which didn't used to happen. Proofness as well. I trained in the Blue Moon colour today. Now this is something I've not actually had happen with Amplify before. Maybe I was just having an extra sweaty day. Normally these are completely sweat proof on me, and they definitely are a sweat wicking material because it did dry pretty quick. But I noticed after my session I did have a little bit of crotch sweat showing through. So I'm not confident in saying that these are completely sweat proof, but it will depend on where you sweat from. I am a crotch sweater. I could be training my baby finger and my crotch will be sweating. Yeah, the Blue Moon colour did show a little bit of sweat, so I don't think these are completely sweat proof, but it's not, you know, anything like a Lululemon Align pant level of like non-sweat proofness, or the Essentials range, not the Essentials range, the Alpha Lux range. It's nothing like that. It's a lot more sweat wicking than most of their ranges, but yeah, it didn't like completely not show sweat on me. Now onto my favourite topic, which is squat proofness. Now, last time I did an Amplify haul and I said that the colours weren't squat proof because on me they weren't squat proof, they weren't even stand up proof. I got a little bit of backlash, not really backlash, but I got quite a few like snarky remarks about it because for other people they were fine. I mean, everyone's body is different. I'm just sharing my experience to try and help you guys out as much as I can. But some people were saying, oh, you're not an extra small, you need to size up, these don't fit you, that's why they're sheer. So I decided in the lightest colour, let's be fair and let's get a size small. Lo and behold, and I don't know if my try-on clips are going to show it, so if they're not, regardless of whether they do or not, to be honest, I'm going to put in an Instagram clip here, because I've done Instagram clips for every single colour, showing like the squat proofness in like natural lighting. Size small, you can completely see my underwear in these, and I'm wearing a like pink nude underwear. You can completely see it through these. Down the side you can see the label. I mean, look, even if I just hold it like that, you can see the label through the legging. I'm sat in front of a window and it won't show up on camera, but if I go like this in front of a window, the waistband is solid, and then you can quite clearly see that this part of the legging is completely opaque. It's like having nude kind of tights on. I've just turned on the light behind me because I feel like it was getting a little bit dark. So yeah, I got these in a small, and like I said, I'll put on the screen, these will completely sheer on me even when I'm stood up. I don't have to be doing anything. I've got like a pinky nude pair of underwear on, and you can completely see through them. Not stand-up proof, they're not squat proof, and that is me going a size up from my usual size. Now, yes, these do run tighter in my opinion than previous Amplify, but like I know if I got a medium they're gonna be too big and I'm gonna have way too much extra material, so I'm not gonna go 2 sizes up in something and it not fit right to stop it being stand-up proof. And to be honest, I'm not even convinced that in a medium this would be stand-up proof, squat proof. 2 different things, but I mean, if something's not stand-up proof, it's not going to be squat proof, do you know what I mean? People will say go commando. I really wouldn't recommend you go commando, each to their own, but like I would be genuinely concerned that someone is going to see your literal vagina in this colour. I'm not a hater on people that go commando, you do what you've got to do. When it's colours this light and you've got people saying, oh, just go commando, if you can see my underwear, go. Probably going to be able to see like the scars from my previous ingrown hairs if I went commando. Like, it's just not a I wouldn't recommend it. Do what you've got to do, but like I personally wouldn't recommend it. So the honey colour for me is pretty unwearable. It's like lemonade level unwearable. Squat proofness and stand-up proofness ultimately is going to be different on everyone. It'll depend on your body proportions, and for me personally, I'm not Kim K, let's be honest. I've got like a petite, curvy, athletic build, but my stomach has always been like, my waist goes in like that and then my hips come out like this and then I've got hip dips. They're not wide set in the sense that you look at me and think, oh my god, she's got really wide hips. It's just the difference between my waist and my hips. My hips are a lot more wide set than my waist is, and my hip bones, they're just wider out, so maybe material stretches more around that area on me, and that's why I have these problems. But like I said, it's a bit of a joke, to be honest, to have to say to people for like a what, $72 pair of leggings, or you'd need to go 2 sizes up and have them not fit you quite right in order for them to not be see-through even when you stood up. And even then I'm not convinced that in a medium they'd be okay. Make of it what you will. You can, I'm just giving you my opinion, and you can make your decision, because some people might be fine with these, but I personally was not. Then we've got the Day Tripper colour, which is the second worst in terms of stand-up proofness. Again, I'll pop a little video in so you can see. Now I've got these in an extra small, the rest of the colours are in an extra small, it's only the honey I've got in a small. So maybe in a small it would be slightly less sheer, but considering what I've seen with honey, I'm not entirely convinced. Yeah, not stand-up proof, so therefore obviously not squat proof for me personally. That's the Day Tripper colour. By the way, because I know that I will get asked about this, this is Day Tripper and this is Cheeky Coral. So Day Tripper is like more of a neon orange. It's like a really ice lolly orange, whereas this is like a muted pastel orange. This one's a bit more neon. I hope that helps. I will do more colour comparisons, maybe in this video in the morning if I can find time to do the clips, or on my Instagram. So follow me on Instagram at amyrookes. I'm going to try and get as much content as I can before I fly to Thailand on Thursday, but like, we're basically going island hopping, so I can't take my entire collection. It's just not gonna work. Then next up we have the ocean colour, and again I'll pop it in. You can't really tell in the picture, you can't really see my underwear, so this is definitely more wearable. I would happily wear this with like To be honest, I think you could go commando in this colour and you probably would be okay. I wouldn't be concerned that anyone's going to see anything. They're just not like completely squat proof, stand up proof, but they're nowhere near as sheer as the other two colours. So yeah, I would say these are definitely a safer option. If you go commando with these, or if you can find like a super nude underwear that's like a dead match to your skin tone, you should be fine with these. Then we have Blue Moon. I had no issues with this stood up. It was stand-up proof on me. I didn't have any problems with it really. I mean, I'll punch my thing through here. Yeah, they're not going to be like 100% squat proof, especially in super harsh lighting, but they're definitely way more squat proof than the other colours I've shown you. It's quite a big jump from Ocean to Blue Moon. Like this on me stood up is like completely opaque, it's not see-through at all. Again, with black underwear or like a big brief, you definitely would see something, but just wear. You can get away with most colours of underwear under this, other than probably like brights or super dark colour. And then we have Moonlight, which is obviously the most solid colour. There aren't really any issues that I have with this being stand-up proof. It's completely opaque. Yeah, there's no issues with this being like sheer, anything like that. Yeah, there's no issue with these being sheer on me personally. Like I've said, amplifiers changed over time and they do all have a little bit of a sheen to it, which you might see like on your leg and stuff when you put them on, but these are by far, out of the entire range, the most squat proof. I wouldn't say any of them is 100% squat proof, because it's going to do, like, if you're wearing big briefs, I think even under this in a dark colour you would see it. But if you're going to go commando, wear dark underwear in like a thong, or nude underwear in a thong, you'll be fine with this colour. This would probably be, you know, if you've got gym anxiety or you're worried about things being see-through, this would be the colour that I would recommend to you most. Yeah, that's just my experience. Like I said, I've tried to size up and it didn't help, and I think, like I said, it's ridiculous to tell someone they need to go 2 sizes up to make a colour not see-through. So these are all the colours, as you can see. I'm going to move on to the bras in a second. But in terms of like, if you're wanting a more subtle ombre, definitely avoid the yellows and the oranges. This orange, to be fair, isn't too in your face. I actually think the orange is quite nice. I think it's quite a nice colour, but I would definitely find myself reaching for these more. It's a lot more subtle as an ombre. And in terms of like, would I recommend them? If it's your personal style, then yes. As much as I love these colours, realistically, I'd way prefer them in a solid. Just going to be completely honest. Like, I'm loving these colours now, but I know full well in a few weeks' time, when more like solid colours drop, I'll probably gravitate towards those more. In a few weeks' time, when like the novelty of the newness of this has worn off, I know I'm going to reach for my mocha, my ivy, my greys, my blacks, my like staple kind of colours. So I don't want to say like, oh my god, like I'm obsessed, because I know that as much as I really like the colours, they're not going to be my staples that I'm wearing all the time. Am I going to wear them? Yes. Do I think they're really stunning? Yes. Do I think they're going to be my most worn Amplify collection? No, and that's just because ombre is not really my thing. Anyway, long sleeve crops. I'm just going to go over these really quick because I've done Amplify tops to death. These are the exact same as the Amplify tops. I've got this in the Blue Moon colour, so it's to go with. Now, just something to keep in mind is the blue on the bottom and like the blue at the top of the leggings is slightly off, which is really confusing me. Like, that is not the same blue. Is the top in Blue Moon, so it is meant to go with the leggings. I think the ombre on this one just looks a bit harsh. It's showing up quite harsh on camera. It's almost like here. Where it looks like there's like a straight line. In person, it's definitely more blended, but yeah, on camera this is showing up quite harsh. So you've got the darker ombre at the top, and then even the sleeves are ombre as well, and then it goes lighter. So if you're wearing this as a set, you've got dark, light, light, dark, because they've decided with the ombre to do the lighter colour at the top and the darker at the bottom, which realistically, from like a squat proofness point of view, doesn't make much sense. Tops are the exact same as the Amplify long sleeve crops. The only difference is we've got the cursive logo on the front. It is still in the sticker, so it's in that little rubber sticker. On the back, you've got the exact same detailing, so you've got these little lines here. It cinches in at the bottom with an elastic band. The sleeves are nice and long. They've got little like flat seams on the inside at the bottom. I love these tops. They hit like around the bottom of a sports bra, so they're long enough to cover a sports bra if you want to get like a full matching set. I wear these in an extra small and these fit true to size. I don't think you need to size up or size down in these. They're very, very, very soft. If you got any of the long sleeve Amplify crops from the last drop, so with like the bloom colour, it's the exact same feel, that like thinner, fluffy, really soft, really stretchy texture, whereas originally these were like a bit of a rougher texture top. In the Blue Moon colour, which is the only one I got, just because I know I'm not going to reach for these in ombre as much as I will in plain. I mean, that stays true. It's very like soft, fluffy in texture. So one thing to be wary of, which I have come to learn the hard way through wearing like my Bloom crop top in the gym, I like sleeves to be long. You know, I like sleeves to be long, so I like to like bring things over my hands when I'm in the gym if I'm wearing a long sleeve top. You don't want to do that with this if you're going to be grabbing dumbbells or barbells, because I've done that with my Bloom top and now the bottom of the sleeve is completely peeled on it because it's caught on the dumbbell and it's caught on the barbell. So these tops are very delicate. You need to be careful what you're doing. So just something to bear in mind. They're very stretchy, very soft, very comfy, lightweight enough to wear to training. These are one of the only like tight fitting Alphalete tops that I will wear in the gym that's a long sleeve, just because they are so lightweight and breathable. They're not sweat proof. If you sweat, you are going to see a little bit of a sweat patch, so it just depends on whether that bothers you or not. But yeah, true to size with those, I wear an extra small and it fits fine. Moving on, we have the Trinity bra. These are making a comeback. These last launched, when did I get my nose done? October, I want to say. So yeah, when these launched last time, I wasn't a huge fan. I'm still not a huge fan, but I thought I'd try them again just to see if anything's changed, because sometimes things do change between launches. But no, I'm still not a fan. So yeah, I'll run you through the details on the bra really quick. Obviously the one thing that's changed this time is we've got Alphalete sewn in the like forever stitching in white on the front, whereas the branding on the last batch I believe was on the back in like the block Alphalete writing. But yeah, I've got this in the ocean colour. You know what's really just confusing me about this entire range is like the colours are called the same thing, but they're just not the same thing. Like these are the ocean leggings and the ocean bra, and like even if you match it to the end, it's not the same. So just be aware that between like the tops and the bottoms, things aren't necessarily 100% matching. But yeah, I've got this in a size extra small. The Trinity bras do actually run a bit big, so if you, especially if you've got like a smaller chest, you can definitely size down in these bras. For me, an extra small is fine. I wouldn't really size up or size down. I'm not a huge fan of this bra, purely for the reason that it's quite like high neck at the front. It just looks a bit surgical from the front for me. It's got this keyhole cut out, but I just don't really think it does anything. The back I actually really like on this bra. It's really open. These straps, like, they don't dig in. They're super like stretchy and soft. It's not uncomfortable to wear from the back. I do like the back of it, but it's just not that flattering as a sports bra. It's not my personal favourite. I know that some people really love these bras, but for me, it's just not it. It's not my cup of tea. Support-wise, you're looking at low to medium support. Why Alphalete say this is high impact performance, I really don't know, because it's not. It's a very like low to medium support, and like medium support is pushing it in my opinion with this sports bra, and that's coming from someone who's got fake boobs which move but like a little less than a real pair of double D's would. I don't really have much else to say on them, to be honest. Nothing has changed since the first drop other than the fact that The branding is now there. This bit is still hella uncomfortable, so I'll just go over it really quick in case you didn't watch my last haul. It was the one where I had the cast on my nose. Basically, it's got this seam that runs all the way around here, and it's really thick and it's really uncomfortable, and it like digs in, and it's just so uncomfortable. Like, it's so thick, it's like that thick. Can you even see? Oh, you can't bloody see. It's like that thick of a seam, and it's really uncomfortable, and it doesn't lie flat, it kind of goes out like that. I just find it really uncomfortable. Not my favourite sports bra, probably one of my least favourite sports bras from Alphalete. I instead would recommend that you get your paws on an Amplify bra. Now, I have these in Faded Blue Moon, I have it in Faded Honey, I have it in Faded Ocean, and I have it in Faded Moonlight. So there is a Moonlight bra, but there's also Faded Moonlight. So if I show you the difference, this is Moonlight, this is Faded Moonlight. So this is kind of like a denim colour, in my opinion. Let me go over Ocean with Ocean. So this is the Faded Ocean bra and the Ocean leggings. They're pretty much a bang-on match. The bra is like slightly lighter, but to the untrained eye, you probably could not tell the difference between the two. They're pretty much bang on. The bra's actually a little, actually no, they're bang on. They match. Perfect match. And then we've got the Blue Moon with the Faded Blue Moon bra. They're not like a dead match. They're a little bit different, but they're nowhere near like as different as the Amplify long sleeve to the legging. I'll put in a boomerang of me wearing this full set, and you can't really tell that there's a difference, but there is a slight. Amplify bras, I'm so glad that these are back, because I feel like it's been so long since we got these in new colourways, and these are one of my favourite bras that Alphalete do. The reason why I've been reaching for my other ones is just because like the colours are quite like limited in what we've had, so it's really nice to have some new colours. But yeah, details wise, really nice deep V. Very flattering on the chest. Thick straps which come over the back, and it's kind of like a halter neck. This bra just reminds me of like ballerinas, but like in the best way. We've got this scrunch on the middle, the branding Alphalete on the front in the cursive stitched in, and then on the back the straps kind of like cross over. It's not the most like flattering back that Alphalete do, but it's not unflattering, and from the front this is one of their most flattering bras in my opinion. This just gives you like a free boob job. Now, it's technically not free because you have to buy the sports bra, but like in the UK, girls, we're looking at a boob job could run you 4 to 8k. So what's £35? You know, I think these will be like £35. What's £35 between friends for a free-ish boob job? I think genuinely me before boob job would still have boobs in this bra. That's how good they are. So I actually got these two in an extra small, and then I got the Moonlight and the Honey in a size small, just because some of my older, like 2 years old Amplify bras fit quite tight around my traps, and they're quite uncomfortable. These are definitely like a bit softer now, and they're a lot more comfortable, so I got an extra small and smalls to see like the sizing difference, and I'll put in like an overlay so you can see the difference between the extra small and the small. So obviously it's quite a bit bigger. There is actually like a noticeable difference. Like I said, I way prefer how the extra small fits me. The small has like a bit more coverage. Yeah, that's the difference between the small and the extra small. I definitely prefer the extra small for me personally. If you want more comfort, you can definitely go a size up. If you want more support, stay true to size, I would say. Yeah, I definitely prefer the way an extra small fits. The small fits, but like it's just, yeah, there's not excess material anywhere. It's a bit more coverage. It's a little bit less compressive. So this is less like boob job effect and more like comfort. I'd probably less likely to wear this to the gym and more likely to wear this under hoodies and stuff when chilling, just because it's a bit more comfortable. Whereas these in an extra small on me, they're not so tight that they're like digging in and like looking a bit weird in certain places. They're digging like slightly on my back, but that's just because that's where I store not most of my body fat, but like I have come to realise I actually store quite a bit of my fat on my back, like on my upper back area. I just prefer the way an extra small looks. Also, I've started doing tribe classes, which constitutes me actually running on a treadmill at like quite high speeds and doing intervals and stuff like that. These bras in a small would not be supportive enough, but in an extra small I can skip in these, I can do the running in these, and it's enough support for me. So I would say these are like medium to high support, depending what size you get. If you've got bigger boobs and you go for your smaller bra size with Alpha Lee, you'll get enough to be like a medium to high support, whereas if you go up a size for a bit more comfort, you're just going to get a bit less support. So again, it kind of depends what you're getting your sports bras from, but for me, I would stick with a size extra small. I wouldn't size up to a small. I really like how the extra small fits. It's enough coverage, it's really flattering, it's really supportive, just comfortable, and they are one of my favourite bras that Alpha Lee do. And yeah, if you are going to pick up a sports bra from Alpha Lee in this launch, forget the Trinity bras and just get yourself an Amplify bra, because I think you won't regret it. I think you will like these bras. Also, in terms of like the line of these, like where these sit, these are definitely a longer line sports bra from Alpha Lee, and I feel like they go quite well with the Amplify leggings. They're not too short, they kind of have like the perfect amount of stomach on show when paired with the Amplify leggings. Just a little FYI, I feel like they're made to go together, and like you can tell they pair well together in terms of how long these are and how high up the Amplify leggings are. So I'm going to go over the, what are these called? The women's sun-dyed V-neck crop sweaters. First, I've got this in faded black. I'll explain this sticker in a second. And I've also got it in the ocean colour, because I just thought this was quite different. And I think, I'm pretty sure this is a colour that I've been seeing Heidi wearing on Christian's stories, and I just think she looks stunning in it. So I was like, I need that. Just to show you though, like this is what I mean when I say like take the colours and stuff with a pinch of salt. This is the ocean leggings and this is the ocean like jogger set. This is definitely more bright, more aqua, whereas this is more like a pastel-y aqua kind of colour. So they're not like dead matches. Just because it's got the same name, it's not the same colour. Does that make sense? So these are 80% cotton, 28, that would be 108%, no. 80% cotton, 20% polyester, oversized crop fit, double brushed fleece in a finish, ultra plush hand feel, V-shape neckline style, drop shoulder style, elasticated waist and wrist cuffs, ultra soft tie-dye fabric effect, custom embroidered patch on left breast. So yeah, I've got this in faded black and I've got it in ocean. So every single piece that you get, when you get it out of the package, don't panic if you are getting anything from this range. This comes off and it won't take anything off with it. It's basically a little patch that says, our Here Comes the Sun range of joggers, shorts and crew necks are all hand-dyed, giving a unique finish to each individual garment. Due to the nature of this process, the garments may incur some minor colour loss during the first few washes, which is to be expected. For the first few washes, we recommend washing your garment inside out and separately from other items to ensure no colour transfer. Enjoy your sun-faded garments. So this is quite similar to the disclaimer they put on the Very Terry collection, which is like every piece is hand dyed, so every piece is unique. But with the Very Terry collection, I actually had quite a lot of issues with like some of my sets did not look matching whatsoever, even if they were the same colour. I've not had that with any of the sets that I've got. However, I've got very limited colours of sets, so maybe I've just been lucky. So just bear that in mind. Maybe look at other people's reviews, see what experience they've had. But yeah, I've got this in faded black and I'll show you the details and stuff on here. So we've got that Alpha Lee embroidered logo here, and it's kind of like dyed. It's almost like a dip dye, so it goes from like grey to white. You've got a cuffed sleeve, you've got an elastic cuff at the bottom, and that is literally it. Like, it's a super plain jumper. I've got these in a size small. Honestly, I think these run quite small. Like, I've had cropped sweatshirts from Alpha Lee in a size extra small and a size small, and I've always found them alright. These just feel a bit small. I know it says oversized fit, but they just feel small. Cropped wise, these are pretty cropped, I'm not gonna lie. They're not like a long crop. They come to about the bottom of your ribs, so it's not going to reach like your belly button unless you've got a super short torso. I've got a pretty long torso, not going to lie, so maybe that impacts it, but on me this just comes to like the bottom of the rib area. I would definitely prefer a size like medium or even large in these, because I just think a small, it's not giving the oversized fit. I'd quite like a little bit of extra length in the body. I'd quite like a little bit of extra length in the sleeves. So that's like sizing and all that sort of stuff. In terms of like the inside material, I mean, you can tell by looking at it. It's really quite a strange texture, I'm not gonna lie. It's like a cottony feel. Obviously it's 8% cotton, so this is more cotton feel. It's not like the Elements range where it's smooth. It's got that brushed cotton on the inside, but this like it's weird. It's like bobbly, like when you've put something in the washing machine on like the wrong temperature or something. I just think it's quite strange that it's so like bobbly in texture on the inside. Now don't get me wrong, it's quite insulating because of how like brushed it is, but it's quite thin, which is why I raised my eyebrow when I said ultra plush hand feel. Like, yeah, it's soft on the inside, but like ultimately these are quite thin. I'd say this range is maybe slightly thicker than the Essentials oversized jogger, which I was really disappointed with, because, do you know what, I appreciate that when Alpha Elite are doing sweats, they're probably doing them as like layering pieces or maybe even to work out in, so which is why they probably do it a bit thinner. But like, I've got a Nikki Studios tracksuit on right now, and this is like super thick. Don't get me wrong, it was expensive, but like not that far off some of Alpha Elite's jogger prices, to be honest. It's thick, it's like cotton on the inside. I've had this since January last year, so I've had it nearly like a year and a half. I wear it all the time. I mean, look, like it's not pilled on the inside, it's still super soft. There's no pilling on the joggers, there's no pilling on the jacket, like it's still fully intact, and it's very thick. This is probably like double the thickness of the Essentials range, and probably double the, maybe not double the thickness of this, maybe like 1.8 times the thickness of this. So yeah, if you want to compare it to anything else from Alpha Elite, it's slightly thicker than the Essentials range, and it's a bit softer on the inside than the Essentials range, but that is kind of the only comparison point in terms of products that Alpha Elite has dropped before. It's not like the Elements, it's not like Very Terry, it's more similar to the Essentials joggers. But material wise, the Here Comes the Sun, like sun-dyed range we've got here, and then these are the Essentials. Now these are what I said these are most similar to. So as you can see on the Essential oversized, it's more of like a, I don't know, like a matted thinner kind of vibe, whereas with this it's a bit more fluffy. Like, I mean, you can literally tell the difference in texture. On camera this looks like it might be rough on the skin, but it's definitely not. It's kind of like fleecy in texture, rather than this is a bit more like cottony, but like very thin cotton. These are definitely thicker and warmer, but still not as thick as my Nikki Studios stuff, which I've spoken about in this video. So yeah, that's the difference between these two materials. It's not like the performance material, it's definitely a new kind of feel, and the most similar is the Essential joggers. Ultimately, I'm not a huge fan of this cropped jumper. I way prefer like the Elements crop zip up is one of my favourite cropped like hoodie kind of style jackets that Alpha Elite have ever done. They're like crew neck crops that just say Alpha Elite in like the rubber logo. I've got those in like white and black. I love those. I would way pick those any day over this, mainly because of the V-neck line. I just think I don't like the V-neck on this. It makes it, I don't know if it's different in other countries, but in the UK, our jumpers for school were always V-neck. It's giving me school vibes, and I just don't like it. It's giving me like school PE kit vibes. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of this, but it's not, it's more just like a personal taste. It's not my cup of tea. Also, like I've just said, I appreciate that they do things like a bit more thinner, a bit more breathable, maybe because people are going to use them as layering pieces, but like, I just want to see something like Nikki Studios kind of tracksuits for women from Alpha Elite. I just want to see it. I'm dying to see it. By the way, this is the tracksuit that I always wear. I always get questions on this. Everyone's like, where are those like washed brown joggers from? Nikki Studios. But yeah, I got these in a size small. If you're gonna get them and you actually want a super oversized fit, I'd say like a size small is like my size for hoodies now. I'd say go up a size from your usual size, if not 2, if you want an oversized fit, because these just, they fit quite small for an oversized fit in my opinion. You could size down if you want a tighter fit equally. Sorry if the angle or anything has just changed, I just needed to change my camera battery. But yeah, like I was saying, definitely not my favourite like crop jumper from Alpha Lee. If you're in the market for a crop jumper from Alpha Lee, just go for like the crew neck crops, or the Elements crop zip jacket would be my recommendation. And like if you're going to get the black joggers from this range, you could just get the black Elements crop zip and pair those together, and I just think it'd look better. And we've got the women's sun-dyed oversized short. I got these, again with a little sticker on these, I got these in a size extra small. So I've got these in a size extra small in the blackbird colour. So if I show you like the faded black, the faded black is kind of like, I mean, yeah, it's just like a faded black. It has like some almost like lighter grey splodges through it, but you can't really tell. Whereas the blackbird, it's like a bleached black, so it's got like brown on it. So that's the difference between the two, if anyone was wondering, but you can kind of tell in the product pictures. These have got a 3.5-inch inseam, drawstring on the inside. Very like subtle branding on these. Normally Alpha Lee do like branding on the drawstrings. There is none, it's just like 2 little bits of like rope. Yeah, you've got pockets either side, nice and deep. They're not zip pockets, they're just like standard pockets like that. And then on the left hand side you've got the Alpha Lee embroidered logo, and then you've got like a raw seam finish to the bottom of them. Like I said, I've got these in an extra small. I actually really like these shorts, so I thought I was going to love the Element shorts. These are so much nicer than the Element shorts in my opinion. The way that they fit is more flattering. The way that they like just fit on my body is way more flattering. Now they are an oversized short, so they're not like super flattering on my bum. They're not like amplified short flattering on my bum, but they're definitely up there with like the essential shorts in terms of my favourite from Alpha Lee, with their like more chill shorts, less like in the gym shorts. Not super short. These come up quite high waisted, so these do come up to like my belly button. I don't really get camel toe in these. I'm fine. There's no like things going on there. They're a really good length. My bum's not hanging out the back. They're super comfortable. Again, they've got the same on the inside, so it's like the brushed cotton. They are super soft on the inside. The shorts feel pretty heavyweight as well. Still not as thick as like this, but I would definitely describe it as like a thicker version of the essential oversized joggers, which like I said I was very disappointed with because of how like thin they were, and they just felt not what I was expecting them to feel like. I really do like these shorts. I wasn't actually expecting to like them because I'd kind of given up with this style short from Alpha Lee after the Elements range, because I just thought they're just not flattering on me. But now I'm back in the game again. So I kind of wish I'd got these in more colours, not gonna lie, but I do really like this blackbird colour. It's definitely more me than the brights. I don't think it takes a genius to work that one out. I'm pretty much always in neutrals in my videos. Yeah, I've got these in an extra small. These fit true to size in my opinion. If you want like a super baggy oversized fit, definitely you can go up 1 or 2 sizes because they do have the drawstring. But for me, these are just like a nice relaxed fit in a size extra small. I wouldn't say they're oversized in an extra small on me, but they're definitely a relaxed fit. And if I wanted more of an oversized fit, I'd just go up to a size small. But yeah, I definitely recommend these. These are like my favourite new chill shorts from Alpha Lee, other than the essential shorts, and they came out a while ago, so it's been a while since anything has even come close to those for me, because I bloody love them. And then last but not least, we have the sun dyed oversized joggers. I've got these in Ocean, and I've also got them in Blackbird again, so the same as the shorts I just showed you. So they are pretty much just the jogger version of the shorts I've just showed you. They've got the drawstring, the waistband, which is adjustable. They've got a drawstring on the inside. I've got both these in a size extra small. They've got a pocket on either side, not a zip pocket, just like a pocket. And then on the left, the branding is actually like at the front of the shin, kind of like off centre, which I feel like I haven't seen Alphalete do before in a jogger, but it's quite cool. It's in the embroidered. It's in the it's in the embroidered thing, and then they've got cuffs on the bottom. These cuffs aren't like too big, too small for me. These are pretty perfect, I'm not gonna lie. Alphalete kind of killed it. Fit wise, these joggers remind me of the varsity joggers from Alphalete in terms of like the rise and all that sort of stuff. They're kind of like a hybrid between the varsity jogger and the essential jogger, in the sense that they're a bit looser than the varsity jogger, a bit more similar in that kind of fit to the essential jogger, but then everything else about them, like the rise and stuff, the feel on the inside is a bit more similar to the varsity jogger. Like I've said, all this range is like a thicker version of the essential oversized jogger. Not quite as thick, potentially, as the varsity jogger, but definitely the most similar feeling jogger they've brought out since. So if you are into that varsity jogger, definitely give these a go. To show you the differences between the new ones and the essential oversized, obviously the drawstring is on the outside and it's got this on it, whereas on these ones it's literally just like a little rope, and obviously the waistband looks a bit different. The pockets are quite similar in size, all that sort of stuff, and then as I come down you can see they're like a very similar fit. They're pretty much identical. I'm not gonna lie, I've worn these last night to do some cooking in and stuff, and the more I'm wearing them, the more I'm liking them. I feel like I wasn't maybe as sure about them when I filmed the video yesterday, but now I'm definitely really liking them. And like fit wise, they are actually quite similar to my Nikki Studios ones. They are thinner, they're not quite as like thick, but these are definitely like a really nice feel jogger from Alphalete. I way prefer these over the essentials. I don't really wear these other than like, these are like my mess around joggers. They're not like a nice pair of joggers that I like to wear. I don't really like them. I don't think they're worth the money. These I actually really like, and if you get the black pair, which I've got on now, obviously it's got like the grey on it, these are like a staple kind of jogger. I really like these, but yeah, that's the difference between the essential joggers and these ones. I'm really sorry if I'm breathing weird, but I actually just can't breathe. Extra small for me is fine. I wouldn't need to go up or down a size. I get like a nice oversized fit in the size extra small. They're not super baggy, but they're just like a nice oversized fit. It's not ridiculous where I look like the genie off Aladdin. It's just like a nice oversized fit. And then again, you've got the same again. So obviously this sticker comes on all of the items. You've got the pockets, and then you've got this, the Alphalete logo, and this is, and again, the ocean colour. Yeah, I really like these joggers. They're definitely one of my more favourite joggers that Alphalete have done recently. Like I said, I need to see them do it like Nikki Studios kind of level jogger. But in terms of Alphalete's joggers, definitely one of my favourites that they've brought out recently. These have got a 30-inch inseam, and rise-wise, these are like not a high-waisted jogger. So if I try to pull these up over my belly button, bear in mind I do have a long torso, so it might just be my proportions. If I try to pull these up over my belly button, they won't go, and they'll give me like a really bad camel toe once I reach like just about belly button height. So these are definitely more of like a low to mid waist jogger. They're not a high waisted jogger, so if that's what you're in the market for, if you've got a long torso, forget it. These are definitely more low waisted. I personally don't mind that, like the Nikki Studios ones, God, I sound like a broken record, but the ones I've got on right now, they're not particularly high waisted, but I still really like wearing them. So yeah, just something to bear in mind, especially if you are more long torso. These definitely won't come up high waisted on you. They're more of like a low to medium kind of waist. And yeah, size wise, I would say to stay true to size, unless you want a tighter fit, in which case you can definitely size down, because there is the room to size down with them being oversized. And if you want them super baggy, like a super oversized look, you can definitely go up a size. The world's your oyster. So yeah, that's everything for this launch. Launch is April the 16th at 12 PM CST, aka 6 PM UK time. I'm going to try get this video up tomorrow at the latest. Like I said, I'm going to Thailand on Thursday, and we are island hopping around, so I can't take all my new launch stuff with me. So I'm gonna try and get as much content up on my Instagram ready for the launch as I can before I go, and I'll save it to like a story highlight for you guys so that I've covered as much as I can. If you've got any questions on the launch, comment them down below and I will get back to you, or message me on Instagram and I will get back to you on there. Just bear with me if you're messaging me like closer to the launch, because I've got no idea what my signal's going to be like. I've got no idea, you know, I don't really know what I'm doing whilst I'm in Thailand. So just bear with me on the responses, but I should be able to find Wi-Fi every day to go through DMs and comments, so just bear with me and I will get back to you. I can now filter my DMs by unanswered and unread, so my reply game is about to be 10/10. Everyone who DMs me about Alpha Elite stuff will know I pretty much always respond. I rarely ever miss a message, and if I do, I'm horrified by it, but I do try and get back to absolutely everything. Yeah, support code Amy if you are picking up anything from this launch and you want to support me. Follow me on Instagram, like I said, because I will keep you all up to date with all the Alpha Elite stuff, this launch, future launches over there. Yeah, to round up really quick, because then I'm going to leave this video and get changed because I'm roasting my tits off. Top picks from this launch, if we're gonna go with a top 3, we'll go with a top 3. I would say to get a Blue Moon amplified bra, the Blue Moon leggings. We're even going into detail with what colours. I would say Blue Moon amplified bra, Blue Moon leggings, and then I would say either the shorts or the joggers, depending on whether you're more of a shorts or a jogger person. I'm inclined to say the shorts because I'm just like actually quite amazed by how much I like them, but I know that I'm in the UK and I'm probably going to get more use out of my joggers. But they're definitely worth a go if it's your kind of style. Obviously if it's not your kind of style, don't, but like oversized baggy stuff is very much my bag. Yeah, if you're only going to get like one matching set, I wouldn't personally get, you know, the jogger sets over an amplify set. I'd always get an amplify set, and I would go with Blue Moon. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and yeah, let me know what videos you want to see. I might vlog Thailand, I also might not. I'm trying to pack light and I'm trying to decide if taking my camera and my laptop is a good idea or not. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to leave this video here. I hope you have a gorgeous week, and I'll see you in the next video.
What is up, you guys, and welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, hi, hello.
Yes, yes. Yep. Yeah, that's all they got. That's all Benny Johnson got is that being racist. He has to be full. He like, oh, the thing about crackers, oh, I gotta make a bunch of dumbass, not that funny meme about minorities because my crack ass is upset because you took the crack out the side. You little pussy. Yeah, I get it, little cracker. You know, take the white man off the side, cracker. Such a bitch. You such a cracker ass bitch, cracker bear. Cracker? Oh, they're doing your cracker bear. Oh my god, get the cracker bear. These motherfucking crackers all said it took the cracker bear. Oh my god, is it the barrel in the cracker house design? Little cracker bitch. Y'all some bitches, man. White people are bitches. MAGA crackers are the most sensitive bitches of all time. I was like, ah, that fuck.
Hello, welcome back to another video. I feel like these videos are coming round quicker and quicker and quicker, but we're going to roll with it. We've got another Alphalete haul. This haul is for the items that are dropping on March the 26th at 12 PM CST, which is 6 PM UK time. I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, you've actually got your parcel like 2.5 weeks in advance. I know. I'm just as pleased as you guys are because it's quite nice to have time to actually test out the products, which I have been doing since I received them at the end of last week, and then actually review them rather than having like 2 days to turn it around. So this is actually really nice. Props to Alphalete for that. There are some new bits. This launch is pretty much the Elements range, which is a brand new range from Alphalete, so I'll probably spend a bit more time going over that, and then some ultra soft items and also Pulse range items and also some accessories. So I will go over those. Normal kind of style video from me. You already know I'm going to give you my opinions. They're all my opinions. Yes, I work with Alphalete, but it really doesn't matter because my opinions are my opinions, and I'm going to give you them regardless of whether I'm working with a brand or not. I've also pre-filmed some like comparison clips between to show like sizing discrepancies if there are any, which there aren't, to be honest. Any like material differences, measurements for the bag, all that sort of stuff, which I will put in through the video where they are relevant, where they need to be. There are a couple of things that I just want to go over first. So the first thing, which is the most important thing for me to mention in this video, is I just want to speak very, very briefly about what is going on in Ukraine. Absolutely horrendous what is happening. And it just felt a little bit wrong to me, to be honest, to do this video without mentioning it. So I didn't want to just mention it and then move on because, yes, it's raising awareness, but like we've all seen the news, we all know what's happening. I don't think anyone needs me to be their news anchor. But I have already made some personal donations over the past couple of weeks, but I just wanted to let you guys know that a portion of any money that I earn both from this haul video and also from this launch is going to be donated. I'm going to leave in the description box a really helpful resourceful website which basically has a load of links which have all been checked. They're all legit charities, causes that you can donate to if you wish to help. I won't talk about it too much because I'm sure that we have all been watching the news, and like I said, you don't need me to be a news anchor, but I just didn't want to do this video without mentioning it. It just felt a bit, yeah. Moving on from that, the launch PDF, which I will put on the screen now, which shows you basically everything that's launching, all the colourways, all the information, product descriptions, all that sort of stuff. I'm going to put that on the screen, and I will also pop a link to that in the description box below. Now, I would just recommend that you follow me on Instagram at this point, guys, because I always post the launch brief PDF as soon as I get it. I always put a link up on Instagram, so if you want to see stuff like as soon as I'm aware of it, definitely recommend that you follow me on Instagram. Just a little plug there. My measurements for reference are, I'm 5'6", I weigh
Hello.
say hi. I'm just out of practice because I've not actually vlogged in ages. I've been doing like sit down videos, although I am technically still sat down. So this is going to be my Thailand vlog and also Dan's introduction to the channel. He's just moving around in the background. We're away for 16 days, as in away from England, but it's basically a day of travelling either side. So we're here for like 2 weeks.
And expectations around romance and coupling up are also important extensions of which is theorizing, from the questioning of identity, expectations for love, dating, and partnerships, concept. At its most basic, compulsory romanticism can be used as a term to describe the system that renders romantic connections kind of mandatory. In this way, we can see how feelings of loneliness experienced by aromantic people are often a result of heteronormativity in its structures rather than being inherent to being romantic in and of
Wow,
itself.
I hate I Robin, I hate you.
A romantic relationship doesn't automatically mean that you don't want or need other long-term, intimate, dedicated, and supportive relationships, but those can become increasingly hard to establish and maintain as those around you enter into romantic relationships and the overwhelming interiority that is encouraged by them. I think it's important to note that this experience of not being in a relationship yet still feeling the effects of romantic connection has also been written about from the point of view of
Yeah, fuck you, Robert. Fuck you, Robert. No, fuck you, Robert.
but depressed is a verb. I consider my depression to be a result of social positions and the inevitable history of colonization.
That's why Florida shit. I'm serious. Listen.
Dan.
Hello.
Say hi. I'm just out of practice because I've not actually vlogged in ages. I've been doing like sit down videos, although I am technically still sat down. So this is going to be my Thailand vlog and also Dan's introduction to the channel. He's just moving around in the background. We're away for 16 days, as in away from England, but it's basically a day of travelling either side. So we're here for like 2 weeks. We're in Bangkok at the moment, and I'll show you like the views that we've got and the room that we've got and the process of getting here. And then we're going to go island hopping, but I will just show you that as we do it. Yeah, we flew from Manchester. This video will go up after I get back, so I don't know if they'll still be having the issues that they have been having, but we didn't have any issues with like the airport being super busy. The staff, so we flew with Qatar, the staff that checked us in at Manchester, I'm not going to lie, they were quite slow, but I don't think it was through any fault of their own. I don't think they fully knew what they needed to check and stuff, so there was a lot of confusion because when you come to Thailand and stuff like Thai passes, all that sort of stuff, so that was probably the longest part. And then security took a little bit longer because my bag got stopped, but there was nothing in it, nothing dodgy. And then the airport was pretty dead. One of Dan's patients actually works at Manchester Airport, and she said because they've been getting so busy on a morning, all the shops and stuff in the airport have been putting their staff on morning shifts, and then by 2 p.m. they're basically shut and everyone's gone home. We flew from Manchester to Doha in Qatar. I think it was like a 2-hour wait until our next flight, and then got on a flight from Doha to Bangkok. Then when we got into Bangkok, basically done the test and go scheme. There's loads of different things that you can do, but because we are double jabbed, we did the test and go scheme, which basically means you don't need to do a test before you fly, but when you get here, to get your Thai pass and stuff, you need to have proof that you have arranged with your hotel to have a PCR test. So obviously I sorted that out before we came. Our transfer picked us up. It was so easy to find them. Getting through security and stuff didn't take too long. You just need like your Thai pass, all that sort of stuff. To our transfer, they then took us to Bangkok Hospital, where they did like the drive-through COVID test. They came to the hotel and they basically put us in essentially a quarantine room where if our test had come back positive, I think we would have had to stay in there, or maybe they would have moved us to another room. So we chilled, we ordered some food, got into bed, had a sleep, and here we are this morning. We have had our negative test results back, so we're in our proper room. So we're staying at the So Hotel in Bangkok, and their thing is like different elements rooms. So the room that I'll show you that we were quarantining in is a metal elements room. Then there's earth elements rooms, and then there's wood elements rooms. So we're in a wood elements room. We're only here for one night, so we probably won't get to use quite a bit of the stuff or like many of the hotel's amenities, but they are really nice. Everyone here is so nice, everyone here is super polite. So yeah, I'll give you a little room tour of this room. So when you come in, you've got the bathroom on this side, toilet there. When we came in, Dan was like, there's his and hers showers. I was like, no Daniel, that's a bog. But it's in like a enclosed thingy. Quite cool, to be honest. I really like this bathroom. Whenever the hell I get my own house, I would love to have a bathroom like this. Maybe not this extravagant, but yeah. Sink here, everything's like his and hers. These cute little drawers. Hairdryer is there. Ease mirror with nice lights, which if I was staying here longer would be ideal to do makeup in, but I'm not. Also, say hi to my friend on my chin. I've got a little spot. Stand alone bathtub, that sort of stuff. Shampoo, conditioner, everything on this little cool thing here, and then under here we've got a shower, which is like one of like those waterfall showers. And then I will take you in. So you come down here,
This is like the door. I really like this. What do you think of this? Oh wait. Oh no, wait, that's just a mirror. I thought it was something behind it. My suitcase is there. Hangers. Wardrobe, I'm gonna guess. It's the wardrobe on the other side. Oh no, that's just got like the safe. Bed is here. Dana's very kindly not jumped on it yet. Right, that's ruined. Oh my god, it's so weird. I just jumped on it and it's caused the pillows to crease and you've not even touched side things. This nice little thing above here. Mr. Daniel Michael Stott. Yeah, kettle, tea stuff. Little desk area, which I mean we won't be using. A cute little sofa thing here, and then these like ceiling to floor immense windows. Like these windows are huge, and this is the view that we've got. So let me just show you more like this. Lots of traffic. Yeah, everything here is like so big. Like I don't think I've ever stayed anywhere or been anywhere this vast. The furthest I've ever been is Egypt. I think it's the furthest I've ever been. Also, by the way, if anyone's like got a fear of flying, which I kind of do, I'm a bit of like an anxious flyer, don't be scared to go long haul because it's actually no scarier. Like the thought before I flew of being suspended in the air for that long was really putting my head in a spin, but it's actually not any scarier than a short haul flight. What I will say is people were telling me long haul flights are so much comfier, they're so much better. I swear I had the same room, if not less room, than I have on all the Jet2 flights I've been on in my life, so I'm not convinced by that. And first then brunch and a day of exploring, but obviously after we've been for a swim and stuff we'll have to come back up and probably take that off, so I will then grab a camera and take you for a day of exploring. We're back from our swim. Dan, can you turn the music off? Otherwise I'm gonna get a copyright strike. I've just come back from the pool. We went for a little swim. I'll put a clip in. Like I said, I didn't really want to take my camera because there is half naked people there. Although to be fair, there was someone there doing a full blown photo shoot, giving like, so maybe it wouldn't have been that much of a problem. But that was nice. It overlooked, is it Limpini Park? Is that how you...
Park, yeah.
So I had a really nice view, and then like an actual nice city view, not like, you know, crocodile clip. I've got my little antennas at the front, as Dan likes to call them, which he's not a fan of, but it's, I just feel like I look a little bit less bald when I do it, although they're a bit long now, so they need trimming. Sunglasses on my head. These were Dan's, literally were like probably like £5 from somewhere. They're not branded or anything. And then this misguided ribbed dress, which I've had for like 4 years, and it's definitely one of the best holiday things I have ever... Wait, I'm out of focus, Stretchy and comfy, and I take it on every holiday I go on, and I'll take loads of options, but I always end up wearing this dress. Like, for example, when we went to Malta, Dan, did I wear this dress a lot? Yeah. It's the best. It's super comfortable. You can't really see in that light because it keeps going dark. Yeah, it's just really, really, really comfortable, and I love it. Yeah, and then I've got my dirty ass Air Force on. Up for the day. Go.
Swimwear whites. Zara shorts that suffered a wine spillage actually in that camper van, but it seems to have recovered. Zara t-shirt and your glasses, which are too big for your head. Not mine.
Yeah, I bought those before I went to Malta, and suspiciously they've stretched to fit Dan's head perfectly. I will pop you in my bag and we'll take you on an adventure.
Is there time for a Starbucks?
I'll explain that joke at another point. Here's... Everywhere's just quite like busy in Bangkok. I just didn't want to get my... First of all, a lot of time was spent on a boat and a tuk-tuk, and my camera picks up wind like no tomorrow, so you wouldn't have heard a word I was saying anyway. 2, like when we were walking to where we went for food earlier, a man stopped to speak to us, and he was actually a policeman. He was saying about like making sure my bag zipped up and stuff, because apparently like people would literally just like come past you and like grab stuff out your bag and stuff. So I just didn't feel comfortable walking down the road with my camera out. But yes, so basically what we did today, and I have got clips and stuff that I'll put in when I'm talking about stuff, we went to a place called Pimp My Salad for kind of like a brunch thing after we went for a swim, which was really nice. And then the policeman that stopped us to speak to us mentioned the floating markets, and then we were mooching around, and then another man stopped to speak to us. He was a captain for Thai Airways. He was really nice as well, and he said, I've lived here all my life, you need to go to the floating market. So that was two people that said it, so we went. A little note.
You wrote this one?
He wrote it, and he was really nice. He then got on a tuk-tuk and we went to the river, paid for the boat, and then it was like 2 hours in total. So he took us to the floating market and then he dropped us off. Where did we go, Dan?
So it was up the main river that runs through Bangkok, the thick one, and then he took us down like a sort of side river through what I would describe as a Thai cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
And then it looped round. The floating market was there.
Yeah.
And then from there we went back to the main river and then got dropped off at Koh Sam Road. Well, just before Koh Sam Road.
Koh Sam Road. So then we went down there, and really, really itchy foot. Went down there, went to a bar, got a bucket of strawberry daiquiri, which was really, really nice. Had some free shots, and then got a tuk-tuk back to the hotel, and that brings us to now, which is like, what time is it? 5:30. So yeah, oh, by the way, that reminds me, because I've mentioned on my Instagram stories about tuk-tuks, it's irrelevant for me now because we're leaving tomorrow, but someone has messaged me saying you can download a tuk-tuk app in Bangkok and you pay a set amount for the day, and it's basically like a hop-on, hop-off service. We found out about it on our last day and it worked out a lot cheaper. It's called Tuk Tuk Hop. So if anyone is coming to Bangkok, there's an idea. Obviously I can't attest to it, I don't know if what she's saying is true, but that is a little tip that someone on Instagram gave me. So we're just going to chill now. I'm probably going to shower, to be honest, because I'm like sweaty and I stink. It's been 36 degrees all day. Shut up. It's been 36 degrees all day. What I will say is like clouds are deceiving. Like it's not really been super sunny today, it's been quite like cloudy all day, but I've still caught colour and I've had SPF
50.
Yeah, SPF 50 on my face.
It was basically treacle.
Yeah. I basically covered my face in treacle. I'm big on my SPF 50 for my face. So we're going to chill for a bit and then we are going to go out later. You know, I'm not careful at the best of times, let's be honest, but I'm probably not going to be as careful when I've had a few drinks. So yeah, I will be taking my phone out with me though, so if I get any clips and stuff, which I will try and get some, just of our night, I will put those in here. But other than that, I will probably speak to you in the morning when we are catching our flight to Krabi and then getting a boat to PP. Yeah, we're gonna chill now. Dan's probably gonna have a nap, as you can see. He's ready for bed and waiting for the show. Can we get? Do you want to? No, should we explain that tomorrow? So basically, I can't tell about. By the way, I'm gonna edit this, so don't worry if I say anything I'm not meant to say. I can't tell the background story, can I really?
So essentially, I've got a friend that he was talking about. He was trying to get to an exercise class with me. There was a set time, and his partner was going to drop her off somewhere, and her friend, and they were both fucking about. And by fucking about, I mean they were on a time schedule, and one of them was like, "Oh, is it time to make a coffee?" And then got to the friend's house. "Oh, I was just having a cup of tea." There's no urgency there. And he told me this story, and I said, "Do you know what, mate? Amy's exactly the same. Exactly the same. There could be you know, the apocalypse incoming, there's 10 seconds to live, and she'd be like, is there a time for a Starbucks?
So that's where it came from, and we were on like a packed train to Manchester Airport from Leeds when Dan was telling me. And you know those situations where you feel like you're not meant to laugh, so everything's 10 times funnier? I could not stop laughing because I was just imagining me trying to catch a plane and the plane literally like, it's taking off, and I'm just like, is there time for a Starbucks? Yeah, anyone in like the Leeds area, can I get cold foam at Starbucks? And if I can, is it just called a different thing? Because I've never seen it before. But yeah, that's a little Starbucks story. I'm gonna shower. We both look dishevelled. It's fine. You look like, you know when you get a Mr. Potato Head and you just put the glasses in the nose on, you know, so it's like it's not attached to it.
Beat me up.
Bit of a time hop. So we did go out in Bangkok last night, but I think, like you said, stuff's only really just opening back up, so we didn't really stay out long. We did go. What was that bar called?
The rooftop bar. Vertigo.
Went to a bar called Vertigo, which was like 59 floors up. I'll put in a clip. I didn't mind it. You were like a bit.
You know, like when you're looking over we were literally sat on the side of a 59-story job.
Yeah.
And it's some like, you know, really big geezer had a mental breakdown and decided just to like start chucking people over the top.
Yeah, we'd all be dead.
I was just picturing that in my head and I just thought, let's get away from this ledge, really.
That on the floor. So we ended up coming back early. We ordered a pizza. By the way, if you come and you can't get Grab to work, because neither of us could, it wouldn't accept our mobile numbers, we used Food Panda, which worked fine. Then we got up this morning at 7? Checked out at 7:30, went to the airport, and then we've flown from Bangkok to Krabi, but we didn't fly from the airport that we flew into, which began with an S. I can't remember the name of it, but we flew to Krabi from DMK. The flight was like, I think it was like £69, but I had to pay £20 extra because the baggage allowance was like 10 kilos and my suitcase was like 18 kilos. So we got the flight like an hour and 10 minutes this morning, and now we're in Krabi waiting for a boat to PP, which we're going to get on in like half an hour. And then we'll be at our hotel. It's very hot here. Like, it was hot in Bangkok, but like this is like sticky. It's like sticky hot here, isn't it? I don't think it wasn't this sticky in Bangkok, was it?
Oh God, no.
No, it's like tropics hot. And neither of us have got SPF on because we're idiots and we forgot. So maybe we should wander back and see if he's put the bags on yet, because if he hasn't, I wouldn't mind putting some SPF on. Because how long's the boat? An hour and a half?
No, he said an hour. We're on a speedboat.
Oh, an hour.
You're going to love this speedboat, by the way.
Is it going to be scary?
It is choppy.
I'll film a bit of it. I mean, I won't talk because my camera, like I've said, it picks up wind. Hopefully you can actually hear me, but it's not too windy. Yeah, I'll show you if it's scary or not. We were going to get a ferry, weren't we, but it's later.
At 3. It takes 2 hours.
Kind of just want to get there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Get settled in, and we're just sat in a little bar at the moment waiting for the thing. We got 2 waters and a bottle of Chang for 70 baht, which is like what? £1.
£1.50.
£1.50. £1. You won't even get that in Bradford, mate. And I'm really regretting putting my old fleece shorts on because they've got a fleece lining. I'll show you a bit of the view before I leave. It's very cute here, isn't it? Cute. So we got to PP. The speedboat was like an hour. It wasn't too long. It went really, really quick. And it wasn't scary. Like Dan said that when he went to Bali, the boats were like, the sea was quite like choppy and stuff, and it was a bit scary. We did have life jackets on, but nothing happened. I'm looking a bit pink because I, like I said earlier, didn't put SPF on like an idiot. Because I thought I'd have a chance to put it on through the day. I didn't realise how much I'd be in the sun, and the sun is strong. But we got to PP, walked all the way down to the beach because it looked like we just needed to go to the beach, and then left to get to our hotel, but there's like a high tide, so that didn't quite work out. Then we had to go all the way back along and then down, and as we were walking down, a man came up who works in the resort, took our cases from us and like wheeled them through, because Dan's got a backpack, I've got a suitcase. The backpack is a lot easier than the suitcase, let's just say that. We then checked into our hotel, and we're staying at Coco Beach Resort in these like adorable little huts. I've done like a full video of us like walking through the jungle and stuff, so I'll pop that in whilst I'm speaking, but I will show you on this camera the full room. I can't show you the bathroom because Dan is having a shower, but when he's out of the shower I will show you. But this is so cute, like it's really, really, really cute. I'm so happy that I booked this. This was a good find, not gonna lie. It's like literally in the jungle. Bamboo here, stairs, we've got a cute little balcony seating area, and then we've got curtains that we can obviously draw later on, windows, and then as you come in we've got the bed, and it says Coco Beach, this adorable little towel dove thing, which is why I've got one of the green towels on, which I meant for poolside, because I didn't want to ruin this before I vlogged. Dedicated to the Thailand vlog, guys. Here is our bed. Everything's like wooden here. I really, really like this. Like, don't get me wrong, I love a modern hotel as much as the next person, but like, I like stuff like this. I think this is really, really different. I've never stayed in a hut or done anything like this before. And then we've got a cute little piece of art on the wall that's of the boats at PP. Aircon, which is key because, like I said earlier, the heat on like the more island side things is ridiculous. Like, I think it's the same temperature, but it's so much hotter. The sun is strong. And then we've got a little wardrobe area here, a little seating area here. I'm not gonna lie, this is quite not useless, but like, oh no wait, there's a light there. That's not useless actually. There's a light there so you can light that up, because otherwise it's a bit too dark. A little stool, little drawer. What's in here? Got a safe. Then we've got the minibar area, so all of this is free for today, like we can use whatever we want, and then from tomorrow we just get water. So we've got kettle, tea bags, coffee, peanuts, 2 waters there, and then in the fridge we have got 2 juices, a Sprite, a Fanta and a Coca-Cola. Lovely. I think this is for laundry. You can probably hear the shower going, because Dan's in the shower. So yeah, I think we're going to put our swimwear on and go by the pool with SPF on, because like tomorrow I won't be red anymore, I'll go orange, that's just what happens. But like, we're not trying to get burned. We wear SPF in this house. I think it's inevitable that at some point on this holiday that I am going to get burned, because the sun is just like ridiculously strong. It's beautiful here. Like, I've never seen anything like it, and it's really annoying because my camera is not picking up how beautiful it is. Like I was saying to Dan when we got here, I'm taking photos and videos and it's just not how it looks in person. So yeah, I'll wait for Dan to get out of the shower and then show you the bathroom. Oh, there he is. So we've got bottles of water, cups, cotton earbuds, I need one of them, toothbrushes, little comb. These, I think these are really cute. Coco Beach body lotion, sink, obviously bottles of water because you don't drink the water. Bidet, my dad would love that. Toilet, not meant to flush the toilet paper, that needs to go in the bin. And then we've got like a walk-in shower thing. I think this is so cool, I'm not gonna lie. This is probably, yeah, I just think this is really cool. And then we've got all the shower stuff on there. Not gonna lie, this is like it is on a bit of a slant so it doesn't flood, but like the water does go everywhere. It's a bit messy, but yeah, this is our little home for the next few days. There's Dan. God, he looks like he's flashing people, doesn't he? What a whore. Cheers. Cheers. We've got a wild Daniel again.
This is what it's like down here.
We walked down here last night, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, right. So yeah, I'm wearing the blue Alpha League. That's up. A bit tight for us fat boys, but that's what it is. The matching shorts.
Oh, lovely.
Well, they're black, but black goes with everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
One of us has to rep. Ooh, don't get me
I'm wearing my off-white slides.
Why do they say off when they're on?
Oh god, yeah. Fun times. And then Jaded swim cover-up. Skims bikini.
Skim.
I need my own bikinis, don't I, Dan?
Yeah. Working on that.
I think we walked down here. Actually, I don't know if we did.
Did
we? Oh, look, a little cat. Little kitty cat. There's so many cats. Another cat. Yeah.
It's infested with cats here.
Little kitty cat. That tree's pretty. Orange and purple. Oh, they're pretty. Little glass things.
Yeah, up there.
Wait. Where are we going?
We'll go up to where we got that food last night. There's a few bars and a few food places.
Yeah. We just had a massage, didn't we, Dan?
Yeah.
I'm going to put in a picture of the place we went. I really liked it. It wasn't too savage.
Wasn't savage at all.
So I was a bit scared to get one, I'm not going to lie.
I did have
I need to get an ankle bracelet.
a 5'0" woman stood me back.
Yeah, they were really light, weren't they?
Oh
You know
my
what I was
God,
thinking
super
though when
light,
she
yeah.
started doing it? I was like, should I have told her about my implants? But they can't pop, so it's fine. Gummy bears. So many tattoo shops. Danny, are you sure you don't want my name on your forehead?
Not tonight. All that. All that.
What though?
That one's really cool there as well.
If I had enough room in my case, I'd take one. No, they are really cute. My mum would love stuff like that, but how the hell am I meant to get it to her? I like the pink, but I feel like... What do you think, guys? I do like the pink, but are they going to go see-through? I'm just a bit concerned. No, they are see-through, guys.
Huh? I don't know.
Yeah, they are. Look at this. See that?
Yeah, I mean, not when I'm in them.
To be fair, I can't really say anything. Why don't you get a black flare? The orange are nice. I like the orange.
I really like the pink. What size are these?
This one is XL.
XL.
You can try them.
Do you want to try them? I can try them. You got your shorts, didn't you? Pink. Oh, how much did you pay?
I think they're about
In pounds.
I think they're about £6. No.
No,
£5.50.
that's, yeah, about $5.50. Oh, we love a bargain, don't we?
I'll show them later.
We've just stopped to get some food in the we're in the markety area. We've got a pad thai each. What, it was $1.50 for both of them? Surely not.
£60. How much is £60? £40.
About $1.50, yeah. $1.50 each. I want my chilli oil on mine, actually. Actually, let me try it first. Oh my god, my face is so puffy because I'm so tired. That's not focusing. The time is 20 to 6. This feels illegal. But we are up because we got to my bay. Woo! Just the two of us. So we're getting like a boat, just the two of us. You can get on like bigger boats with like more people later in the day, but to be honest, definitely rather do this. I don't think we'll be the only people there because I think other people will also do this, but I don't think as many people will go this early. It's literally still dark outside, like, look. Which is quite nice because we're going to see the sunrise. whilst we're on the boat, so that's really romantic. But yeah, I'll take you along with us. Yesterday we just ended up going for some tea last night. I'll put a little video in of the food that I took on my phone. The food here is actually so good, and it's so cheap. So cheap. And then we had a pad thai for lunch yesterday, which again I'll put a clip in of. I think you've already seen that. That was £1.50. We definitely picked the right time. The man was trying to make us go a bit earlier because he was like, oh, the sun's already up at 6 AM. But I mean, it's like 20 to 6 now, quarter to 6. I don't think the sun will be up in 15 minutes. But yeah, this is the jungle in the dark, and you can stand gorgeous, bright pink fluorescent shorts, and his lovely black toenails.
Come on now.
Do you want to show?
No.
Okay.
Are you taking a bigger bag?
Why would I take a bigger bag?
Cows.
Oh my god, you make a really valid point.
Hurry,
One
hurry,
second. Daniel. We just got to Maya Bay. We went to like the lagoon and stuff. Saw the sun come up eventually, which I'll have put in clips of that. I think I'll voice over it. I hope you can hear me. It's not windy, but there's like quite a bit of background noise, so you've got to like walk through. So walking through now, we're going to pay the fee that you need to pay. How much is it?
I think this is the
Few hundred.
600, yeah.
But yeah, I'll show you the other side. It's like a jungle.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm Leonardo DiCaprio. Back in the 90s.
You look like him. Oh. Oh, I've got sand in my slides. Also, I never normally get bitten, and I've got so many bloody bites, and they're huge. Ooh, jungle. So this is where, I'm assuming this is where we pay. And then we walk through, and we have an hour here. There's no direction. A little bit weird. The camera is going to experience the view at the same time as me. That was just a viewpoint. I thought that was the way onto the beach, but apparently not. Oh, the wind's picking up a bit. Oh yeah, no, this is it. Welcome to Maya Bay. Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
It's a committed relationship that is characterized by usually of one degrees, which are independent of the individual control and centered around a intimate relationship. It is more than
Wow. So I definitely owe a bit of an explanation as to why the last clip I filmed was Maya Bay. Basically, after we went to Maya Bay, we got back on the boat. Then we went snorkeling. I don't have anything that I can put my camera in so that it's safe underwater, so I didn't film that. I've not snorkeled since I was like tiny, so that was quite interesting. I did do it with a life jacket on just because it's so much easier, like you can literally just float around and see stuff. So yeah, we did that. We saw lots of fishies, we saw some sharks in Maya Bay. I don't know if I filmed those on camera, but I have a little clip on my phone which I'll put in so you can see. And we also saw a bit of a bigger shark as well. It was probably like a metre, I think the man said, and it was like darker in colour. They were black tips, so they're not like dangerous, but yeah, you basically have to like stand still and they'll come near you. If you move around too much, they won't come near you. They wouldn't hurt you. Okay, they might like nip you. We snorkeled, saw lots of fish. Dan got bitten by a jellyfish, and as soon as he mentioned there was jellyfish, I didn't want to snorkel. I was like, I'm not enjoying this anymore. So Dan got stung multiple times. Then we got back on the boat. Then I started to feel violently sick, and this is basically where it all went a bit downhill. So Dan was taking pictures of me in Maya Bay, and something in his back like popped. And I mean, it's the next day now, he's still got a really bad back. Like, he's walking like my 75-year-old dad.
Walking like John Wayne in True Grit.
He's walking like John Wayne.
In True Grit.
In True Grit. That basically happened, which threw a bit of a spanner in the works. Then when we got back on the boat, something about snorkelling, I think because I had a life jacket on and I was basically bobbing up and down, made me feel really sick. And then I felt really seasick on the way back. We got back, had breakfast, because we were back by like 9:30, so then I felt better. Then, I mean, as we can see, there's probably a bit of a difference between how I looked yesterday to today, especially in this region. I did not realise how strong the sun was. Like, it was 31 degrees, but it felt a lot hotter. The sun out here is just different. I've never burnt like this before in my life. I was putting SPF and everything on, but maybe not reapplying as much as I should have been. Lesson learned. I got really burnt on my shoulders and my chest, which, ironically, my chest never really catches that dark of a tan. It's normally my stomach and my legs, and then I look like a little ombre human. Went to the place where we went the night before, and they do a lot of fresh seafood. It doesn't smell bad, it just smells like fresh seafood, and something about that must have just knocked me sick, because about 5 minutes after we sat down, we ordered food, and then I just started to feel violently unwell. So I stood up, went to the toilet, threw up a bit, felt a bit better, so I came back. Then the spring rolls came, and I ate one, and I was like, oh, this feels so much better now that I'm eating. Then about 5 minutes later again, I was like, no, I actually feel 10 times worse. I was looking at Dan and I was just like, I can't hear anything you say, you know. I think I'm going to be sick. So then I got up and started walking, literally stopped in the middle of the street because I was just looking at like 3 tiny stairs in front of me, but I was like, I'm not going to make it up those stairs, like I'm going to pass out. So I just started crying. Dan scooped me up. He was like, it's my girlfriend, she's got sunstroke. Went to the toilet, threw up again, and then really kindly the restaurant, when Dan asked, agreed to give us our food as a takeaway, because I was like, I can't sit back down again, I think it's the smell that's making it worse. And today we've got the boat to Phuket, so we're in Phuket now, and I will put our little room tour in now.
Oh, MTV Cribs, come in.
So this is our room whilst we're staying in Phuket. We've got a nice big mirror. The lighting's really bad on this, sorry. We've got a nice big mirror here. Looks like the IKEA ones as soon as you come in. Then in here, in this little cupboard, we've got towels, we've got some robes, slippers, flip-flops, umbrellas, hairdryer and stuff in the drawers. Then if you come through here, we have bathroom. It's got a nice little shelf there. Some blinds, walk-in waterfall shower with some LED lighting, toilet, bidet, classic, and then this sink area is really nice actually, I didn't notice that before. More towels there, probably the biggest hotel glasses I've ever seen in my life. And then this is like slidey, I'm pretty sure that slides. Yeah, that slides. And then coming into the room, my case is here on the little case thing. Got a little desk there, and then the bed, really lovely. As much as it's not picking up on camera, it's very nice and light and bright in this room. So you've got the bed there, TV there. I've just noticed where Dan is. Dan is in this lovely little jetted tub bath that we've got. And if you open these, you get views of like the trees to the side, and then the sea view, which we have. Nice little sofa here, and then if you look at these flapping in the wind, this is our balcony. Ow! I just got hit in the head. Balcony, 2 nice little chairs, and a view of the sea. Really, really, really nice. Hotel that we're staying in the Kalima resort. It's very, very, very nice. What I will say is Phuket it already feels very different to PP. Obviously Phuket is more, it is broken off from the mainland, but it's more part of the mainland of Thailand. It's a lot bigger, a lot busier. Obviously there's cars here, there isn't on PP. Everything's just very, it's a lot more built up sort of thing. But yeah, I've not been here long enough to say which one I prefer, but I'm sure that when I've finished with this vlog I'll be able to say my favourite place that I went to. But yeah, the pool area here looks really, really good. I don't remember it looking that good when I booked it, to be honest, but I suppose it's not a bad thing. It is Songkran today, so whilst we're here it's Thai New Year. But the taxi man, who was really, really nice, was telling us that government in Phuket, or I don't know if it's maybe just like the government in Thailand, have said because of COVID they can only have like water fights and stuff at home or in temples.
I've just googled it, and Phuket is an island, it's not a peninsula.
Okay, Phuket is an island.
It's surrounded with water.
Right, okay, Phuket is an island, it's not a peninsula, so there isn't like the usual like crazy like water fights. When we were leaving the hotel in PP there was loads of like adorable little kids squirting us with water guns. Like I had all my electric stuff in my bag, but they were so cute. I was like, I'm not even going to be annoyed. Also it is kind of like, I knew it was Songkran, so why did I leave all my electrics in my bag that I can't zip up? It's kind of my fault. They were so cute. That was really quite funny, to be honest. They were literally doing it to everyone. But yeah, here none of that. The man who did our check-in said that some people are doing it around the pool, but like out on the streets and stuff they're not meant to be doing it. That doesn't mean no one's doing it, but it means they're not meant to. Yes, I'm probably going to unpack now. I think I can hear the sound of Daniel clipping his toenails. Oh, it's his fingernails.
Here she is, all suited up. Innes Keith, the lovely instructor. That first breath underwater. Okay. You okay? How's that? There she is. Chilling on the bum with Keith. A bit jealous really of another man having some alone time with her, but it is what it is. She looks like she's flooding the goggles, putting them back on. We'll give him some privacy, shall we? What a lovely day. Let's see how she's getting on, shall we? Okay, looks like she's taking her goggles off, popped them back on again properly. Just chilling at the bottom now. And sleeping lions. Amy, Keith. Keith's from Chicago. She's looking a bit happier now.
Hi guys, so the clips you're going to have just seen might seem random, but I think I did mention going diving, didn't I? In my, oh you weren't there. I think in my purple bikini clip I did mention about diving, so I started my PADI certification today. It's Thursday today, so it's our second day in Phuket. I mean, it was eventful to say the least. So the company that we went with is Love Diving Phuket. Dan, why did you choose Love Diving Phuket? Dan's a diver, so he knows his stuff.
They just had like really good Google reviews. You know, like you got those Google reviews where you just think that's one of your relatives, or you paid for that. But these ones were like really detailed, and there were a lot of them. A few local guides in there.
Got a taxi from our hotel to down into the town of Phuket, which, by the way, I've definitely mentioned where we're staying, which is Kalima. Just a heads up, if you are coming to Phuket, the hotels that are like slightly up on the cliffside, bloody lovely. They're going to be a lot more quiet and a lot more peaceful. I mean, there's still pool parties and stuff, so you can still get that vibe, but they're going to be a lot more quiet and peaceful. However, if you are in a location like the Kalima Hotel, not much around, and there's a lot of stray dogs here. I love dogs, but like I am quite scared of large stray dogs, so the walking up and down is not really an option, and to be honest, it's quite a long way to walk in there. So if you are planning to spend a lot of time in Patong, I would maybe just try and find something that is actually like on the flat, nearer the beach, or even like a couple blocks back. Or just stay somewhere like cheaper, like it really doesn't matter, like you're not going to spend much time in your hotel anyway. Anyway, so we got to the diving place, paid, all that sort of stuff. Oh, that's a really good point actually. How much does it cost me to learn to dive? In pounds?
What, including me?
No, just for me.
I think for you, negotiate it down to about 250 quid.
That's really cheap, isn't it, to learn to dive?
Yeah, there's about, I think for you it was 11,000 baht.
Yeah, so Dan learned in Barbados a few years ago.
Barbados.
Very lucky man. So I'm learning here. I would be completely honest, full disclaimer, before I met Dan, I've never had an interest in diving. Because he did it, I am like intrigued by it. I'm not going to say it's something that I'm like really into. Like, I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't with Dan, basically.
I pressured you into it, basically.
Yeah, Dan basically peer pressured me into doing it. That was, yeah, loved diving Phuket, got the taxi down there. Then my instructor was Keith. They've got a few, but Keith is really nice. He's from Chicago. He was so patient with me, which I really do appreciate. It was he was very friendly. Like, he was just really nice, wasn't he?
Nice,
and he was so
nice guy.
He also helped us out like a lot. Like on the way back, he didn't have to drop us at our hotel, but he did, and he pointed out loads of like bars and spots and let us know like stuff so that we're a bit safer and stuff out here, which was, honestly, it was all really helpful. I learned a lot. So I went and did my pool dives in like I mean, it was basically a pond, wasn't it? It was a tiny pool.
It wasn't a pond, was it?
But like, you don't need to be in a big pool when you're doing.
No.
You're basically just learning the skills. You're not swimming or anything. Although I did have to do a 10-minute float, which I'm not gonna lie. After a little bit, I was like, okay, I'm actually struggling a bit, but whatever. Got that done. Did all my pool stuff. The only thing that really flustered me, and I did cry, I'm going to be completely honest, was when I had to take my mask off and breathe underwater for 1 minute, just holding the mask in front of me, because it's like, it's only human. Like, you're going to want to inhale through your nose, and it takes a while. Like, it was only really at the end of the day completely today that I had got the hang of not trying to breathe through my nose. So having the mask off, obviously that means if you breathe through your nose, that's going to be really uncomfortable, and you're going to get so much water up there. Would you choke? You would choke, wouldn't you?
What, if you breathed in water through your nose?
No. Yes.
Yes.
You would choke. So it's, you don't want to do that. So when you are... No, but like, it was scary, like taking your mask off and having to breathe for a minute, doing something that it's not natural. Like, even Keith said, he was like, it's not natural stuff to be doing. Which is why it doesn't come natural.
So what happened when we got in the sea, Amy?
Yeah, so we got all the pool dives done, and then we started going down to the beach.
Nailed the pool dives, by the way. Like, all the skills were done in the pool. Ticked off.
Yeah, I was fine.
When we got to the sea.
I was fine other than the mask thing. And then we got in the sea, and I'm going to be completely honest, immediately when I got in the sea, I was like, I don't like this. I'm scared. I don't like it. I've never been a big swimmer in the sea. I like the beach, but I've never been a big swimmer in the sea, so I was like, this is really fucking scaring me. First thing, I did a couple things, but then the first thing I had to do that really threw me was I had to take off my whole diving system, basically, and try to put it back on, and I was really freaking struggling with that, and it was To be honest, I wasn't even upset at that point. I was just getting really annoyed because I was like, I've done this in a pool, but I can't do it. Like, I literally can't do it. I was trying to catch it between my legs and I couldn't do it. I was just getting really bloody annoyed. So that happened and that flustered me a bit. We had to do the mask stuff again, and I've had so many messages on Instagram today which just confirm it. It's clearly the thing that most people struggle with, so I don't feel too bad because a lot of people had a similar experience. But basically, I went down to do my mask skills in open water because you have to do it for your paddy. The first one was you fill your goggles slightly and then you clear them. I did that. We did the high five, and then I had to fill my goggles fully and clear them. And as soon as I filled them, I couldn't clear them. Like, I kept on putting the thing back on my face and like it wasn't clearing, that I just couldn't do it. I didn't really like being in the sea, so I was like, fuck, I don't know what to do. So then I was like, I literally started screaming. I was like, ah! And like going back up to the top.
Underwater screaming.
Yeah, underwater screaming through my bloody respirator regulator. It was just not really a vibe. And then when I got to the surface, I was just like, mentally, I was like, I'm fucking done with this. Like, I don't want to do it anymore. Like, and I was thinking in my head, I was like, this is not my thing. Like, I don't actually really have a desire. Like, I don't have a burning desire to do this. And I am the kind of person where, I hate to say it, but like, Mama did raise a quitter. If I really don't want to do something, I don't want to do it, and there's not much she can say to me, and I will look for any reason to get out of doing it.
Oh, okay.
But I was actually genuinely very panicked at that point, and I just kept thinking, I was like, if I can't even do that, which I've later come to realise you're not really going to have to do that underwater, it's just in case you ever should need to do it, but like Keith was like 99% of the time you're never going to need to do that sort of stuff. It's just a skill you need to pass the course. But I was just thinking, I was like, if I can't even do that, like this, the sea water was probably like this much above me. I was like, how the fuck am I meant to dive down to like 18 metres? Like, it's just not going to happen. I can't do it. So I was like, oh, I'm giving up. And then I started panicking. I was crying my eyes out. I've not cried like that since my nan died. I said that on Instagram earlier, and that is probably the last time I've cried like that. I was crying like an absolute bitch. Tried the calming route, that wasn't working. So then he started getting a bit annoyed with me, which fair enough, because he said he could tell that I was just looking for an excuse to get out of it. At this point though, I genuinely wasn't looking for an excuse. I was actually panicking because I was like, I've got to do this and then I've got to dive afterwards, and I really actually just don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to do it anymore. So I was crying my eyes out because I was like, they're going to make me do it and I really don't want to do it. And I was panicking, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually they were like, right, you go and sit on the beach and gather your thoughts. We're going to go for a dive. So obviously, other than the fact that you were thinking, fuck's sake, did you see lots of cool shit?
Yeah, I saw a tigerfish. No.
Lionfish.
Lionfish.
Yeah.
I saw a scorpionfish.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was it scary?
Do you know what? I could barely make it out. He was like, and I was like, what, that rock? I saw a pufferfish. I saw a barracuda.
Yeah.
And I saw right up Keith's shorts for the majority of the time. What?
It wasn't naked under there, was it?
You guys know what I mean? I was just, he just never looked back. He's like, I'll lead the way. And I was like, okay, Keith.
And they emerged from the water and I was like, thank God, let's go. And then they were like, Dan was like, no, I'm going to stay on the beach and I think you should go and try. He was like, please just try for me. And I am a people pleaser. And I was just thinking, I was like,
how are you? You're a people pleaser.
Yeah, I only got back in for you. I didn't get in because I actually wanted to do it. I was just like, Dan's going to actually kill me if I don't do this, so I'm going to have to do it. So I got back in, just me and Keith went in, and I won't lie, no offence, but it was easier without you in there. I don't know what it was, I did find it easier.
Thanks for having people.
I found, yeah, you too. Swam out, put the fins on, all that sort of stuff. I didn't put my wetsuit back on, and I'm not going to lie, I way preferred diving without a wetsuit on. Like, I was so much more comfortable. Way preferred that. It was so much easier. I also didn't use a snorkel on my mask. Again, so much easier because that is just like, It's
just
so fucking annoying.
Especially if you're taking your mask off and put it back on. It's just unnecessary, really, isn't it?
And I didn't have to adjust that mask once. Like once it was on, it was on. I feel like the snorkel was getting caught on my stuff and pulling the mask down.
No, I completely agree with you.
So we went down, and then I did the mask thing. I got it done on the bottom of the sea floor, and then I was like, right. And then Steve was like, not Steve. I keep calling him Steve because
Scuba Steve, yeah.
I keep calling him Steve. Keith was like. And then, like, grab my hand, because obviously, like, I've never dove before, so I don't know about, like... If he hadn't have held my hand, I would have tried to go like that, but I'm not meant to do that. You're meant to be like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just kick with your legs. So we went round the reef, saw some really cool stuff.
What
I
did you
saw a honeycomb eel.
Why?
I saw a pikefish. Is it pikefish? No, not pikefish. What's the one where it's really skinny and long? Thornfish.
Motherfucker, his daughter
I can't remember.
Needlefish.
Maybe.
Needlefish.
wife doesn't
Lots of like really bright blue little fish. I saw something that was like going like this. I saw a seal faced puffer fish, and I saw a bear fish. To be honest, I didn't see anything else, but I saw a lot of fish.
So did you enjoy it in the end then?
So yeah, when I was going around with Keith, I was like, actually, this is really peaceful. I really like
Yeah,
it.
it's really peaceful down, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
And then in between doing the dives around the reef, we did some other things, so like swapping, using an alternate air source, swimming with an alternate air source, taking my thing out and then having to like come back around and find it. So the only thing I need to still do to be passed is my Caesar, but it wasn't deep enough to do it there.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But you had fun in the end though, didn't you?
I did have fun in the end, but like I'm not gonna lie, it was traumatic. I knew that learning to dive wasn't going to be easy for me though. Like I'm not an overly confident person in most things in life. Like I always pretty much assume something's going to go wrong or I'm going to be shit at something. Especially stuff like that. I'm just not. I can swim, but like I'm not like confident in the sea or with stuff like that.
No, of course.
I can't even jump off a boat without pegging my nose. So like everyone's got really cute pics of them like jumping in boats and stuff in Zante, and I'm like this on every single one of them, like Squidward, because I just can't do it
Well,
like that.
when it comes to diving, right? Well, actually, when it comes to life, and you can apply this today. I've got this saying, right? And you've got to find comfort in the chaos, right? And after you got in the sea and you did a few of those techniques, it was adjusting the headpiece, the goggles, getting in and out of the thing. You had your I can't remember what it's called, but the thing that like regulates the air.
Yeah.
That was behind you. You were really uncomfortable at that point, right?
Yeah.
You find a bit of comfort in the chaos.
Yeah.
You make logical decisions, and you get on with it. You get through it. Proud of you.
High five. No, wait.
Oh, for fuck's
Wait.
sake. Oh, okay, yeah.
That's what me and Keith have been doing all day.
Well, PP in a few days, and there's been some whale shark sightings in the area.
Yeah, we're going on Saturday. Really wants to see whale sharks. I'm not too.
Of course, who doesn't?
Me.
It's like an amazing opportunity. And he said there's 50-50 you might see a leopard shark. It is a season.
Are leopard sharks dangerous?
No, none of these sharks are dangerous. The most dangerous one's the black tip, but it's not big enough to look at you and think, oh, food.
Num nums.
I mean, we were literally
Num
with...
nums.
We were when we were in Marbella, there's black tips swimming around.
Yeah.
You see the big bastards. He saw us and was like, oh, fuck that. Well, I said
Yeah,
fuck.
no, that's, yeah,
Sorry, I said fuck.
no, you are allowed. Oh, but yeah, that has been our Thursday. When are we here till Sunday or Monday?
Sunday's going to be elephants. I
Yeah,
think we're leaving
Sunday
Monday, aren't we?
elephants.
Yeah. Ethical elephants.
Yeah, like I said, we are going diving again on Saturday, but like my camera was like hundreds of pounds, and you can buy things out here to put cameras and phones in and like take them down, but like I'm not putting my trust in it.
Watch Amy get eaten by a whale shark,
Stop it.
even though it doesn't eat humans.
That would be just my luck, to be honest. Yeah, and then
should we cut?
Yeah, we'll cut.
Yeah.
Then we're off to Kosovo, but you don't need to know that yet. So yeah, tonight guys, we're probably going to watch a film. Oh, we've got some truffle flavoured Lays. By the way, no, we're not in some kind of weird sex den, it's just our hotel room. It's got this cool LED lighting behind us.
Oh yeah.
Gorgeous, gorgeous girls. Thanks for being patient with me.
I was not patient with you, thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Okay, so good morning. There's a bit of a time hop between the last clip and when I'm filming now, because the last time I filmed was actually bang on a week ago. It's Thursday today, the last time I filmed was after I did my like diving day one of learning to dive last Thursday in Phuket. Bit of a change of scenery, we're now in Koh Samui. We're staying at the Silava D Spa Resort.
God save me from the crash, just so I can beat Pete Davidson's ass.
Dan had...
And my new bitch bad. Oh,
Dan had...
no Illuminati man.
Dan had a couple of Prosecco's this morning for breakfast. Yeah, we're staying at the
That was no
Silava
club.
Spa Resort. Really, really nice here. I've not done a room tour yet, but we're getting our room like cleaned up and stuff, and then we will. I'll show you all that because, yeah. So a bit of a time hop. So Thursday, obviously, I learnt to dive. You've seen what happened there. Friday, we kind of chilled and went out a bit. Saturday was our dive day. I'm going to put in some GoPro footage that Keith got for us. Obviously, Keith was our instructor.
Keith,
I'm a fully qualified diver, by the way, guys. I was fine on my dives. The worst part for me was actually getting in the water, like doing the step off the boat. Scared me. And then like the first, you know when you start letting the air out and you start going down? That scared me because I felt like I couldn't breathe even though I could because I've got my...
Yeah, it's an intense
but once,
sort of procedure once you start descending.
Once I was down there, I was fine. I was looking at my watch at some points and I was like 17, 18 metres down.
I personally think that was the worst thing for you to do, have that watch, because like...
Yeah, but I was just intrigued. It didn't scare me
exactly,
when I saw it.
But you count your... How do I say this? If you looked down and it said 22, you'd be like, oh my god, I'm too deep. So you shouldn't have had that. Anyway.
Yeah, but I think you have to when you're learning, because it was in all my theory stuff. Anyway.
True. I think it was quite deep water to like do your open dives.
So on my first dive, we were doing the like safety stuff at the end, but also I was getting ready to do my Caesar, which is basically where you have to take one deep breath in and then you can't breathe in, you just have to breathe out 6 meters up, and then at the top you're not allowed to use your regulator, you have to blow air into your BCD using your mouth. I did that fine, but when we were waiting to start doing that, Keith just started shaking me and I was like, oh my god, there's a great white shark coming to eat me. I'm gonna fucking die.
I'm looking at it and I'm seeing a grown ass man shaking my missus like this.
Yeah, and then I turned round and I'll put the footage in now. It was a whale shark, and like we both said it, they literally didn't eat. It doesn't look real. Like it actually doesn't look real. It looks like a robot. It was huge. I'll put the footage in so you can see. And you see a person swim towards it, that's Dan. I just stayed where Keith was because I was a bit like, I wasn't actually scared when I saw it. I just thought,
which surprised
oh
me.
My god. Like I didn't start panicking and trying to swim away or anything. Yeah, but they don't have teeth, do they? They literally just go up. Like it's
not even about the teeth though, is it? It's about like the sheer
fish, basically.
Like the sheer size of it. You'll see in the video me and like I'm 5'11", I'm not like a particularly slender guy. Like, compare me to, obviously I've got diving gear on, but compare me to it.
It was wild. We saw quite a few other things whilst we were down there. We did 3 dives around PP. I'll put like footage in so you can see like our little dive. I will also put the footage in of me jumping off the boat so you can see exactly what I mean about me panicking, because it's actually embarrassing. And we went diving yesterday in Qatar and I did the same thing again. I don't know what it is. I just can't. I struggle to get off the boat. I actually think I'd find it easy to roll backwards off it, you know.
The rolling backwards is actually a very different experience because you can't, you don't know what you're doing and you just need to roll back.
Yeah. So
but on the second dive, what did we see? What does this mean?
Turtle. We saw a massive turtle. Hawkbill turtle? Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah, yeah. No.
It was the biggest turtle I've ever seen, and I've seen some in Barbados.
Huge. loads of fish, loads of cool stuff. So we did 3 dives there, fully qualified now, all sorted. I've got my paddy card, which is hilarious. Like, I look like...
Let's give her a round of applause. Come on. She was kicking and screaming.
I actually really enjoyed it though. Like, I've actually genuinely found a new hobby. Like, I actually really enjoyed it. I will say I wouldn't want to do like an entire holiday of diving. I don't. Like, I'm not. It's not like my passion.
Yeah, you were done by the
but
last time.
I definitely enjoyed it. So yeah, so we did that on Saturday. Sunday rolled round. We went. Sunday was a bit eventful. We went down into Patong for the day because we were going to go see the elephants, but then I couldn't. I think I could have booked it actually. I think I just said, oh, there's one in Samui, we'll do it in Samui. Shock, it's actually closed in Samui, so we're going to have to come back and do it at another point. So no elephants in this video. I apologise, but we will come back and see them. So yeah, we went down into Patong, went to this place called Kangaroo Bar. Fully just going to name and shame the bar because we went there on Friday, we played dice, and it's really fun, it's really easy. You don't need to, like, I'm not a huge fan of playing like really hard card games and stuff because I can't concentrate on it. So we played dice there on Friday. We went back because on Bangla Road, it's a very intense road. If you've been, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, and there's not very many bars where you don't feel like, well, Dan in particular wouldn't feel like he's getting absolutely like pounced upon. Like, if you think about how men normally are with women on that road, it's literally like the opposite way round. But in Kangaroo Bar, the staff were all women, but like they weren't being, it wasn't like full on or weird or anything. So we went back there. Dan was playing dice. Now, if you've never played it before, it's not a game where there's a knack to it. It's literally luck. Like, there's nothing you can realistically do unless the game is like skewed and you've got weighted dice, in which case, but they were their dice, so if they are weighted, we don't know about it.
We swapped dice a few times.
Yeah, it's a case of luck. There's no... Unless people start cheating. Anyway...
Until I started winning.
Yeah, Dan kept winning. Then some of the girls were getting a bit annoyed, so people putting like extra dice in the thing, all that sort of stuff, which... whatever. So the whole thing was like, whoever wins buys the other person a shot, or...
Yeah. So what happened was, if you win, they give you a shot. Yeah. If they win, I buy them a shot. And I went on a bit of a lucky streak, and
it's quite the lucky streak.
Yeah, so I'd done 6 shots by this point. I think I'd paid for 1, but I'd done 6. So I'm not sure if they're getting grief from the manager or whatnot. Anyway, so they kept swapping girls from the bar to play me, and then in my sort of set, I thought, do you know what? Actually, let's just look at the dice, and I had 7 and the other person had 6.
Yeah.
So someone at one point, and I don't think it was the girl I was playing with at that time because she just walked over, had put a dice in there.
Yeah.
And I went, why are you cheating? She went, it wasn't me. And I'm like, it's not the point. Your team have been cheating. Anyway. So that was that. She was nice. I won dice again. Yeah, some of the staff were getting a bit like annoyed or whatever. So Dan, being Dan, like he doesn't want to fall out with people. So he was like, do you know what? He spoke to the manager because basically they've got like bells that you can ring, and if you ring the bell, it's 1,000
cool.
bar, and it's a shot for everyone in the bar. But it doesn't normally include the staff. So Dan spoke to the manager, Darren. He spoke to the manager and he said, look, I actually want these shots to go to the staff. So she agreed, but she said like it'll have to be a weaker shot, just like a cocktail shot because they are working. So she agreed to that, did that. You ended up ringing it twice, didn't you? So 2 rounds of shots. There was a guy from Norway in there who rang it as well. The night went on, whatever. We left, woke up the next morning, and Dan couldn't find his Starling card, which is basically like, it's a really good, if you're travelling, it's meant to be a good card to have because you don't get charged all the fees that like you would with like a standard, non-travel specific bank. The card wasn't there, and he said, look, I'll lock it, but let me just check first that there's been no transactions on it. I was sober, by the way. I had like a couple shots when the shots came round and stuff, but I'm not a big drinker. I'll do it once in a while, but like I don't want to spend my entire holiday missed out my brain. So I was like, do you know what, I'm not going to drink. So, plus we had a flight to catch the next day, so I was like, I'm not drinking loads. Checked it, and
there was a transaction of 10,000 baht made to Kangaroo Bar. Now, to put it into context, it's 1,000 baht for a full bar's worth.
There was like 25, 30 shots on that tray. But
like, there is nothing in there that Dan could have bought that was 10,000 baht. I watched him, he didn't ring the bell 10 times. Optimistic view on this could be it was an honest mistake that they've put an extra zero on the end if you did pay with your card.
Yeah.
But just based off the fact that the card is missing, it is a lot of money. It translates to about £250. So obviously Dan blocked his card, all that sort of stuff. The transaction was pending. He raised an investigation with Starling Bank. I'm just going to say this right now, do not bother with Starling Bank. I have had cards stolen before. I've always banked with Santander. Cards stolen, you know, sometimes even I've tried to do transactions and they've blocked it because they thought, hang on a minute, this is a bit not quite right. You know, all that sort of stuff, and they've blocked it straight away, all that sort of stuff. They've been amazing. Some of the transactions where my cards have been stolen, by the way, have literally been £2, but they've flagged up because it's at a weird hour of the morning where I don't normally use my card.
same with HSBC with me. Like, I'm not going to name her, but someone used my card for Deliveroo over a period of months, small amounts. Came up to about 200 quid. As soon as, literally the day I raised it with HSBC, money back into my account.
Yeah.
Right?
So he raised it with Starling. Bear in mind, the point of him raising it, it's a pending transaction. It's not gone through yet. So they've raised an investigation, and whilst their investigation is ongoing, the transaction's no longer pending. It's gone through, so that money's gone now. Starling have been absolutely useless. It's been 4 days, which I appreciate. Some banks may take longer, but like considering the experiences I've had with people like Santander, I just think this is a bit ridiculous, especially when it's £250. Like, it is a lot of money. It's not a little bit of money, that is a lot of money. £250 is a lot of money, let me make that very clear. So Starling Bank have been absolutely rubbish. The woman that befriended us in the bar, Pat, has since, and I believe she did this on Sunday when she left, which is why I do personally think she may have known about someone taking the card and spending the money on it, unfollowed us on Instagram, not responsive to any messages or anything like that. So just a warning, if you are going to Phuket, if you're going to go on Bangla Road, if you're going to go to Patong, I would avoid Kangaroo Bar. I have left them a Google review. We rarely will leave a bad review, but in a scenario like this where someone's taken £250, I'm sorry, you're going to get a bad review. But that's really the only downer. Monday, obviously Monday morning was a bit stressful because we were trying to sort all that out. Then we caught our flight to Koh Samui. That cost us about £70 each way. If you can get your domestic flights with Bangkok Airways, I definitely recommend it, because who we flew with from Bangkok to Krabi to go to PP charged us extra for baggage over 10 kg. Bangkok Airways, even domestic 20 kilograms is just included. So I definitely recommend flights with Bangkok Airways, because to be honest the price difference wasn't that much anyway. I think it worked out a little bit cheaper. They were about 70 quid. We got to Koh Samui, coolest airport ever, by the way. Like, it's literally tiny. The belt's outside. Like, you literally get off the plane, everything's outside, isn't it? Like, it's a tiny airport. It's really cool.
It's a very exotic airport, I'd say that.
I've never been anywhere like that before. We booked our transfer with the hotel. We may have potentially overpaid what we paid to a normal taxi, but when we got to Phuket airport, it was actually, no, not airport, they're like a pier thing, because we got a boat from PP to Phuket. It's actually a little bit stressful trying to get a taxi and stuff, so I just thought, even if I'm paying a couple, maybe like 100, 200 baht extra, it's worth it for just like a stress-free arrival.
It was stressful because I was trying to barter the price because they were taking the piss.
Yeah, they don't.
And you were like,
yeah, not a lot of.
I am sweating.
Yeah, not a lot of taxis have got me.
But we do have, whilst we were in Phuket, just to add, there was a guy. We're walking back up the hill. It was probably about a half a mile walk. And he said, do you want to ride? And I went, yeah. Got in, I went, how much do you owe you? He drops us back at the hotel. We went, don't want anything from you. And I went, give me your number and we will use you for our hotel transfer from Phuket to the Phuket airport. And if you want to put his details in, because lovely guy.
Yeah, I'll put his details in.
He's called Mr. Tom.
He was really, really good.
Everyone out here uses names that are like very like, you know, there's a guy here called M. Just M.
Yeah.
What's your name? M.
Yeah, so we got to Coachedbyav, got our transfer, got here. The hotel is really beautiful. Like I said, I will put a room tour in. And then the past couple of days, so Tuesday we didn't... What did we do on Tuesday? Oh, Tuesday I actually have some footage. We hired a moped and we drove up a bit. We went to the dive shop, which I've got footage for. Basically, I have vlogged Tuesday and yesterday, and I'm going to vlog again today, but the footage won't make sense without this clip being in here. So I'm just going to fill you in on it all first. So we hired a moped on Tuesday, went to the dive shop, all that sort of stuff, went to book our diving, all that sort of stuff. We also, bear in mind we've never driven a moped before. By the way, I have been warned about this on Instagram from a lovely girl this morning. If you are hiring a bike out here, just be, first of all, wear a helmet. Like, I know that
100%.
People think it's not cool, but like, I'm dead serious. Like, driving out here is actually it's a bit scarier than driving in Bradford. I'm not gonna lie, especially on your if you're on a moped and you've not driven one before. Please wear a helmet. If you come off that bike on the roads around here and you don't have a helmet on, I honestly dread to think what's gonna like. Please wear a helmet. You should be wearing a helmet anyway, but I know some people don't want to wear them because they don't think it looks cool.
It's not cool being dead, man.
It's not cool
having half your fucking shoulder missing. Can I swear?
Yeah, you can swear.
Half your fucking shoulder missing, right? And that's it. Okay. Anyway, can I?
Girl on Instagram has warned me that when she was here, she saw a lot of tourists getting pulled over by the Thai police for not having, basically, if they think you look like a tourist, they will try and pull you over, and apparently they will tell you, I don't know if it's true or not, I could be getting my stuff wrong here, but she said they'll tell you you need a bike licence, and if you don't have one, they will take money from you there and then on the spot, or try to do so. My uncle also did warn me about that. So if you are getting one, just to draw less attention to yourself, don't drive like an idiot. I will say the traffic signals in here, I've got no idea what they mean.
I just went through
very confusing.
every signal.
There's
I
red lights
through.
and people are just going, it must be different over here. If anyone knows what they mean, please comment them below to help people out.
What does a
there.
red forward arrow mean? What does that mean?
Maybe it means you can go. I don't know. It's very
It's
different.
red, though.
It's very different to the
Everyone's
UK.
going through, and I'm like,
So
onwards.
on the way back from the dive shop, we went to a place called Jungle Club. Dan can fill you in on this one.
okay. Actually, let's wind back a bit. Before we went to the dive shop, we were looking for another dive shop
Oh my god,
that
yeah.
wasn't
Didn't
so
exist
obvious.
anymore.
So we tried one called Calypso. It closed down. So then we tried one that I'd been in contact with. I think they've now moved to Qatar, and it literally took us into the tropics. There were wild dogs around, and we drove. The roads are like this, right, slimmer than Amy's waistline after she's had one of those contour massages. And we drove past this truck full of coconuts with the biggest monkeys I've
never
ever
seen
witnessed
monkeys up here
outside of a zoo. Okay?
Yeah, no, they were
Right?
big.
They were big.
By
Amy,
the way, as they should be in the wild. There's nothing wrong
of
with
course,
that.
no, 100%, right? But Amy almost crushed my rib cage. Okay, she was
I was
like,
scared.
"Damn those monkeys!" And I was like, I was thinking,
Do you know what? Fair enough.
yeah, fair enough. I looked at them, I thought, God, damn. Anyway, so we abandoned that, and then we're just like hurtling down the street, and eventually found a dive shop. Went for dinner with a guy that was going to potentially buy it. Very nice resort. It was called Karma Resort.
Oh, Karma Resort. Yeah,
Very
I
nice.
filmed some clips there.
If
so
you're an influencer,
you'll
go
see
there,
those.
take some pictures. Very nice statue rhino. Hold tight, Ellie. Oh, right, okay,
Yeah.
Jungle Club. Right, so we're looking for places in Samui because we thought we'll just have the moped for the day. And Jungle Club, panoramic views of Samui. So we sort of start driving, and the gradient goes from like this, and then it starts going like this. Now, I'm not sure if you know this about amyrookes, but she has a phobia of slopes. Okay. Now, she was bad enough
Broke
going
my
up
wrist
them.
when I was younger.
She's bad enough going up them, but she does not like coming down them. No. So the whole time we're going up, as scared as she is, she's just thinking, we're going to have to come down this. So we get up there, and the staff were a bit frosty.
They were quite rude, to be honest. We've not had many bad experiences out here with the people here. Everyone here has been lovely. I think Thailand's got a really beautiful culture, social etiquette, like amazing. But the staff up there were rude, and because I had basically had a panic attack on the way up, I was just thinking.
She did.
And all I could think about whilst I was up there was, we've got to go back down. I was just thinking, do you know what? This wasn't even worth it.
Yeah. So if you don't like slopes, don't go up there, right? Anyway, so we get to the top, park up. There's a fucking buffalo over there, huge.
Yeah.
She's like, what's that? Don't know. Let's run.
Yeah.
So we get there, and trying to get a nice table, and they're like, oh, it's raining. I'm like, yeah, it's going to stop raining. And do you know, like, it's a bit like, it was a little bit like being in a London club where they're like, oh, we've got this, wait here for a bit, and we might have a table for you. And then like 2 hours later, you're like, are you fucking kidding me? So we eventually sat down, and I was like, yeah, this is cool, this is cool. We go back down this hill, right? Now I've got both my hands on the brake. You okay, Amy? Yeah.
I hated it.
Yeah. I have never been squeezed that hard in my life, right? And I've had some jiu-jitsu training. We finally got down it, and I don't think until we got back, she was okay.
Yeah, no.
Like, probably multiple panic attacks. Obviously, I couldn't just stop and just pull over. Like, if you're on a moped and you just stop dead, it's going to go like that. So yeah, we came back. And then yesterday on the boat, went diving.
Yeah, we went diving in
What did we
Qatar.
see? What did we see?
Saw another whale shark, which we
See
don't have
whale
like
sharks?
footage of, but we do have a picture that someone else took, which I will put in. We went diving around Sail Rock, which is meant to be like the best dive site in the Gulf of Thailand. Personally, and it will depend like on literally what day you go, what hour you go, because the current changes, the visibility changes, everything changes. But based on when I did my dives, my experience, I definitely preferred my dives in PP. That's just my personal opinion.
As a diver, I'd say the two best dives we've done are Bead Knock, where we saw that first whale shark, because of the visibility.
Yeah.
And I'd say Sail Rock is number 2, that second dive we did, where we went round anti-clockwise.
Yeah.
No, sorry, clockwise, okay?
Yeah.
Anti-clockwise, there was a lot of current and stuff, and it was just it was quite overwhelming. I don't care. Amy, she's done a few dives. I mean, it's understandable.
I was already a bit thrown because on the first dive I wasn't weighted properly, and I was getting really frustrated because everyone was looking at me like, and I was like, there's no air left in my BCD, like there's nothing left to let out.
She's up those calories,
and
isn't
I just
she?
couldn't. I was
some
just
heavy ass squats up those cows, man. Do you know what? I'll write your training program. You'll sink like me.
I was just not going
But
down.
our instructor, dive master, okay, a dive master, guy called Hakan, lovely guy.
Really nice.
Turkish guy, lived in Egypt for 12 years. He was really attentive. Do you know what? We've actually been really lucky because we've had 2 amazing diving instructors. Keith, American
really
guy. I'm still talking to him now on the phone. Amazing.
I love Keith.
If it wasn't for Keith, she wouldn't have got in the water.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I
okay.
wouldn't
And Hakan, that second time, he was having a go at me. I dropped my fin on the first. So there's a 30-meter drop. I dropped my fin, right, and we're supposed to be buddies. So it's gone vroom. So I was like, fuck. Dove down like 10 meters to grab it. And he's looking at me like, why you leave your buddy? But underwater, right? Anyway. We like Hakan so much. He's actually on his way here at the moment. His wife's got a bad back.
Yeah, so Dan's gonna
yes.
Wait, room cleaning.
Come in. It's nice to be nice to people, isn't it? I'm not like saying I'm such a good guy. I have my moments, but they're coming over now. The diving instructors out here don't get paid a lot of money at all.
Yeah.
Keeps it
so
the same.
if you do go diving, I would recommend, if you can, do leave them a tip, because what they actually get from what you pay for your dive, it's not a lot.
Yeah.
Also leave a tip for the people that are working on the boats as well.
100%, 100%, right. And we paid Keith for his GoPro footage.
Yeah.
I had too many prosecco's for breakfast. and Hakan's coming over now to our resort with his wife, and we just said, let's spend half day with us, and I'm going to try and fix her back up as much as I can.
Yeah.
Amy's probably going to be like, fuck's sake, so spend all day with my boyfriend.
I mean, I kind of want to try and get 3 different kind of pictures today. And by that I don't mean 3 pictures, I mean like 3 different...
If Hakan shows up in one of those drop top like Jeeps, right, you're sorted. We'll ask him, he's local. Well, local now.
Yeah. So yeah, I will probably vlog a little bit today. I did vlog a little bit of our breakfast because the breakfast here are amazing.
Wow.
And I've showed you the menu and stuff. I did that yesterday morning before I went diving, so I'll put footage in now. So the footage will go like this. You will see us with the moped at Karma Resort on Tuesday. Then it will go into the breakfast before we went diving yesterday, and then it will continue into today. Hi guys.
What? Don't fall.
Damn. So we've just, where have we been? Karma Resort. Is this the Karma Resort? Let me show you because this is actually quite cool.
Oh mate, it's actually really nice.
Really nice. Like, look at this.
Point that way, to be honest.
So there's like a pool at the end and a sea behind it. The manager here is so nice. I'll get onto that story in a second.
He's proper southern as well,
is,
so I've gone really southern
he's
now.
from Essex, mate. Yeah, it's all like jungly. There's like a cute little... Yeah, it's nice here, isn't it?
They got the water, they got fish, look at that.
Fish. So yeah, where's this? Is this more like in Chaweng?
So we are like on the north coast of Koh Samui, and if I get up on the map, Beaufort. Beaufort. Norfolk. Between Minam and look, anyway, north part of Koh Samui.
Yeah, but we're here because we met what was his name? It was called Matt.
Yeah.
We met Matt outside a dive shop because he was looking to buy it because the person that owns it wasn't in. I don't even know if they can hear me now because the crickets are so loud. But yeah, we biked up here, which was slightly traumatic. As soon as we left our like hotel place, I'll show you our bike in a second. As soon as we left our hotel place, torrential rain, and we've like never been on a moped before, so that was a bit traumatic. We stopped off and then we've driven up. Guys, we've seen some shit. We went through like what?
The monkeys.
Yeah, we went through like a well, we were looking for a dive shop, but a lot of them have actually closed because COVID, there's been like no tourism, so they've shut their offices, but they're still like operating. We didn't realise that. So we went looking for it and we asked his mum, said, oh, dive shop, and he said, oh, down there. So we started going down this road, so many like huge stray dogs. And then this car came past, which now we know it's working monkeys. Like they take them round to get the coconuts.
Safety first.
They take them round to get the coconuts. But two, I mean, Dan, they were big, weren't they?
Mate, they were like the size of me.
Monkeys
They
at the
were
back of this truck,
big.
and I was like, nah, we need to turn around because I'm actually.
Shit
monkeys
herself.
look cute, guys, but like they're actually, they can be like they can really.
Oh
hurt
my
you,
god,
can't
yeah, they could bite. Yeah, these were the biggest monkeys I've seen outside of a cage.
So yeah, we've got our helmets on, and we are gonna moped back to the dive shop, hopefully book some dives to Katau. Also guys, look at this. I think I'm going to take these back to Nike. I mean, I got them last year, but this should not have happened. So this one's fine, it's just dirty. This one is like melted in my suitcase, which I think consumer rights means I can probably do something about this.
Let's get Harris on it.
Yeah, we'll have to Harris about that one. But yeah, we're gonna hop on the back. Actually, you know, you turn it round first. I don't like being on it when he turns it round. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I really.
Get on the back and hold me.
I find it scary because I can't drop my camera down.
You won't.
No, I will. Right, well, I'm gonna get on the moped now. Hi guys.
That's a diving shop. Oh, nice and tight, right? Change. Go on, son. Go on.
Foot down.
No. Sit down now. Right.
Right.
Yeah, do you want to hop off?
Oh.
Right, hop up.
over there. This is the dive shop we're going to. Hopefully someone is in there. Dive shop. Fins. BCG suits that I don't wear. I've just booked 2 dives. 2 dives somewhere that we're doing?
Yeah, 2 dives. We're going out to Sail Rock
in Cachao.
Which is just by Cachao, I think.
Whale sharks.
Wale sharks. More whale sharks, really. Rubbing it in now.
No.
But I said there's been a few in the area.
Yeah. Don't have to wear a wetsuit. I didn't wear a wetsuit the other day, as you will have seen.
Right. the less clothes you can wear, the happier you are.
But it's very warm water though.
Good morning!
It's too early. We've had like, I've probably had more early mornings this holiday than I've had in.
And you had hot meals.
Oh, maybe not, that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah, you have to eat about 4 fucking times a day. I've got to get more calories up.
Yeah, we're up, we've been up since like 6. And we're gonna go get breakfast before we go diving. Yes?
Yeah, I might have the caviar today.
But it's not too taxing because, as you just said, the breakfast is lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
No way. I'm going to have the lobster.
Yeah, you can get a lobster roll for breakfast. Get truffled eggs. I might try truffled eggs today.
You can have whatever the hell you want for breakfast.
You
can have a dolphin steak if you wanted. Jokes. Dolphins are friends, not food.
Yeah, the breakfast is excellent. I'll show you the menu. Because you can order from a menu, or you can have stuff off the buffet. They've got smoked salmon on the bloody buffet. I've never been anywhere where there was.
Jacuzzi broke last night.
Yeah, the jacuzzi broke. Dan was very happy.
Well, I was really in need of that jacuzzi.
I still haven't actually like filled them in on the past 4 days. I'm gonna have to do that at some point later.
We'll do that later.
Best friend. Ooh, you look with my brother and sister.
Get off now.
Right, it's breakfast time. Bye. Dan just brought me some watermelon.
That's a whilst you wait.
Whilst I wait for my food that I've ordered, I've got an orange juice. This is the view. Wait, it's not focused. From where we're sat, just over the pool. Well, one of the pools, and then the sea. This is the breakfast menu. So they're like the juices you can get. That's everything you can get on buffet. And then let me show you this. That's the interesting part. So this is everything that you can like order. So you've got smoked salmon eggs and caviar.
Sometimes I like to get the caviar with my morning breakfast.
Truffled scrambled
or
eggs.
Sometimes the lobster.
What have we ordered?
So this morning we went for, well, that's the same as yesterday. We went for this pad see ew. It's really not ew actually. It's actually yum. But essentially it's a small portion of these flat noodles with kale, I think, and chicken. We chose chicken because I don't really like, well, swine. I can take it or leave it. But actually, with that being said, we have gone for the marinated pork stews as well.
Yeah.
No rice because you don't want to get too carby. And I am enjoying a nice mimosa.
Mimosas. Yeah. Breakfast. Nom-noms. We're going for our final meal in Koh Samui. I'll show you our little...
The Last Supper.
I'll show you our little stroll. I'll probably film a little bit in the morning, to be honest, because I feel like I'm not really sure.
Fuck you now, it's not.
The irony, we're literally at some like spa resort. Dan's like the most loud, brash person ever.
I'm not brash.
No, sorry, just loud. It's that old jungly. I'll probably film like a little, more of a little like walk around thing in the morning, but yeah.
Can I just look loud and brash? Because I'm shouting, I'm shaking people, right? I'm just expressive.
Everywhere we go on these little buggies, so that's what we're starting.
That is a dog buggy.
A little buggy.
I almost flipped one of those in Portugal once when I was about 12 years old. Me and Phil. We didn't sell Dad.
I've tried to go for a wet hair look, but my hair's starting to dry and it's not working, but I've got my leave-in conditioner in my bag.
Do the same.
We need a nice picture, because the pictures I've got is literally just front camera selfies of me being like...
Oh, what, me and you?
Yeah, I've got loads of pictures of us from this holiday, and I was just like...
Too busy having a good time, mate.
Yeah, to be fair. Although Dan did get a pretty cool picture of me today, not gonna lie.
Hey, cool picture.
I've
About 20 cool pictures of you.
doing content is so much easier
When you have a fucking sick photographer
Yeah, but
with loads of ideas.
in hot sunny countries.
Look, I know you are the muse.
The muse.
Because you're mad.
I was just about the muse when you run Uncut Jams. Let me show you. Going through the trailer.
Okay, Colin McRae. You have no idea who Colin McRae is, do you?
I have no idea.
He's a rally driver.
We're nearly
Not screaming at happy hour.
where we're having dinner. It's on like the top of our place where we're staying. So we're overlooking the sea. We're going to be sat down here.
Happy hour.
Yeah, they've got a happy hour from 5 till 6. Well, don't get behind Dan, don't. I'll have a mango daiquiri. But yeah, we're going to sit down on one of these. I think we're sitting on that one. And have a nice little view and meal. It's our last meal. We've not really done many like bougie meals. I mean, it's still not bougie. Well, I mean, it looks bougie. It's a bit more expensive than other stuff, but it's still no more expensive than London, so yeah, I'm excited. This is where we're sitting. Not right at the end, but this little one here. Dad, not when I've got my camera in my hand. It's literally £400.
Was it? Oh god, because you can't afford that.
Well, I mean, it'd be a shame if I broke it and we lost all the holiday footage, wouldn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I was hoping we could go for a swim after, but it's not deep enough.
Huh?
Yeah.
You always went for a swim just there. What?
I know. So yeah, this is the view when we're sat down. That's my view for the night. Delicious. I think these are cool.
These are cool.
They're very cool. Yeah. Dinner vibes. So the food just came. We've got... Did you have some... Dan? Did you have some truffle?
Yes.
So we've got some truffle mash. Got some mushrooms. We've got an Australian T-bone steak with some peppercorn sauce and a chilli kind of worm. Truffle fries. I love that these are like even
Those are
branded.
proper truffle fries, though. Look at that.
Yeah, it's not like what you get at, you know, we won't name names. And then we've got some creamy spinach.
No names.
Daiquiris are
lose
coming
names.
thick and fast. And yeah, so we're gonna eat it. Yum. Okay, so that's Dan singing in the background. We are back from dinner. I think the last clip was actually our food. It was unreal, really good food. And just for context, that meal cost us £42 for like the food. That's very, very, very good value for money. In terms of the UK, for stuff like that, you're looking at paying like at least 60 quid, if not more, depending on where you go. Obviously, I normally eat in Leeds, so it's northern prices. It's a bit cheaper anyway, so I cannot fault this hotel at all. Had a bit too many mango daiquiris. I feel a bit sick. The food was lovely, but like loads of sweet cocktails and then like truffle fries, and we did ask them to put truffle in the mash as well. It's just a bit like, oof. We're gonna watch Ghost Ship. I think we have to check out the pay tomorrow, but I want to get up early because there's a couple more shots that I really want to try and get whilst I'm here. So I'm hoping if I get up early, I'll have time to do it, because we don't need to leave until 12:30, and then we'll be in Bangkok. You'll see that bit. I think I might need to split this vlog into 2. You'll know by the time that this goes up what I've decided to do. But yeah, I am pooped. I need some water. I just feel a bit sick. Like, mango daiquiris are delicious, but I've had like 4 or 5 and it's just a bit, do you know what I mean? So I've been putting Instagram stories up as well, which I might actually put in this vlog. Someone just messaged me saying Dan is the definition of chaotic energy, and to be honest, I couldn't agree more. He absolutely is. So yeah, I'm literally dead. I feel like as this vlog's gone on, my filler has gotten really quite swollen. I've absolutely loved my stay here. Like, oh, by the way, if you are in Koh Samui, there's a few dotted around, but at the end of the road where we've stayed, there is a Carwin's restaurant, Kawin. I saw a few when we were out on the moped, dotted around, so there's definitely more than one, but the one that we went to was obviously at the end of our road. We're at the Silavadi, so if you put that into Google Maps, you'll see where it is. Staff there, amazing. They gave us like free shots. We went there twice whilst we've been here, so we've had the majority of our evening meals there. Went there twice. The food is amazing. It's amazing value for money. Highly recommend. And if you do go, the crispy basil beef stir fry is amazing, and you get so much food for like 400 baht. It's really good value for money. And if you're not a drinker, which I'm not a big drinker, the smoothies and juices that they do are amazing. I had the glowing skin one, which was really good, and then I had the mango passion or mango sunrise one yesterday, which again was really good, but I actually don't recommend it because I forgot it was more of a smoothie than a juice, so it filled me up quite a bit. So then I did struggle a tiny bit with my actual meal, which was annoying because it was so good. But yeah, that's definitely another recommendation whilst you're here. Today, obviously, we've been for food, as you will have seen, and we also had Hakan and his partner come round. So Hakan was our diving instructor yesterday whilst we were in Koh Tao, and his girlfriend has got quite a bad back. Dan's in osteopath. If you don't know what an osteopath is, they kind of basically do the same thing as a chiropractor. So we asked at reception if they were allowed to come round and we could have them as guests, show them around, because like it's just a really nice zen place to be. Like the beach is private, you can't go there unless you're staying here. So we chilled with them for a few hours. Dan treated her. She said that her back felt a lot better. He kindly let me take a picture on his moped. I already really want to come back just to see him again, go diving with him again. If you are doing diving over this side, so like Koh Tao, Koh Samui side, Koh Phangan side, if you're going from Samui Diving Resort on Instagram, he's just lovely. Like, he's a really nice guy. He speaks like 4 languages, which is insane. Lived in Egypt for like 12 years. Super interesting. Like, you can ask him so many questions about diving. I think I will leave this vlog here for tonight now. I'm going to chill with Dan, watch a film, and then yeah, I will see you tomorrow, probably when we have checked out. Keep getting the same email again. Yes, good night. Okay, so as promised, we're going to do a room tour. We're literally just about to check out. It's actually Friday now, but we're going to go for a swim first. So we have a lovely bath, little candle. I think this has had wax smell on top of it, so it smells really nice. But this is the bath. Huge walk-in shower. That's my shampoo and conditioner, but they've got all the branded bottles there, which is lovely. Toilet, bidet, standard over here. His and hers sinks. I absolutely love these sinks. For me personally, when it comes to interior, I like a bit of more modern stuff, but I just think stuff like this is a lot more interesting to look at than a white marble, everything white thing. It breaks my heart that Molly May, for example, has just bought that beautiful house with really interesting interior, and it looks like she's going to rip it all out and put white stuff in, but each to their own, do you know what I mean? What's this? I've only just noticed. Oh, so there's actually a little blind here, just about to leave, and I've only just noticed that. So you can open this if you want to have a bit of natural lighting whilst you do your makeup. You've got that there. These lights, which I love, I think these are super cool. I am here. This bikini, by the way, is Misguided. I've had it for a few years. It's done me well. Yeah, I mean, it's done me well. I can't really complain. Very thongy in the back. The only thing is it like gapes like here, but we moved. Loads of little, again, branded, lovely little kits. So dental kits, comb, shaving kit, vanity kit, shower cap, sanitary bag, mouthwash. You come round here, big bed. The beds that we've had over here have been so big, I've loved it. I actually just love the colour of this room and these lights. Like, obviously I'm only 22 guys, I don't have my own home yet, but like this is a vibe to me. I way prefer this over like grey crushed velvet looks. I think it's a lot nicer. Bifolding doors into the bathroom. Love this concept. The wood, everything beautiful. TV here, towels, all our sunscreen ready to go because I need to pack that up. Yeah, need to make sure I put that in the right bag so I don't have to bin it. Over here we've had like fresh fruits, so we've had like dragon fruits, guavas. I don't know what these are, but they're delicious. They taste kind of like a cross between an apple and a pear. The sound system, that's the mosquito thing which we kept plugged in. Sanitizer spray, of course. Plates, chair with my bag on it. Bedside table, phone, all that sort of stuff over there. And then this has been our balcony. So we've had this little sofa area to sit on, which I think I filmed on the other day. Look at that. Literally unbelievable. So obviously, as you can see, these ones in front are like full-blown villas with like their own private pools, but to be honest, it would have been a bit of a waste to get one of those. It's more expensive, but still excellent value for money compared to anywhere else. Like I've stayed places like that in Greece and it was extortionate compared to what it would be here. But yeah, these are like all the little like individual villas. I just think they look really cool. And even being a bit further back, like the view's not ruined because these are just really cool. Drying rack here, table there, and then a big jacuzzi here which we've used a lot. We watched the sunset on it the other day. It's just, I mean, like you get the idea. Like we sit here and we literally watch the sun come up here because the sunrise has been like there. If I come back a bit, I mean, like just look at that. Like waking up to that every day has been unbelievable. It's the room tour. I'm gonna go and chill with Dan now, have a quick swim. We've got about an hour-ish to have a quick swim before we need to check out and leave, and then it's on to Bangkok for our final one night, but our flight isn't until like 3 AM on Sunday morning, so kind of 2 nights, but we've only got the hotel for 1 night, so we're just gonna have to ask them to hold our bags and whatever. Yeah, this has definitely been my favourite place that we've stayed, to be honest. I really loved PP, but I think Koh Samui's definitely topped it a little bit just because it's a bit bigger, a bit more to do here. Like I would go to PP again, but like there's not loads to do. There's like the boat excursions that you can do to like Maya Bay and stuff, but like we've done that now, if that makes sense. I would definitely stay on PP again, but if I was to come here and I wanted to base myself, if I had to choose one place that I've been to base myself for longer, definitely here. I think we've already said we're going to do a few nights here when we come back. Koh, we'll do Koh as well because we want to stay there for a bit. Koh Phangan, we want to do a full moon party there. We'll definitely stay more this side. But yeah, this hotel has been unreal. I think I've already said where we've stayed. It's been the Salavadi Pool Spa Resort. It was about £133 a night for what we've got, which has been insane value for money. Like I've stayed at the Langham in London and I've paid a ridiculous amount, like 3 to 4 times what I've paid here a night. I mean, the Langham is amazing, but like this is unbelievable. I've paid for everything, by the way. None of this has been an ad. I just want to give like some positive reviews to some places in Thailand, give some suggestions and stuff, because I know from speaking to people here, especially like diving centres and stuff, they've been so hard hit with COVID. Like they rely a lot on tourism, and because of COVID and even still at the moment, like it's quite anxious coming here for a lot of people because there's still quite a few restrictions. But our dive instructor did say that in June they're looking to lift most of the restrictions, so if you're looking to come, maybe book something for June, because I think you will have a lot less restrictions on you when you come then. But yeah, this place has been insane, literally insane, and I feel really, really lucky that I've been able to come here. This to me this is a once in a lifetime trip. Like, I know I've said I'll come back, but like this could very well be a once in a lifetime trip for me to be able to have the time to do this, and I'm just super grateful. I've really loved it. If you can come to Thailand, 100% come. I'm making it sound like this is the end of the vlog. It's really not, but if you are coming and you are coming to Koh Samui, if you've got, you know, a little bit more money, like I said, it's £133 a night. It is a lot of money, I'm not negating that, but for what you get, the value for money is insane. So if you can, if it's within your budget, I would 100% recommend staying here. We've got a private beach, all that sort of stuff. But like, I'm going to go join down at the pool now, and I will 100% take you on a little tour as I walk down there. So yeah, this is our view as soon as we come out. That's been our room. 311, we've stayed at the front. This is like the other side. So like the most of the resort is down this way. But yeah, look at that. It's like the jungle. So we come out of our room, and then this is a little walk down to the pool area. You can get a buggy down here, but to be honest, it's not far to walk. It's very steep round here though, so like you might want to bear that in mind if you've got like older relatives maybe that you'd want to bring. But to be honest, you can buggy around, so it doesn't matter too much. Look at the sea. Oh, it's so pretty here. I'm obsessed. I already can't wait to come back. Definitely going to stay here again and go see our new friend Hakan, our dive instructor, because he's just so nice. Such an interesting guy as well. There he is. I've found him. So this is our like pool area here. Look at him. It might go a bit windy, so I don't know if you'll be able to hear me, because we are right on the coast. But yeah, hello. It's very like, it's very small and like boutique-y here. Did you actually genuinely just fall? Was that for show?
Yeah, for sure, but I did actually slip in earlier. Got it on.
So yeah, they've got these like jacuzzi, yeah, they've got these like jacuzzi bed things, and then that's the private beach down there, in jungle.
I'm gonna go on the beach tomorrow.
Yes, it bubbles. I think I'm going to get in and have a dip because I'm literally sweating. It's like 32 degrees. But yeah, I might walk down there after just before we check out. It is, yeah. We're leaving Koh Samui, we're at the airport, but it's just come to me as I went for a pre-flight week that I feel like I should show you this airport. Oh my god, my tripod's magnetic, I didn't even know. Obviously I'm in airports, it's really meant to film and stuff, but like, it's all outside. Yeah, we did Tai Chi the other morning. Dan thinks he's a pro.
Look at that pussy.
Oh, they're actually really cute. Oh, look at them. Hello. Oh, it's got red eyes. That's a bit scary. Wait, is our gate not there? Gate 1. Do we need to go? But yeah, it's all outdoors. Like, look at that cute little bar. Super cheap as well. No airport prices over here.
Like proper cheap, mate.
And yeah, this is our gate. I'll show you the plane when I get on it.
100 for a shag.
Scary. This is the runway. Like, it's tiny. We're getting on a little bus. So we've just got to our hotel in Bangkok. We're staying at the Banyan Tree. So we've got a big ass sofa area here, a little fruit bowl. There's dragon fruit there, which I'll definitely be in because it's my newfound obsession. This is our view, which is really, really nice. So when we were in Bangkok last time, we were kind of like over the other side, I think. I don't know. I think that's Lumpini Park. So I feel like, yeah, we were over the other side. Yeah, we were over there, and then our view was more of the park. This is more of like a city and park view, but I mean, it's very nice. Like,
I think we were in that hotel actually. That was the same hotel.
that is the view. We've got a TV here. Lots of like tea, coffee, all that good stuff. Dan's got a nice little desk area to work from. Then we've got our bedroom, so we've got another TV there, another big window here, again really nice view, little seated area, little bed area. I really like how this is lit, like not, well it is lit above but it's also lit like here. I just think this is really nice. Bedside tables, all that jazz. And then we've got the bathroom, which is probably, I mean, I'm just looking for a good bathroom. A bathroom would be like a breaking point for me for buying a house. So this is like a shower, that's just like a little walk-in one. Toilet again is concealed like it was in the other hotel we stayed in. Towels and stuff are here, got a nice little shelf here to put stuff on there. Biggest bath I've probably ever seen, just in terms of like the sheer like thickness of this bath, and it's got a nice little headrest there. We are only here one night, but like I feel like it's a bit criminal if I don't use this bath, just because it is so big and it's on like a ledge with like a rail in case you need help just getting in and out. Massive mirror here, like there, mirror, sinks. These sinks are pretty cool because it goes like this underneath. His and her sinks again. So little face towels, little drawers with like vanity kits and stuff in. Water, hairdryer, what's in here? And a box of tissues. So yeah, that's the room tour. Dan wants me 1 second. We can also see the pool from up here. I won't film too much because I don't want to be that weirdo hanging out of a window with a fucking camera at people with a pool. This is my lovely Daniel Stottsville. I think we might go in the pool. It is like 5:30 though. 100%. So yeah, we're only here for a night, so we may as well make the most of it. Pool, and then probably some food because I'm not gonna lie, I'm absolutely starving. But yeah, it's really nice in here. It's definitely
yeah, that must be some good
definitely the plushest. Definitely, it's giving me like Langham old vibes. Do you know what I mean? Like you can tell that this has been a. Do you know what I mean? I don't mean that in a bad way either.
You can tell it's an established hotel, and there's a certain class to the lobby area, to the people here. Not like me with my painted black toenails, walking through with my Palm Angels.
We stick out like a sore thumb.
Stick out like a black.
I like doing that though. I think it's funny. Oh, careful! Got up for dinner, so I need to be very quick. But I just need to show you how like fucking busy it is here at night. Like if you think London is big and busy, this is insane. It's hard to see because of the reflection and stuff, but yeah, we're gonna go for a meal on the river and then probably come back and get changed in something a little bit nicer than this. I look like I want to play tennis, and go and have a drink up at the Sky Bar. Maybe get a cute couple pic because we don't really have one yet. Dan repping Alpha Elite, as always, when I can. Yeah,
you know,
goodbye.
I've just got a one quick question. On?
Do I say off when it is on?
Or
I think without.
off?
Yeah, it's a bit distracting. Doesn't really go with the red. On its own though, perfect. Why don't you just wear it on its own?
Alright.
Right, we need to go. Goodbye. Even know if you're going to be able to hear because it's noisy as hell, but we are. Oh, something's just gone on my leg. I don't know what that was. We're walking to where we're going to go for food. I feel like now that we're on the ground, you can see how fucking busy everything is. It's very busy.
That right there is the Shangri-La Hotel.
Alright, that's the. What is it?
The Shangri-La.
Wow, that's big. It's big. Is that where?
That's right.
Yeah, and that's where. So basically,
Hangover was filmed.
at the top of there is where Sky Bar is, which is the rooftop bar from the Hangover film. If you've seen it, great films. It's still so hot. I'm going to put my camera away in my bag, but yeah, just thought I would show you how busy it is. Good morning, well, nearly good afternoon, it's like 12 PM, so we need to check out. We're checking out of Bangkok, well, we're checking out of our hotel. Our flight isn't until like 2:05 in the morning, so we've got like a
Oh, spam me cock.
I knew you were going to do that. At first I was like, but then I knew. We've basically got 12 hours to fanny around, but we'll definitely go to the airport quite a bit earlier because I've got quite a bit of work that I need to get done, and the Wi-Fi here, not gonna lie, for like how expensive this hotel is, the Wi-Fi is terrible here. And I feel like this is quite a business-oriented hotel as well. I feel like they'll get a lot of business clients here.
Business.
So I'm quite... Are you taking the piss out of my liners?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever sat in a hot tub with the air blower directly over your arsehole? Not in a sexualised way, just having a good time.
I don't know. I'll leave. Tell you what.
Unbeknown to everyone else in the...
I'll leave that clip in, and the people can let me know if they've ever done that.
Unbeknown to everyone else in the hot tub, and you're just there, just like, you know.
Oh, of course. So, yeah. I mean, if we do any interesting exploring today, I'll show you. But I think we're going to try to do a bit of shopping. I need to get presents. I think Dan thinks it's a little bit strange that I get presents for people on holiday.
Why the hell do you get presents for
always
every
done
single
it.
person in your family?
No,
like
no.
Your mum, your dad, your second cousin twice removed.
I don't.
Do you know what I mean? Your dead goldfish. You get presents for the lot of them.
Mum, dad, sister, niece and nephew. That's it. Oh, and my uncle, but he wants stock cubes. Like, he wants stock cubes. It's not a difficult present for me to get.
Do you know what I think?
So I'm gonna do
I
it.
just think, right?
One last Bangkok view. One last Bangkok view. If you get what?
If you want to get your family a present, do you know what I mean? Like a single present from your trip to Thailand, I think that's cool, that's very normal, that's nice, but like, you treat it like it's Christmas. I don't know. Maybe I'm stingy. More money to spend on me though.
Nice sunglasses.
Look at Lumpini Park over there.
Lovely. Gorge, mate. Gorge. We're off.
We're off.
We're off. So we've come to the shopping mall. Everything's massive in here.
Oh,
it's
here we
almost
go.
like a little expo.
Here we go. Fashion, lifestyle, men's fashion number 1 and 2.
This is everything they've got.
Oh look, they've got a prayer room.
There's so much food in here, by the way. It smells unreal, doesn't it?
I don't know, I can't smell anything, I've got COVID.
Sure.
No, I'm joking, I've got a mask.
So where are we going to go?
I think we start off on international fashion.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we're here at the moment,
Yeah.
or here. So we're your upper floor.
Yeah.
Here. Here.
Yeah.
I'm not really too bothered about fitness, entertainment, kids, technology or sports.
I mean, we can have a
a
look.
fashion accessory.
Maybe
men's.
look at technology. Come to Starbucks because, like Dan said, there's always time for a Starbucks. Dan, what did you get? Salted caramel, cold brew with cold foam. With
It's all about
nitro. It's a nitro.
the nitro.
I don't actually know what this is. It's like a mango peach jelly thing, but it is plant-based, so this cold foam thing is vegan. So
Also, these
can have it.
can I sip this? Can I just press that in?
press it in.
Oh no, I've got the foam finger.
Try it. I want to see if you like it.
Tell you what, in future, I'm going to make more time for Starbucks.
Is it nice?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Do you want to have a little sip-ins of that?
Yeah, one second.
Go on.
I can't bloody... I think this is what I had in the Qatar airport. You know when he was like, oh, put this in it, it's nicer. I think this is what it may have been. Yeah, that is good to be fair. This tastes like shit, doesn't it?
That sounds weird. It's got a bit of jelly
God's sake.
stuck in.
Yeah, it's like a mango peach.
I'll tell you what, we'll drink half.
Right, okay.
It's all right.
No, at first it tastes like a pond, but then it's actually quite
It's got
nice.
layers to it.
So it's got like jelly bits in the bottom. It's kind of like what's it called? Bubble tea.
Did you just say bubble tea? You got old man bubble tea in it.
So said bubble tea.
Yo, we on a bubble thing out here.
This is actually nice. I've changed my mind. I like this.
Are you excited for Zara?
Yes.
Do you remember when I was doing that emotive dance in the hotel room and I ripped my Calvin Kleins and you said, well, you promised me, and you were looking me at the eye at the time, you promised me some new pants. Well,
It's a Calvin Klein.
hold.
And you know what they say. No Calvin Klein. No 69.
I was about to say no 10,000 bar fine, but
Okay, I've got jelly stuck in the bottom of this. I'm going to drink it. It is nice though. I wish we had more interesting stuff in England. We literally get shaken espressos. That's as interesting as it gets.
yeah, but
I think it's nice.
yeah, but we got some really cool culture in England, don't we? Like everything's red.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
like
top.
phone boxes and buses.
Oh, this
and
has
beef
got green
eaters.
tea in it. That's why it tastes pondy. Right, I'm going to go drink this. I do not know who started the vicious rumour that this was the OG material, but it is not. I can't believe I'm saying this again, but I'm saying it again. I've got another Alpha. I feel like every time my packages come, Dan's like, seriously? And I'm like, yeah, seriously. This launch is definitely more up my street because the launch is basically Amplify. There's a few like infinity pieces which will be included in this video, but the star of the show here is Amplify and in solid colours. I personally was not a fan of the ombre particularly, and I also wasn't a fan of the material of the ombre. The good news is, I'm just gonna spoiler alert, this material is completely different to the ombre material, so good news for anyone who didn't like that material or was put off by the videos about it. Bad news for anyone who really, really loved that material and it's their favourite material, because this is not the same as the Here Comes the Sun material. So the launch is this Saturday, so May the 7th, 12 PM CST, which is 6 PM UK time. If you have been watching my videos for a while, you will know I do have a support code with Alpha Elite, which is just Amy. You can pop it in at the checkout if you found this video useful, if you follow me on Instagram and you found my Instagram stories helpful, whatever. If you want to support me, basically, my support code is Amy. It basically helps to better my relationship with Alpha Elite. It means that I can keep working with them. So if you do have a favourite affiliate, a favourite athlete with Alpha Elite, my eye's touching because I got to put the crack of dawn. Definitely make sure that you are using their codes, because that is the only way that people get to carry on working with the brand. First of all, one thing that I just want to say really, really quickly, because I was having a conversation with a girl on Instagram about this just before I was filming this video, because, spoiler alert, the chocolate colour, there's quite a lot of issues with the ones that I have. But what we were talking about was skin tone. And I think this highlights something that I know Bailey's spoken about it, I've spoken about it. I know Gabby's spoken about it multiple times. There is definitely other athletes and affiliates who have spoken about it, but the issue with having so many white influencers, like very like light-skinned influencers, and not really anyone, I could be wrong, but I don't think they have anyone currently as a woman who is very, very, very dark skinned. I'll explain more later in the video, but for example, the chocolate colour looks very, very, very sheer on me because the chocolate colour is like tights. Like it's literally like a low, is it low denier or high denier when it's sheer? Whichever one it is, they are like that version of tights but in legging form, in the chocolate colour in particular. And I was saying, like, you know, if I had a darker skin tone, this colour might actually be okay with me, because the contrast between my actual skin tone through the leggings and the legging themselves would kind of balance out and it wouldn't look as sheer. But people aren't going to know that because they can't see it on that skin tone before the launch. And to be honest, the same goes for the opposite way around. There will be light colours who, like white Caucasian girls, will be like, yeah, it's completely like not see-through at all, but it's just because the contrast between our skin, you know, it doesn't contrast as much, so you can't see it as much. Does that make sense? So that conversation definitely, well, it didn't open my eyes because I already know, like, no doubt about it, Alpha Elite need to do better, both in terms of the sizing range that they have, in terms of who they have as affiliates, athletes, in terms of getting like a way broader range of people of colour, because it's very, very, very niched at the moment. It's hard to buy something if you don't know what it's going to look like on you, and like some of these would sell way better if people of colour, people with dark complexions, people who are bigger in size, smaller in size, whatever, different body shape to like the body shape that pretty much every single person that works with them has, could actually see what this stuff looks like on them, and like there would be a way wider variety of opinions. Like I've said, with like the chocolate colour leggings or with like the lighter colour leggings, you'd get a way like wider range of opinions. And there's two other things on this that I just wanted to go over really quick. So I feel like in the fitness industry in general, when brands go for like plus size female models, they still like, all their models basically go on a sliding scale from like an extra small to like an extra large, but they've all got like hourglass figures. Like there's not much representation for people who maybe don't have like a snatched waist or don't have like huge glutes. But also men, like men are so left out of like this inclusivity movement in terms of body type in the fitness industry, because I am yet to see, and I would love for someone to give me some examples if I am wrong on this, but I'm yet to see any of the brands who have come through social media, come through Instagram, have men with normal looking bodies. Like I've not seen any, like I rarely see. It's becoming more and more common to see like, you know, a wider size range of women in adverts for like fitness stuff, which is amazing, but like I feel like men just don't get that, and it's very, very, very hard for men. There's a lot of issues with things like bigorexia, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I did want to touch on that just based off the conversation I had on Instagram earlier. I'm definitely not the only person to speak about this. Like I said, I know Bailey's spoken about it, I know Gabby's spoken about it multiple times, and I am pretty sure I have been sent links of other people talking about it as well. In short, Alpha Elite, if anyone from Alpha Elite is watching this, we want to see wider range of sizes represented in models, affiliates, athletes, for both men and women, and not just one body type for women, not just one shape in different sizes. We also want to see a wider variety of skin tones. We want to see some beautiful dark skinned people, women in particular. It will make people feel so much more included in the brand, but also it will really boost people's confidence in buying stuff. If they can see what a colour is going to look like on their skin tone, they are going to be more likely to buy it, because they might see it on us and think, I actually really don't like that colour. But if you had an affiliate, for example, with a way darker skin tone, really beautiful like deep skin tone, they might see it on someone who looks like them and be like, actually I love that colour. Just some food for thought. And I absolutely fucking love that like people with way bigger platforms than mine are speaking about this, because all these girls pull in way more sales, they've got like a way bigger following, they've probably got a lot more pull than little old Amy from Bradford. But I just think the more of us that speak about it, the better. So I feel like apply the pressure, do you know what I mean? That's that. To get into the haul, I'm going to put everything on the screen that is launching. Throughout this video, I will also be popping some clips in, just because sometimes when I like sit down and explain the differences between, you know, new and old, and I try hold things up and stuff, it just gets confusing. So I started doing more like extra additional clips to slot in. They might just pop up on the screen where they don't even make sense if I've not introduced it. But yeah, I'm pretty much going to try and cover most things in this video. If there's anything that I have not covered, feel free to comment down below and ask me a question, or check my Instagram, because I will be making a highlight today. I'm answering DMs all the time on there. I answer every single DM. So we're going to go over Amplify first. I will pop in some clips as I go through the items of like the more laid over each other to show you the difference between sizes. I've got some extra smalls, I've got some smalls, show you any differences in lengths, differences in waistbands, comparison to old biker shorts, because praise fucking Jesus, hallelujah, they brought the biker shorts back. If you need like a gym item that is going to make your arse look banging, even if your bunda is not bundering, it's the biker shorts. I have lent this to friends, I've seen it on people who have smaller glutes, and it just, forget the shorter shorts, even though I love the shorter shorts, forget the leggings. If you need something and you're like comfortable in shorts and you want something that's really going to make your glutes pop, it's the biker shorts rolled up. It's the biker shorts rolled up. And if you really can't deal with extra fabric, it's the short shorts. For reference, sizing, all that pizzazzle. I am a 32 double D bra size, fake boobs, so take everything I say about support with a pinch of salt, although there is only one bra, so I won't talk about it loads. I'm squinting because the sun has come out. Waist about 24, not 100% sure. Glutes around 39 at the biggest point. I'm 5'6". I am pretty much all torso and thigh. Everything else on me is quite short. The inside of my leg is 28 inches. So Amplify, I'm not gonna like, I really don't want to go over like the details of the leggings again, but I just feel like I'm gonna have to, because there might be some people watching this video who've never bought a pair of Amplify before in their life. So the main details of Amplify, and it's the same on every single item, all these items are just a different length. So these are the short shorts, but the new short shorts, so these are a 4.5 inch inseam, and as I've picked them up I may as well bloody go over these first. So main details, and this is the same across all the bottoms, like I've just said. You've got a tiered waistband, low compression, medium compression, high compression. It basically goes like this. It's like you're wearing Skims, it's like you're wearing shapewear. It's giving waist, it's giving ratios, it's a very, very, very flattering waistband. I'm not going to lie, I've said this since they launched Amplify. They smashed it in terms of the waistband on these. I feel like I've seen other brands try to replicate it, and it's just, it doesn't hit quite the same. Also have a mesh panel down the side. It's not like super see-through, but I think I've done it in one of the try-on clips. It's definitely the most sheer part of all the bottoms. Like the mesh panel is also the most delicate part as well. It's the most prone part of the leggings to pilling. It's the most delicate part. Do not pull up the leggings by the mesh paneling. You are going to put a hole in the mesh paneling, especially if you've got nails. Pull it up by the leg. And then you have got the bum scrunch on the back, which this is actually a little bit different, so I will pop in a clip talking about that, because the scrunch has changed slightly in terms of the thickness, the length of it. But I will say now, for me personally, the scrunch changing has not impacted, you know, how much it goes up my bum, you know, how flattering it is, how like booty flattering it is. It's not personally changed that for me. However, I have seen the new scrunch on people with smaller glutes, and I mean, I'm no Kim K, I'm not saying I've got like a massive ass, but I've seen it on people with smaller glutes, and if you are someone with smaller glutes, this scrunch is definitely more, or even just someone where your bum doesn't like suck up the leggings, or you don't like to like pull the leggings up the crack of your bum, the scrunch is definitely more noticeable. When Amplify first dropped that beautiful Black Friday in like 2020, that was the best Black Friday that I've seen Alphalete ever do. That was such a good Black Friday. The drop was incredible. I said in that video, and it was true because you could see it in the try-on clips, even if I tried to pull the material out of my bum cheeks, it wasn't going to stay out my bum cheeks. Like, the scrunch did. It was the first scrunch I'd ever tried where it doesn't just look like a weird line on the back of your leggings or your shorts. It actually, like, was a proper scrunch bum. Like, it went up there, it was well hidden. These are definitely not the same in terms of, like, it just does the thing. I definitely found that I needed to manoeuvre the scrunch a little bit more, but once I had, it wasn't any more noticeable on me. But like I said, people with smaller glutes or people that, you know, don't want to like wear it up there, it won't just naturally pull in as much with this new scrunch, in my opinion. And it definitely is more noticeable if you don't have bigger glutes, this scrunch. I mean, it's a prime example of if it's not broken, don't fix it. I feel like they made the scrunch thicker and they changed it to probably make it more durable because people have had it ripping. But like, I have got Amplify from 2020 that I still wear on a regular basis. I have not had one of my scrunches rip. For me, in my opinion, I don't think they needed to make this scrunch any like thicker or longer. It's not a deal breaker for me because it doesn't really change how they fit me, but it's definitely worth bearing in mind if you are smaller in the glute region. I had to take a pause there because the sun was just way too strong. Colours wise, in this drop, the only colour that I don't have is black, and I've not actually seen anyone with black, which makes me think they don't have it in yet. But they've not said that they're not launching it, so I think it should come in this week and they're going to launch it at the weekend like they've promised. But I will keep you updated on that, just because I have noticed that literally no one has anything in black. Anyway, so the colours that I've got every other colour basically other than the black. So I've got the Storm Grey. Colour comparisons on my Instagram, by the way, at amyrookes. I've got the Scarlet colour, which, if I hold it up like this, that is a true representation of the colour. It is a ruby red, it is a blood red, it's a bright, deep red. It's not like a fire engine red, but it's like a bright, deep red. It's not like Bordeaux, I don't know how you say that word. It's not like Bordeaux where it had kind of like a, it wasn't really bright at all, it was like a true deep red. This is a bright, deep red, if that makes sense. In terms of like the Storm Grey colour as well, again, like I've said, colour comparisons on my Instagram, but I would describe this as a mushroomy grey. It's got like browny, purplish undertones, but it's very much grey. I'll put it next to colours like Viola and stuff on my Instagram so that you can kind of see what I mean. But like a mushroom grey is, in my opinion, like the perfect way to describe this colour. We then have Pure Blue, which is like a, it's not well, it's, this is what that colour looks like. It is not the same as any colour that has dropped before. I did think it was going to be like the exact same as Rainfall when I saw it on pictures and stuff, but in real life it's not the same colour as Rainfall. Probably more similar, but definitely not the same. And then you have Chocolate, which is like a very, very dark brown. Like it's almost, I've got a black top on, so you can see just how dark of a brown it is. It's way darker than Mocha. Personally, I would like to see something in between Mocha and Chocolate. I thought this was going to be a little bit lighter. I still really like the colour, but just something to be aware of. So I have got all of the short shorts in a size extra small, and obviously these are the updated short, so obviously I'll put like comparison clips in and all that sort of stuff. But I've now got a 4.5 inch inseam, so they are longer than the original short shorts. If you put these on like I have in the try on clip and you don't roll them up at all, they are basically the length that I would roll the biker shorts up to. But short shorts roll way more than the bikers, so they're not going to stay that length throughout your workout. They will ride up. For me personally, I would still wear these like hiked up slightly, because I just feel like they look a bit weird from the, I don't know, I kind of like the look of the extra material on the bikers. So I still like hike mine up a little bit, but it's nice to have that option of having a little bit of an extra inch. I personally find that the extra length has made these a lot more flattering, in my opinion, than the short shorts. I definitely prefer these. I thought it was going to be a case of if it's not broken, don't fix it, but like, no, this is definitely way more flattering in my personal opinion. I know that not everyone will hold that opinion, like shorter people, for example, like a girl DM'd me on Instagram and said that the short shorts were already a bit too long, so she's quite upset they've changed it. So hopefully they can have like all the lengths and they've not just completely got rid of the shorter ones. But to show you the difference between all three shorts, these are the original short shorts, these are the new longer ones. By the way, this is the new storm grey colour. I'm pretty sure this is medium grey, 99.99% sure. It might be thundercloud because I actually get the two mixed up all the time because they're very similar. But I will try and double check. I think there's like a serial code on there that I can check. So this is how they look lined up. That's the difference between all three of the shorts. If you look at the old compared to the new, there's a couple differences with the shorts. So the branding's slightly different now. It's more like squished and spread out, whereas it used to be like a bit bigger and a bit blockier. I definitely prefer the new one. Actually, I definitely prefer how this looks, but that's just something to note. So the differences are, obviously I've lined the waistbands up from the bottom. The waistband on the new ones are slightly taller, and as you can see as well, these are both a size extra small, and the new ones are running a little bit bigger. But just do be aware that I do feel that the waistband, especially on the grey colours, does definitely run a little bit bigger. It's still like compressive and it still shapes you nicely. It's actually a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, these are both a size extra small, so just for reference there. And then the other thing that I wanted to show you is, and this is the same for all of the bottoms, so like bikers, everything, it's the same. This is the old scrunch, this is a new one. The new one is way longer, and as you'll see on the old one, this is unattached, but there's no like panel there, whereas on the new one, all my bottoms are unattached, but it's almost like there's a panel here at the bottom. Again, I've not noticed like a difference in what it does, but it's definitely worth noting. It looks like it pulls down a little bit more at the top, and like the thickness of the scrunch itself is definitely thicker. So yeah, that's the difference between the old scrunch and the new scrunch, and this is consistent across all my pairs. Like if you look at the biker short, it's the same again. It's a thicker scrunch, it's a longer scrunch, and it's got this little panel at the bottom. So yeah, like I've said in the video, it's more of an impact on people who maybe have smaller glutes or like don't, you know, find that they don't need to. So yeah, like I've said in the rest of the video, that is the difference between the scrunch, and it didn't make a huge difference for me, but it definitely made a difference and does make a difference on people that I've seen with smaller glutes. This scrunch looks more noticeable. It's not as like just doing the purpose scrunch as it used to be, if that makes sense. Like it's now noticeable as well. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like it used to just hike them up between your bum cheeks, and now you can actually see this at like the top. It's like it comes up a bit higher. But yeah, old scrunch, new scrunch, old branding, new branding. Okay, so in terms of the short shorts from this drop, the lengths are all pretty consistent. Waistband size, weirdly I thought Scarlet would be the smallest because it definitely fits the tightest, but I think it's just because Scarlet has the least stretch, whereas Pure Blue is definitely like as stretchy as like chocolate, if not like a tiny bit less. But yeah, so as I did suspect from putting them on, the Storm Grey and Chocolate are like the exact same. They definitely fit a little bit bigger in the waist. Then the Scarlet colour is slightly snugger, but this has less stretch, so it definitely fits tighter. And the Pure Blue actually has the smallest waistband on here. I'll just show you the scrunchies on the short shorts, consistent across all of them. So you've got this like little panel bit here. Yeah, scrunchies are consistent. They're all a bit thicker. They're all a bit longer. All the same on the new short shorts that I have. The scrunchies all look the exact same. But for anyone who sized up, for example, for extra length in the old shorts, you don't need to do that with these ones. You can just go with your true size, which brings me on to sizing. I wear a size extra small in all the colours that I'm holding up currently. So the Pia Blue, the Storm Grey and the chocolate colour, an extra small is fine. I personally would not need to size up in any of these. These all feel completely fine. However, the Scarlet, and this is true for like these shorts and the legging version, the Scarlet is very, 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 very tight. It definitely runs tight, and I think in both the leggings and the shorts, the leggings in particular, the shorts are a little bit more comfortable in a size extra small, but the leggings in particular, they fit way, 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 way tighter. So if you are between sizes, you definitely need to go with that size up. I would say for shorts in general, if you don't want them to pinch in, take the size up if you're between sizes, because if you go with the smaller size, they will pinch in. And also, not all of these colours are squat proof, so that is something to bear in mind as well. If you're concerned about sheerness in between sizes, always take the size up. What I will say, and I'll get onto like the fabric and stuff, is the squat proofness is like nowhere near as bad in the shorts as it is in the leggings. And I think that's just because it's a shorter piece of material. It doesn't have to stretch over your entire leg, which can, you know, pull things a little bit sheerer in the grand scheme of things. But the grey, so in all of these try-on clips, I've got on a like dark red thong to really put this ish to the test. Obviously, if I'm wearing grey shorts, probably wouldn't wear bright red underwear, but it's nice to kind of test these things out, because for me, that's my equivalent of squat testing in a big brief. I'd never wear a big brief. I probably would wear dark red underwear with grey shorts, to be honest. I'm very, very, very unorganised. So the good news is, in terms of squat proofness, every single one of these damn colours is stand-up proof, and this has not happened for the past, I do not even know how many launches. Like, they've not even been stand-up proof on me in a size up, in a size small. These are all stand-up proof on me in a size extra small. The grey is not entirely squat proof. It will show a bit of sheerness. None of the shorts are to the point where I would not wear them in the gym. None of them are to the point where I'm like, whoa, like I could not train in this. Like I would feel really, really uncomfortable wearing this in the gym. It's nothing like that. I would definitely say that all of these colours are definitely wearable, but the chocolate, the Pia Blue and the Storm Grey, none of them are entirely squat proof or RDL proof. They definitely show a little bit of something, but nowhere near as bad as recent launches. Nowhere near as bad, especially in like the grey colour, which I was expecting to have issues with based off the more recent launches. So yeah, and then in terms of the Scarlet colour, I personally found the Scarlet shorts to be completely squat proof on me. I didn't have an issue with these at all. They were completely fine and completely opaque and completely solid, which makes sense. I mean, like I said, I'll get onto the fabric in a moment, but it does make sense considering the fabric of this launch. So yeah, the shorts I've gone over, like sizing, the length, squat proofness, rolling up. Camel toe wise, these are definitely like probably the least camel toe-y Alpha Elite shorts that I've had amongst more recent launches of Amplify, which is good. I'm not going to say they're 100% camel toe proof, but they're definitely not as bad as, you know, the more fluffy launches. So like Bloom was quite bad, all that sort of stuff. None of these are too bad. The grey and the chocolate I did find gave me more of one than the Pia Blue and the Scarlet colour, but none of them were as bad as they have been in recent launches, which is a relief to see. Sweatproofness, unfortunately, I can't comment just yet. I am going to do a pinned comment and update you all on this, but I got my package last night, which was Tuesday. It's now Wednesday, so I've not had time to test these. Normally I used to say they'll be fine because they're Amplify, but the recent launches have shown a bit of sweat on me, so I would actually like to test these before I comment, just because I don't want to give out the wrong information on them. But yeah, those are the short shorts, 4.5 inch seam. I definitely way prefer these over the shorter ones. I personally am glad that they added that extra little bit of length. It does make It does make all the difference. So moving on, we have the 7.5-inch seam biker short, which, like I said, if you need a bunda short, like, this is the short for you. I've just noticed the biker shorts aren't actually coming in the scarlet colour, which I'm a little bit sad about. I feel like they should have done the biker shorts in scarlet, but they didn't. We move. So I've got these in Pia Blue, Storm Grey and Chocolate, but I've got an extra small and a small in Chocolate, so I will put in like comparison clips and all that sort of stuff, like I've said, so I can show you the difference in sizing. And I also tried them both on, so the first clip that you will see when I'm doing the chocolate try-ons, the first clip will be the extra small, the second clip will be the size small. So to show you the size difference between an extra small and a small in the bikers in the chocolate colour. The small gets you a little bit of extra length, not too much, probably about the width of like this bottom chunk of seam here. And the waistband is like, not, to be honest, not a huge ton. There's definitely not a big difference between these two sizes, but I definitely prefer how the extra small fits me personally. But yeah, that's the difference between an extra small and a small in the biker. Okay, let's look at an OG pair of biker shorts compared to the new Stone Grey. So this is, I think this is the Wisteria colour. So as you can see, I've lined them up here. They're lined up at the top. Lengthwise, the new ones definitely come down a little bit longer, but I think it's more to do with the height of the waistband than anything else, because if I pull these down to like match the waistband up at the bottom, let me just do it on that side, they're way closer in length when I do this, but then there's an extra little bit at the top, so the waistband is like slightly higher on the newer ones. Yeah, bottom here like this, they're a little bit longer on the newer ones, and like I said in the video, the waistband definitely doesn't feel quite as snug. These are both a size extra small. This one is a little bit bigger, so the waistbands are running and the sizing is running a little bit bigger in most of the colours. The only exception to this is Scarlet, which I'm sure I'll show you when I lay all the colours over each other. Definitely fits the tightest and has like the least stretch to it. One interesting thing I've just noticed on the bikers when I have flipped them over is that the old, like this gap here, is actually bigger on the old ones in comparison to the new ones. So the scrunch is still thicker, but the scrunch on the old ones, on this pair in particular, is actually a little bit longer, and it looks like there's more like glute space on the old ones. Obviously this wasn't true for the short shorts, but it's definitely true for the bikers. The old ones have like a bigger gap here. The new ones have got definitely a much smaller gap there. So that's definitely something that is worth bearing in mind. Sizing wise, the biker shorts are very consistent between the Storm Grey, the Pia Blue and the Chocolate. As you can see, the Pia Blue and the Chocolate are like slightly bigger than the Storm Grey, but like not noticeable, and it's definitely not noticeable when they're on. Lengthwise, there's a little bit of a difference, but it's nowhere near as bad as it normally is, which is lovely to see. We love to see it. Just show you that all the scrunchies are the same on the biker shorts. I will just go over them dead quick. The new, thicker, longer scrunch, for whatever reason, with this little panel on the bottom. It's on the Pia Blue, it's on the Storm Grey, and it's also on the Chocolate. They are all thicker. The scrunchies look the same. It's not like one of them's dead skinny. They all look the same, as you can see. So the details on these in terms of like waistband, scrunch, no front seam, mesh panel down the side, the exact same as the short short. These are just 7.5-inch seam. I have shown you in one of the colours what these look like, you know, and I will do like a comparison between like the short shorts, the new short shorts and the biker shorts, so you can see, you know, how they all look. But you can go back to my old reviews and look at the short shorts if you want to. But I have done a clip where I've worn these like fully pulled down to their full length. Each to their own. I would never ever wear them like that. I think they look quite strange on me. I don't like a long short. I know that some people do, so if you do, then these are perfect. I personally roll these up. They are, like I said, if you need something that is gonna make the bunda, look no further than the biker short rolled up, because it just hits different. Like, these are without a doubt the most flattering bottom on the glutes that Alphalete do. Like, I don't feel squished in, I don't feel compressed at all. They are by far the most flattering style bottom that Alpha Elite have on sale, full stop. I like to roll mine up. You do of course get a little bit of extra fabric around the front when you do that, but for me personally, it doesn't bother me. It's worth it. I don't think it looks particularly bad, to be honest. And if you are only getting one pair of shorts, because like, I feel like when you're an influencer, when you're a fitness review person, whatever you are, you can get so desensitized to how expensive this stuff actually is, because you're constantly getting sent it for free, that you end up like, you know, recommending like absolutely everything, and kind of forgetting that like one pair of these bottoms is like what some people may make in like one singular day. Like, it's an obscene amount of money, especially with the cost of living crisis in the UK. I think a lot of people are probably going to want to be picking like one or two things rather than doing like a whole haul of items. And if you are only going to get one short, I would personally recommend this, just because you can wear it longer if you want to wear it longer. You can wear it shorter. When you do roll them up, they don't roll up any further, as opposed to like the short shorts. Like, yes, they might be like the length that I roll the bikers up to, but then they roll. These, once I've self-rolled them, they don't roll up any further. They're completely adjustable. Like, you can make these as long, up to 7.5 inches, or as short as you want them to be. You could even roll them up further than I have. They're like the most versatile piece in terms of like amplified bottoms. So if you're stuck between this and the short, I would say the biker personally, because you can completely like customize it. In terms of which size I prefer in the biker shorts, for me personally, it's hard to say because all the materials are a little bit different between the colourways, and I've only got chocolate, which is like the thinnest, most tight-like, stretchiest material out of this entire launch. So it's kind of hard for me to say that, you know, the same is going to be true for all the other colours. But personally, based off the small that I have in the chocolate, I do not need a size small in the biker shorts. They're stretchy enough, they're comfy enough. They actually feel like a little bit big in a size small on me. The extra small is absolutely fine. And like I said, the shorts and stuff don't have as much issues with sheerness as the leggings do. So are completely fine in me on an extra small. I like an extra small. I would give the same size and advice as I did with the short shorts, to be honest. If you're between sizes and you're worried about things like digging in, size up. If you're worried about sheerness and you're between sizes, size up. Because they're not all completely solid by, no matter what my camera shows, I'm telling you in person, when I squat and RDL and stuff, they are not all completely solid. None of them are completely solid. So if you are concerned about things like sheerness, I would definitely recommend that you size up. Camel toe, same as the short shorts. Sweatproofness, again, I cannot say. I would not really particularly like to say, because I just feel like I can't comment just yet. I feel like I'm rushing through the shorts. I can go into the leggings and speak like in depth about the fabric, because yeah. But if you're on, to be honest, if you're only getting one item from this launch, like if money's tight and you only want to get one thing, biker shorts. These are my this isn't, am I going to say it? I think I'm going to say it. This is my favourite product that Alpha Elite do. If you've followed me for a long time, if you've watched any of my workout videos, there is normally a fat chance I have got the biker shorts on. And they've not released them in ages. And I hope that they keep these in stock consistently, but I don't know if they are gonna. So if you do want biker shorts, definitely get them whilst you can, because I have been waiting for these to come back in. Even if they'd restocked old colours, I wouldn't have cared. I've been waiting for these babies for so long. It is worth noting that I'm definitely more of a short person than a leggings person anyway. I don't know what it is, but like shorts just make me look more muscular. And I like my legs to look like bigger and more muscular, and I like looking strong in the gym, and I feel like leggings just make my legs look quite skinny. I don't know what it is. I don't know if maybe it's because they're like a compressive legging and they like suck me in and stuff, but the shorts are the most like fly free, under accentuating shorts ever. Yeah. If you are comfortable in shorts, these are the only gym shorts that you need. I am very confident in saying that. Love the other short shorts, but like if you're only going to get one, you might as well get these. Do you know what I mean? My feel like at this point I literally roast like most products, so you know it's good in my opinion, and like I'm being very honest that I think it's good if I say it's good, because otherwise I just wouldn't, I mean, I'd tell you it's bad. It's not that I wouldn't say anything, I'd actually just tell you it's bad. So moving on to the leggings. So I've got these in chocolate, I've got them in scarlet, I've got them in the grey, I've got them in the pea blue, and I've got the grey in a size extra small and a small. Like I said, I will put in some like comparisons and stuff. So, as I have said throughout this video, throughout the entire course of this video, the leggings have way more issues than the shorts in terms of sheerness and in terms of, in my opinion, you know, being worth it or not. And I'm going to get onto the fabric now, because the fabric is the same regardless of if you get these colours in the shorts or the leggings. It's like I said, I just think because when you've got leggings on, it's like a long tube and it's got to stretch a lot more over the entirety of your leg. I think that's why it's got more issues. And because I'm a shorts person anyway, it works for me. But if you're a leggings person, it's a bit fucking gutting, I'm not gonna lie. I do not know who started the vicious rumour that this was the OG material, but it is not. And I actually think whoever started the OG material thing, I think they think charcoal, dusty green, and those sorts of colours are the OG material, and they are not. They are nothing of the sort. When I say that, it makes me think of that clip of Tiffany when she was on Big Brother and she was talking about Gemma Collins, and I mean, I won't say what she said in that video, but like, she says something and then she's like, she is nothing of the sort. I can't remember what it is. It's nothing of the sort. Like, I was so excited when I heard that the OG material was coming back, because I was like, finally. Like, I have been banging on about the quality of the OG Amplify material for like over a year, and like all the people that love Amplify like me, they're going to get to experience it if they, you know, missed out on the first two drops. Because for the first two drops of Amplify, it was popular within like the Alphalete world. But I feel like after the second drop, which is when the material started literally being different every single launch, it kind of blew up beyond Alphalete, and they got like a lot more new customers, new people to the brand. So there's a lot of people that have got Amplify stuff that have never experienced the OG material, because I think it speaks volumes that people can sell their OG Amplify leggings and people pay the price for like £200. I mean, everyone says invest in property. I say invest in a very high quality, nice colour pair of Amplify leggings, because you never know, in a year you might be able to sell them for 4 times the price. I mean, you're not seeing that kind of an interest rate at any bank in England at the moment. If you're looking for an investment piece, Amplify might be the job. I am joking, I do not agree with the price gouging, but like, it's mad that people pay £200 for the leggings. I know it's hard, but like, please refrain from doing it, because the more people that buy at those prices, the more people hike the prices up when they resell. By the way, if you are buying from this launch with the intention of reselling, please don't. They have said that there is going to be more stock from this launch, I believe, and they're aiming to keep things more consistently in stock, but I've just got like a feeling that some of this stuff, especially the shorts, especially some of the colours like the red, I've got a feeling that they're still going to sell out, and I think they're going to go quite quick, and I don't know if these colours are going to come back or not. And I hate FOMO marketing, but I also really don't want people to miss out on what they want and then end up having to pay through the nose for it from a reseller. So if you are thinking of reselling, please just think of people who literally are wanting to spend, like they've saved up for this launch, like they've saved their hard-earned cash. Give them a fair opportunity of getting these at retail price, because it's really, 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 really unfair. But yeah, when people were like, the OG fabric is back, I was like, oh my god, like, I'm buzzing. Then my package came yesterday, and people have been asking me like about the fabric and all that sort of stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I was actually a bit gutted to have to feed back to Instagram yesterday on the fabric, because like I said, it's not the OG fabric. The only colour that is like the OG fabric, and I'm talking like it's very similar to the OG fabric. Like, there may be a slight difference, but it's very, very, very similar. It's more matte, it's thicker. There isn't really a sheen to it on the pair that I have. Maybe a slight one, but like nothing as sheeny as the new ones. It's a lot more, not completely squat proof, but it's way more squat proof. It's not got that fluffy texture to it one bit. It's thicker. It's not gonna pill like, you know, more recent launches have. It's the scarlet colour. So if you liked the OG material, or if you want to try the OG material, because as much as I've like complained about the material changes, some people genuinely prefer it, and that's fine. So if you don't like the OG material, do not get scarlet colour. But if you have never tried the OG material and you want to try it, or you are someone, and there are people who hasn't bought any Amplify from Alpha Elite since they changed the material because you don't like it and you don't think the quality is there anymore, the Scarlet is like the highest quality Amplify piece that has dropped since February 2021. It's the highest feeling quality. Like, this is a quality legging. I have no doubt that this is going to last just as long as my, you know, original Amplify leggings have. No doubt about it. I don't see this pilling. This, if you're wanting the OG fabric, this. Just this. The rest of the colours, offensive to say that this is anything like the OG fabric. It's not. Like, it's just not. This fabric, if you bought, it's pretty much the exact same as this. If you bought from the launch, which I feel like was in maybe March last year, or maybe like April, May, June, I don't know. If you bought the Mocha, the Twilight, that drop, it's that material. Which is when I actually first noticed that there was a material change. It's the first time they changed the material, and they've kind of gone back to that basically. So the material is basically, compared to recent drops, way less fluffy straight off the bat. Like, there's definitely not as much of like a fluffy texture to it, which in my opinion was causing a lot of the pilling. I've experienced pilling, people that I know have experienced pilling, but if you were really disappointed with the Here Comes the Sun ombre leggings feel, yeah, nothing like that, so you don't need to worry about that. But also nothing like the OG fabric. It is the same as like the Twilight drop, because I remember when that dropped I was like, these feel different. So in comparison to, for example, the Scarlet material and like the OG like Ivy Rainfall, these are thinner. They're less fluffy than more recent drops, like I said. They have a sheen to them. Do not mistake the sheen for just being a sheen and not being see-through, which I'll get onto in a second, because the chocolate is horrendous in terms of like literally looking like a pair of tights, in my opinion, in my experience. Maybe I've just got like a bad batch of the chocolate and everyone else is fine, but to be honest, even on other people I have noticed like a very noticeable sheen tight like look on the chocolate colour. So yeah, thin, literally like a low denier, high denier, tight, less fluffy than recent drops, are probably gonna pill slightly less, but this is not pill proof, because if you look at my short shorts, you can already see, oh, it's not showing up in this lighting, but you can literally already see that these have started to pill on the mesh paneling, and I got them yesterday. I've done try-on clips and that's it. I don't know if that's just showed up. If it hasn't, there is a clip on my Instagram. It will be on my highlight. I'm just doing try-on clips. I've noticed this on my storm grey ones already. So for people that were asking about pilling, yeah. The storm grey is definitely like one of the fluffier of the new colours, but it's probably one of my favourite colours. So still going to pill, but probably not as quick as the drops like Dusty Green, Charcoal, the Here Comes the Sun collection. Yeah, the best way to describe this is like a legging version of a tie, and by far like the worst colour for it is chocolate. So if I like rate the colours in terms of like the leggings, the Scarlet in terms of like fabric, most like the OG material, very 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 similar to the OG material in my opinion. I've got Storm Grey, which is like It definitely feels less soft than the Pia Blue and the chocolate, but it's not the same as the Scarlet colour. It's definitely got like, well, like I've just shown you, it's got a slightly fluffy texture, not as much as recent drops like charcoal and stuff, but a slight fluffy texture. This is definitely more like tight region, like even in a size small. And then Pia Blue is probably like definitely softer than the Storm Grey colour. Very, very, very stretchy, very, very tight, like, does like the, if I, you know, put these on and sit like in direct sunlight, it's not just a sheen over my thigh, I can see my skin through the leggings, so definitely not squat proof. The Storm Grey isn't entirely squat proof either. And then chocolate is the worst. I feel like I said, this is because I'm a white woman. I've got a very, very light skin tone, and so this, like with a like sheerness to it, like a tie, it's gonna show like a sore thumb, and it did. And I put it on my Instagram yesterday, and I'll put in a clip of that, and then I will also put in some clips of me doing like the punch through test on the other colour leggings. So I'm gonna do the punch through. I'm like in like the most natural lighting. I'm right in front of like a direct window. Not pushing my hand any further through this one than I would the other one. I'm going to push it through the exact same amount. As you can see, they're literally like tights. They're very, very, very thin. Yeah, I'm not saying like your glutes would stretch them out this much. I'm not saying they're going to look this sheer on. I'm merely just showing you like how thin they are in comparison to the OG material, which I've definitely done before, but also like the Scarlet colour. There is like a marked difference. I'm actually pushing through a little bit more on here. Like there is a marked difference in the thickness. You can tell how hard I'm pushing through because my nail's like, that there is a marked difference. I'll do the other colours as well for you actually, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. This is the Pia Blue colour. So like I said, this is like the second thinnest compared to chocolate. It's like tights when you put your fingers through it. The red just isn't as thin. It's definitely not as thin as the chocolate, but like, it's definitely thin. Still thin. Oh, I've just picked up chocolate again and then a grey pair. And then Storm Grey, which I actually find to be a little bit thicker than the other two colours. Like, you can still see my nail through it, but I feel like you can tell even when I do this, it's not quite... this doesn't feel quite as thin on compared to the other two. It's definitely nowhere near as thick as Scarlet, but like, yeah, I hope that helps. I want to make it really clear, like, I am aware that like, not everyone is going to sit and put like their fist through the leggings. The reason why I do it is because it's the easiest way of showing you that like, there is a clear difference in thickness between these leggings and the original ones, these leggings and even the Scarlet colour, to be honest. There is like a marked difference in terms of like, in my opinion, the quality feel, how long I think these are going to last, the durability, and the thickness. Like, there's a clear difference. I'm not saying that like, you know, the way you can see my nails through them is the way that you're going to see your bum through it. It depends on your proportions, it depends if you size up or not. I'm just demonstrating how thin the chocolate colour is. Out of the bunch, it's quite strange because the chocolate would be what I would assume to be the most solid and probably the least stretchy, because the dyeing process tends to make darker colours fit tighter. But it's definitely like the biggest kind of fitting out of the leggings, and it's definitely the softest, it's definitely the stretchiest. I would actually probably rate them like, in terms of like softness, stretchiness, tightness, backwards from chocolate. So I would rate it with chocolate being like the softest, the stretchiest, then Pia Blue, then Storm Grey, then Scarlet, and durability will probably work in the opposite way, so Scarlet, then Storm Grey, then Pia Blue, then chocolate. Like I said, I've not had these items long enough to actually like fully attest to that, but based off like previous drops that I've had that feel like this, that is my personal opinion. A lot of people on Instagram were asking me, you know, do you think the material and stuff is worth it, because they keep changing it and all this sort of stuff. Do you know what, like, I'm just going to be completely honest. In terms of like the shorts and stuff, I 100% think they're worth it. They don't pull as sheer. They're super flattering. They look awesome on, especially the biker shorts. But in terms of the leggings, like, as the launches go on, I'm like struggling more and more to justify the price of the leggings with the amount of changes that happens every time, the inconsistencies, the see-throughness. Like, it honestly just makes me sad, because I remember how excited I was when Amplify first launched, and I was like, wow, even like Viola is like not see-through, and it was like such a light colour, and like my black from that launch, that original launch, is like so solid, and like it just makes me a bit sad. So in terms of the leggings, if you are getting a pair, look, some people like this new material, and for them it's worth it. And to those people, if you like the material of like Mocha and Twilight, and you like a super thin, you're not bothered about it being like completely opaque, you like thin, you like super stretchy, you like soft, you like a tight like looking legging, you're not bothered about a sheen, these are worth it to you, because this is what you prefer. For me personally, in the leggings, the only two colours that I would recommend would be the Storm Grey and the Scarlet, because I think they're going to stand the test of time. I think they are going to be more durable. I think they are going to pill less than the other colours. I'm not saying they won't pill full stop, but I think they'll definitely pill less. And it's nice to have a grey, a more recent grey that's like stand-up proof. Do you know what I mean? Ultimately, are these leggings worth it? The Storm Grey and the Scarlet are, in my opinion. The chocolate leggings and the Pia Blue leggings are just a bit too thin, a bit too sheer, too sheeny, too tight, like for me, to justify the price point. But other people will love them, so do with that. Just, yeah, I'm giving you the information. You can make your own decision. But if you've never tried the OG material, I would really recommend you get a Scarlet pair of leggings, because it's the most similar that I think we're gonna get. So with that being said, in terms of squat proofness with the leggings, chocolate, not completely squat proof, it looks like tight. Pia Blue, not completely squat proof either. Storm Grey, not entirely squat proof, definitely better in a size small, but Dan actually did my squat test with me yesterday when I got all this stuff, and he was like feeding back to me. He said there wasn't actually a huge difference in like the size small and the size extra small in terms of like how sheer it was, but he said that the grey didn't look as bad. But I think this is because of the contrast of like skin tone. So obviously, like, I've got quite light skin, I've just come back off holiday, I've got a little bit of a tan, but like, I'm a Caucasian woman, I'm a white woman, so the contrast between the grey and my skin isn't going to show up as much as, for example, the chocolate and my skin. Like, you can see my skin like a sore thumb through it, which again highlights the importance of having being able to see before launch, consumers being able to see a wide range of skin tones, a wide range of everything with these items on, because like I said at the start, colours like chocolate will probably actually look a lot better in terms of like the sheen and the sheerness on people who have got like really deep skin tones. Whereas, for example, the Storm Grey might look alright on me. On people with a deeper skin tone, you might be able to see that contrast more. And then the Scarlet colour, not entirely squat proof, but like definitely more squat proof than most. Like Dan said to me, he was like, I wouldn't have any concerns about you, like, you know, going to the gym or thinking that looks completely see-through. In the Scarlet colour, and the Scarlet colour is actually Dan's favourite. Dan loves red. I thought it was going to be like not my favourite colour, because it looked like, I just thought it looked a bit meh, because I was expecting like a bright fire truck red. But I actually like really like the Scarlet colour. I think it's probably my favourite colour of the drop. I think the Scarlet colour and the Storm Grey are probably my favourite colours. I love the chocolate, but like I'm disappointed by the material of it. It's definitely very thin, stretchy. It just feels very delicate. So like colour wise I love it, but like quality wise I would definitely recommend the Storm Grey and the Scarlet over that personally. In terms of like the compression in the waistbands between this and previous drops, I will put in a clip to compare to previous drops and talk you through the differences with that. And for the leggings, I'm just going to compare to some previous drops. Obviously, I can't compare it to every single drop, but if there is a specific one you want me to compare to, DM me on Instagram and I'll send you like a picture of like specific colourways, whatever. If I've got it, I'll do it for you and I'll lay it over like this. However, I've just decided to compare it to Mocha, and then I've got the Storm Grey, and then I've got the Blue Moon Ombre, just because I got a load of questions about how the sizing compares to Here Comes the Sun, because I know that a lot of people felt the waistbands were tighter. So Mocha fits pretty much directly on top of Storm Grey. These waistbands are the same on the leggings, so the fit of that is the same, but this one definitely feels less stiff. It definitely has more stretch to it. Weirdly, the Storm Grey doesn't feel as compressive in the waist as, for example, the like Here Comes the Sun ombre leggings did. So I'm quite surprised that the Blue Moon waistband is actually bigger, because this definitely feels less, you know. But I suppose it depends on like stretchiness and all that sort of stuff. I find this waistband way comfier. As you can see, like there's not like a difference in like the ribbon or anything, but definitely fits comfier. So yeah, woo! My Instagram story, it's just uploading. This is the Storm Grey extra small and small comparison. So there's definitely a bigger difference between the extra small and small in the grey leggings particular, like compared to the biker shorts. It's definitely a bigger difference in sizing there. Lengthwise you get a little bit of extra length, but it's nothing crazy. That's the difference. Legging comparison size-wise, I've laid them all on top of each other. Weirdly, the Scarlet actually has the widest waistband, but it definitely fits the tightest. I'm quite surprised that it's showing up as the biggest, but the rest of them are honestly like really consistent. Compared to other Amplify launches, these are really consistent. So chocolate, pea blue and grey are pretty much the same. Scarlet's a little bit bigger, but still, regardless, it definitely fits the tightest. So yeah, but I'm very happy to see more consistent waistbands. I feel like none of them have been super off. And then if we come down and we look at the length, there's definitely a bit of a difference. So the grey are definitely the longest, red second longest with the chocolate, and then pea blue are definitely the shortest. There's always a little bit of a difference with the length, which is annoying, but it's not to the point where like you need size up or down for extra length, in my opinion, because I think these should hit above ankle on most people anyway. I think that's how they look best. But yeah, and again, the scrunchies on the back are all consistent. They've all got this like new panel in. They are the new, bigger, thicker, longer scrunch. The only difference between the colours is if you look at the panel here, so like this little panel that they've added to the bottom of the scrunch to join it to the gusset there, and then you can also see it on the grey, and you can also see it on the chocolate colour. It's way longer on the pea blue colour, so the scrunch ends earlier. So that's something to bear in mind. That could be different pair to pair. It might not be anything to do with the colour, but definitely something to bear in mind. But other than that, the scrunchies look the same. Another change that they have made is they've put a white tearaway tag on the inside instead. Yeah, which I think, I mean, I take all my tags out anyway, so even when like you can see the black tag through leggings, it didn't bother me too much because I always used to cut it out. It was more so the fact that you can see my underwear when I'm stood up. But yeah, you can cut this out, and also it's white, so it wouldn't show as much if you did want to leave it in. But yeah, just a little note that they have changed the labels. I saw someone post that these came with tags on. None of my bottoms came with tags on, like actual tags. Just something to know. And then of course the branding has changed slightly, so it's like I explained on the shorts clip, but it's all the same on these. There's no like changes. They're all the newer kind of branding. Way prefer this to the cursive. I'm so glad that the cursive isn't on everything. But yeah. Camel toe wise, you can get a bit of a camel toe with the leggings. It's nothing like a line pants. It's gonna depend on your bodily anatomy. Definitely not as bad as some of the recent drops, like the, you know, Here Comes the Sun collection. The camel toe in those was quite strong on me. Sizing advice for the leggings, I have extra smalls and smalls in these. If you are interested in the scarlet colour, it fits incredibly tight. Like it's still got stretch to it, but like it's not like as thin and like super stretchy like a tight as, for example, chocolate. Like there is a very big difference in terms of how tight it fits. If you are between sizes, which I kind of am, definitely size up. Like I think I would have got on better with a size small in the scarlet colour. It fits very, very tight. So if you are between sizes, definitely size up. I've had a few DMs from people saying that they've been told to size down if you're between sizes. I would not recommend sizing down if you're between sizes in any of these colours, particularly chocolate. For chocolate, I would say if you're between sizes, go with the size up. For Pia Blue, I would say if you're between sizes, you can go with size up. For the Storm Grey, I would say if you're between sizes and you're worried about sheerness, go with a size up. But otherwise, I do think you can stay true to size. Also, you know, sheerness and stuff, it's going to depend on like the size of your glutes, all that sort of stuff. So if you have got, you know, similar size to me but like bigger glutes, I would recommend you go with a size small in all these colours. I like how the extra small fits in the grey, because it's like, it definitely feels a little bit less compressive, a little bit less, you know, it feels like it fits a little bit bigger than the Here Comes the Sun collection and also the scarlet colour. But I don't mind the small, it's just that the waistband is like not very compressive in the size small, and I've almost got like an extra bit of material on the waistband, which has never happened in Amplified before for me. So yeah, that would be my sizing advice. But the best way for me to give you sizing advice is for you to tell me your concerns, your preferences in the comments below or via DMs on Instagram, and also your measurements, all that sort of stuff, what sizes you have in other items, what size you normally get, and I will be able to give you like personalised sizing advice. I do think like I can give general rules of thumb, but like it really depends on like body composition and stuff. So if you need personal sizing advice, just drop me a message and I will help you out as quickly as I can. Like I said, I get back to everybody's messages. So yeah, that is all the Amplified bottoms. If you are only getting one thing, biker shorts. Like, you don't even understand how excited I am that they brought them back. I thought they were never going to come back for a hot minute. I was like, oh my god, they're never going to bring them back. Like, I love the short shorts, but like, they're just not the same. I bloody love, I absolutely love the biker shorts. And on to the Revival bra. Again, I'll put in a clip of these compared to old ones so you can see any differences, all that sort of stuff, and talk you through it. So I actually cannot find for the life of me an old Revival bra. I don't know where all my sports bras have gone, but I cannot find any of them. So I'm just going to have to talk you through any differences. In terms of how this feels fit-wise, it feels the exact same as the last Revival bras that dropped. So like the pastel-y kind of colours that dropped. All of it kind of feels the same, like the fit feels the same, comfort, all that sort of stuff. The only thing that's changed is the branding. So like it's changed on the bottoms, it's changed on the bras as well. And also like it's kind of like on a panel now, if that makes sense. Like, can you see that? Whereas on the old ones, if you look at my old hauls, it's not like this. Just something to bear in mind. But yeah, these are the new Revival bras. Love them. I say medium support for this bra, which I have got in Storm Grey, Chocolate, Pia Blue and Scarlet. By the way, with the Here Comes the Sun Ombre collection, there was differences between like the bottoms and the tops in terms of colours. They're all like dead matches in this launch. You don't need to worry about that. They are proper matching sets. Just thought I would clarify that dead quick. I have these in an extra small. Stay true to size for Alpha Elite sizing. If you've never bought from Alpha Elite before, DM me. Maybe don't comment it below because you might not want to leave a comment in like a public forum telling me your bra size. DM me on Instagram so it's a bit more private and I can help you with sizing there, because Alpha Elite bra sizing can be a bit tricky. Typically they run bigger than your standard sports bra. So these are true to size for Alpha Elite sizing for me. I wouldn't need to size up. I definitely wouldn't need to size down. I would say a medium support for these is true. Medium support is definitely an accurate description for these. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing like full-blown hit and like sprint running in these, but I would feel comfortable doing like, you know, a light bit of skipping, a light jog. I would definitely feel comfortable doing that in these. Weight training, completely fine. And like this, it's got a scoop neckline, it's got a crossover back at the back, super, super, super flattering. They just look really, really, really good on. And because it's quite like it's a little bit of a compressive fit on me, which is how, in my opinion, a sports bra should be. I do think you need it like a little bit compressive. Because of like the way it fits and stuff, it kind of like squishes your boobs, it gives you like a cleavage, it makes your boobs look great, it makes your back look great, and these paired with amplified bottoms just look amazing. Yeah, these matching sets are like my favourite like bra and bottom matching thing that Alpha Elite do. Obviously I do have other sports bras from Alpha Elite that I really like. I love the balance bras, love the amplified bras, love the tri bras, but like if you're needing like a matching set, like a full set, amplified bottoms are the best. Revival bras are one of the best. And if you don't like the thickness of the amplified bras, so like the straps are quite thick, and obviously it crosses over at the back, but the back straps are quite thick on the amplified bra, definitely recommend the Revival bra, because I think you might prefer it. It's got thin straps on the back, it's a bit more open. But yeah, sprout proof wise, again, I can't comment because I've not tested these particular ones out, but because like they hit quite low on the armpit, they don't tend to show a ton of sweat on me. But I'll test out like the between tit sweat tomorrow. But yeah, that's everything seamless. And I will quickly go over the Infinity pieces that I have. There are 3 items dropping. So we've got the women's Infinity Velocity short sleeve crop, which I've got in both colours. So I've got it in electric peach and it's static lavender. Then I've got both the shorts and I've got both the jackets. Oh my god, Dylan, you're treating me. Dylan is the most helpful person that works at Alpha Elite, by the way, no cap. I don't know what that man earns, but whatever it is, he needs a pay rise, and a fat one at that, because honestly, you text Dylan, it's like messaging me on Instagram. He's just back within like minutes, seconds. He's so helpful, and he never makes you feel like, if you've ever, like, I just feel like I could ask him anything and there's no such thing as a stupid question. He's so helpful and he's so keen to help as well. We stan Dylan. Dylan is underrated. Anyway, Velocity short sleeve crops. I won't spend too much time going over these because I've gone over them before and we know, girlies, these are not my favourite. Oh, by the way, I have got an extra, they sent me 2 of the Storm Grey Revival bra in an extra small, so I'm just going to give the other extra small away. It will be UK only because last time I did a giveaway of Alpha Elite stuff, I let it open to everyone and it cost me over £20 to post each parcel. There were multiple parcels. So I will not be making that mistake again. And I hate doing that because I feel like a lot of the people that watch my videos are in the US, but like, it's so expensive for me. I didn't realise how expensive it was. I got to the post office and he was like, yeah, that's like £27. And I was like, what? Can we not send it via pigeon? But yeah, I've got an extra of these in a size extra small, so if you want it and you're in the UK, comment down below, tell me your favourite animal, and maybe you'll win it and I'll give you it. Anyway, Velocity short sleeve crop, so electric peach and static lavender. These colours, even Dan was like, those are some nice colours. These are some nice ass colours. Imagine amplify leggings in these colours. I know you're thinking like that's the bloom drop, but it's really not because these are quite bright. Especially this. We need more purple amplify leggings. Like, I feel like they haven't even, like, they did Twilight, but like they've not done like an R6 purple kind of colour. And they should. They absolutely should. So yeah, I've got these in an extra small. I'm going to stop blabbing on now. In terms of branding, you've got the newer Alpha Elite logo on the front here. You've got the raw hem sleeves at the side, mesh panel at the back, and the hem is like curved at the bottom. Cropped wise, it comes up to about the belly button kind of height, maybe just above it. These you can stay true to size. You do not need to size up, nor do you need to size down. The mesh on the back is for ventilation, so if you want to wear these to training, they will be very, very comfortable. They are thin, they are lightweight, jersey material. You're not going to overheat in these. I would recommend you wear a bra underneath these, just because you can really see quite a bit of like your nipples through it if you don't. But if you're a free the nip queen, go for it. You don't need to wear a bra. And the back doesn't look weird if you do wear a bra, by the way. It actually looks quite nice if you can see something through the back of it. These will show sweat because it's a jersey material, but as you can see, like around the shoulder, they're pretty wide cut, so it's not in direct contact with your armpit anyway, so it might not show a ton, but if you get like boob sweat and stuff, it will show it because it's jersey material. Not my favourite top that Alpha Elite do, but if you watched my previous haul when these launched, which was the last pulse drop, you'll see that I rolled the sleeves up like this. Game changing. It makes the top look totally different, and that is how I will be wearing these. I just don't like the way that these sleeves look. I think they look really cute on some people, but on me I just feel like I've got like a dog's t-shirt on, and I can't explain why I feel that way, but I just do. Yeah, I really, really love these colours. Would love to see these colours in some sports bras. Would love to see these colours in some leggings, provided that they're not see-through and they're stand-up proof. Not my favourite top, but not a bad top. It's just not to my personal taste. It's not really my style. And there's other tops from Alpha Elite that I get way more use out of that I would recommend over these. Anything from the Collective collection, the long sleeve crops, the open back ones, the ultra soft tops, the pinnacle tees. They're my favourite like crop tops that Alpha Elite do. These ones, cute colours, but like I know I'm not going to wear them because I don't really like the design. We have then got the Infinity Tech jackets. Again, these are not my fave thing that Alpha Elite do, and it's purely a personal preference thing. Like, these are just not a bit of me. So I've got this in both the citrus slice colour and the electric peach. So I'll show you on the electric peach what these are like on the inside. So it's like mesh. It's a mesh lining here, but it's like a fluffy mesh lining. It's not like a thin mesh lining. It definitely feels thicker. Yeah, it definitely feels thicker than what's on the back of the Velocity tops. Like, these are thin but like weirdly warm at the same time. It's like an insulated thin jacket. It's really hard to explain. I've got these in an extra small. I would personally size up in these just because I think it was Hannah who they did a funny Instagram reel with, and she was wearing a longer one, and I actually thought it looked quite cool on her. But these hit like hip height on me, so this would be my true size for a jacket. These fit like hip height. I'd rather it just be more oversized, so I would go up to a small, or I would wear these in a size medium to give it that kind of oversized fit. But yeah, that's what the inside of them is like. So in terms of details on the outside, you have got the Alpha Elite branding on the left there. You've then got like a drawstring around the hood, so if you want to tighten it, you can. It's black on both of these, by the way, like the zip and stuff is black on both. Cuffs at the bottom, it's cuffs at the bottom of the sleeve, it's cuffed at the bottom of the top. You've got zip pockets here, which have got like a fleece lining on the inside, which can I just say is a sensory sensation when you put your hands in there, because you're not expecting it from like it's like a crepe windbreaker material. It's not really got like a shine to it. It's like a matte windbreaker. As far as windbreakers go, it's a good looking windbreaker. It's just not my personal style nor taste. But you wouldn't expect it to be fluffy inside the pockets and like fleecy when you put your fingers in there, and then you're like, whoa. So yeah, I actually wouldn't say this is like a lightweight windbreaker. I'd say this is a really good, if it's your personal style, it's a good transitional piece, because it's not super thin, but it's not super thick. So for this time of year in England, this is perfect if it's your taste. They are quite out there colours, so I feel like if this jacket's not your taste, this drop of them is probably not the best one to buy from, just because they're very much in your face. I can definitely see like people that are into running and stuff wearing these on like early morning runs when it's cold and stuff, and you're not going to get into an accident with something this bright on, they're going to see you coming from a mile off. You look like a highlighter. But yeah, these are just not my personal preference. There's other jackets from Alphalete, you know, they're completely different because this is, like, windbreakers are just not my thing, but like, what's it called? Like the Endure crop jacket, which is kind of like a cropped windbreaker. I definitely prefer that. The Elements crop zip jackets, the seamless pullovers, they're my favourite jackets that Alphalete do. Not my personal taste, nothing bad with it. It's definitely a heavyweight windbreaker. It's just not for me. Then we have the Women's Infinity Stride short with liner. They have dropped these before, but I will go over the details dead quick. Again, I've got this in Electric Peach and I've also got it in Citrus Slice. So at the front, dead plain. You've got a seam down the front. On the right hand side, you've got a tonal zipper. Very well hidden pocket. I said this last time, but I really like that they did it tonal. You've got some glow in the dark strip at the bottom, which I feel like this is to protect you when you're out running in the dark, because like people will see you and stuff. Could be wrong, but I feel like that is what it's there for. These shorts have got a 3-inch inseam, so as far as like running shorts go, I feel like that's quite short. Definitely on the shorter side. Yeah, Alphalete Athletics on the back, again in like the silver, glow in the dark. And then you have the curved hem at the sides. This is meant to be more glute flattering. These shorts are just not glute flattering in my opinion. I don't think they're super flattering on the glutes, but they're not meant to be. They're running shorts. They're not amplify shorts. If you want flattering on the glutes, you're going to be going for the biker shorts, let's be honest. Or the short shorts if you really don't want the extra material. Yeah, and then they've got a liner on the inside, and like, when I got these two colours, the one thing that I thought was, why is the liner black? Because you can see it, like it kind of ruins the colour of them because you can see it through the short, if that makes sense. I wish they'd done like a white liner or even like a tonal one. Maybe the tonal one wouldn't have been possible because like it's probably quite wasteful to do that in terms of like the amount of material you'd be using, and they're quite like niche colours, but I just feel like the fact that it's black underneath it ruins it a little bit. I wish that they'd done a white liner. I think that would have gone way better with these light colours. I've got these in an extra small. They fit fine. I wouldn't size up, I wouldn't size down. Stay true to size of these shorts, especially because you've got the liner, which is tight. It's not going to ride up or anything like that. You don't need to size up. They're a very, very decent length. Your ass isn't going to be hanging out of these. They're definitely longer than like the previous running shorts that Alphalete have done. Well, they are in terms of like how they fall anyway. I don't know if they are in actual inseam, but like, especially with the liner, you're not going to have your bum hanging out of them. If running shorts are your thing, not a bad pair of running shorts. Running shorts are not my thing, and therefore I personally wouldn't recommend them. I would rather spend all my money on Amplify biker shorts. Not a bad product. I'll tell you if it's a bad product. I'll tell you if there's a quality issue. There isn't one. The only thing I don't understand is why they did a black liner with such light colours, but maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing a trick. So that is my full Alphalete review for this drop this weekend. I'm not gonna lie guys, it's been an absolute farce to get this video up. I got my package yesterday, the launch is on Saturday. Today is Wednesday. It's a bit of a quick turnaround. Hope this video has been helpful. Hopefully I have answered all your burning questions, but if there is anything that I've left out, if you want to request a specific colour comparison, colour comparisons by the way are on my Instagram, but if you want a specific one, DM me on Instagram. If you want to see if certain colours go together, DM me on Instagram, I'll do that for you. Sizing advice, again, DM me on Instagram. If there's anything, any questions at all about anything that maybe like, you know, I know I talk a lot, so you might have skipped through the video. I'm happy to clarify things in the comments if you've skipped past a part and missed a little bit of information that I gave. Any questions whatsoever, comment them below or message me on Instagram. I will get back to every single one of you. If you were getting one item from this launch, biker shorts. Like, if you're only going to get one thing from this launch, it would be biker shorts. If you're going to get two things from this launch, I would recommend you get biker shorts with a matching bra. Colour wise, I've just realised scarlet doesn't come in the bikers. My favourite colour is definitely scarlet, so maybe you could lean into the leggings or the short shorts on that front. It's the highest quality feeling colour, it's the thickest, it's the most like the original, and I am confident in saying, if you care for these leggings in the way that you should care for your activewear, Scarlet is the colour that will last you the longest with the least problems, in my opinion. Yeah, to clarify again, OG fabric, the other colours are nothing of the sort. They're nothing like it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've missed out. One thing I want to go over very quick is just speak about stock. So I believe from this launch, they have said, they're aiming to have Amplify and all that sort of stuff and their popular products in stock more consistently. Hopefully more restocks, but hopefully just more stock in general for launches, so that things aren't going to sell out as quick. We're not going to have to do, well, we don't have to do FOMO marketing, but like naturally it is FOMO marketing, because I want people to be able to get the things that they can get, and like I am aware that shit sells out very, very quick. So I think there will be a lot more stock on this launch from what I have heard. However, it's not guaranteed, and I'm very much a person of like, I'll believe it when I see it, and I've never seen Amplify not sell out quick. So a word of warning and some tips would be, if there's anything that you want, if there's some things that you really, really, really want and some things that you think I'm not too bothered, put the things that you really, really want in your basket and check out as quick as you can, because they can't hold, you can't do any of that. If it's in your cart and it sells out, it's sold out, you can't get it because it comes out of your cart basically. Pay with PayPal or Apple Pay. Your card details and all that sort of stuff are preloaded into those things. You'll check out way quicker. It's what I always do when I'm buying like extra things for myself, or buying items for friends, or buying items for Dan, because your girl puts some money where her mouth is. I'm promoting the brand, and like I genuinely do love a lot of the products that they do. So I am like, I do buy things with my own money. I'm not like, can you send me this? No, like I want to put money back into the brand. So I do purchase from them. Probably like every few months if there's stuff that like I need for friends, or need for me, or need for Dan. And every single time I do, I always pay with PayPal, and I have no problem with it. Never had a problem before I worked with Alphalete, and I used to shop every single launch. Never had a problem. Yeah, get the things that you want the most in your basket and check out with things like PayPal or Apple Pay. And then you can go back for the things that you're like, not so sure about it. Don't want anyone to be disappointed, because I know everyone's saying there's going to be more stock, but then I don't want people to think, oh, well, I'll check their website half an hour after it launches and see what happens, because it might be gone. We're just going to have to wait and see. Like, I actually don't know how much stock there is. But I do know that they are trying to change things. They are trying to keep things more consistently in stock. What you've got to bear in mind is like companies buy, place orders, they bulk orders, they do all that sort of stuff months and months and months in advance. So it's taken a while for their supply to meet the demand, because like I said, last year Amplify kind of blew up, and for the past few launches they've been placing those orders way before Amplify blew up to the extent that it has, and it's meant the supply hasn't been able to meet the demand. But hopefully we're going to see more of a meshing of the two, because I don't like FOMO marketing. I did marketing at uni. I don't like it as a form of marketing. I think it's anxiety inducing. It encourages people to buy things that they don't really need, because people can't think clearly, which great for businesses, but like not great for individuals. And as melty as it sounds, I do genuinely care about you guys. I've said it before, do these reviews from a consumer perspective. That's how I started doing these reviews. That's how I'll always do them, regardless of what the bag is saying. That's what I'm always going to do. So yeah, that was just something that I wanted to go over dead quick. Also really, really, really want to shout out this girl who did like a deep dive on like the Amplify material in a YouTube video. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but I'm going to leave it linked down below. And if anyone from Alphalete is watching this and you're looking to expand the affiliate base, I think she would be a great addition. Personally, I think she'd be a great addition. She doesn't need a shout out from me. She's got like over 200,000 subscribers. Here I am being like, shout out. But it's a really, really, really good video, and one that I would definitely recommend watching. If you want to know more about like the history of Amplify leggings from my view, go to my Here Comes the Sun collection review video, and I did like a full thing of like the difference, and then you can kind of refer back to this video when comparing, because I've drawn comparison points again. Yes, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for all your lovely messages. Like, I've had so many messages this week from people being like, I feel like I can't buy unless your package comes, like I really rely on your opinion. And it's mad to me that people look forward to my reviews that much. I love sitting and talking about activewear. Like, I could do this shit all day. So the fact that people really, really love my videos just makes me so happy. And I know that my videos are always hella long, but like, that's how I like to do things. If you want to go watch a shorter video, there are plenty out there, but like, round here, we get into the nitty gritty. We get picky. I'm a picky girl. Nothing wrong with that, because I feel like that's how you spot the little things. So yeah, if you have sent me a message this week or in the last week, I feel like it's been going on for about a week now, I do really appreciate it. I've spoken to pretty much all of you, and you guys are just the best. Like, I feel like we're all on the same wavelength. We're here for the honesty, we're here for the tea, we're here for the genuine recommendations, we're just here for it. So yeah, I am going to stop recording now because it's 3:25 and I want to get this video up tonight. I'm going to film like my additional clips to put in for like comparison points now. Yeah, like I said, amyrookes on Instagram for the colour comparisons, and comment down below any questions you got. Message me on Instagram. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. Like the video because it helps to push it out into the YouTube algorithm. And I'm sorry for another Alpha Elite haul. I am genuinely sorry. And I am also sorry if you feel pressure to buy this launch, because there definitely isn't any pressure to buy from me. You don't have to buy anything. You can sit this one out. Amplify will come back. I can't promise that these colours will come back because I actually don't know, but like, there's going to be plenty more Amplify drops this year, plenty more opportunities to get your hands on it. So if you are not in the financial position to purchase right now, you know, you don't need to be getting yourself into like Klarna debt over it. Like, it's not worth it. There will be more Amplify, so yeah, there will be more Amplify, I promise. You don't need to stress, I promise. I promise. Yeah, goodbye.
Bye, mommy.
Domino's, you can get 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas for just $6.99 each. Let's see how they compare to some other options that are about $6.99. $6.99? $6.99? $6.99? $6.99? Yeah. Order any 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas for just $6.99 each. Only at
Never like done romantic, like again, like using my example. Do you think they've never done romantic comedy intended for men? Because they've done a lot of them. In fact, they've done lots of stuff like that, a lot more stuff for that, like that for men than they've really done for women. Women being starring in superhero movies, I mean, they've done for a while, but like decent ones haven't been really coming out. So Wonder Woman, maybe.
You're a little hits here. It's not women. Wait, could you imagine for 1 second if they did a reboot of Sex and the City? Sorry, wait, another reboot. Only this time half the female characters were gender swapped. The glamour and sophistication of the New York social scene was replaced with muscle cars and guns and girls in bikinis. And every episode had to include some tedious subtext about how difficult modern life is for men to navigate.
Yeah, it's called Enterprise. It's called
It's one of their focus groups or whatever, and look to see and figure out that like a sexual senior group that focused on men would be successful. They would do that in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, they would.
Fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, they would. That's why it doesn't. Yes, it will.
More focused anything now. What catering specifically to men as a demographic is some moral crime that has to be addressed and corrected.
Good morning. This vlog I am literally doing on an absolute whim. Well, a little bit of a whim. So it's Tuesday today. I got back from Thailand on Sunday and I've just been sat having my coffee and I'm going to the gym, back in the gym today, and I feel really like nervous to go back into the gym. And I feel like it's maybe something that people don't realise, that like even if you've been going to the gym for years, you can still get a little bit of like gym anxiety when you've taken a little bit of time off, taken about 16 days off, just over 2 weeks. So then also the whole point of like, I've not trained at all whilst I've been on holiday, so I kind of want to explain a little bit about what actually happens when you take a little bit of time off training, but basically just do a bit more of like a fitness vlog today, getting back in the swing of things, chat to you about that, chat to you about some new goals, some new fitness goals, hopefully just put some minds at ease about taking some time off training, and also help people adopt a little bit of a healthier mindset. So yeah, Tuesday morning I've just had my breakfast. I had some vanilla yogurt with some mango and passion fruit. I have also just had an iced coffee which I made myself. If you can hear something in the background, it's Patricia Bry on a podcast, loving podcast at the moment. Quick trigger warning before I do this, I am about to weigh myself just to see what I weigh, because I will speak to you about my fitness goals later on in the vlog, but I just want like a rough starting point. So if you're bothered by like scales and things like that, maybe just skip along this section. Just an FYI, this is not going to be wholly accurate, because I have had my breakfast and a coffee and some fluids and stuff now, so it'll be a little over my like true weight. Obviously I do coaching and stuff, I've been coached. I always recommend you weigh yourself first thing on a morning. It's the best way to keep it consistent, because once you start eating, drinking, the scale changes through the day. You will gain weight through the day, completely normal, but if you want like a more accurate reading of your weight, a morning on an empty stomach, good place to start. So right, I just need to turn them on. I'll be about 60. Okay, I am 61 kilos, so that is my starting point for my new goals, which I'll speak to you about later. This camera is literally like breaking my heart because it's proper washing me out. Like, I'm actually quite a nice like orange colour for my holiday. Anyway, we need to get ready for the gym. Gotta get ready for the gym. Don't mind the washing rack, we're drying the duvet. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I'm actually living with Dan now. Like, I've moved out of my family home, so yeah, I live in Leeds now. Little life update for you. It's kind of been like a gradual thing, to be honest, so it's not a huge update. Like I said, I've got a bit of gym anxiety, so I really want to wear my Rapids Blue Amplify because I just feel like these are going to look really, really nice with a tan, but like I've got quite bad gym nails today, so I feel like automatically, probably no, I'm going to go with charcoal or mocha. I think I'm leaning more towards mocha and maybe like a white sports bra. I think, yes, white sports bra, big t-shirt to cover. I kind of just want to slip under the radar. I might even put a cap on to training today. But yes, let's get ready for the gym. Why did I just kiss my Amplify leggings? That's so weird. Okay, a little fit check. I've got my mocha Amplify leggings on. These are like favourite leggings, and definitely one of my favourite colours that Alpha Elite does. They are bringing out like a darker brown, which I'm hoping will be like a bit closer to this jacket. Top wise, we have the Balance bra in black. I was going to put the white one on, but I think it might just get a bit dirty because I'm like peeling a little bit on my chest from where I got burnt when I was on holiday. And then we've got the Pulse jacket in obscure grey. as you can see, it's brown, it's not grey, hence the name Obscure Grey. One thing I have noticed is that my hair's got quite a bit lighter in the sun, kind of like it. My hairdresser Jason is actually on holiday in Ibiza at the moment. When he gets back, what do we think, guys? Do we think I should say can I have a few lighter bits through it, or get it all back to is the full fit? I've also then just got my Adidas socks on, and yeah, just a little like body update, post-holiday bod. I literally don't really look any different other than looking like a little bit smaller than usual because I've taken a little bit of time off training. I'm gonna walk to my car, drive to the gym and do my training session. I am taking a Skims big like grey t-shirt with me to put on whilst I train. I don't like training in these sorts of jackets. It's thin enough to do it, but like I don't like doing it. I just want this on to walk like to and from my car. I'm in the mood to like make an effort, just a bit more put together. I don't know. But yeah, I would film my lower body session. However, it depends how busy my gym is, so we're gonna have to wait and see because I train in a public gym and I just think for like filming workouts and stuff, I'd probably be better off like having, I mean, I don't have Chrissy Chella money. That bitch got long money. I do not have Chrissy Chella money. She like hires like a full-blown gym out to do her workout videos. I don't have the facilities for that, but something just a bit like quieter or like low-key. If anyone has any recommendations around Leeds where it would be okay for me to film, let me know, because the gym I go to, it's very busy and I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. But we will see. I might get some clips on my phone. I'm excited, but I'm also really fucking scared. Guys, literally look at this. Let me turn that down so I don't get copyright strike. I'm back on my usual bullshit with my slides and socks on. I'm gonna drive to the gym now. Do you know what I realised when I was away? I realised I love my car, right? I've only had it since December. I'm super grateful for it. But I've really realised that like the more material things I gather, and like I'm not saying this as I'm gonna give up like all the, you know, nice things that I buy. But the more material things I get, the more I realise that like it's just not. It's nice for like a month, and I'm still super grateful to have this car. But like, it doesn't make you any happier. Being away and going to Thailand, like there's people there with a lot less, and like in comparison to people in England, they are so much happier. They seem so much happier anyway, so much more friendly, so much more polite. And like someone on Instagram said to me yesterday, they were like, what's the 3 most important things in your life? And one of them, which I like to think is one of the 3 most important things in my life, is like keeping perspective and staying grateful for things. And I just feel like my perspective of life, and like I've just not had a good perspective at all for like quite a while now, and I feel like I've been looking at the wrong things to kind of fulfill me, if that makes sense. So now that I'm back, I really want to like just, I don't know how to explain it. It's really hard to put into words, but I'm definitely going to be changing a few things about the way I live my life, the things I, you know, aspire to and whatever. You know, there's nothing wrong with having goals or liking nice things. I think I'll always like nice things. It doesn't make you Satan, you're not evil for it, but I've maybe placed them on too high of a pedestal. But yeah, that's just a little note from me. I'm going to go to the gym now. I've missed my gym playlist so much whilst I've been away. Like, it's literally put me in the best mood. I had such a good session. My strength, so when you take a bit of time off the gym, your strength will normally take like a little bit of a dip, but like, let's say it's taken you like months and months to work up to a 80 kilogram, well, kilo, yeah, deadlift. It's not going to take you then months and months after 2 weeks off to get back up to it. You probably won't be able to hit it. You might be able to. You probably won't be able to hit it, but you will get back to where you were before within a few weeks. It won't take as long as it did for you to get there in the first place. So I went in and I just did conventional deadlifts, 4 sets, calves glute bridges, 4 sets, well, I've done quite a lot of volume today actually. Single leg press 3 sets, hamstring curl 3 sets, and then at the end I was like, I kind of want to just like play around a bit, so I did a set of bodyweight walking lunges to failure. Then that was it, that was my session done. I did a little bit of stretching afterwards as well because I'm trying to get my splits back. But yeah, one thing, like one little tip, because I'm going to give you like tips and nuggets through this vlog. One tip, after you've taken some time off, this is the one time where I would say don't actually follow a program necessarily if you don't want to, or if you find that you're really struggling to get back into it. This is something that I always do after a holiday. So normally by the time I go on holiday I've been doing my program for like months and months, so I am due like a bit of a switch up. I'm normally getting a bit bored of it. I'm deviating from my sessions anyway, so it's time for me to just give myself something new. However, that first week back after you've had a little bit of time off, sometimes it can be so difficult to just get back into it, and you find yourself lacking in motivation, maybe not as excited to train as normal. I mean, after that session I literally feel amazing and I'm so excited for the rest of my sessions this week now, but I always say to people, this is the one time where I'd say don't follow a program. Go in, experiment, do some moves that maybe you've seen and you've wanted to try out for a while, or maybe some movements that you've not done in a while. Go back to those, see how they feel, see what you enjoy, try some new things out, and then you can use all of that from the first 1-2 weeks post holiday to give yourself a new program. So I'm just going to experiment this week, and then this weekend I'll write myself a new training program. But yeah, that session was really good. I was like a little bit weaker on some things, but not really much of a strength hit. The only thing I really noticed it on was my calves bridges, because before I went away I was doing like 135 kilograms for like reps, and like it wasn't really that challenging, so I was upping the weight because I was doing way too many reps. Oh my god, I did 135 today and I was getting like 8, 9, 10 reps, which is still obviously really good, but like it's not where I was before. And I did notice like my endurance through my session, like I'm just feeling a bit more fatigued than normal. This is all very normal. It will bounce back 10 times quicker. Yeah, that was a really good session. I'm gonna go home now and make some, I think I'm gonna have some oats because it's only 10:30, so I'm not going to make like a lunch or anything. But yeah, I think maybe after I've had my oats and done some work, I'll talk you through my fitness goals and the plan of action, if anyone's interested. I've missed doing fitnessy vlogs. I feel like I've not really vlogged in a while, other than my Thailand vlog, which should be up by the time this video goes up. I've kind of missed doing it, to be honest. Yeah, let me know if you like these kind of vlogs or not, because if you don't, I won't do them because it's pointless. I'm not going to make content that I enjoy doing if no one else enjoys it, because my whole purpose with this is to help people, whether that's providing a little bit of entertainment or, you know, giving knowledge. That's why I'm going to give some tips and stuff through this video. But yeah, time to drive home. Oh, that's much better. Hello, I'm back from the gym, showered. It's actually been a fair few hours since, so last time I spoke was like 10:30. It's now like 20 to 1. I've eaten, showered, done some work bits, and I've done a bit of like tidying up around the apartment. Like I said earlier, oh, this lighting is really washing me out. By the way, every time I turn my camera on now, when my lens comes out, it's making a very anxiety-inducing sound. It sounds like it's about to break. So if anyone has any camera recommendations that are similar in size to a G7X Canon, but a different camera, just because I kind of want to try something new, let me know. But like I said, when I was sat in the gym car park, I wanted to fill you in on like some fitnessy kind of updates and like goals and stuff. So if you have been watching my channel for a while, you will probably notice that like in the past like year or so, I've not really had like any clear kind of goals. It's kind of been that way since I stopped my coaching with my previous coach. So in the end of 2019, like the end of summer, I got back from my holiday to Greece, and realised that I actually wanted to do a bit of a gaining phase, and I took myself through that. So I did that by myself, and I documented that on my YouTube. Actually, I did a lot of what I ate in a day, and I made some amazing progress. I believe I got up to around 63 kilograms from 58 kilograms, and that started September 2019 and I ended it April 2020, because newsflash, if you're going to do a gaining phase, you can't just do it for 1 or 2 months. You need to commit to it for a longer period of time. Yes, so I like to have that extra kind of accountability when I'm doing a little cut. So I hired a coach and I did a little cut from like April to, I want to say, like, we kind of stopped the cut after a few months because I was pretty happy with where I was at. I've kind of just had a year of just living my life. I've still been training, I've still been getting stronger in the gym, but I've not, you know, kept an eye on measurements. I've not looked at weight. I've not, you know, my marker of progress has been like my performance in the gym. I think I needed that. I think it's healthy for everyone to, the majority of your life realistically should not be spent chasing like being in a bulk or being in a cut. The majority of your life needs to be spent at maintenance. Like, it's draining to constantly go bulk cut, and you don't have to do that anyway. You could just eat at maintenance and recomp over time. Very slow process for most people, but that's a whole different video and story. And my aim now is to go on a little bit of a gaining phase, which I've not done since 2019. So like it's been nearly 3 years since I last embarked on a proper gaining phase, but I am so excited to do it. So as you'll have seen, obviously I weighed in at 61 kilograms this morning, and I don't kind of like to put a weight aim on my goals, my client goals, anything like that, just because you could end up, you know, I could end up, let's say for example, the scale doesn't move at all, but I way prefer how I look in the mirror. I feel more comfortable, my progress pictures show progress. I'm not going to let the scale get me down in that sense if it's not gone the way I wanted it to, but I want to have like a rough aim. I'm thinking I kind of want to try and get up to about 65 kilograms. My kind of aim here is I want to try and get stronger, build more muscle, focusing. I want to focus quite a bit on my arms, like my biceps and triceps. I want to have like more muscle in my arms. I want to build that up. I definitely want to work on my back. My shoulders are a bit of a sticky one for me because I could literally do 1 set for my shoulders a week and my shoulders will grow like, and I personally, for me, I'm not, you know, projecting this onto anyone, for me, I don't want my shoulders to get much bigger than they are now, maybe a little bit bigger, but I'm very happy with how my shoulders look. I think I've got nice looking delts. I'm happy with how they look basically. Chest, I can't train chest, so that's like just not even a thing for me. And then lower body, I kind of want to have more of a overall approach to it. I've neglected my hamstrings for a very long time, and over the past few months I've been working a bit harder on them in my training, and I've definitely seen that they have grown, because whilst I've been training for a very long time now, because I have not neglected my hamstrings, but I've not, you know, hamstring curled and done like a lengthening movement for them every single week. You know, it's the first time I've ever really properly focused on them, so they've grown a little bit. And I just want to have like a more like balanced kind of overall look to my lower body. So calves, quads, hamstrings and glutes. I just want to fill out my lower body overall a little bit more. If I don't get up to 65 kilograms, that's actually completely fine with me. But yeah, that's just a little fitness update. If you want me to like take you along the journey or make videos about it as I'm doing it, then let me know. But yeah, I'm excited, and I'm also excited to do a gaining phase where like it's not all about my ass. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm still going to be chasing some glute gains. There's like some measurements that I want to reach with them, but like I kind of am excited to just have more of a like holistic approach to a gaining phase. Can't decide whether this hat makes me look like a McDonald's worker or not, but my hair's a bit greasy up top, so I'm going to roll with it. This video is nothing short of a mess. I've been back from Thailand now for about 3 weeks. I'm not even going to divulge why it's taken me so long to finish this video, but I do want to finish it, because if I don't finish this video I can't use this footage and this video, and I feel like I was actually enjoying doing this video, but basically shit happened. I have just been in a whirlwind of a time since I got back, and that day was just not clearly the day to be trying to film a video. So a couple of things that I want to end this vlog on. It's a daily vlog that's literally spanned 3 weeks now. It's probably about 3 weeks. Tomorrow it'll be 3 weeks since I got, well, today it's 3 weeks since I got back from Thailand, so tomorrow will probably be about 3 weeks since I started filming this video. It is what it is. So the first thing that I just want to say really quick, because I've said I was going to address this in my next YouTube video, is something that I'm going to be doing going forwards with my social media earnings. This was a decision that I made a few months ago, but I'd already committed to donating a portion of that AdSense to other causes, like like what's been going on in the Ukraine and all that sort of stuff. But when I sat and thought about it, like, obviously if you've been watching my videos for a while, you'll know, I think when my no, actually, to be honest, since I started doing these videos I've always had like the odd month here and there where like I've donated AdSense to certain charities, the main one being Alzheimer's Society. I don't really know how to explain it, and I don't want to blab on about it for too much, but basically something that I really strongly believe in is donating money. If you can't donate money, helping out in a way you can, and if you are in a fortunate enough position, which I am, to be able to donate money or help in a meaningful way, then I personally think that that's something that people should do more of. And like I said, it's something that I've done on my channel for a while, but I wanted to do something a bit more consistently. Now, for context, there is like a crisis with the cost of living in the UK at the moment. A lot of people are really struggling, and you know, there's a lot of like huge charities. Like, yes, I'm happy to donate money to Alzheimer's Society, but like they are a huge charity, a huge organisation, whereas there are some like more local ones to me which are smaller, who need funding and all that sort of stuff. So I have decided, to cut a long story short, that from this month onwards, so May onwards, a portion of all my social media earnings will be donated every single month to a different organisation, a different charity. It will always be a non-profit organisation. Cover my social media earnings, what that entails. That entails any ads I take, which is very few and far between. I'm not going to, you don't need to worry, I'm not going to start ramping up the amount of ads I take and pushing shit on you just to raise money. Like, we don't need to do that round here. I'm still going to keep my values in that sense the same. So any ads I would take, for example, like I've worked with natives before, stuff like that, one-off ads, sponsorships. Obviously I have my sponsorship with Alphalete, commission, which comes through like code uses with Alphalete, or like if I had a link for a brand, that would come under social media earnings, and also my Google AdSense. So if you get ads on my videos, please watch them, because a portion of that AdSense is going to be donated now every single month. And doing it this way, donating it through my social media earnings, just means that it feels a bit more of like a community thing that we're all doing together, because we can all kind of help contribute. Like, all you have to do, even if you, like, I'm not going to say like, oh, use my code because I give money to charity. Like, even if you just want to watch the ads on my videos and not skip them, that helps me to get more AdSense money, all that sort of stuff. So I will be donating a percentage of all that combined every single month to a different charity. I already have the first 3 lined up. My original idea was to just like go charity 1, charity 2, charity 3, and then back to charity 1, charity 2, charity 3. But I think actually, if anyone has any charities that they really care about, please let me know in the comments below. You know, if anyone, you know, if any more charities come to my attention, then I don't see why they should be excluded, because I've already picked 3. The charities that I have already picked out are I don't know if I'm going to say this right, Zachara, which is a Leeds-based organisation. The second one is Bradford Central Food Bank, and the third one is Bradford Cinderella Club. I'll leave their websites and stuff linked down below so you can find out more about them, because I really don't want this video to be like super long. But this month's charity is going to be Sakura Charity. Basically their whole purpose, their aim is to ensure that every single child has a good night's sleep and every single child has a bed to sleep in. Now, to me and you, or, you know, a lot of people that I know, it might seem very wild or foreign to them that there are actually children in the UK, in Leeds, it's a Leeds-based charity, who don't have a bed to sleep in, but that's actually a reality for a lot of people. For example, I'm not sure about the rates in Leeds, but I know that Bradford has one of the highest child poverty rates in the whole of England. So the money this month will be donated to that charity and will be going towards bed bundles. Yeah, I'm going to leave more information about the charities and stuff linked down below, but I just wanted to let everyone know. And I think each month, at some point in a video that I post in that month, I will give you a bit more information on the charity, just because, you know, if you're going to be contributing by watching ads, for example, you kind of want to know where some of this money is going to be going. And final thing of this video that I wanted to talk about, which I promised I would talk about, is taking time off training. Now, I feel like it's actually worked out quite well that I've been back in the gym for a few weeks now. I'm still not on a proper program yet. I know I spoke in this video about a tip being just doing what you enjoy, and I'm going to be completely honest, since I've come back off holiday, I think I'm getting to the point now where I'm ready to follow a program, because I'm kind of already following a program because I've found new exercises that I really, really like, or like gone back to exercise I've not done in a while over the past few weeks I've enjoyed. So I've kind of made a mental program, I've just not written it down yet. So I think I might do that today. Or I might actually save that for a video. Would anyone be interested in me making a workout program, which I'll obviously share with everyone for free, it doesn't matter, but showing you how I kind of do it and like the logic behind it? Let me know, because I cannot hold off on actually writing it out until then. If you would be interested in that video, let me know. This shadow on my face, I feel like it's really quite...
Because you didn't see our movie.
It's a little bit distracting, yeah, and I still fully stand by that tip. Like, you need to just do something that really excites you and wants to get you back in the gym. Like, your motivation is probably not going to be high when you've just come back from bloody paradise and now you're back to, like, your normal life. Your motivation is not going to be high. You need to be doing something you enjoy, so just use that time to experiment, fully stand by that. The first week back, my soreness and stuff was pretty severe, and I'm going to be honest, since I've come back I have only trained legs twice a week. I am considering just keeping that as the way that I train in my programme, but I'm not 100% sure on it, because I do think now my recovery is a lot better. I think I could go 3 times a week, but the past couple of weeks, 2 times a week, I would not have been able to train more than that, because I've been getting quite a lot of soreness, especially when you're doing any stretching movements, lunges, single leg press, squat, all that sort of stuff. A lot of muscle damage, a lot of soreness compared to something like a hip thrust. So yeah, my soreness and recovery is getting better now. My strength didn't take too much of a hit, which by the way is very normal. I think if you've taken 2 weeks off, provided that, you know, you've kept active in some way, you know, you're not off with an injury, your food intake has still been good, you've not been super under eating, you're not going to see a huge dip in strength, to be honest. And actually that little bit of time off can be a really good refresher. Like, I know that I felt a lot fresher going back into my sessions. So yeah, my strength isn't really been too hampered with. I'm pretty much back to where I was before I went on holiday now. And the other thing that I wanted to speak about, which obviously I said I would speak about, is taking time off training and muscle loss. I don't mean it in a bad way. I think a lot of influencers definitely don't help with this, because there's a lot of huge influencers that I follow that will go on holiday for not even 2 weeks, they're away for a week, and they'll post when they're back, and they don't say it in like a super negative way, but they say it in a way they'll be like, oh, I've lost some muscle, but like time to like focus now and gain it back. And I don't think they're saying it in like a bad way. I think they genuinely think they have lost muscle. Now, I'm talking about going on vacation here. I'm not talking about an injury that's like got you out for weeks, you're bedridden, you can't move, breaking a leg, all that sort of stuff. That's not what the focus of this video is going to be. However, if you would like me to do a full video on taking time off training, how long it takes to lose muscle, how long it takes to lose strength, in various different scenarios, so like from bed rest all the way to like a super active holiday, let me know. But this is not going to be, like, I'm not going to cover everything, I'm just talking about going on vacation here. I think they genuinely think that, but then when you've got an audience of like, what, 500k people, 1 million people, you're going to get people that are thinking, oh my god, if I go on holiday for a week, I'm going to lose my muscle and I'm going to have to build it back. Couple things to go over. It takes on average, again, it's going to depend, you know, how active your holiday's been, all that sort of stuff. It takes on average about 3 weeks for your muscles to start atrophying. Atrophy is the opposite of hypertrophy, is when your muscles decrease in size. To put it in, you know, easily digestible terms, it's when your muscles decrease in size. Hypertrophy, your muscles increase in size. So you're looking at about 3 weeks off training for that process to begin happening. However, people saying they think they've lost muscle, that sort of stuff, it's not completely unfounded, and I'm going to explain this because I feel like it'll put a lot of minds at ease. But my favourite analogy for this, which is actually something that I got from one of my previous coaches, super grateful for it, is to think of your muscles like a balloon. So, you know, you're training, you're putting air in that balloon. Training, air in the balloon, same thing. Let's use this beautiful analogy. When you go on holiday and you take time off training, think of air coming out of that balloon. Now that balloon has still got the same capacity as it had when you went away. It just looks smaller because there is less air in the balloon, if that makes sense. And the air, in terms of your muscles, is things like the water in your muscles, the glycogen in your muscles, the overall like pumped look that you get from training. You'll know when you're training, you get a pump. When you're consistently training, you're almost like constantly walking around in a state of like inflammation and pump through your muscles. You take time off training, your muscles are not going to have that pump to them anymore. Now that doesn't mean you've lost muscle. Does it mean your muscles might look a bit flatter? Yes. Does it mean they might look a bit smaller in size? Yes. But have you lost any actual muscle mass? No, you haven't actually lost any muscle mass. Your muscles are just appearing smaller because you don't have that pump in them. You're not training, your glycogen stores in your muscles are not going to be as full, there's nowhere near as much inflammation in your muscles, and therefore they look smaller. What I'm kind of saying here is what you're seeing of your muscles on holiday after 1 to 2 weeks off training is probably a more accurate representation of the actual size of your muscles without all the inflammation in there. So to go back to the balloon analogy, as soon as you come back, you're training again, you're putting air back in that balloon, it's going to go back up to its capacity. You're not training, as we know with balloons, you can blow a balloon up and over, you know, if you're not consistently putting more air in it, it starts to slowly just get a little bit smaller, look a little bit shrunken. But if you open that thing back up, put air back in it, it's going to look the same as it did before. I feel like that's a really good analogy of explaining what's actually going on when you're on a vacation, taking a bit of time off training. So the takeaway point that I'm trying to drill home here is, if you want to train when you're on holiday, that is completely fine. I say this to clients all the time, it is a personal choice. I'm never ever judging someone if they want to train when they go on holiday. For me personally, I don't train when I go on holiday. I like to take that time completely off. Now obviously if I went on like a work related trip, for example, if I went over to Texas to see Alpha Land, I would probably train. Like, I'm at Alpha Land, I want to use the gym facilities. In that scenario, I'm probably going to train, but like, I'm not going to super enjoy, you know, a dingy hotel workout with minimal equipment, and I'm going to have to do something different to what I typically enjoy doing. I'm not going to force myself to train in that environment because it's not what I enjoy. I prefer to be in a gym. So when I'm on holiday, I don't tend to train. Now if I went for longer than 2 weeks, I probably would train, and that's just because I miss it. Towards the end of my holiday, I was starting to get a bit itchy. I was like, okay, I kind of miss it because I miss the endorphins, I miss all that good stuff about training. But do not go on holiday and train in fear of you're going to lose your muscles if you don't train for a week, 2 weeks. You're not. I promise you. Like I said, you're actually looking at about 3 weeks before you start losing any actual proper muscle mass. You might look a bit smaller, you might not be as pumped up, but as soon as you come back off holiday, you're going to be able to do that. And I say this to clients all the time. Taking time out of your holiday to train when the only reason why you're training is out of fear of losing muscle, which, like I've just explained, it's not actually going to happen. You're missing out on making amazing memories, you're missing out on time in the sun, you're missing out on time with your family and friends, to go and isolate yourself and do a workout. Like, you're not going to get to 90 and be like, oh, I really regret not doing that hotel workout in Mallorca that 1 week when I went away. I feel like my glute gains were never the same because I missed that session. You're not going to be thinking that. Chances are you're more likely to get to 90 and think, oh my god, I missed out on so much of my life. I missed out on spending time with family and friends. I missed out on so many amazing memories because I was so hyper obsessed with how I looked, muscles, training, when realistically it's not actually what you wanted to do, you're just doing it out of guilt. That's just my 2 cents on training, on holiday and all that sort of stuff, but also the backing behind it, you know, just to put some minds at ease, because when I was away I was getting so many questions about, are you training on holiday, what's your eating routine on holiday, how do you train on holiday, are you worried about losing muscle when you go on holiday? Over the past couple of years, it's been the first few holidays where I've really just not thought about stuff like that, and that's because I have the education to know I don't need to panic. I know exactly what's going on, and I feel like that's why education is so important, because when you know what's going on and you can see the explanation of why you're looking smaller is because you've got less pump in your muscles, you've got less inflammation from taking time off training, not because you've actually lost your hard-earned muscle. It's a lot easier to rationalise with yourself and just not worry about those sort of things when you understand it. But when you don't understand it, of course it's scary when you look in the mirror and you think, oh my god, like, where has all my muscle gone? I look tiny. But I hope that has been helpful. Like I said, if you do want like a full video on like taking time off training, what happens, how to get back into a good routine, like more in depth for like different scenarios, injuries, all that sort of stuff, let me know, because I'm more than happy to do that video. Obviously not advise on specific injuries, but just let you know like what's going on with your body at each kind of stage in terms of like muscle loss, strength loss, weight, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, and any other videos you want to see, let me know. Like I said, I will leave all the information about the charities in the link down below. I will also leave Jeff Nippard and Natasha Ocean's videos on taking time off training down below, so you can go and watch those, because they're a lot more like, this has been more kind of vlog style, so it's less like sit down, purely an educational video, whereas theirs are a lot more like scientific. If you want more of those kinds of videos, then let me know. But yeah, give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it really helps to push my content out. I feel like since I've been a little bit less consistent on YouTube, although I am getting better, they don't really push my videos out as much anymore, so that would be super helpful. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. And yeah, let me know what kind of videos you want to see. I'm gonna go now because I really want to edit this video today and get it up. And I think I'm gonna redo my gym and clothes organisation, because there's been an amplifier drop since I started filming this, and now I've got 10 times more stuff, and I just need to, you know when you've just got so much stuff that you just don't know where anything is anymore. So I've got some like IKEA separators, and I'm going to make like a beautiful amplify bras, all that sort of stuff separated. But yeah, have a gorgeous Sunday evening. Hopefully it's Sunday when this goes up. And yeah.
God damn, you son of a bitch! Oh, fucking hell, you! I want to slay your ass, you son of a bitch! You son of a bitch!
Level slash out. Okay, now what's the strategy, bro?
You son of a bitch, I'm gonna kick your ass!
Now what the fuck you gonna do? God, I'm
You
so
son
happy.
of...
Oh, I had a player in a D&D campaign once. We streamed it, and he saw it. It will only use just disintegrate. Pretty fucking boring. Same shit.
Fucking country suck, you son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch!
What we thought was a victory was just a temporary failure. We are back.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of these bitches in our front. Hey, if you can't read this, you can't read that. Son of a bitch.
Use the big ability, bro. Yes. Blast him, dude. Power up for your big move. Level slash. You're gonna heal. Do against me. Level slash. Wahoo! This is so boring, bro.
Hey, shut up, you son of a bitch.
Please, please, just kill him. Level slash again. Oh my god, just kill him. It's designed not to kill him. It's the first boss. He's gonna heal. We're gonna get more SP. Oh my god. Watching Dave play video games is such a fresh experience because I'm looking at the enemies like, yeah, fuck them up. And these fat roosters use their level slash. Like, what? That's great. How about this? Use your fucking thing. Just kidding. It's trying to make him use the ultimate, I think. I think maybe he can kill this thing naturally, but good god.
Victory shall be mine. I will cut you down.
What is wrong with level slash? He said, oh god.
Hello, welcome back to another video. If the lighting in this video alters throughout, apologies straight away. I'm using a mix of like artificial lighting above me and natural lighting because I mentioned this in my last video, but I know that some people are here just for like the informative content, so you might not have watched it. I've moved in with Dan now, so Dan is banished to the bedroom because he lives in an apartment. Obviously I live with him now, so we live in this apartment. What I will say is it's definitely a lot harder to film in an apartment than it is in a house. Like when I lived with my mum and dad, I was like, I can just go sit in the extension and film, I can go sit in my room, but when everything's on one floor and we've been watching the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, I was like, look, you need to either take a nap this afternoon or just go and sit in the bedroom. Hopefully going to be a really helpful video. It's going to be all about how to put together a workout program, and I'm kind of going to use my own workout program which I'll be following for the next probably 6 to 8 weeks, if not longer. I'm going to see how I go with it. I'm going to see how much I enjoy it, you know, any moves that like stick with me, any that don't, and then after about 8 weeks I'll probably reassess, make some minor adjustments. But yeah, that's the program that I'm going to be following, and I'm kind of going to use that to illustrate the points that I'm going to talk about in this video. And of course, if you don't already know this, whenever I share a workout program with you, if it's my own personal workout program, I'm sharing that shit for free. Like, I do not need to be charging people £50 to pay for something that literally did not take me long to make up whatsoever. Like I said, with the fact that it is free, it is literally just my workout program. You are welcome to join me, you're welcome to follow the same program as me should you wish to. Obviously, disclaimer, if you are embarking on any fitness routine, always consult your doctor, your GP before you jump into anything. Injuries, all that sort of stuff, I can't guide you through that. It's not a one-to-one thing. If you're going to follow the program, you're going to follow it at your own risk. The only thing I will say is it's not beginner friendly. If you guys want me to do another video on me putting together a workout program for beginners, how to do that, which I'll kind of touch on in this video, but because I'm using my own program to illustrate certain points, it might not be as helpful for like a straight up beginner. So if people would want that video, then let me know, because there are some different like considerations if you are just starting out. But yeah, if you are a beginner, I really wouldn't recommend jumping into this program for a few reasons, which I'll probably touch on as I go through. But yeah, how to put together a workout program. Obviously, being an online coach, I make workout programs every single week for new clients, for clients that are renewing cycles with me. I am always doing programming. And with this video, just before I get into like the nitty gritty, if I did this video like in depth on every single point, this video is going to be hours and hours long, and I know that some people love a long video, but I don't want to banish Dan for too long. So if there's anything I go over in this video, for example, things like reps in reserve, things like training volume, which I have already done a video on glute training volume, but if you want one like just more generally, broadly speaking, in depth about volume, let me know. I'm more than happy to do it, but I'm kind of just going to briefly touch on things enough so that you should hopefully understand how my thought process works when I'm putting together my own personal workout program, some tips, things that you're going to need to consider, because I know not everyone has the money for coaching. Like, I'm an online coach, but like the squeeze is real right now. Energy bills sky high, petrol sky high, everything sky high. So we need to be cutting costs somewhere, and it can be quite daunting if you've had a PT or a coach and now maybe you can't afford to keep up with that like luxury, that privilege. So hopefully this video will be useful. There are a couple of things that when you are looking at making a program are no-brainers that you are going to want to think about. The first of which being goals. Now I would split this into aesthetic goals and performance goals. So what are your goals? What are you aiming to get out of this training program? For example, if you are aiming to grow your glutes, which I know people are sick of people wanting to grow their glutes, but like, the reason my content's around it is because it's what I get asked about, and I'm not going to make content that people don't want, and a lot of people just want glute related content, so that's always where my brain goes. So yeah, if your goal is to grow your glutes, that is going to heavily influence your training program, because you're probably going to, you know, when you're looking at exercise selection, it will impact that. When you're looking at the orders of exercises, it will impact that. When you're looking at your training frequency, which muscle groups you're going to bias over others, it's going to impact that. And also goals wise, you want to be setting some performance goals. I personally believe everyone should be setting themselves performance goals, right from beginner to like super advanced. Always be training for some performance goals, because motivation wise, and motivation is an absolute fucking myth, like it's bullshit. Like I could not tell you the last time I was genuinely motivated to train, but I have been to the gym 4 times this week, and there was not an ounce of motivation in me to go. It's just a habit, it's a routine. However, you do need a little bit of a drive and a bit of an anchor, and there's nothing wrong with having aesthetic goals, but they are a bit more of an extrinsic a bit more of an extrinsic motivation, and those kind of motivators typically don't tend to last as long. It won't stick with you. Also, if your goal is to lose 5 pounds, or, you know, gain an inch on your biceps, gain an inch on your quads, once you've got that, you then kind of just feel a little bit lost, and you might not know where to go next. Whereas with performance goals, you can always just say, well, I want to add more weight, you know, that can be a whole thing. Your performance goals are a bit more intrinsic, it's more intrinsically motivated, it's more about you sort of thing, if that makes sense. So those goals, those motivations tend to stick a lot better than aesthetic ones. I've seen it with myself, I've seen it with clients, like, trust me, the performance stuff sticks way better. So I would recommend you sit down and you think, what are your goals? Because performance wise, if your goal is to hit a 100 kg squat and you're not putting any squats in your program, the math isn't mathing. There needs to be an element of specificity. I can never say that word. There needs to be an element of specificity. I can't say that word. There needs to be an element of that in your training, especially with lifting, because things like squats and deadlifts in particular, they're a very technical lift, and yes, you can do other movements to kind of help strengthen you in certain portions of a squat or to help transfer over to those lifts, but there's going to be nothing better for your strength on those lifts than doing those lifts every single week. So you need to think about your performance goals, because they are going to impact your training program. If you want to hit a PB on a lift, it needs to be in the training program. Then Then another thing that you are going to want to consider is your fitness level. So like I said, are you a beginner? Are you advanced? Are you super advanced? Something that you need to consider with your fitness levels, because that is then going to inform things like your frequency. For example, if this is your first ever workout program, you've never stepped foot in the gym before, you're not realistically, you shouldn't really be going in and aiming to be doing 5 times a week straight away. If you've never trained before in your life, you're going to be way too sore, your body's not going to be used to it, and you're going to really struggle. It's better to start off less, so maybe you'd go in with like 3 full body sessions and then work your way up to like body part splits, higher frequency in training. So it's going to impact things like your frequency. It's also going to impact your volume, because the volume's a bit of a sticky one, because as a beginner, for example, you don't want to put loads and loads of volume in for the reason that I've just stated. However, you can't really put a beginner on a super low volume training program that you would have an advanced lifter on, because when you're a beginner, when you're a few months into training, you don't really know. You can't really gauge failure typically properly. You don't really know how many reps in reserve you have. You're probably way off with your estimations of that. So the chances are, if you're putting someone, you know, with that level of experience on a super low volume training program, saying, you know, push really hard, intensity, they would probably actually do better with a little bit more volume, but bringing the intensity down a bit, because they just don't know their potential yet, if that sort of makes sense. So it's going to impact things like your training volume, like I said, frequency, exercise selection as well. The more advanced you get, typically the more moves you will have available to you. But if you've just started going to the gym, you're not going to be wanting to try and do a barbell back squat straight away if you have literally never squatted in your life. You're going to have to start doing like body weight movements. You're going to have to start doing like dumbbell movements. Machine work is really good if you're a beginner. It's just going to impact your exercise selection quite a bit, you know, the advancedness of the movements you put in, all that sort of stuff. So that's something else you need to consider. So you're considering your goals, both aesthetic and performance. You're considering your fitness level to help you inform frequency, intensity, volume, all that sort of stuff, how many times you can train a week. And then you're also going to want to consider what's realistic for you. There's no point in you making a 5-day-a-week training program if you know you only have time for 3. I see it with clients all the time. I'm a very lenient coach in the sense that, like, if I know you cannot do 5 days a week, but you used to be able to do it, but now you've got a new job, you've got a puppy to look after, you're in a relationship now, you can't get to the gym 5 times a week, I'm not going to keep you on a 5 times a week program. It's demoralising, it's demotivating to have 5 sessions to do a week, but it's physically impossible. You feel like you're constantly failing. So it's really important to have a frequency that you know you can stick to and you know you can stick to consistently. So you need to look at, realistically, how much time do you have to train, and that will help you to inform both your frequency of your training sessions, how many training sessions are you going to do in a week, and also the length of those sessions. Some people can spend, you know, an hour and a half in the gym for a training session, and that's great. For most people, a session would maximum be an hour and a half, unless you're doing some crazy shit. But other than that, you know, some people might only have half an hour to train, in which case you might be looking to implement things like supersets, shorter rest periods. It's all very individual, and that's another thing that I just want to go over really quick before I go into like how I actually plan out a workout program. Is you need to find the balance between what's optimal and what you enjoy and what you can actually do. So we all know longer rest times, it's way more optimal for your strength. It's going to mean that you're properly recovered and ready to go into your next set if you've been resting adequately, as opposed to only resting for example, a minute between your sets. However, not everyone has the time to be resting 2 to 3 minutes, especially like 3 minutes. If you're doing strength work, some people rest for like 5 minutes. Not everyone has got time for that. So you need to find a balance between what you can actually do and what you actually enjoy and what's optimal, because the most optimal thing, regardless of what the science says, like we can use that as a guide, but the most optimal thing ultimately is something that's actually achievable for you, something that you enjoy, something that you're going to want to do, and something that you can do. If you do not have time to be resting 3 minutes between sets, we need to work around that. We need to fiddle around with things. So yeah, those are some things that I like to consider and would recommend you consider before you go into like the actual writing out of a program. That's kind of the planning process. Now we're going to move into the practicality of it. So what I like to do, and this is how I did my program today that I've written up, which I'm going to be following from Monday. So I like to write out a list of my favourite movements at the moment, the ones I've been enjoying, the ones that I've been, you know, gelling with, progressing well on, the ones that realistically I want in my program, the ones where if they weren't in my program, I'd probably be looking at my program and thinking, shit, where can I sub something out to put this in instead? Because when I'm doing my own program, that's the fun of it. I get to pick exactly what goes in it. So I like to write out a list of my favourite exercises. So you've got your list of favourite exercises, and then underneath you've got how many sessions you're going to be wanting to try and split those across. Now, it's really, really important that you don't go ham with your list of favourite exercises. If you've got like 30 exercises on there, probably better off banking about half of them and saving those for like a next cycle of workouts, because you don't want to put too much into a training program. You kind of need to pick. So maybe when you're doing a list, try not to write too many things on there. So then I basically slot them in across the sessions where it makes sense. Considerations for that are of course what you enjoy, but you've already got the list of your favourite exercises. Then you are going to want to be thinking about your volumes both across the week and per session. So how many sets are you looking to realistically be doing per session? Because if you're looking to only be hitting like 10 to 15 sets in a session, you're probably not going to want to be putting 8 exercises per workout. So that's something that you need to consider. And then look at your weekly volume for each muscle group as a whole. Like I said, I don't want to go into this too much because otherwise this video is going to be super, super long. But that is something that I always consider when I am making a workout program. You don't want it to be not enough volume, but you also don't want it to be too much volume, because volume works kind of on a like bell curve. So if you think about it like that, there's like an amount of volume, and it's not the same for each person. People love to paint things in black and white in the fitness industry, but we are all different. We can use ballpark figures, we can use averages, estimations, but ultimately everyone is different. So this is going to be a bit of trial and error, but you will notice when you've been training for a while that there will be a point where that is the amount of volume where you see the best results, the best progress. You can recover from it, which is super, super important. I know we're talking about a training program here, but recovery needs to be built into that. It is very important. Anything less than that amount of volume and you're not really getting the maximum results, and anything more than that and it actually has a negative impact on your progress, on your results. So you need to find that sweet spot, and you want to be checking that across the week, across each session, but weekly volume is obviously the more important thing here. So you need to be checking that when you are slotting exercises in, when you're coming in with sets and reps, all that sort of stuff. That's something that you need to be considering. The other thing is, when you're taking things from your favourites list and slotting those into workouts, you're going to need to consider exercise order. Now this kind of goes back a little bit to goals. So if your goal is to hit a PB on squats, or if your goal is to hit a PB on deadlifts, you're not going to be want to be putting your squats and deadlifts as the third exercise in your sessions. The movements that you really, really, really want to progress on should go first. Typically, there will be compound movements, but you know, there might be some isolation movements that you want to make sure that you are progressing on and that you want to hit PBs on, in which case I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you put them before compounds, but in the list of your isolation things in your workouts, maybe put them a bit higher than others. Ultimately, as your session goes on, your energy is going to dwindle. I don't care what kind of rocket fuel you have ingested before your workout, your energy will eventually dwindle. The output that you're able to achieve on each exercise is going to go down. So you need to consider what are the key lifts that you really, really want to progress on. In a dream world, we'll be progressing on every single lift every single week, but that's just not realistic. So to improve the chances of you hitting your performance goals on the lifts that you've selected, try and put those earlier on in your session. Generally speaking as well with the exercise order, you're going to want compounds first, then into your isolation work. You've considered what you enjoy, you've considered your volume, and you've put your exercises in order. The next thing that you are going to want to be looking at is things like reps in reserve to inform your intensity. Reps in reserve is heavily linked to the intensity of your sessions, so the lower the reps in reserve, the more intense your sets are. So if you're leaving 1 rep in reserve in your sets, that's going to be a way more intense set, a way more meaningful set as well, as opposed to something where you're leaving 5 reps in reserve. Typically you want to be staying kind of in the 1 failure to like 3 reps in reserve kind of range. Everyone's got different opinions on training to failure. I don't personally think you should be pushing every single set to failure every single week. I think testing out failure every so often is excellent depending on the lift. I wouldn't recommend, for example, beginners testing out going to failure on barbell back squats. I don't really think that's helpful. There are certain lifts where it's definitely more safe for you to go to failure on than others. For example, hip thrusts is definitely safer for you to work to failure on than a deadlift or a squat. If you fail a hip thrust rep, it doesn't come off the floor. If you fail a squat, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, especially if you don't use safety bars. With deadlifts, your back could go completely fucked. If you hit failure and you're not like able to cope with the weight, you drop it, you land funny, your back rounds a bit too much, your back's in just a very compromised position. So you do need to consider that, and I think that will also be impacted by your fitness levels and your experience. I'd never recommend that beginners are like pumping all the way to failure on every single set, like it's just too intense. Also, it's going to be very, very hard to gauge where failure is. I think for most experienced lifters, a really good way of making sure that you are training with the right kind of intensity is the last set of your exercises, try and take that to failure, and then you can kind of gauge how far truly off it you were with your previous sets. Were you hitting the intended reps in reserve? It's a little bit less harsh than saying just go to failure on every single set that you're doing. So with your reps in reserve, like I've just said, typically anywhere from like failure, it really does depend on fitness levels, but anywhere from failure to about 3 reps in reserve is where the meaningful sets that are really gonna stimulate some progress, stimulate some growth are gonna happen. So reps in reserve is something that you need to consider, but like I've said, that's also going to be informed by your experience, you know, how long you've been lifting for, all that sort of stuff. I feel like reps in reserve and training intensity could probably be a whole video in itself, so if you want a video on that, then let me know. But reps in reserve, the training intensity, is something that you are going to want to be considering. Rest times as well is something that you're going to want to be considering. So this is going to be dependent on how much time you have to train, because if you have less time, you're probably not going to be able to take super long rest periods, but your rest periods will also be impacted by what you're trying to work on. So if you're trying to work on things like endurance, you can probably get away with shorter rest periods because you're pushing how long you can do something for, not necessarily just how much you can lift. For things like hypertrophy, strength, you want to be resting a lot longer. So for most people, 2 minutes minimum would be, for your main compounds, what I would be saying you should be resting for 2 minutes minimum. Most of my rest periods in this for my compounds tend to be 2 to 3 minutes, but I'll take you through that. Typically through a workout, rest times start longest at the start. Hello. Typically, your rest periods are going to start longest at the start of your session, because that's where your compounds are, that's where you want to be really making the most out of every single set that you are doing. And as the session goes on, rest times, you know, as you come into your isolation work, for example, low body days, things like kickbacks, rest periods can be shortened a little bit. That is something else that you need to consider. Another thing that you're going to want to consider is your frequency for your muscle groups. So for example, if an area that you really want to bring up is your glutes, you might be better trying to split that off, split the volume required for you to see growth in that area up between 2 to 3 sessions rather than trying to fit it into one. So yeah, the frequency of training muscle groups is also something that you're going to need to consider. Other considerations are things like the exercise selection. So in terms of, for example, your lower body sessions, you need to be considering how long things are going to take to recover from. So hamstrings typically for most people are the things that take the longest to recover. So for me personally, I do not like to split my hamstring volume across the week. I kind of like to get it one and done, because if I do a bit of hamstring work in every session, I'm literally constantly sore. Like my body really struggles with that. So I personally do prefer to keep, you know, a lot of my, particularly things like RDLs and things that are going to work my hamstrings in a stretch position, and like to try and keep them in the same session where possible. And generally speaking, any exercise, so again, if we're talking lower body, any exercise that works your muscles through a lengthened position is going to cause a lot more damage and take you a lot longer to recover from, as opposed to things that work them in a shortened position. For example, your glutes are going to be able to recover from things like hip thrusts, cast glute bridges, rounded back extensions, your kickbacks. You're going to be able to recover from that a lot quicker and therefore do those more frequently, so that's going to inform your training program, than things like Bulgarian split squats, leg press, reverse lunges, because they are working your glutes in a stretch position. A lot more muscle damage, takes a lot longer for your body to recover from that. You want to make sure that you're not going into your sessions constantly sore. If you are, it's going to hamper with your progressive overload, which in turn is going to hamper with your muscle growth, hypertrophy, assuming that that is what you want to work on. Obviously, it's not going to be for everyone. Another thing that you're going to want to consider is biases for movements. So for example, you can have a quad bias squat, you can have a glute bias squat. With a leg press, you could have a quad biased leg press. You could also have a glute bias leg press. But the thing is, and the mistake that I see quite a lot of people making when they're doing lower body training, is making absolutely every single move glute biased. Even if you want to grow your glute, if you're making every single movement you're doing across 3 training sessions in a week glute biased, probably too much volume on your glutes, and you would be better off actually saying, do you know what, my reverse lunges, I'm going to make those more quad biased. My Bulgarian split squats, I'm going to do those with a bit of a closer stance to the bench and make those more quad biased. Because otherwise, if you're constantly doing everything glute biased, it's too much volume. Your glutes are not going to be recovering. You're probably not going to be able to progressively overload, and it is going to hamper with your results. So when you're looking at like biasing certain muscles over others, make sure that you are kind of evenly spreading things. Even if you have things you want to work on more than others, obviously you will accommodate more sets, more volume for that muscle group if you're trying to bring it up, but don't take it too far. Not every day glute biased everything. It's a little bit overkill. I've been there, I've made that mistake. Let's learn from my mistakes. And then another thing that you might want to consider, I feel like I'm coming at this video from like a hypertrophy perspective, but that's just because I know what my program entails and it's a hypertrophy program. But if you want to work on your cardiovascular health, considerations for things like cardio. But if you're trying to do weight training 5 times a week, I wouldn't then recommend that you're trying to do 4 HIIT sessions a week on top of that. It's a lot, and you're probably really going to struggle to recover from that. Your body is going to be under a lot of stress. So, you know, the more you kind of need to slot in cardio, or to be honest, if cardio is your, you know, preference, you need to slot in weight training if you're going to be doing that around the cardio, and vice versa. So, you know, if you're thinking, I do want to do some cardio, but I'm weight training 5 times a week and I'm not willing to give that up, you might be better off doing a couple sessions of lifts a week, or maybe like a little bit of intervals, but probably not like 4 times a week because it's going to be a little bit much. But that is something else to consider, where you're going to place your cardio in your workouts if you are doing it. So if you're wanting to work on your cardiovascular fitness and that's your main priority, not growing your muscles, then you would want to be doing your cardio before weights if you are trying to do it on the same day. If your main priority is hypertrophy, but you do want to, you know, make sure that you're getting a bit of cardio in there, you're going to want to do your cardio after weights. So now onto my personal program. Like I said at the start, this is my program. This is built around my goals, my fitness level, my abilities, what I want to achieve. I'm not saying you need to follow this program. I'm also in nowhere saying if you follow this program, you will see my results, you will look like me, because you won't. You could buy every single in the world's program. You could buy Tammy Hembrow's program. I've made this mistake because I literally used to be that bitch that was like, I'm going to buy this program and then I'm going to look like that. And guess what? It never happened, because I'm not built like that. I'm 5'6". I'm not 5 foot. My muscles are never going to look, they're just never going to look like that, and I've kind of come to terms with that now. So yeah, quick disclaimers. I'm not saying, you know, if you follow this program you're going to look like me. I'm not saying you need to follow this program. I'm not saying I'm the holy baby Jesus be all end all of workout programs. I'm not saying this is the best program in the world. This is my training program built around my current goals, which I'll get into to kind of explain how I've informed the program. You are welcome to join me from Monday, the Monday coming up. I think this is going up on Sunday, so tomorrow. Join me from tomorrow. Let's do this program together if you want to do it. If you're a beginner, maybe not. I will whip something up. I promise. I'll do like a more beginner focused video on training programs, and I will give you a program for free, of course. What are my goals, first of all, because that is what informs my training program. So my goals at the moment are, and I've spoken about this in a recent video, is I'm trying to build, I'm trying to gain a little bit of weight, but for the first time I'm taking a much more holistic approach. You know, previously I've been super glute focused. You know, I've only very recently started seriously training my hamstrings because I realised, one, I think it was actually causing me actual like issues with my body. I don't mean like looks wise, I mean like actual like functional issues with my body. The fact that my like glutes and quads were so strong in comparison to hamstrings, I think it was causing problems. You know, previously I've been very heavily glute focused, and I would still love to see some glute growth. I'm not gonna cower away or shy away from saying I want my bum to grow just because people think it shouldn't be a trend, or it's out of trend, or people talk about glutes too much. I'm not gonna cower away from that. Because what's the point of me saying that? You're then going to see me posting pics of my bum on the gram and you're going to be like, Amy, but I thought this wasn't about your bum. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be that person. It's like, I don't care about how I look, but here's a body check with every single what I eat in a day post. It's okay to care about these things as long as it's not having like a bad impact on your mental health. It's okay to have aesthetic goals, and I do, but they're a lot more holistic this time round. I am team no carbs. I need carbs. Like, I cannot, I need some carbs. So yeah, overall I want to just build a bit of muscle. My main like focus areas are my lower body as a whole, to be honest. So like I've said, quads, hamstrings, glutes and calves. Hamstrings is something I'm super keen to work on because it is something that I have kind of neglected. I also want to develop my back, and in particular my biceps. I'm like quite, I wouldn't say tricep dominant, I'd just say my triceps definitely grow a lot quicker than my biceps do. So my back and my biceps is something that I want to work on. For me personally, shoulders are not something I'm too bothered about assigning a shit ton of volume to each week for, just because I train shoulders like once a week and that's me looking wham as hell for the next 4 weeks. I'm quite happy with the size of my shoulders. I don't particularly want them to get any bigger, and I am quite like, I'm not a super broad person, but like when I train my shoulders they grow very quick, and I just don't want huge shoulders on me personally. I think they look stunning on other people. It's not something I want on myself, so my shoulder volume is a little bit lower. Chest work, you will note there's absolutely no chest work in this program. If you are going to follow it, I would recommend that you put some in, honestly. The only reason I don't train chest is because I have implants and they are under the muscle. I was told it would not hamper with my training. That was a downright lie. Everyone's different with this, but for me personally, it's very uncomfortable and very painful for me to train chest. So unfortunately, I can't train chest, and there is no chest work in this program. But you are more than welcome to add that into some of the upper body days if you wish to. And I would recommend that you do. I'd never recommend that you completely neglect a muscle group, even if you don't want it to grow. Doing some maintenance volume just to keep everything in balance, everything in unison, harmony. I'd always recommend doing a little bit of that. Flexibility is something that I want to work on. I trained super hard whilst I was at uni to get the splits, and it took me a year because your girl is not naturally flexible. It took me a year and I got there, and then, like I've just said, I'm not naturally flexible. Flexibility with me, use it or lose it, and I've lost it. I can't do the splits anymore, so flexibility is something that I want to work on because I want to be able to do my front splits again, and I really want to get my box splits. I have a feeling that will probably take me years, but I really want to get my box splits. So flexibility is something that I want to work on. Mobility is something that I have been working on and something that I want to continue to work on, which obviously I will go over in this program. And then cardiovascular health, this is something I have neglected because I've been a weights girl through and through, but me and Dan have actually started doing these things called tribe classes, and it's predominantly cardio. Like, there's a resistance bit in the middle, but like, it's a cardio class. Like, no one's going there to build muscle. It is a cardio class, but I've actually been really enjoying it, and I've found ways of doing cardio in the gym as well that I really enjoy, and I want to feel like an athlete. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to feel like super fit and healthy, and like I'm not limited by my, you know, cardiovascular fitness being a little bit less than, like, you know, my strength, all that sort of stuff. I kind of want to be more holistic in my training. So cardiovascular health is something that I also will be working on in this program. Without further ado, I will bring up on the screen my workout schedule across the week as like an overview, so you can see what we've got going on. So Monday, lower A, Tuesday, upper A, Wednesday, lower B, Thursday, upper B / cardio, Friday, lower C, and Saturday, tribe class cardio. So on Saturdays, like we're doing one tomorrow morning at 9:15, that's when we do a tribe class together and with some of Dan's friends. It's kind of like more of like a social thing, because like, it's like, where are we going to go for food after? Like, that's kind of why we all, it's not why we all go, but like, it's a big driving force as to why we all go. And like I said, I've been really enjoying it. Classes is how I actually started getting into fitness, and I just find it's nostalgic. I have been enjoying it, and it's pushing yourself in a way that like I just wouldn't push myself if I was on my own. Being in that environment really does push me, and it helps me that when I'm doing cardio on my own in the gym, I know I can go harder and I'm not going to die, even if I think I'm going to die. I know I'm not, because I've done it in a tribe class on a Saturday morning. You'll know I don't train lower back to back. I don't do lower on a Monday, lower on a Tuesday. I don't do that. You want to be leaving at least 48 hours between your lower body, between training the same muscle group. Again, you will see my training volume, the amount of exercise that I do in a session is significantly lower than quite a lot of people's, and that's because I split it across 3 sessions in the week. You cannot be training legs 3 times a week and doing like 10 exercises in a session. It's way too much for the vast majority of people. I've never trained anyone who it's not been too much for, and I've trained quite a lot of people now. So yeah, you'll notice I've built in the recovery. I've given myself adequate rest between training sessions, and something else to note is my lower C workout on the Friday, sometimes that will move to a Sunday. Also, sometimes one of my lower body sessions will be missed, just because sometimes I get super hectic. So sometimes I'm going to be I'm aiming to do all the sessions a week. I'm aiming to do the 5 sessions a week, but sometimes it will end up being 4 sessions a week and a tribe class. Just for full transparency, it really does depend on my week, but I am trying because I know I can do it. Like, my body can recover from it, and it's what I personally see really, really good results from. So I'll take you through like my workout program, talk you through it, all that sort of stuff. So lower body A is hip thrust. That's my hip thrust focus day, so I'm wanting to work on my hip thrust strength, just because for the past few months I've kind of done like 4 times 8 and all that sort of stuff. Like, I've not really been doing any like pyramid sets, you know, I've not really had too many training systems in my workout program, and that's something that I wanted to change. I wanted to incorporate some more training systems, so we've got some pyramid sets. We've got a pyramid set on lower body A on hip thrust, because that's something that I want to work on. My reps in reserve I'm aiming for is 1 to 2, so I want to be leaving 1 to 2 reps in reserve for the first 3 sets, and then you'll note underneath the final set where it says 6 reps, I'm going to be taking that to failure, pushing as hard as I can. I do have some like numbers that I want to hit, which I won't share in this video because I feel like I'm going to jinx myself and then I'm not going to hit them, but I do have some PBs that I want to hit on my hip thrusts. Then going into leg press, 3 sets, 6 to 10 reps. So when there's a rep range, basically what I tend to do, it is kind of a pyramid set, but I don't like to give myself like a rigid pyramid set with specific reps for every single thing. So when I use a range, what I tend to do is start on the lighter, well not light, but like moderately heavy end of things. So I'm probably going to be hitting closer to 10 reps, and then on each set add more weight, but aim to be within that 6 to 10 rep range, if that makes sense. I do get asked about rep ranges sometimes. That's my personal take on putting them in. That's why I like to put them in anyway. RIR of 1, reps in reserve of 1, mainly because I find I can push myself really, really hard on the leg press. Also, you're supported in the leg press, you know, there's a lot of pressure taken off having to balance, there's a lot of pressure taken off bracing. Obviously you are still going to need to brace, you need to make sure your bum's firmly on that seat so your back's not round at the bottom, but it's a lot easier to push yourself harder on leg press. Bulgarian split squats, I know, crazy that I put this on my list of likes. I had a few messages about that on Instagram, but I do actually really enjoy doing them. So I've got Bulgarian split squats, then 3 sets of 8 to 12 reps, same thing again with the rep range. Reps in reserve of 1 to 2, so I'm aiming to be around 1 to 2 reps in reserve. When I do reps in reserve ranges, oh, that's going to run out. Yeah, when I do reps in reserve ranges, I tend to start, so for example, if I've done a reps in reserve range of 1 to 2, my first set might be closer to 2 reps in reserve, my later sets might be closer to 1 rep in reserve. That kind of makes sense. That's the range I'm aiming for. Rest 2 minutes, adequate rest, because Bulgarian split squats just hit different. It's like you do one leg and then you're like, fuck, I've got to do the other leg. It just kills. And then some glute medius kickbacks, 3 times 12 to 15 reps. Reps in reserve of 1, rest 130. So as you'll see throughout my session, my reps typically get higher. My sets typically come down. So I tend to do higher rep work as I go through my workout. I tend to knock sets down as I go through my workout. And my rest period tends to decrease as I go through my workout and move through to my isolation work, because it just doesn't require as much rest. What you will note there is I've got 4 exercises, literally 4 exercises, but trust me, that is enough in a session for me. For me, like 2 years ago, this honestly wouldn't have been enough, probably because I wouldn't have known how to push myself hard enough to make the most of that volume. There's no point, I know we all love to preach about going on a lower volume program, and they really are amazing, but there's no point in you switching to like a super low volume program if you're leaving like 5 reps in reserve on every single set. Like, you're not going to be making the most out of that lower volume. So if you are going to a lower volume, you need to make sure your intensity is there, your effort is there, and you are really, really, really pushing. Moving on to lower body B, so obviously I would leave 48 hours between these sessions, but I just happened to write my lower sessions out before I did my uppers. So lower body B, hack squat, Reason being why I've put hack squat in there instead of back squats is because I have got a niggling injury, not injury, but like a niggling problem with my back, which I'm not going to go into too much because I don't want anyone who maybe has the same issue to then take this and inform them, because you could have the same area of problem area but like a very different injury. For me personally, I think squats right now, like barbell back squats, are just not a good idea. I found myself getting really frustrated with barbell back squats for a long time now. Like, I feel like I used to find it not easy to progress on them, but I used to be able to progress on them. I used to be able to squat like 80 kg. I think my PB is like closer to like 90. But I just recently I'm like stuck with my weights on squats. I can't progress. Every single week it just feels like they're just a real sticking point, and it's to the point now where I'm just like, I actually just want to take a clean break from back squats because I'm really not enjoying doing them. So I'm taking a break from barbell back squats for this cycle of sessions for myself. I'm going with a hack squat instead. 4 sets of 8 to 12 reps, reps in reserve 1 to 2, rest 2 to 3 minutes. RDLs are coming up next. Little pyramid set there, so we've got 10, 8, 6, reps in reserve of 1, rest 2 to 3 minutes again, and then walking lunges, 3 sets of 20 to 30 reps. I'm going to be doing those with dumbbells. Some people like to do barbell walking lunges. I always will prefer dumbbells. It's just my personal preference. RAR 1/F. I've written that because on the third and final set, I want to be trying to take that all the way to failure. The rest, I'm going to be leaving 1 rep in the tank. Rest 2 minutes. Leg extension, 3 sets of 10 and a drop set on the end. So I am going to do 3 sets, and then when I'm on my 3rd set, that's going to be performed as a drop set. Now, when people do drop sets, you need to make sure that you are actually like hitting failure before you drop the weight, otherwise it's not really a proper drop set. It's a little bit redundant. So on that 3rd and final set, let's say I hit 10 reps to failure on 45 kilograms. Let's say I hit failure on 45 kilograms. Straight away, I'm gonna drop the weight, go to failure on that new weight. Then once I've hit failure again, drop the weight again, go to failure. And I tend to do it until I can't get more than like 4 to 5 reps out, because once I've hit that point, I'm like, do you know what? I'm out. So yeah, reps in reserve on that one obviously is 1/failure. Rest 1 minute 30. And then I've tagged calf raises onto the end there. Then we've got lower body C. So my main lift focus here is my deadlift, and I'm just going to be doing conventional deadlift. I love to hit triple digits on deadlifts, which is why I've got 10, 8, 6, 3. I'm working in those lower rep ranges to really work on my strength. Rest periods are nice and long. I've written 2 to 3 minutes, but to be honest, especially when I'm doing like 6-3 reps, probably going to be close to the 3 minute mark, maybe even 4 minutes. Then I've got CAS glute bridges, 3 sets of 8 to 12 reps. So obviously I've got hip thrusts at the start of the week, doing my pyramid set, working on strength, and then CAS glute bridges with a slightly like typical hypertrophy range that I want to be hitting. Reps in reserve 1, rest 2 minutes between sets. Single leg press, 3 sets, 8 to 10 reps. Reps in reserve 1/failure, because on that 3rd and final set I'm going to be trying to take that to failure. Rest 2 minutes. And then we've got hamstring curls, 4 sets of 12 reps. To move on to my upper body sessions, just to explain really quick, I mix push and pull because, as I've explained, I can't do chest work and I'm not super bothered about having a ton of volume in there for my shoulders. So for me personally, it makes more sense for me to just mix push and pull. I don't split them down the middle. So upper body A, we've got cable seated rows, 4 sets of 8 reps, reps in reserve 1 to 2, rest 2 minutes. Straight arm pull down, 3 sets of 10 reps, reps in reserve 1, rest 1:30 to 2 minutes. Lateral raises, 3 times 12 to 15 reps, reps in reserve 1, rest 1:30, and then a tricep and bicep cable superset. So I'm going to be doing tricep push downs, cable bicep curls, 4 sets of 8 to 12 reps, RIR 1/F because I'm that 4th and final set. I want to make sure that I'm taking on that superset both the tricep work and the bicep work to failure. Rest 1:30 to 2 minutes. Then at the end of that upper body session, we have got a little bit of core work. It's very, very, very simple. It's nothing fancy. 30 seconds of leg raises followed by 30 seconds of bicycle crunches. And when I say bicycle crunches, I don't mean like going super fast and like going ham. I mean like slow and controlled. You're bringing that elbow to the knee and you're really extending your leg out. You're doing it slow and controlled. Trust me, you will feel a big difference as opposed to just rushing through every single rep on there. But I'm doing that time, so it's 30 seconds on each. 3 rounds, 1 minute rest between rounds. That's my core work, and that is upper body A complete. Upper body B, shoulder press. Oh, my battery's running out, 1 second. I've got shoulder press, 4 sets, 8 to 12 reps. Reps in reserve of 2, rest 2 minutes. Like I said, you will notice the shoulder work in here, the delt work in general. Very, very, very minimal. I'm not trying to do too much with the shoulders in general. Then a kneeling single arm cable pull down. These are for lats, and I really, really, really love doing these. These have been like a game changer. I absolutely love doing these. So 4 sets of 8 to 12 reps. Reps in reserve of 1, rest 1:30 to 2 minutes. I find with any like single arm work in particular, single leg's a bit different because it really does take out of you, but with single arm work, because obviously you do one arm then you do the other, I can typically get away with a bit of a shorter rest period because it ends up being about 2 minutes between actual arms, if that makes sense, even if I've only rested for 1:30. And we've got face pulls. These are going to be, for full context, rear delt focused face pulls. Rear delt focus cable face pulls, 3 sets of 12 to 15, RAR 1 to 2, rest 1:30. And then hammer curls, like I said, my biceps are more of a focus for me than my triceps, hence why I'm training those twice a week. 4 sets of 12 reps, RAR 1, rest 1:30, and then at the end of that session I'm going to have my cardio finisher, which is going to be 10 minutes on the stairs, 1 minute on the speed of like 4 to 6. I'm speaking with my specific stair master. It might be different in every single gym, but that's about like a very like leisurely pace for me. And then 1 minute on minimum 12. I like to try and go to like 15, but sometimes I'm like, I literally feel like I'm gonna pass out, and you don't really want to be doing that on moving stairs at a high speed. So yeah, you basically interval that until you hit 10 minutes. If you're feeling super brave on the final minute, go up by like 1 to 2 in speed every 15 seconds, and yeah. Then you've got core work, so I like to work on core again. Sometimes I don't always do my second bit of core and ab work in the week, but I like to try. I put it in there because I feel like if it's in there, I'm more likely to do it. So plank hold to failure, Russian twists, 30 seconds on each, repeat 3 times, 1 minute rest. That's it. Bob's your uncle, Fanny is your aunt. The other things to focus on, the other things to know in my training program are my mobility, warm-ups, dynamic stretching, all that sort of stuff. So warm-up wise, I don't actually do like a full-blown, I don't do any like banded warm-up stuff. I don't do like a super magical, crazy warm-up routine. I will link below the upper body warm-up routine that I like to do, which uses a long band. That's my favourite upper body warm-up to do. That's what I do before both of my upper body sessions typically, and I am yet to have a niggle with my upper body, so fingers crossed that is working a treat. Lower body wise, what I tend to do is I'll do some dynamic stretches, so I'll do some things like leg swings, all that sort of stuff, front to back, side to side. Then I will do some mobility work. So if you want a full video on mobility work, because I can't physically like show you right now, if you want a full video on my mobility routine, let me know. I personally am, with mobility, I think you need to be working on the things that are like an issue for you. Obviously it's a good idea for people to be doing maintenance for, you know, the hips, shoulders, ankles, all that sort of stuff. You should be maintaining good mobility, like keeping up with it. But like if there's a glaring problem, so for example, I realise I've got really, really bad ankle mobility, so I've prioritised that, whereas someone who has really good ankle mobility might not need to do as much ankle mobility work as I do, if that makes sense. If you want me to show you my mobility routine, let me know in the comments and I'll do a video on it. The reason why I'm kind of like hesitant to go too into it at the moment is because mobility work has kind of like blown up over social media over the past 6 months, and I think it's a great thing. It's something that I have definitely neglected in the past. I definitely don't think it's a bad thing, but what I don't want to do is just jump on it and be uninformed, misinformed. So I've actually been looking at doing like courses on mobility work, just to make sure that I'm giving out information that I properly understand rather than just parroting someone else's work. But if you want people that like really know their shit when it comes to mobility work, especially like anything to do with like your lower body stuff, Squat University have got amazing videos on mobility work, and I would definitely recommend you check those out. There's a girl on TikTok who's got really good mobility work on her page, which I will leave linked below. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but I have used both of their content to put together my own little mobility routine, and I do that before every single lower body session. For my upper body warm-ups and all that sort of stuff, like I've said, I'll leave below the link to the band warm-up stuff I do, and I do need to start doing some upper body mobility work as well. But yes, I do my mobility, dynamic stretching, all that sort of stuff before I go into my training. And warm-ups wise, for like lower body, for example, let's say I'm doing hip thrusts, I will do warm-up sets before I go into my working set. That for me has been a much better way of me warming up. And yeah, I think going through lighter, even body weight motions of the movements you're going to be doing in that session is a really solid warm-up. You don't need anything fancy schmancy, like literally go through lighter loaded or body weight versions of the movements you're going to be doing, the patterns, the movement patterns you're going to be doing in your session, and you should be absolutely fine. So yeah, and your warm-up sets, by the way, because I get asked about this, your warm-up sets, you want to be leaving like lots of reps in reserve. You don't want to be pushing to failure, otherwise that's not a warm-up set, it's just a warm-up set. So it doesn't count towards your weekly volume because it should not be stimulating enough to count towards that. You want to be leaving plenty of reps in reserve, way lighter load than your working sets. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. And then my stretching for my flexibility comes post-workout. So like I said, I am working on getting my splits back again. So I've been doing some lower back stretching to help with my back. So I've been doing like windshield wiper stretches. I don't know if that's the proper name, that's just what I've been calling them. My memory card's gonna run out one second. Yeah, I've been doing the windshield wiper stretches. So basically you lie flat on your back like this with your arms out. You want to bring your knees up, not really towards your chest, but like so that they're like that. And then turn them side to side, but the key is you need to keep your shoulders, both shoulders, on the mat or the floor, whatever you're doing it on. I found that really helpful. Pigeon stretches, knee hugs, all that sort of stuff I've been doing. And then splits specific, I've been doing the lunge stretch, so where you really like push, you get into like a lunge position but you really focus on pushing your hip forward. Hamstring stretches, so sitting down, reaching for my toes, standing up, reaching for my toes, long band around my foot and like pulling my foot towards me. Typically you would do that with like someone else, but I train by myself, so I do that with a long band to help me as a training partner replacement. What else do I do? Pigeon stretches, again, like I've just said. Frog stretch is another one that I do. Rocking back and forth, all that sort of stuff. Each side frog stretch, me and a girl will talk about this on Instagram, we don't actually know what it's called, but that's really good for getting your box splits, really working on that flexibility. And they are typically the stretches that I will do, and then I will do I will do splits practice. So I like to make sure that I've got something to hold on to both sides to put my weight through, because I've made this mistake before and I'll never make it again. When I was training for the splits last time, I didn't used to do that. I used to just try and go into it and just rely on myself to keep myself up and to like put my hands on the floor. But if you've got something a bit higher that you can push on and put your weight through, one, I found I got into the splits so quick when I started doing that, but two, I like fully, like my hamstring, like I don't know what the injury was because I never saw anyone about it. I just know I was in agony and my hamstring like popped because I pushed too far into the splits when I didn't have that range of motion available to me. So that's something that you want to be aware of. And when you're working on improving your flexibility, you want to be holding those stretches for like 30 seconds. Never stretch cold muscles, so you want to be doing it when you're already warm. So if it's an upper body day, you would still want to do like a bit of like dynamic stretching for your lower body, maybe a little bit of like walking on the treadmill just to warm up your lower body a little bit more before you go into stretches. Lower body, I tend to just do them straight after my session, and I'm aiming to stretch like 3 to 5 times a week. That's because that's what I found worked last time. I have to be consistent with it. I have to have a high frequency with it, otherwise I never ever get anywhere with it. And yeah, like I said, those longer hauls are going to be crucial for building up flexibility. That's what I did last time and it really worked. And yeah, so that is my training program. I need to work out a way to like have this available, like this document available for you guys. So hopefully I've worked that out and I've linked it below. If not, feel free to like screenshot the bits that I've put in through the video. I really hope this video was helpful. Obviously I've taken you through my training program. I've explained to you hopefully something that are really important to bear in mind when you are making a program. Hopefully you understand how to make a program. Like I said, I didn't want this video to be super long. I have been filming for about an hour, so it's already fucking long, brilliant. But it won't be like 3 hours long because I've gone into everything in detail. If there's anything in this video that you really want an extra video on, let me know, because I want to be providing as much useful fitness content as possible. I want to be diversifying from just doing like glute related videos. I know it's what people want, and like I said, I'm a woman of the people. I just want to give people what they want, but you know, I do hear people's feedback. People do want upper body stuff. I would just say, if you're asking for body stuff, please support it when people do it, because it typically doesn't get as much engagement. And ultimately, when you are doing this as part of your job, you kind of do need to get good engagement with stuff. So if you want to see upper body stuff, support the ish. Let me know anything you want to see. If there's any particular workouts that I've put in here that you'd love for me to take you through the workout, film it, form tips, all that sort of stuff, let me know. But yeah, that is my full workout program, my tips on how to put together a workout program and how I personally like to do it, how I approach things. Let me know if you found this video useful. Give it a thumbs up, because it really helps YouTube to like push my content out. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and let me know what videos you want to be seeing, because I'm feeling like providing some good quality informative content, and hopefully going to be doing some more courses this year so I can be even more helpful, because there's a lot of parroting in the fitness industry and I don't want to talk about things that I don't understand. I've just copied it from someone else. Like, I want, if someone says but why, for me to, if someone consistently like says but why, for me to be able to answer at every single level, because I've got like a deep understanding of it, rather than me just being like, oh, I saw someone on TikTok say it. Do you know what I mean? That's why, like with mobility, like I want to make sure I'm fully informed on what I'm talking about, rather than just hopping on the trend. I'm not ashamed to say I don't know everything. I'm not ashamed to say I don't understand everything. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this video here. Have a nice week. Like I said, I'll try and leave this somewhere so that you guys have got access to it. I'm gonna be starting this training program tomorrow, so feel free to join me. Let me know if you do this program. Tag me in some Instagram stories, I'd love to see. Message me if you've got any questions about the program, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'll leave this video now because it's been way too long. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. I can now free Daniel from the bedroom. He's probably asleep by now. I feel like the fact there was no response to that tells me he's asleep.
having hosts, the sexual sexual nervous concentration or stress is advantageous, exploits when it's sometimes even allowed. Some of them not gonna allow. What is that going to be something about sexual goodness? Have you seen anything sexual today? I don't think so. You're saying South Texas. Maybe it's stupid to be sexual. Maybe this one does count. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, like you get done wrangling a dude, you can just take him fishing or something, or like you guys can hop on the game. A girl wants to lay down, she wants you to like paint her nails or something. You know what I mean? Like, anything. They're asking for a wedding ring after you like fight. All the dude wants is a Mountain Dew. I can see why we're railing dudes. There's a strategic advantage to it. I said we, as in I'm not railing dudes personally. Part of the time I'm railing dudes. He's got banana bitch. Holy shit, that's a baby. Oh, I think I can say that. Yeah, like you get done railing a dude. I don't know, dude. I like you. Well, my boyfriend, I mean, my girlfriend. I don't. Dude, that makes me so tired. What the porn? Porn sounds better than straight porn. Like, dude, they be fucking the shit out of them. Like, that one dude, Yes King or whatever his name is. Yes King, yes. Exact name, it's not just suspicious. It almost sounds like, I knew it. But it almost sounds better, right? It sounds more passionate, right? Straight porn at this point is a business. It's no longer about.
Oh my god, I've just filmed like a whole intro without even realising the record button wasn't on. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are, whatever time in the day it is where you are. Today's video, I'm just going to do like a bit of a chatty video because I put on Instagram what do people want to see, because I'm trying to be a consistent queen with my YouTube again, and a lot of people really like chatty videos in between fitness content, so to break it up a bit between solely fitness content, I'm just going to film a little chatty video. We're going to go to Starbucks. However, I think when I set off I might have to just pick this back up when I get to Starbucks, because I'm in the market for a new camera. I was fully ready to like sell the one I've got at the moment, order the Sony one, like the Sony ZV-1 something, I think that's what it's called. But I spoke to David about it, who is my friend, who's a photographer, and he was like, wait until the Canon R series comes out, because apparently Canons are better than Sonys, and I don't, like the Sony camera is going to cost me about £800 in total with all the accessories I need with it, so I don't want to be spending that kind of money if I'm then in 2 months time going to be like, oh, I want this other one. So I'm going to wait, which means like things like car tripods, which I really want to buy for like vlogs and stuff, I don't want to buy anything until I've got my new camera, because I don't know what kind of like attachments and stuff it's going to be. So yeah, we're going to drive to Starbucks. I'm going to turn my car on. Is it going to make the noise? Oh, it didn't make the noise. That's a bit disappointing. Normally it makes a noise when I turn it on. But yeah, we will drive to Starbucks and have a little chinwag. I think I'm going to have to put you down because I feel like it's just not going to work. There we go. I think that's worked. I've just had to try and mess around with my brightness. I feel like because it's so dark up top, I look bald, like I literally look like I just have 2 strands of hair, but we're gonna roll with it. My hair's really greasy anyway, so you probably don't want to see that. I felt so sorry for the guy working on Starbucks because he looked stressed. I feel like he was new and the person in front of me's order looked completely wrong. Like, he passed him all the stuff through and then he was passing him it all back, and I just thought, oh. I felt really sorry for him. Starbucks chats. I feel like the last time I did this was like around Christmassy kind of time, and I also had really greasy hair and had to do my hair in the exact same way. I've kind of changed my hair up a little bit. I got some like lighter bits back through the front, and now I'm not sure how I feel about it again, so I'm putting a picture of what it looks like down. I'm like so back and forth with everything about how I look at the moment, so that's just absolutely bloody wonderful. No, life updates. Ever since I've got back from Thailand, I've been having like a fifth life crisis, because I'm like, do I want to go and do some travelling, or should I be wise and get my foot on the property ladder? I don't know, you're only young once, but then also the job I have, it's quite unstable. I don't know what I want to do. Do I want to travel? Is it wise to do that? Should I be getting my foot on the property ladder? I don't know. Like, I'm literally 22. I'm going to be 23 a week tomorrow, 9th of June. That's my birthday. Gemini baby. I don't know what the right thing to do is. There's no right answer, I suppose. Like, it literally depends person to person, but I just feel like those two, like, things are like conflicting, and then it's really compounded by what I do for work, because it is quite unstable. I mean, if you are employed, you could technically get made redundant at any point, so I guess there is a level of instability in everything, but like self-employed is like, you're solely responsible for making that bread. So I don't know if it would be stupid of me to not get something like bricks and mortar right now. I don't know, but then I don't know where I want to live. I'm 22. I definitely don't want to be buying a home to live in this year. Like, I don't think that's what I want to do anyway. Obviously, I have moved out of my family home now. I think I've mentioned that. I live with Dan, so I've moved to Leeds, and Dan's, like, obviously we speak about like getting a house together and all that sort of stuff, but that's another cog in the works, because for Dan's work, he's an osteopath. If you don't know what an osteopath is, it's not the same thing as a chiropractor, but they do like very similar things, like cracking backs and all that sort of stuff. For his work, it would be super beneficial for him to maybe move to Dubai for like 6 months to a year, and he wants to do that so he can earn some more. Like, the earning potential out there for him is huge, and so he'd have like money to put towards a deposit for a house together. So that's another thing that we're considering at the moment. But then I'm like such a home baby, like, I know I'd really miss my mum and dad. Also, like, I feel like if you're gonna move to a whole new country, I know it's like a huge like expat thing out in Dubai, but like, I feel like I work for myself. Like, what I do is super remote, so am I going to be going there and ending up just like sitting in on my laptop doing work all day and like not having the opportunity to make any friends? Because like, I don't come across people day to day in what I do. Like, it's not part of my work to be interacting in person with other people. So I don't know, but that is something that is being considered, maybe spoken about. I feel like I'm having a fifth life crisis, because yeah, travelling, property, I don't know what to do. There's definitely worse problems to be having in life, but that is my current situation. I'm just having like a kind of a bit of a life crisis. There were some things that like people wanted me to, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, obviously I feel like that's been like the hottest topic for the past couple of weeks, well, the past 6 weeks. It was going on whilst I was in Thailand, and that feels like ages ago now. So today it's Wednesday. I feel like I've got a feeling the verdict's going to come in today, but I'm not 100% sure. It might not. They might take a bit longer. I've actually been following along with the trial, and what I want to say first of all is I've actually been following it along properly, not just via TikTok clips, because regardless of which side you're on, I'm telling you now, some of those clips that are on TikTok have been edited and taken very much out of context to make things look a certain way. The TMZ guy who gave his testimony about whatever to do with TMZ, people were saying that he was raising his eyebrows at Amber Heard when he was explaining, you know, how sources and all that sort of stuff, as if to say you were the source. If you actually watch the trial, it was raising his eyebrows because they just said objection hearsay. So as he was speaking, he was looking over to Amber's side to be like, are you going to object to what I'm saying? Like, is it going to be a hearsay thing? He was just... So yeah, like, there's little stuff like that where I think you've really taken that out of context and made it something it's not. And the comments are like flooded with people agreeing, and I'm just like, is anyone even watching this? But yeah, I do think some people have watched it just for entertainment to laugh at. Personally, I think you know, it's a very, very, very serious topic. Obviously, it's about defamation. The case is a defamation case. I think people are getting confused as to what this case is. It's a defamation case. I personally don't think it's a hands-down win for either side. Like, defamation is something that is notoriously difficult to prove. If there's even, like, one thing, that's it. Like, Johnny's not going to win. Amber's not going to win. I'm not convinced either of them are going to win this one. I don't really know. I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to say. I don't know the law, like, ins and outs, but I do know from what I've read, what I've seen, that defamation is, like, notoriously hard to prove. But people seem to think that this is more, like, about who abused who, or about domestic abuse in general. And obviously, like, the underpinnings of this are about domestic abuse. Like, you can't say this trial's not about that, because it is. However, like, in terms of getting found guilty or not guilty, it's actually not to do with that. It's to do with defamation and were the statements defamatory or not. I've come to my own conclusions because I have watched the trial. I've followed along with it. I've made my own conclusions. But the one thing that I think has been really, really sad is, do you know what, right? I don't subscribe to the whole, like, Amber Heard's Satan and Johnny Depp's an angel. I personally, this is my personal take, like, it's just my personal take. Obviously, it's a relationship between two people. We'll never truly know exactly what went on. My personal take is, I do think that Amber Heard was abusive towards Johnny Depp. However, do I think Johnny Depp was, like, an absolute angel? No. I think he's probably quite a flawed human being. Obviously, he's got addiction issues and all that sort of stuff, and those things can be, like, very, very, very hard to deal with, both for the person themselves and also the person that they're with. Not excusing domestic abuse. Like, for me, the actions that it seems to be from her side are, like, completely unacceptable, regardless of what Johnny's like to be with as a partner. Obviously, a lot of people are saying, like, oh, it's just a toxic relationship, they're just as bad as each other. I personally think those statements are quite dangerous to make. Like, the myth of, like, reactive abuse and all that sort of stuff, like, just saying, oh, they're both as bad as each other, it's toxic. I feel like that's quite a dangerous statement to make when you're talking about something as serious as domestic abuse. But with the whole, like, Johnny Depp thing, obviously a lot of people have been Team Johnny Depp, and I do understand why, but, you know, if you've actually watched the trial, there's so many things that are, like, pro Johnny Depp, and so many, like, points that you can make that are totally valid points that work in Johnny Depp's favour. But people have resorted to myths and, like, very dangerous statements to make about, you know, domestic abuse, sexual assault, all that sort of stuff, which, to me, you've then lost the argument. And it's really frustrating, because there are some really, really, really good arguments for in Johnny Depp's favour, in my personal opinion, from what I've watched. But when you start saying certain statements, I just think, no. And also, I'm sorry, like, I hate to say it, but, like, if this was the other way around, people would be getting slammed for saying the sort of stuff that they are saying. Oh, well, if it was so bad, Amber Heard would have left. Like, why would you stay with someone that's, like, apparently assaulted you? You know, whether it's sexual, domestic, so obviously she's made claims of both. Why would you stay with someone? That's, like, a classic, like, myth. Like, we all know it's very, very, very hard. It's raining. It's very hard for people to get out of these situations once they're in them. It's a stupid comment to make, and I hate seeing people say shit like that. What have I also seen that's been really annoying? You can't use, like, obviously I know, like, I'm not stupid, like, maths and all that sort of stuff when you're looking for patterns, but, you know, there's videos of Johnny Depp being, like, really courteous and really kind to all the court staff, and people in the comments are like, see, he's such a good person, he could never have done what Amber's accusing him of. And, like, that's an alarming thing to say. Like, I know people who have been in, like, abusive relationships. I know people who have committed acts of abuse, and you'd never look at them and think, what a terrible person. They're normally quite nice, they're normally quite charming. Now, this isn't me saying I think Johnny Depp's an abuser, but, like, make sure you're using valid arguments, because some of the shit people have been saying, I just think, really? And then, obviously, quite a lot of his exes have come out and said, like, he never abused me. Again, just because he hasn't abused certain partners, that doesn't mean he hasn't abused this one. when I'm saying this, please don't think that I am like pro Amber Heard, because personally I'm actually not, but I'm just saying there's so many valid arguments in Johnny Depp's favour. Why are people resorting to these myths? It's really fucking raining. This is going to get ruined if it continues to rain, because I feel like it's going to be very noisy. But yeah, that's my take on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. Let me know what your thoughts are, because I feel like it's been all over the news the past few weeks, and that's just my two cents. And unfortunately, I do think that people who have a certain agenda are going to use this case as a reason to belittle any like victims that come forward in the future, not of Johnny Depp, but like in general, like anyone who gets accused in like the public spotlight. You know, I think people are going to definitely use this, not everyone, but some people who sit on a certain side of things, hold certain opinions, are definitely going to use this case to bolster their arguments, which is going to be really fucking frustrating. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. I've decided we're going to have to change locations. I'm driving now to my parking spot because the rain isn't going to stop until 6 PM. So, and we're back in business. I actually feel like weirdly this lighting's actually a lot better. Let me see if it looks better without that on. Oh no, I think it looks better with it on. Yeah, I was looking at the rain forecast and I was like, it's not going to stop raining until 6, it's 3 PM, I can't sit for 3 hours and wait. So I've come in my parking space because it's underground, so no rain bouncing off the windows. Let me take my belt off, go to Starbucks again and get comfortable. Yeah, so the other thing that I keep seeing everywhere at the moment is obviously Love Island starts on Monday. My personal take, because I did get a few people on Instagram asking me if I'm going to watch it. I might watch it, I might give it a go, but I think Love Island is on its way out now. Like, it's not as good as it used to be. They get the same kind of people every single year. It's a bit boring. I just feel like any kind of reality show, you can't do it forever. It's one of those things where you'd be best leaving it on a high, but they never do. They always overdo it, and the last seasons are always shit. I feel like at the moment, if you want to go on a reality TV show and make bank, you need to be going on like Too Hot to Handle. Like, I couldn't name one person off last year's Love Island. But yeah, so the like shots of each contestant have come out, obviously the professional shots that Love Island do. There's an uproar like every single year when these pictures come out, because people are like, oh my god, like, it didn't like their Instagram. And with this time, I feel like people are picking up on it more and how much of a weird comment it is to make. First of all, it's quite rude to the photographer. Like, ITV have got money, do you know what I mean? Like, they've probably paid that photographer quite a bit of money. They're probably really good at what they do. But there's a difference between someone being comfortable in front of an iPhone for their Instagram to take pictures and comfortable in front of a, like, professional camera. Me, I'm not comfortable in front of a professional camera. I'm barely comfortable in front of an iPhone. But, like, pictures wise, it's a big difference. And if you're not a natural to that sort of stuff, the pictures can come out, you know, you might not be so happy with them. For example, speaking from experience, I've done photo shoots where it's not the photographer's fault. Rigid, a little bit awkward, and I've not been happy with the photos, and that's happened before, and it's nothing to do with the photographer who's taken pictures. You know, it's happened before, it's, you know, but people are picking up on how, like, backhanded some of the things that people are saying are. People like, oh, like, they always do people dirty, like, this photographer always does people dirty, they don't look like that. I mean, I just think, and then they're pulling up pictures from their Instagrams. Now, the pictures that are getting pulled up from people's Instagrams have been edited. Like, they're edited. Obviously, Love Island will edit colours and stuff. I don't doubt that those pictures do not come straight from the camera roll. They'll edit colours, they'll, you know, mess around with that exposure and all that sort of stuff. But in terms of editing faces and editing bodies and all that sort of stuff and making sure you get the most perfect angle, they're not going to be doing that. Of course they're not going to be doing that. They're not going to let you take like 1,000 pictures so you can pick one that you like, which is what most people do for Instagram, including myself. I'm not calling people out. So to compare Instagram to like what is probably a more like candid picture of someone is just a bit stupid. And also it's a bit rude because those people do look like that in that picture, and you're basically saying they don't look good. The season's not even started yet and people are already getting roasted. And I understand that people are bringing up their Instagram to be like, oh, you've not done them justice, but like, it is a bit of a backhanded compliment because you're essentially saying that they look bad in the picture. Instagram's not real. Instagram's not real. And don't get me wrong, we all have pictures of ourselves which maybe we think don't look like us, or we don't find them that flattering, or we wouldn't personally post them. I've got pictures like that. Everyone's probably got pictures like that. However, these people have got no choice whether they like these pictures or not. First of all, they've not said whether they like the pictures or not, so let's not make assumptions on their behalf. They might really like the pictures and everyone else is roasting them. Bit rude. They might think it really captures what they look like perfectly. You know what I mean? And I feel like on previous seasons, not with everyone, but on previous seasons that I've watched, the Love Island pictures are a more realistic representation of what people look like moving around and all that sort of stuff. Like, my YouTube videos are a way more accurate representation of what I look like, as opposed to one picture out of 300 pictures which I picked, curated, put through Lightroom to make the colours look a bit better. But my YouTube videos are a more accurate representation of what I look like than my Instagram. I'm not stupid, I know that. I'm moving around. You can see, look, you can see I'm moving around. Not 4D, but you know what I mean. Well, I did ask for like some topics on Instagram, and someone said to talk about like materialism and like social media and all that sort of stuff. And I've been thinking about this a little bit more recently, because do you know what I have actually come to realise? I know quite a few people who have got, you know, a little bit more money than most. They've got quite a few nice things and all that sort of stuff, but they don't view themselves as any better than someone who maybe has something a little bit less expensive, or has less things, or earns less money. They don't view themselves as more important. Don't get me wrong, there definitely are some people that do, like they think their shit doesn't stink, but like I know a lot of people that are in like very fortunate positions and they're not looking down on people. I 100% see more people. Oh, is that man going to come in here? No, I don't think he is. I 100% see more people talking about people and calling them like materialistic, saying that they look down on people because, you know, they think they're better than everyone else and all that sort of stuff. I see more people making those claims than I do seeing people who have nicer, more expensive things actually looking down on people. We need to do a little bit of unpacking, because is someone showing off what they've got, or are they just showing something nice that they have, but it's perceived as showing off because it's a bit more expensive? I think there's a little bit to unpack there. For me personally, I've definitely realised that I have placed way too much of an importance more recently on like things like that, and it wasn't making me happy, it wasn't bringing me any more joy, it was a bit stupid, it was a bit of an oversight on my part. And I'm trying to like peel back on all that sort of stuff now. Like, I really just want to like, oh, those lights were bright. I really just want to like clear my wardrobe out, have like a fresh start, have like way less stuff around me. I definitely want to do that. I don't think like, there's nothing wrong with having nice things. I am a material girl at heart, and I will remain being a material girl at heart. I like having nice things. I don't think that's ever going to stop, but I'm not going to be like placing them on a pedestal or like thinking it's going to make me happy, because I knew it wouldn't. Like, I knew it wouldn't. I've seen all like the podcasts, the speeches, the TikTok clips. I've seen it all. Like, I've read it all. I know it doesn't, but for some reason you still think it will, and it doesn't. So if you needed that idea to be reinforced again, it doesn't. And I know sometimes it can come across a bit like, really, like, it's very rich to say that with having nice things when people say things like that, but like, it is true. Like, categorically, it is true. And I feel like they've done studies on this. I feel like they've done studies on like the amount of stuff you have and the amount of money you earn, and like I feel like there's a peak amount where anything more after that, it doesn't make a difference to like your happiness and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's my thoughts on material girls. True material girls, true bad bitches, are nice people who can appreciate a nice thing, but they don't think it puts them above anyone else, and they don't look down on people because they don't have said thing or they don't look a certain way. That's a true bad bitch material girl, not someone who's like, ew, I've got a Prada bag and yours from Zara. But I honestly can't say I ever look at anything that anyone else has and think, ew, what I've got is better. It's a strange concept to me, but there definitely are people out there like that. Brings me on to another point, because I feel like materialism kind of comes that question was asked about like social media. Does anyone else just think Instagram is just dead? Let me know if you agree, but I just feel like it's on its way out. They keep making really stupid updates which make no sense. For example, they've done something to the feed. All I get now is reels from like 3 weeks ago, which I've already seen and either didn't like because I didn't like it, or I've liked it. Why are you showing me things on my feed that I've already liked Instagram from 3 weeks ago? The math isn't mathing, like it's just not making sense. It's not making bloody sense. It's really, really, really annoying. I wish they'd just like chill on that front and just go back to normal. And then apparently they're doing like this story update where like if someone posts loads of stories, I'm fucked because I post a lot of stories. They're gonna like, you're gonna have to click view all. They'll only show you like 2 or 3 stories and you have to click view all to actually go through every single story, which I suppose is like a good thing if you don't want to see everyone's stories, but like for anyone who like gets paid for doing story posts, they're a bit screwed now because their story insights are gonna like plummet, and therefore what brands are going to offer them for story posts is also going to plummet. And I know that some people get like very weirdly happy about like the potential downfall of like influencers and Instagram and all that sort of stuff, but like the way I see it is this money used to be going to big corporations to be spent on like billboards, magazines, all that sort of stuff for their marketing, for their adverts, and now it's going to like people, individuals instead. I personally would rather it be that way rather than going to like massive companies and corporations. I don't have an issue with influencing. I do have an issue when people make out like it's as hard as being a nurse or a doctor, because like it's not. Every job has its pros and cons, and there are definitely cons to being an influencer, but at the end of the day, yes, is it obscene that what people earn in comparison to other jobs, which are obviously a lot more taxing and a lot more important in society? Yes, it is. It's wild. But I personally don't have an issue with influencing. Obviously it's part of what I do, but like I've never really had an issue with it. I think I don't really have an issue with it. So yeah, I think it's a bit weird how happy people get about people potentially missing out on money. Like some influencers have like full-blown like mortgages, bills and children to look after, and you're really over here clapping because they're earning less money because their story insights have gone down because of a stupid Instagram update. It just seems a bit weird to me. I'd never ever ever clap at someone missing out on money. It's a bit weird. It just seems a little bit odd to me. Each to their own. I just think it's a bit odd. But yeah, Instagram's updates, man, I just feel like Instagram is dead. Like, I use it for stories. I love being on stories on Instagram, but in terms of like actual posts, which is a whole other thing, I don't really, unless I'm like somewhere where I'm like, oh, I've got really good ideas for pictures, I don't really like being on Instagram anymore. I think it's become quite like, I suppose it depends who you follow, but for me it's just become a bit like mundane. I spend a lot more time on YouTube and TikTok now, and I've started using Twitter again. Twitter is by far one of the most savage apps, but I've been dabbling in Twitter mainly because I've been keeping up with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard stuff on Twitter, to be fair. But yeah, I feel like Instagram is kind of popping its clogs. It's on its way out. Their biggest mistake in my opinion was trying to become TikTok with Reels, because people, in my opinion, TikTok is for TikTok, and now they're trying to make Instagram into TikTok. Like, there was a reason why Instagram was so successful, and it was because people wanted to share still pictures, and now everyone's having to like completely rejig and reformat content to suit the new algorithm, which pushes Reels more. And like, I like making TikToks, but I don't necessarily really like making Reels. I know it's the same thing, but like, I just prefer making TikToks. I think TikToks get pushed out a lot more than Reels do. I know Instagram are pushing Reels more, but from what I've seen, I feel like TikTok definitely, you reach more of an audience on there. I just think social media is a little bit, at the moment, I'm not really sure. I'm not feeling too inspired by it, to be honest. Yeah, but as for like the picture thing, like I said, like, follow me on Instagram, and I mentioned this in my last life update, which just goes to show like nothing's really changed. You'll notice like I'm active as hell on stories, but like pictures and stuff. When I was in Thailand, I was loving some pictures. I find like obviously you're in a beautiful place, like there's beautiful scenery. I find it a lot more, like, it sounds stupid, but like my brain works a lot more creatively when I'm somewhere nicer, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not walking around where I live thinking, oh, but maybe that's just me not being that creative. It probably is that, to be honest. So you'll notice that I posted a bit more when I was in Thailand in terms of like pictures wise, but other than that, like, I'm not really posting, and like I just feel like workout stuff, it's all kind of been done before. I really want to start doing like some really like high quality stuff, which is why I want a new camera. Annalise Cruz, like her TikToks and stuff looks fucking amazing. Like her content I'm obsessed with. I think her content's amazing, and I think Gymshark have got a little gold mine in sponsoring her. Like her content is sick, and I really want to start doing more like kind of stuff like that rather than doing like swipe workouts and stuff. Like, I feel like the fitness space on social media, TikTok not so much, but like TikTok's a fucking nightmare in terms of fitness content. I feel like we've gone back in time to like 2006 on TikTok fitness stuff. Maybe I'll start making fitness content on TikTok more, like a lot more fitness content. Did with YouTube, like I started making content because I wanted to like be like more like no BS. Maybe I'll do that on TikTok. Should I start making more TikToks? I don't know. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't really know what to post, and I just feel like I am having almost like a bit of a like, the only way I can describe it is kind of like a confidence and identity crisis recently. And do you know what? This has been going on for like over 6 months now, and it kind of like comes in like waves, like it ebbs and flows and all that sort of stuff. Some weeks, you know, I could have like a really good month where I feel really, really, really good, and then sometimes feel really, really, really shit. But like the shit parts are like especially shit. For example, my nose. So I got my nose done. By the way, nose update. This is how my little schnoop is looking. It's healing really, really, really well. This is my nose. That's my nose. And that's my nose. Yeah, for example, my nose. I have had people, whether it's like, you know, people on Instagram, and to be honest, I've had it quite a lot on Instagram, people being like, oh, why didn't you get a ski slope nose? I'm really surprised you didn't get your nose more scooped out. I'm really surprised you didn't get a ski slope nose. Why didn't you get a ski slope nose? And my nose was like my biggest insecurity before I got it done. And why am I getting emotional? And when I got it done, I was so happy, and it felt like a weight lifted off my shoulders. And I love my new nose. I really, really like it, but I feel like because I'm a bit like low on confidence, like self-esteem at the moment, I don't think people are saying it in a nasty way. Like, I want to be really clear, I don't think people are just like being mean, but because I'm like a bit low on confidence, I'm kind of interpreting that as like, you should have done that, like your nose doesn't look good. Like, my nose was never big in the first place, but like when people make comments about like, oh, I'm surprised you didn't get it smaller, it kind of feels like a bit of a like backhanded comment to make, because I'm like, is my nose like, it's so stupid. There's nothing wrong with having like a big nose. I don't want to sit here and say things that are like really harmful, but like I'm just speaking like as candidly as possible. It makes me feel like, do people think my nose looks bad? And that shouldn't matter because I got it done for me, but it's just kind of like taking away the joy from it, if that makes sense. Oh god, and I feel like such an idiot even talking about stuff like confidence, because I've had people say to me when I've spoken about it on Instagram before, like, maybe you shouldn't like say that, like people look up to you, but like I am like really crying which is embarrassing. I need to compose myself. Yeah, I'm like really struggling with my confidence. I am like really struggling with my confidence at the moment, and I have been for a while, and like maybe I'm like taking things the wrong way because I am like that way out, but yeah, it's quite, and then obviously like people saying, oh, you shouldn't talk about that, people look up to you, but I'd never want anyone to look at me and think that, oh, life's perfect, like everything must be like hunky-dory at all times, and it's just not like that. Like, that's not life. I never used to struggle with it, but this is what I mean when I say like confidence crisis / identity crisis. I just feel like, obviously social media is part of what I do, and I'm really, really grateful that I have my coaching, and that is my main income source most months, because if I didn't have that, I think I would go stir crazy, because I don't think I'm necessarily built to just do social media. But like, obviously being on social media is part of what I do, you know, posting pictures, posting videos, all that sort of stuff is part of what I do. Being active on there, it's part of what I do. Interacting with people, which is my favourite thing. Like, that's the best thing about social media for me, is interacting with people. Like, I love doing that. I love doing that. And I'm really, really grateful for that. Oh, there's so many bigger problems in the world right now, and I feel like a bit silly for crying, but I just want to be completely honest, because I feel like I've not been completely honest for a while. Oh god, I just need to stop crying. You know, it's part of what I do, and like the trends at the moment and like the aesthetic that's in at the moment, I just don't fit it. And like, I've tried doing like super, you know, glam, like super like full glam heavy makeup, and like it looks amazing on some people, but like I look stupid in it. It doesn't suit me, it doesn't suit my face. When I've, you know, other people have said it to me, it's what I personally believe as well. It's not like someone said it to me and then I've got an insecurity about it. I like, when I put like loads and loads and loads of makeup on, I don't think it looks nice. I definitely prefer, you know, a little bit less. And I'm not saying this to be like, I'm not like the other girls, because people who do that, they look stunning, they look amazing, but I just feel like the super like glam look is in at the moment, and I just don't suit it. And I feel like I've made the mistake of trying to fit into that rather than owning what I like and what I want to look like, and, you know, what I'm comfortable in, because I am a big believer that you look best when you're confident, and you can tell when someone's not confident. Like, I am such a big believer in that, and I feel like that is what makes you like glow. It gives you like a glow about you. When you're sure of yourself, you feel confident, you feel good. So like, when people ask me about like outfits and stuff, I always say wear what you're comfortable in, because regardless of whether it's like the most breathtaking outfit in the room, if you feel good in it, you're gonna be more like comfortable speaking to people, you're gonna be happier, you're just gonna radiate like a better energy. I feel like I've made the mistake of kind of trying to go down like what's in right now, go down that path, and like, I don't fit that aesthetic. I'm never gonna look like that. It doesn't suit me, and I feel like that's my own fault for going down that rabbit hole. But when you do social media as a job, it is hard. And Rachel Leary did like a video where she spoke about this, and she said like, and to be fair, I do like cargos, but she said that she feels a bit like, ugh, with Instagram at the moment, because so she does more fashion stuff, so she's a bit more affected by it. But she was like, everyone's wearing like tiny crop tops or like corsets and cargos, and she's like, it's just not my style. But that's the stuff that gets the most engagement, and there's definitely like a particular look that gets the most engagement at the moment, and like, I just don't look like that. I don't fit it, and stuff like this never used to bother me, which is why I feel like I'm having an identity crisis. Like, I feel like I don't really know who 22, 23-year-old me is. Which is exciting actually, because it means I get to work it out, and I feel like I am kind of getting a bit better with it. But girly whirlies, I've definitely bloody struggled with it. Like, I have really, really, really struggled with it. Like, I can't be something that I'm not. I can't force myself into this box of looking a certain way when it doesn't suit me, and I'm not comfortable with that. I feel like I keep changing my hair because I don't know whether I want to be like lighter or darker, and I feel like I do like my hair darker, but I also like it lighter. But then when it's too dark, and I feel like I went too dark with my hair because I was trying to fit into like the current vibe, it washed me out, and like, I didn't really like it. But I felt like I needed to keep that hair because it's what's in. This whole thing is like ridiculous. I spoke about this on Instagram, like the whole like Instagram baddie aesthetic. Like, it's really got girls feeling like if they don't look like that, if they don't dress like that, they're not attractive, or they're not sexy, they're not, you know. But it's not for everyone, and if we all look the same, it would be so fucking boring. It'd be so boring if we all look the same. So I wish we could all like just embrace. I feel like, let's make the next 6 months, the last half of this year, be about finding our own personal style, our own personal look that we like, that we're most comfortable in, and not just trying to follow trends, box ourselves in, forcing ourselves to do things that we don't want to do, that we don't like, that we don't think suit us, but we're doing it because it's trendy at the moment. Because trust me, like, if you're, you know, adopting a certain look that you're not comfortable in, but because it's trendy, people can tell, like, you're not gonna be radiating like confidence, positive vibes. You're just not. Sorry if I keep looking around, it's because I'm paranoid that someone's watching me cry. Which isn't, well, I mean, there are people watching me cry, but yeah, I just feel like I get a lot of comparisons, both like on social media and, you know, in person, body wise as well. Like when I first got into the gym, I was super small, and there's nothing wrong with being super small. My sister, absolute skinny legend, and she looks fucking amazing. Like, she's literally built like Kendall Jenner. She's like a Giselle. Like, she looks amazing. But I just wasn't comfortable in how I looked. And yes, that was impacted by comments that had been made, but I just wasn't comfortable with that. I feel like I've had long-standing issues with confidence, self-esteem. But like I used to get called like anorexic and stuff, and I did have like quite nasty things said about my appearance. Obviously I got into the gym, I started gaining weight, and for me, I want to be a bit bigger. Like, I don't want to be super tiny. There's nothing wrong with it, like I just said, but for me it's not what I want. And then, you know, when you get comparisons and, you know, you like, if I look at my own body, I'm like super comfortable. I think like my bum looks great. I think, you know, my shoulders look great, my back looks great. I like the shape of my stomach, you know, I like that, you know, I like my waist, all that sort of stuff. But then when the comparisons come in, I'm like, whoa, I've got no ass. And I know that objectively that's not true. Like, for my proportions, I have a big bum, but like, put me next to someone else and I won't look like I do. And I don't want to live my life being defined by the bloody size of my ass. It's draining. And I feel like I still get comments now, both on Instagram, in person, whatever, of people saying things like, oh, you're super petite, you're super slim, you're super skinny. And do you know what? Those things might actually be true. They might be true. But it hurts me because of my background when it comes to like my body and my insecurities. It hurts me. And it's not helpful. And it really like sets me back. And, you know, like, there's just, I just feel like both in person and online, I'm constantly being compared to something that I'm just, I'm never going to look like that. I'm never going to look like that. So, like, can we just not? Because I'm just not going to look like that. I want my goals and, like, what I'm working towards in the gym to be about what I want. I don't want it to be dictated by what other people want. And I know, regardless of what other people say, I still want to gain weight. I still want to put on a bit more weight, a bit more muscle. I know that's what I want. But I don't need the constant comparisons from people. And also, like, from myself, I'm super harsh on myself. All my coaching clients are the same. We're all fucking awful to ourselves, which we all need to stop. I'm super harsh to myself. Obviously, I work with Alpha Lee, and, like, I feel like quite a lot of their athletes and affiliates are either, like, super muscular, which I'm not, like, relatively speaking, in terms of muscle. I'm still quite petite. Super muscular, like, bodybuilder types, or they're like super curvy, like wild ratios, like, but on like a bigger scale than me. Like, I know my proportions are a bit like, ooh, but it's on like a bigger scale than me. And I just feel like I look at it sometimes and I'm like, oh, like, that also, like, I definitely do compare. And I also get, like, comments on my videos, which I do delete some, but if you go through, you will see some, comparing me to other athletes and affiliates. It's just not helpful. Like, I don't want to be told, like, someone else looks better. Equally, I would not want anyone to comment under anyone else's video saying I look better than them. Like, you can give someone a compliment without tearing someone else down. That is a thing. It's possible. We don't need to do it. I just feel like, yeah, a bit of a confidence and identity crisis, but like I said, I'm a bit excited because really the last 6 months of this year, I want to, like, try out different styles and all that sort of stuff and kind of find what I'm comfortable in. Like, one thing I know I'm comfortable in is a bloody matching tracksuit, and I feel like I might treat myself to a new one, maybe Sisters and Seekers. I want a sporty and rich one, but they're really fucking expensive. You know, all that sort of stuff. I really hope the last half of this video hasn't been depressing or come across as, like, me complaining. There is a light at the end. Like I said, it's exciting. I'm gonna, like, try it. Maybe if you're having an identity crisis, sounds so dramatic, but, like, if you're feeling a bit, like, not sure on, like, personal style or whatever, maybe we can all go through this little journey together. Find our personal style, not just follow, like, micro trends, because these trends on Instagram, they are very much micro trends. They're not gonna last forever. what you're wearing now, if you're not following the trends, might actually be the trend in 6 months' time. Like, trends come and go very, very, very quickly. Also, it's better for the planet if we try and not buy into the trends. And I also know that some people might like listen to what I've just said and think, but you are the standard. And in many ways, like, I do appreciate that I am, but I feel like maybe, you know, the circles I roll in, the social media circles I roll in, there's definitely a lot of differences. Maybe I just need to curate my feed a bit better, to be honest. Probably that might actually help. So yeah, let's all curate our Instagram feeds to fit, you know, things that make us feel good about ourselves, not bad. TikTok as well. Let's just be on a positive vibes. Find our personal style, find our confidence again. Because, like, I'm a bit sick of myself, to be honest. Like, I don't really like this. Like, I used to be super, like, strong-minded, really, like, opinionated. Still opinionated, let's be honest. And a lot more sure of myself than I am now. I feel like I'm just having a bit of a wobble, but it won't last forever. And like I said, I hope it's not come across as complaining, but hopefully talking about it can make anyone who's feeling that way feel a little bit less alone. Obviously, we've got some solutions. It's not the end of the world. We can fix it, but yeah, that's just how I've been feeling. And I've just remembered as well, actually, if you shop with Alpha Lee, I feel like they're announcing this today, so I can speak about it. Exciting. They're changing athlete codes from support codes to discount codes. So now, if you use code Amy, it supports me, but you will also get 10% off your order as of June 1st, which is really, really exciting. They have confirmed they're not hiking the prices to make up for this 10%. Like, they're not going to make things 10% more expensive. Obviously, over time, with inflation, prices will go up, but they're not just going to shoot up 10% because they're now taking 10% off. So yeah, code Amy now gets you a discount, and I'm really glad they've done this because I feel like I've always been really, really grateful for people using my support code because of the fact that, like, it doesn't benefit you whatsoever. Like, you're just doing it out of the kindness of your heart, and I love that. Like, I think it's amazing, and I've been so grateful for all the support I've been given, but I've always felt a bit bad that, like, it's not a discount code. I kind of understand the reasons for it from, like, a business point of view, and trying to measure someone's actual influence and support, it is harder if it's a discount code, but clearly they've realised that, like, they need to give back to their customers, and I'm really glad that they've done it. I feel like, yeah, and a lot of people have always complained that they're only support codes, not discount codes, so hopefully, I know it's only 10%, but, like, it's, you know, it's a nice thing for them to do, and I'm glad that they have done it, because you guys, if you want to support me, you deserve that discount, girl. You bloody deserve it. I think that's everything I was going to speak about today, to be honest, and I feel like now that I've cried a bit, I kind of need to stop because my nose is blocked and I probably sound really fucking annoying. Give the video a thumbs up if you did enjoy it. I'm really sorry for crying. I don't really typically cry on camera. I've done it a few times, but, like, I do make a concerted effort not to do it because it's a little bit, like, I don't think it's embarrassing crying. I'm a crier. If you know me in real life, you girls are crier, but I don't, you know, when there's bigger fish to fry in the world, like, trust me, there's bigger problems in the world. It does, in hindsight, feel a bit stupid crying over stuff like that, but feelings are feelings, and yes, perspective is so important. Like, there are way bigger problems going on in the world right now than my confidence/identity crisis. Doesn't mean I can't feel upset. It can help me get over feeling upset a bit quicker, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to feel a little bit upset. And I feel like confidence in social media is something that a lot of people struggle with, so I'm glad I touched on it. Yeah, let me know what other videos you want to be seeing, and yeah, I'll see you in the next video, which will probably be an Alpha Elite haul for their restock on June the 11th. They're restocking Amplify. I'll leave the PDF link down below. Thanks for watching. I'll also leave my programme in the description box as well, because I love the girl on Instagram actually typed it up for me, so I'll leave that below. Yeah, goodbye.
Oh my god. Oh no. What have you done? That would be crazy. Play some like Zelda lo-fi over here. Zelda lo-fi. Ooh. So what you
Yeah.
I'm taking this one-time use. Yeah. With bananas. We don't sell these. I don't like touch it, but I like the quality. Something scared me. Oh. Okay, I'll tweak this up a little bit.
Hello, welcome back to another video. I feel like these videos, they're rolling round speedy at the moment. I feel like I'm spending all my time filming, recording, editing Alphalete videos, but I don't mind because I actually really love doing them. I'm an absolute nerd when it comes to activewear, in particular Alphalete at this point. Today's video is going to be probably a little bit shorter than normal because it's just about restock information. Alphalete are restocking some of their like most popular amplify colours, even colours like titanium, which I don't think have dropped since like 2020. I feel like they were part of like the original drop. Anyway, I will put on the Instagram on the screen everything that's restocking in this restock. It is just a restock. What you see is what you get. It's on Saturday the 11th of June, which is this Saturday at 6 PM UK time. If you want to shop with my code, it can be a little birthday present to me because my birthday's the 9th. Fun fact, I actually literally got my parcel about 2 hours ago. Today is the only day I've got this week to film this video, edit this video and get it up. So hopefully it works. But yes, if you want to shop with my support code on Saturday, it is just Amy, and it could be a nice little birthday present for me. No dramas. If you would rather shop with someone else's, it's okay. Which brings me on to a really important update, which I have spoken about on Instagram and on here, but not in an Alphalete haul video yet because there's not been one. So as of the 1st of June, it's now the 6th, so they're fully in swing now. Your Alphalete athlete affiliate support codes are now discount codes. So with the code Amy, it's still Amy, it's not like Amy 10. You know, I've always dreamed of being able to be like Amy 10 for 10% off, even though I think my friends would probably like literally rip the piss out of me for it. I just think Amy 10 for 10% off. But it's just like your favourite athlete affiliate. Whatever their code was before, it stayed the same, and now it gets you 10% off, which is super exciting, and I'm really glad Alphalete have made this change because it's always personally blown my mind, you know, that people even take the, I know it's only 3 letters, but like people take the time and effort effort to shop with my support code with Alpha Leap, to, you know, let them know that you've come through me to support me, because you've never really gotten anything out of it, which is why I've always done things like giveaways. Like with my Black Friday giveaways, I always try and give away like a larger amount of money to say thank you. So I'm really, really glad now that it's not just a support code, it is a discount code. Couple things to go over. No, Alpha Leap are not going to be sneaky and hike the prices up by 10% to make up on the profit situation. The prices are not going up, they will stay the same. That's not to say the prices will never increase again. Inflation is real, the prices of things very well may go up, but they're not going up right now just because of the support codes changing to discount codes. So yes, I'm really, really happy that they've made that change. It's 10% off. The only other thing is, I don't believe, and I'm probably going to text Dylan when I've finished with this video and update a pinned comment about it, I don't believe right now that the support codes are stackable with things like NHS discount, student discount, I think there's like a veteran discount as well. No, I know it's nice to support people, but I do want you guys to get things for, like, you know, a nice discount if you can. So, you know, if you do work for the NHS, or you're a student, or you're an army veteran or anything like that, and you can get a bigger discount from me to you, I would rather you use that than use my support code. There'll be other times where you can use my support code, and hopefully they'll change it so that they can be stackable. I will update a pinned comment about that because I am going to ask Dylan about it, but yeah, please don't feel bad. I would rather you get the bigger discount, if that makes sense. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying this. It's a pretty stupid thing to say, because if people don't use my support code, I won't be able to carry on doing these videos, but I would genuinely rather you guys get the bigger discount. Second thing that I wanted to touch on is not Alpha Leap related, so if you're not interested, please feel free to skip past, but I just wanted to say a massive thank you to anyone who's watched my videos last month, anyone who has supported my content with Alpha Leap, which means that I get to continue my sponsorship with them, anyone who has shopped through my support code and all that sort of stuff, because as I've spoken about, every single month, as of last month, I've decided I want to consistently donate to like local charities and causes and all that sort of stuff. And last month we were able to pay for a whole bed bundle for a child through a charity whose aim is to ensure that every single child in the Leeds area has a bed to sleep in. I know that might be a strange concept for some people, but trust me, there's a lot of child poverty in England. There's definitely a lot of child poverty in the Bradford Leeds area, so we have been able to buy a whole bed, like bed frame, mattress, everything, for a child living in Leeds who didn't have a bed before, so thank you. And yeah, we're doing this sort of stuff together. This month I think donations are going to go to Bradford Food Bank. Obviously there's a lot of people struggling with like the cost of living going up, especially in Bradford at the moment. A lot of people using food banks, so the donations this month will be going to there. I just wanted to say thank you because I do really appreciate it, and yeah, you guys are the best. Third thing is back to Alpha Leap related. So this is just something that I just want to touch on because I was quite like, upset's the wrong word, but yeah, I was a little bit upset and I felt really, really disappointed for you guys. So the last launch that there was, I spoke about how Scarlet was like the OG material to me, because it genuinely is. Like, the Scarlet colour is honestly the most similar to the OG material that Alpha Leap have brought out since they stopped doing the OG material after their birthday launch in 2021. You know me guys, I don't feel the need to bullshit. If it wasn't the OG material, none of this is the OG material, I'll just say it. None of the other colours were. And then people placed their orders and people were messaging me saying that their Scarlet, I mean, some people's was really thick and durable, like I said it was, but some people were saying like it was fluffy, it was thin, it was see-through, it felt really like just not how I had described it. But yeah, you know, other people had bought colours like chocolate, which for me were literally like tights, and they'd been super, super thick. So I just wanted to say I'm genuinely really sorry if you had an issue with your order from the last launch, because it made me feel really bad. Like, I pride myself on being like 100% honest and transparent in these reviews, and it just felt like there wasn't even, normally there's differences between colours in a launch, even on the same product, but with this last launch it kind of felt like there was differences even with the same colour between like batches or something like that. I don't know what went on, I don't know what happened. I do know that they are using a new manufacturer now, so there might be maybe it was just teething problems, but I did feel really bad because I want you guys to be able to rely on my reviews, and if, you know, every single piece is going to be different, even if it's the same colour, it kind of renders my reviews a bit pointless, and I love doing them, and I felt really, really bad. I don't know what the situation is going to be with this launch, but I just wanted to let people know because, one, I felt really bad, and I don't want you guys to think you can't trust me. Like, trust me, I was being 100% honest. It doesn't work in my favour for me to show you that the chocolate colour was literally sheer as hell, like even stood up like tights on me. I'm just really, really sorry if anyone was disappointed or upset with the like chocolate scarlet launch colours, and hopefully this launch is going to be a bit more consistent, and hopefully the information that I'm giving you is therefore going to be more helpful. So without further ado, I am gonna get into it. You already know the drill with me, like you're not gonna get any bullshit here. You're gonna get complete honesty, consumer perspective always. I feel very, very, very lucky to be able to work with Alphalete and get all this free stuff, but I'm never going to let the amount of free stuff that I get blind me from how expensive this stuff is and sway my opinions and all that sort of stuff. You're always going to get honesty with me, and Alphalete appreciate honesty from me. I know they appreciate honesty from me. I've had conversations with... I've literally messaged Christian before and been like, I really hope my opinions don't come across as too harsh, and he's literally said, no, like, I'm a perfectionist. I appreciate the honesty. So we're all good. We're all good. Just before I get into this video, you will notice I've only got shorts. The reason being is I didn't want to be like super wasteful and get the leggings in every single colour. I've got the leggings in every single colour already. Like, it just felt very wasteful of me to have like doubles of things lying around. So I didn't get any of the leggings. I just got shorts because I don't actually have these colours in shorts. But if you do want to see the leggings, I'm just looking at them now on the screen. I'm going to obviously put up everything that's restock and all that sort of stuff. But every single pair of leggings I have got and I have tried on. So I will go back through my hauls. I'll link them below with the timestamps for each colour. So like the pink, the titanium leggings, I've got those here. But like these are like the originals. The Pia blue, evergreen leggings, French blue, mocha pink, I've got all of those already tried on, so I will timestamp and link all those down below. I just didn't want to be wasteful getting, like, what is the point of me having two pairs of pink leggings? And I also didn't get any pink shorts because I've already got the pink shorts. I didn't get the chocolate shorts because I got those on the last launch, and I didn't get the black shorts because I've got like a million pairs of black Amplify shorts. So in the shorts, which is what I'm gonna go over, like I said, I'll leave the leggings and stuff linked down below. So I am going to go over the shorts first, but do be aware that the last couple launches that they've done with this new manufacturer, I have personally found that the leggings have ran a lot tighter and been more prone to being a bit sheer and a bit more see-through than the shorts have been. And these shorts are more consistent with the material of newer launches, so that's definitely something to bear in mind. So when you're looking at the leggings and you're looking at colours, the pink last time wasn't even like stand-up proof on me. If you've got dark underwear on, you will be able to see things. If you want to wear big knickers, you're going to be able to see them. You need a nude thong with those. The Pia blue leggings, again, they were a little bit sheer in the bottom of a squat. My old mocha leggings can be a little bit sheer. The French blue are pretty solid, to be honest. They haven't been sheer on me. My evergreen can be sheer in the bottom of a squat, and my titanium are completely fine. They're like the original drop. So they're like the thick OG material, and I'll do some punch through tests and stuff in this video to show you exactly what I mean by that. Obviously I don't have any, but there will be plenty of athletes who do have the leggings, but I just thought it was worth bearing in mind and letting you guys know that I have found on recent launches the leggings to run a bit tighter and be a bit more prone to being a bit sheerer. Reference, I am 5'6", 32 double D, but my boobs are fake, so bear that in mind. The inside of my leg is 28 inches. My measurements are 24 around the waist, about 39 around the glutes, and I am typically an extra small in Alphalete's items. So in terms of the Amplify shorts, these are the new 4.5 inch shorts. They're not the shorter 3.5-inch shorts. So even if you've got the French blue shorts, these are a bit different in multiple ways, which I will go over, things like the scrunch, all that sort of stuff. But mainly because they are a little bit longer now, they are that 4.5-inch short. I'm just going to go over the features dead quick. I've done this a million times. But yeah, you've got the 3-tier waistband, low compression, medium compression, high compression. So it's like... You have mesh paneling down the side here, which is always a little bit darker than the rest of the legging or the short. The leggings are the exact same details, by the way, it's just a full length legging. Then you have the Alphalete in forever stitching on the back. This is the newer, like, smaller, more like spread out rather than chunky, tall and together logo, so it's more similar to like the Pia Blue launch. And then you have the scrunch bum. These scrunches, I will insert some scrunch chats, but in short, these are the new thicker scrunch, so they are not like the original ones anyway. Let me actually just show you really quick, but I will insert like a full-on chat about the scrunches. So this is the original evergreen colour. You can see that that's like a lot thinner. And then this is the new scrunch. I feel like you can even see like how this one just like scrunches, you can't even see the scrunch, and now it's like quite a bit thicker. I'll also put in colour comparisons because as you can see these are actually slightly different. And yeah, so yeah, those are the features. I have got these in evergreen, I've got them in titanium, I've got them in mocha, and I've got them in French blue. The features are the same. I will put in clips of them laid over each other. I'll put in clips of the scrunches. I will put in clips of colour comparisons, like I said, to like the original drop of these colourways. So to compare the old scrunchies to the new scrunchies, this is the old mocha, this is the new mocha, this is the new French blue, that's the old French blue, this is the new evergreen, that's the old evergreen, old titanium, new titanium. So as you can see, it's the bigger, wider scrunch that has like, so as you can see these are like sewn in to the gusset on the old ones, or there's a gap but there's no like panel there. Whoop. Like there's no panel, it's just material, whereas on the new ones it's got this like panel. So it's the same as like the Storm Grey Pia Blue launch where it's got this panel. And this titanium one has definitely, out of the bunch, got the longest panel and the longest scrunch out of the ones that I have got. But yes, scrunch comparison, and also another look at colour comparison. To chat about the scrunchies dead quick, I did go over this in my last video when I noticed that they changed them. In my personal opinion, if you have bigger glutes, I don't think you'll notice the difference that much, but if you have smaller glutes, you will notice that the scrunch sits a bit higher. You have to do a lot more to get it up your bum, and it won't sit up your bum as much as it used to with the thinner scrunch. And I've seen that quite a lot of people actually don't like this new scrunch. Apparently it doesn't scrunch as well as the old one did, especially on people that are a bit smaller in the glute region. So that is something to bear in mind. Me personally, I'm not too bothered. I still think it's flattering, but you definitely can tell the difference, and I have noticed in try-on clips, especially with these ones, you can really see it at like the top of my bum crack now, whereas I feel like you didn't used to see that before. It kind of used to pull down at the back, and now it doesn't. Yeah, that's just a little scrunch chat. So to do some colour comparisons, this is the old mocha compared to the new one. I think I'll also put in some pictures because it's a bit later in the day now, so the lighting's not quite as good, whereas the pictures I got earlier looked a lot more how they look in real life. So they're not the exact same colour. This one definitely is more like a solid brown, and I feel like the panelling matches better on these than it does on this. This has almost got like a bit of green to it, and it's definitely more mild. Moving on to French blue, the panel's a lot more blue, a lot darker. I feel like the new French blue has got more blue in it, the old one has got a bit more lilac in it. Moving on to titanium, I just feel like these are two completely different colours, to be honest. Yeah, I just feel like they are two different colours, and I way prefer the new titanium. Like I've said, I never ever reach for this. It's just giving school jumper, I don't reach for it, so I definitely prefer the new one. more blue toned in my opinion. This is definitely more of a true grey. This one has a bit more blue in it. And then evergreen. The new one is greener in my opinion, but if you look at the panel here, this one's definitely got a bit more like black in it. It's more mild. It definitely stands out more on the new evergreen than it does on the old.
You playing this game? Hell yeah.
Sizing comparison, like I said, the flat lay of these definitely is true to how these fit. So titanium and blue are the exact French blue are the exact same waistband size, height, all that sort of stuff. The waistbands are all the same height on these. Mocha is ever so slightly smaller, and then evergreen is by far the tightest, and it does feel the tightest. It's definitely the tightest fitting colour that I have got. I am more than happy if people message me on Instagram, I'll do question boxes and stuff, to lay waistbands over previous launches if you only bought from like one launch a few months ago, or you've got one random colour. If I've got it, I'm more than happy to lay any of these colours over it for you to check for sizing comparisons, but I'm not going to do that in this video just because I am literally going to be here all day if I do every single colour that I can possibly think of. But yes, that's the sizing comparison, all that good stuff. But the main thing that people normally want to know about with these is material, which I will go over in a second, but just very quickly to let you guys know about squat proofness, sheerness, sweat proofness. This is the newer material. So for me personally, the newer material is not 100% sweat proof on me. I'm a very sweaty girl. I sweat a lot in the crotch region and in the bum crack region. It's not too bad, but they're not 100% sweat proof. The OG material was 100% sweat proof on me. And I'm a sweaty girl. This newer material is not 100% sweat proof. Not to the point of like Lulu Align pants where you literally like you've pissed yourself, or the Essential leggings. But just something that I would bear in mind if it's something that bothers you. Camel toe, depends what underwear I get. Weirdly, when I wear Alphalite's like seamless underwear with Amplify, I get a worse camel toe, and I've come to realise that, and it's really annoying because I actually love wearing Alphalite's seamless underwear. Like, you can ask Dan, like, every single time I do a wash, there's Alphalite underwear everywhere. I'm like, I need these washed, I need these washed. I wear, it's pretty much all I wear day to day, other than if I'm feeling like, you know, a bit, and then I've normally got a lounge matching set on. But yeah, does anyone else find that? So I actually find like Primark's thongs, you know which ones I'm on about, ladies? Like £1.50. Has it gone up now, inflation? I don't know, but they used to be like £1.50 for pack of three, like a G-string thong. Those ones, I don't get a camel toe when I wear those, but when I wear seamless underwear, I do. Does anyone else have that problem? Let me know. It confuses me. And squat proofness, so like I have just said, I don't think every single legging in these colours, especially colours like mocha and titanium, based off, you know, my first impressions of the shorts, the material, all that sort of stuff, I don't think those leggings are going to be squat proof. The shorts, if you've got, so for reference, I've got dark red underwear on in every single one of these clips. You can't see the underwear when I'm standing up. You can't see anything, they are all stand-up proof. You can't see my underwear when I'm squatting or anything like that, but you can see a bit of my skin at the bottom of a squat in the mocha, the titanium and the evergreen. You can see like a slight amount. The French blue seems to be completely fine, but that's just something I noticed. It's not to the point where I wouldn't wear them. They're completely fine. If you want to wear bigger underwear with colours like titanium and mocha in the shorts, also in the leggings, but in the shorts in particular, I would be a bit concerned. The pink from last time, just as an FYI, was not stand-up proof. You could see my underwear and it was definitely a little bit more sheer. And if you want a review on the chocolate, I will link that leaf down below. So yes, not 100% squat proof, but definitely not as bad as some colours we've had. So like the what was it called, like that, the frozen blue, the frozen spring, that colour, cheeky coral, those were like by far some of the sheerest Amplify and the ombre actually that Alpha Elite have released. These are all like wearable, they're completely wearable. If anyone's that close to you to see things, you should probably say, sir, move back, or stop sitting on the floor behind me and staring at my butt crack. So finally, to go over the material, I am gonna put in a punch through test here so I can show you that these are not the OG material. They're nothing like Scarlet. In my experience of what I've got, they're nothing of the sort. Hi guys, we're about to do the punch through test. Let me just collect the goods. So I've got my OG Amplify. Sorry for my hair looks weird from the back, by the way. I've just realised how fucking atrocious it looks. Right, so I've got my OG titanium. Let me not knock any more socks down the back of the radiator. So, OG titanium, this is one of the OG colours, OG material. It's a lot thicker, denser. This is not to replace squat proofness. I've gone over that in this video. This is purely about showing you the thickness of a material. Nothing to do with how... Let me just make sure that the lighting is not brightened on this, actually, make sure it's 100%. Nothing to do with squat proofness. I am not saying this is how sheer they'll be on you. I'm showing the difference between the thickness of the old material and the new material to show you it's nothing like it. It's nothing like Scarlet from the last launch, well, the Scarlet that I got anyway. This is the OG titanium. You can see my ruby ring slightly through it, like you can see the outline, but you can't really see much else. It's very thick, dense, a little bit, just less, you know, less tight-like feeling. Automatically, this is like soft, fluffy. Mocha is, in my opinion, let me just make sure I don't do it over the mesh panel because that's not a fair test. Mocha is, in my opinion, probably the thinnest colour of this drop, and as you can see, I've got a ruby ring. We've got some knuckles, we've got some nails, and you can actually see that that is indeed a ruby ring. It's more like tights, if that makes sense. We've got the new titanium, which you will see, again, way thinner than the old one. Like, oh, yeah, significantly thinner than the old one. We've got French blue, which in my opinion is a little bit thicker than the colours I've just shown you. I don't think the French blue is quite as bad as the ones I've just shown you. I really don't feel like you can see quite as much, in my opinion. And then we've got evergreen, which in theory, being the darkest colour, should show the least, but we can see the big fat ruby ring. That is my punch through test, trademarked Amy Victoria / amyrookes. I did actually notice there is a difference between colours in the shorts that I have got. Like I said, any colours that I don't have, I am going to leave my original reviews and stuff linked down below, and hopefully the material isn't too different, because they are, the colours that I don't have are more of the newer material, so they were never the OG material anyway, they were only the OG of that colourway, if that makes sense. Like the pink is not an OG colour, that launched a little bit later on. I feel like this is really quite dark. I'm going to try and turn it up. In my experience, the mocha and the titanium feel very much the thinnest out of the colours that I've got. They're definitely the thinnest. Titanium is the silkiest, softest and thinnest of the bunch. This reminds me very, very much of my charcoal shorts. Like, it feels pretty much the exact same, which means prone to pilling. I will put in some clips of how my storm grey shorts have pilled, and they've pilled quite bad on the bum. I'll get onto the pilling and stuff in a second, but these are like the silkiest, thinnest, fluffiest, not as thin as like chocolate was from the last launch, for example, but they're basically like charcoal. These are like the fluffiest of this batch that I have received. Mocha is slightly less fluffy, but definitely still fluffy, definitely still prone to pilling, especially down this mesh panel. What I have noticed is on the newer colours, the mesh panel is definitely a lot more prone to pilling than it was on older colours, and it's also a lot thinner than it was on the OG colours as well. So yeah, more similar to titanium. So the new thinner material, but this one is slightly less fluffy, still got a fluffy texture to it, but slightly less fluffy. Then you have got French blue. If you've got the previous French blue, my French blue shorts feel the exact same way. They've maybe got like a slight bit more of a fluffy feeling, but it's definitely like they feel a little more rigid than mocha and titanium do for me. But yeah, they still have a little bit more of a fluffiness to them than the original did, but they're definitely the closest to the original colour out of what I've just shown you. Like, the new titanium feels nothing like the OG titanium in my opinion. So yeah, French blue. And then evergreen definitely feels like the thickest out of the bunch, but it's still got that soft fluffy texture to it, but it definitely feels like the thickest. As you'll have seen with the waistband, it's got the smallest waistband and it definitely fits the tightest. The other ones I didn't notice a difference between fit on them, to be honest, but the evergreen definitely fit a little bit tighter. I have all these in an extra small, and even with evergreen running a little bit tighter, it doesn't run like the Frozen Spring launch does, where I literally felt like, or Formula Red, where I literally feel like I'm bursting out of the top of it, particularly in the leggings. But if the leggings are running small again, like they have with the last few launches, if the leggings are running smaller, I would definitely recommend in the evergreen leggings that you maybe size up, because in the Formula Red leggings, for example, I would definitely size up because they're just too tight, and the evergreen does run smaller. So if the leggings are like that, I would size up. I'd definitely be intrigued to see how a small fits in the evergreen shorts, to be honest, just because it is quite a bit tighter, and you know, a little bit thicker, but it's still very, very stretchy. It's not as rigid as the OG material. This, I can't really understand why anyone's saying that this feels like Scarlet, to be honest, because unless the pink does, but then I feel like the pink and chocolate and stuff are definitely just not going to feel like that. Maybe the black, but yeah, these feel nothing like Scarlet. They're thin, even like the evergreen, which is the thickest. It's definitely a thinner material, stretchy, fluffy, and with that, prone to lint. Like, for example, watch this. I'm just gonna, you know, meander it up and down the rug, see what happens. It's attracted, oh, you can't even see, it's attracted quite a lot of lint, because it's got that fluffier texture to it. So if lint is something that drives you mad, you might need a lint roller for these. I haven't noticed it as bad with any of the other colours as with the evergreen in terms of picking up lint and all that sort of stuff, but it might just be because it's a dark colour. This is a white rug, so it's obviously going to show like dust and stuff a lot more than these colours would. So to go over the material, pilling, all that sort of stuff, because it is something that I do get asked about, I personally do think that all the colours that I have in the bottoms are going to pill. Now, whether that renders a gym product worth it to you or not is completely up to you. Something for you to decide. It depends what kind of training you're doing, especially if you're getting the shorts, because it's not down your whole legs. So if you're doing things where you know, your bum doesn't come in contact with the ground, you'll probably be fine. If you're doing things like cardio, you'll probably be fine. But if you're doing weight training, if you're rubbing up against barbells, it is something that you're going to want to bear in mind, and it's up to you whether you think the price point justifies something that is going to pill. For example, people are happy to pay £80 to £90 for Lululemon Align pants, which pill. Like, I've got a pair of Align pants, they pill. They're a very expensive legging, but like, they pill. Granted, they're not made for weight training. Amplify are meant to be a performance legging for weight training, but people wear Align pants for weight training, and they're happy to pay £90 for a pair of leggings, which is going to look like a bobbly mess if you do weight training them, and we all do. Because I'm going to be completely honest, and you'll see, because I'll put in a clip of how my storm grey ones have pilled on the bum. Like, if you're someone who does a lot of hip thrusts and stuff like that, it's very annoying how much it catches on the bottom, on your bum. Like, it catches, it pills, it pulls. The mesh panels in particular are quite bad for pilling now. And I understand if you've never had the OG material, you might just take Amplify for what it is, but with inflation and stuff, I understand the price of Amplify has had to go up since they first launched in 2020. I understand that, so the price has gone up, but the OG material did not pill. The OG material doesn't you know, snag as easy as this one does. I'm just being honest. This material, it snags a little bit easier. It's a bit thinner, it pills easier, it's a little bit more delicate. Some people way prefer this and they're happier with this because they find it comfier, because it's a little more stretchy, a little bit less rigid. Old Amplify, in my opinion, isn't rigid, but it's definitely rigid in comparison to this. But other colours like my Ivy and my Rainfall and my was it Wisteria? I don't know if it was Wisteria. All my original amplifiers have not pilled and I wear them all the time. So it's not in the nature of amplifiers because they didn't used to do that. And I do understand that some people prefer the new material, some people don't. But I get asked a lot, like, is the material worth it in your opinion? And it really does depend on what you're down for, because like I said, people will literally spend £90 on a pair of Align pants, which will pill. It just kind of depends on what you want, but I don't think there is any denying that the newer material compared to the OG material doesn't feel as sturdy, as durable, or as high quality as it used to. I don't think there's any denying that. Preferences aside, whether you prefer something stretchier and softer, I don't think it feels anywhere near as durable. And ultimately, I know Amplify looks great and we all look cute in it, but I want to go lift some heavy shit. I want to train properly. I'm there to look cute, but I'm also there to train properly, and I would appreciate it if things didn't pill when I'm trying to hip thrust and grow the bunda. So that's material chats done with. If you've got any questions or anything like that, let me know. The pink, if it is like it was last time, will be fluffy and all that sort of stuff. I keep trying to go over stuff that I don't have. I'll leave it all linked down below, so if you want a review of the original pink and all that sort of stuff, you can see it below. But as you can see, obviously it's not all the exact same as it was before, so take what I say in those videos with a pinch of salt. In a nutshell, Amplify material is literally, if you look up the phrase, and I've said this before, if it's not broken, don't fix it, in the dictionary, I'm pretty sure Amplify would come up under there, the Amplify material, because it wasn't broken and it didn't need to be fixed. The 4.5 inch shorts do roll regardless of if you size up. I've seen some athletes size up, but they still say that they do roll. They do roll. I prefer the bikers, you know, it's no secret. I wish these colours were coming back in the bikers. The bikers are the best Amplify item that Alphalete do. I fucking love the bikers to death. I need mocha bikers, like I need them in my life. It's not a want, it's a need. I need mocha coloured bikers. Yeah, if I could choose between like short shorts and bikers, I'd go bikers all the way, but I don't have that choice. And the bikers don't roll up. The 4.5 inch shorts will roll up. If you size up, they'll roll a little bit less, they'll dig in a little bit less. But if you go true, but they will still roll, if that makes sense. I would say sizing wise with the Amplify shorts to stay true to size, and if you are between sizes, I would always recommend going with the size up rather than sizing down. When you size down, the scrunch rips, and that's how we've ended up with a thick ass scrunch, because people were complaining about it ripping. Thanks for coming to a TED Talk. And in terms of out of the colours that I've got, and the colours I selected, to be honest, are my favourite colours. Like, I didn't get the pink again because it's a cute colour, but like I never wear it, so why am I going to have two pairs of pink shorts in different lengths? It just did, the math wasn't my thing, it just didn't make sense. In terms of my favourite colours from this drop, in terms of what I've got for the shorts, I'm going to split it into categories. In terms of which colour I think is the most unique and the prettiest, French blue. I think French blue is like a, you think French blue and you think Amplify Alphalete, like no other gym brand in my opinion. I've never seen another gym piece in this specific colour. It's a very specific colour and I've never seen anyone else do it. So this is definitely the most like unique to Alphalete and prettiest colour in this restock in my opinion. However, my like top recommendation colour wise is mocha, because this will sell like hotcakes. It always does. It's not been restocked in a while, but this is way nicer than chocolate in my opinion. It's a really good brown, and even though this is a bit different to the original mocha, I love it just as much. I just think this is such a nice brown. I really, really like it. I'd love to see like a medium rich chocolate brown, like a dairy milk brown from Alpha Elite. But in the meantime, if you had to say mocha or chocolate, I would definitely go for mocha. Anyone who likes the way I say mocha, because apparently some people do, mocha, 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 mocha. Is this an American thing? Because I was watching Christian's video the other day and he was like, mocha. Mocha. It's my favourite colour. And my mocha leggings, because I never had the shorts and I regret not getting the shorts, my mocha leggings are my most worn Amplify colour leggings, I think. I think they're probably my most worn. So yeah, mocha would be my absolute top recommendation. And I really, really, really do like the titanium colour. It's not like the old titanium, so I never find myself reaching for my old titanium personally. Like, it lives under the bed. It's not in my easy reach drawer, because colours like Thundercloud, Medium Grey, Storm Grey are my preferred greys. I prefer a bit of a lighter grey, and something about this grey just gives me like school jumper vibes, and I've never really worn it that much. It's just a bit too school jumperish for me, whereas the new titanium, I feel like it's almost got like a blue undertone to it, and I actually really like this colour. So if you're wanting like a colour that's going to go with absolutely anything from this drop, I would say to get the titanium. But yeah, my absolute favourite, if you're only going to get one colourway, would be to get mocha. I just think stunning, absolutely stunning. So to go over the Amplify short sleeve crop tops, I have got chocolate, I've got mocha, and I've got French blue. So I will put in a video where I lay these over the long sleeves, because short sleeves haven't released in a while. I do have some of the old ones, but they're back in Bradford. So if you follow me on Instagram, I will put some pictures up on there of old to new if you do have one of the old short sleeves, so that you can see comparison for sizing. I've got these in an extra small. I'd show you the tops laying on top of each other. So French blue is the biggest. These are all an extra small, but French blue is definitely the biggest, only by a tiny amount though, and I didn't really notice it when it was on, not gonna lie. So this is like my mocha Amplify long sleeve top. As you can see, like the old mocha top is like a solid brown, whereas this one's more like mild, especially on the sleeves. Like, I feel like the sleeves look more mild than the body. Anyway, fit wise, it's pretty much the same. The short sleeve definitely runs a bit bigger, so as you can see, it lies bigger over the sides here. There's definitely more room, and it's also a bit longer. How much is it longer by? It's longer by that much, so you get a little bit extra length. And I did actually notice when I put these on, because sometimes when I wear the long sleeves, I love wearing them, but like they fall at an awkward point when I'm wearing my Amplify leggings. I actually wear them more with things like joggers, because it's just, they fall at a really weird point, and it's just a weird part of my stomach that's out. And I did notice having these on with the shorts, it's definitely more flattering having that little bit of extra length. It feels like there's a bit less of your stomach on show. So something to bear in mind if you don't like the shortness of these, the short sleeves are a little bit longer. Details wise, material is very much the same as the long sleeves. What I will say is all of these feel a little bit less fluffy than recent long sleeve amplifiers, which I've had issues with. You wouldn't have issues with these anyway, because they're short sleeves, so you can't roll them over. But I like a cosy sleeve. Will knows she loves a cosy sleeve. And if I go like that and then grab the bar, which some would argue you shouldn't do that anyway, but never used to have that issue with my old Amplify tops. The bar like snags the material and it pills because it's that fluffy one. You wouldn't be doing that in these because they're short sleeve, but the French blue and mocha definitely feel a little bit less fluffy, whereas the chocolate definitely feels like the long sleeve tops. If you've got like the ombre ones, if you've got the formula red one, it feels the exact same as that. So like thin, breathable, and a little bit more fluffiness to it, and it's a bit stretchier, whereas the French blue and the mocha, they're definitely still stretchy, they're still comfortable, still thin, breathable, soft, all that stuff, but they're definitely a bit more stiff and they're not quite as fluffy in texture. So there's no forever stitching for the branding on this. It is like this. You'll see that my tits kind of stretch that bitch out, so it's like Alpha Elite. It's not meant to look like that. I think if I sized up to a small, it would probably fix that issue, but then it would probably be a little bit loose at the bottom. I could definitely wear an extra small or a small in these. Generally, I would say to stay true to size, but if you have a bigger chest and you don't want that thing to happen, you can definitely go up a size, because I feel like there's barely ever much in it sizing wise between tops. In my experience, you can go either way, but generally speaking, if you don't have like enormous chebs or anything like that, you can stay true to size in the tops and you will be fine. You've got Alphalete in a sticker on the front, you have got short sleeves, you've got this band at the bottom. Someone on Instagram was asking me about this and said, is it like rigid or restrictive? No, it's like a ribbed elastic band at the bottom. So it's like that, and then at the back, just as with the long sleeves, you've got this kind of ribbed panelling and shaping. One thing that I did notice is these all fit a little bit differently. First of all, if you are a slick pony gal, you need to make sure that you put your hair on, do your hair when you have done putting this on, because otherwise your hair's going to get absolutely fucked. I never remember the necks on these being this tight, but they are tight. I don't have a too big a head. It's a little bit on the big side, but it's not too big. And I do actually struggle to get these over my head. It's a little bit tight. So that is something to be aware of. The neck on these definitely feels tight, and it doesn't have as much stretch as it used to, in my opinion, and it's definitely not as stretchy as the long sleeves. And the other thing to be aware of is the bottom. So like I've said, it's like an elasticated thing. So on the chocolate, it's like cinched, and on the French blue on me, it's like cinched as well. So it goes like tight to my body, tight to, you know, under, tight to my rib cage sort of thing. But in the mocha, it feels like it's not cinched. Can you see what I mean? Like the rest of the tops kind of go like that, and then the things at the bottom, the elastic band, whereas this one's just like not cinched at all, and it sits a bit weird. I don't know if I've maybe got a defected one, but I did think that was worth mentioning because it might be a colourway thing, in which case I wouldn't size down in this, because I don't think I'd actually be comfortable in a double extra small in this. It's just a bit disappointing that the bottom of the fit on the mocha on me is just a bit weird. Like, it doesn't like hang off or gape or anything, it just doesn't fit right or as well as the other two. In terms of like what you'd wear under these, both the mocha and the chocolate I found to be a little bit sheer on me, so I would personally not recommend going braless in these, because I do think you would actually be able to see your tit through it. The French blue I could definitely get away with going braless with, but it wouldn't be enough support. They're not like a high support top. Like I said, they're super thin, super breathable, so you would want to wear a sports bra under these. Things like the tri bras and the Revival bras would be what I recommend you put under this. I love the Amplify bras, however the straps and stuff are quite chunky, quite thick. The seams are quite thick on them, which means they just like stand out a bit too much under like the Amplify tops, because they're a bit thinner. And I just think it looks bad, to be honest. So I would personally recommend that if you're going to the gym in these, you wear a Revival bra or a tri bra underneath, and if you're just chilling, wear something like what I've got on now. So I've got a Skims Fendi bralette on. Skims bralettes are my favourite. Could go braless if you wanted, especially if you've got smaller boobs, it probably won't stretch it as much, but yeah. Sweatproof wise, these are not sweatproof, they will show sweat. If you are conscious about showing sweat, go for colours like evergreen and chocolate, because you're not going to see that. I was meant to get the evergreen top, but it's not coming yet. Dylan said I will be getting it. We love Dylan, most helpful person working at Alphalete. Shout out to Dylan in every single video. He's just the best, you know. He did message me saying that he's not got it in yet, so he can't send it to me, but he didn't want my parcel to come late, so he sent everything out without it. I think I will be getting it at some point, and if I do get it before the launch, I'll put it on my Instagram at amyrookes. Follow me on there, I'll save things to a highlight. But yeah, I'd recommend going for like the black, is this coming in black? The black, the evergreen, or the chocolate if you're conscious of sweat. All the other colours, you're going to see a little bit of sweat. You're going to see a little bit of sweat. Overall, do I recommend these tops? I do recommend these tops, and I think for summer in particular, these are so much better than the long sleeves. I don't know why they keep giving us long sleeves in summer, but I'm happy that they've done the short sleeve because I missed these. I think they're really, really cute. And if I was getting any of these personally, I would get the chocolate because it goes with mocha. so you can wear the two together. I just wouldn't recommend the mocha based off my experience with the bottom, but I might just have a faulty one. But the chocolate is definitely going to be my most worn because it's just like dark, but like a bit different than wearing black. So I think this is probably going to be one of my most worn tops. Out of the bunch, I would definitely recommend the chocolate. So yes, if you are shopping in the restock, I would recommend you get the shorts or the leggings in the mocha colour, or both, honestly. I promise you, you are going to wear the shit out of that colour. And I've seen really, really beautiful dark skinned women wearing mocha and it looks amazing on them. It doesn't wash them out. To be honest, I've seen most skin tones in Facebook groups, on Instagram, all that sort of stuff, wearing mocha, and it seems to look good on everyone from what I have seen. That would be my recommendation for the shorts and the leggings, and my recommendation for the tops would be to get chocolate or black. Black is a staple. I'm not going to recommend the black amplifier leggings or shorts just because I haven't tried them, and I've got a sneaking suspicion that they're just going to be super, super sheer, because weirdly with Alphalete recently, the darker the colour, the sheerer the product, and I know that the black from last time was very sheer from what I've seen from other people and from messages that I have received. Like I said, I'm going to leave down below my reviews of all these colours, so in leggings and shorts, with timestamps, so you can go back and see what the colours look like. As you'll have seen with the colour comparisons I've done in this video, the colour may vary slightly, but not too much, and from what I've seen with like the pink and stuff on other people, it looks pretty much the exact same. Material wise, I can't speak to those products because I have not tried them. Leggings wise, like I said, do be aware that on recent drops, leggings have tended to run a little bit tighter, and they have also had more issues with being like more sheer, just logically because you've got more of your leg to pull it over. Evergreen runs tightest out of all the colours that I have tried. And stock wise, because this is something that I have been asked about a lot, I would definitely recommend being on the site at launch time, especially if you were in the UK. I was really, really, really upset and felt so bad when the Pia Blue Storm Grey launch was the other week, because it appeared that the US website, which I understand Alphalete, it's an American brand, they probably have a bigger fan customer base. In the US, it certainly looks that way from things that I've seen, from, you know, the support that I get, all that sort of stuff. However, there was clearly like a huge discrepancy between stocks between the UK website, which supplies the whole of the EU, and the US website, and the bikers and stuff and shorts and all that sort of stuff went so quick. Sorry, my battery died. There was clearly a huge discrepancy between the stock on the US site and the UK website, which, like I've just said, I kind of understand the logistics, but there was nowhere near enough stock on the EU, especially in the bikers. I know they're not doing bikers this time, but shorts always tend to go quicker. And Alphalete do know that, they are aware of that, and there just wasn't enough stock. Like the bikers literally went within like a few minutes. Now I know that Alphalete are increasing their stock and they're trying their best to keep up with demand, but I'm not going to sit here and say there's going to be plenty of stock, guys. Go on the website an hour after its launch and you'll be able to get what you want, because I just don't know. No one knows. No one knows. It seems like every single time they've kept up with the demand supply thing, it just like completely, there's even more demand for the product. So I would recommend, if there's something you really, really want, that you are on the website at 6 PM UK time on the 11th to get what you want. I know it's annoying, I know it's stressful, but they are definitely getting better. There was definitely a lot more stock this time compared to last time, but it appeared to have gone more on leggings than on shorts. Like the leggings were in stock for quite a while in a lot of the colourways after the launch, but the shorts went quite quick. So yeah, especially if you're wanting shorts, I would definitely recommend being on the site on time. And if you're wanting mocha, mocha is one of like the most popular colours from Alphalete. It's one of my favourite colours from Alphalete, so if you're wanting that colour, I would recommend that you are on the site at the time. I know it feels like a lot of Alphalete launches very close together, but I believe what they're trying to do is have more consistent stock on the website so that they're not, you know, constantly having you know, big launches all the time, and I understand that. So I feel like they're doing a lot of launches close together to really like get their inventory up. Their aim isn't to sell out within minutes of every single launch that they're doing when they're doing them so close together. I think they're trying to get their inventory up, and then they're gonna be able to space their launches out a bit more once they've got enough inventory on the website, if that makes sense. But there's no pressure to buy. I feel like colours like Mocha will be like a staple for Alphalete. Mocha and French Blue in particular, I feel like they're going to be a staple for Alphalete. Black will always come back, like the colour black is always going to come back in Amplify. So if you don't have the funds to shop right now, don't stress. Don't worry about it. You will have another chance, I'm sure, to get your hands on these products. I don't want anyone feeling like they've just spent all their money on the launch a few weeks ago and now there's this one. If you can't afford it, sit it out. Those Klarna bills, those Afterpay bills, the stress, the interest rate if you don't pay off on time, not worth it for activewear. It's never that deep. But yeah, like I said, if you are shopping, Mocha leggings and shorts would be my absolute top recommendation, and get yourself a chocolate top, because I personally love a bit of like tonal matching. Like 100% matching I'm not always a huge fan of, because I think it looks a bit too whoa. Whereas if you do like a couple shades off, I feel like it looks quite cool. But yes, any questions, anything I've not gone over in the video, leave them in the comments down below and I will get back to every single one of you. Sizing help, leave it down below and I will get back to you. Anything you want to message me on Instagram, message me and I'll get back to you. Sizing help on there. I'll be doing more posts on my Instagram story of like comparisons and stuff that I might have missed in this video on there. Saving it to a highlight, super active. Anything you want to see from this launch paired with something from a last launch to see if it'll go together, message me on Instagram. I'll go through my stash, see if I've got what you want and I'll pair it together, send you some pictures, give you some outfit inspo. I'm here for all your needs. Yes, support. Launch is Saturday the 11th of June, 6 PM UK time, and support code Amy to get you 10% off and wish your girlie a happy birthday. Let me know if you use it so I can say a big fat thank you. I always get back to every single message. Have a fab week, guys. I'm gonna end this video here and try to edit it and get it up for this evening. Woo!
I said it. I give no fucks about America. I said I don't give a fuck about this country.
Morning. I feel like I've not done a what I eat in a day video in forever, so that is what I'm going to be filming today. I've already had my breakfast. If you are not new to my what I eat in a day videos, you'll know you're just not really going to catch me talking to a camera before I've eaten or had a coffee, but that's a whole different story because I went to Tesco to get bread and I forgot to get milk, so I've still not had a coffee. So I've got juice, but I had 2 slices of bread, some avocado and some scrambled eggs with some chilli salt for my breakfast. Yeah, I've not done a what I eat in a day video in a while. Obviously I'm eating a little bit more food now, and I've been posting a lot of like food pictures on Instagram and I keep getting asked about recipes, so I'm going to make sure that I cook some of those meals today. This video is also sponsored by Lounge, so thank you to Lounge for sponsoring this video. I've worked with them a few times. You guys know if I need like a cute matching set, I'm heading straight to Lounge, and they've got a new collection which I'm going to be showing you and talking to you about. I know what I eat in a day videos have become quite, and I'm going to do this more like a vloggy kind of like come through my day with me rather than just showing you my food, because every time I ask, people seem to prefer it when I do it this way, so hopefully you like it. Sorry if my face looks like really weird. I think I'm developing hay fever because like my eyes are really quite puffy and I never ever get this. But yeah, I've just got some juice and water because I haven't had a coffee yet. I can't believe I forgot to get milk. I cannot believe I forgot to get milk. But yeah, Dan is on like a 6-hour morning shift, so he will definitely make an appearance in this video. I think he's going to join my gym today, so we're going to go to the gym together. Welcome to a what I eat in a day video. Okay guys, so like I said, this video is sponsored by Lounge, so thank you to Lounge for sponsoring this video. Just wanted to give you some information on their new collection which is dropping, and a couple of my like staple favourites from Lounge as well, of course. It's the Flourish collection and it is launching on the 27th of June, so by the time this video goes up it's already going to be live, and for the first time I actually do have a discount code that you guys can use. It's AmyV10. I will leave it in the description box. I will also leave a link to Lounge in the description box. It's just a discount code. I don't earn anything from it. It's not a commission code or anything like that. So I've got the Fleur balcony set and I've got this in the white and yellow. All the pieces that are part of the Fleur balcony collection, the bottoms are all like different depending on which colourway it is, and all the sets look slightly different depending on the colourway, but like the general shape and stuff of the bra remains the same. So I'm just going to show you the bra up close first because I just feel like, look at the detail, like it's so pretty, so pretty. It's very much giving like spring, summer. Such like a nice light coloured set. I could definitely see this on a balcony on the Amalfi Coast with a towel on your head somewhere. Also one of their more like unbranded pieces, like the straps are plain, adjustable again. Like the only real branding that there is on this set in particular is Lounge on the, it's like embossed on the adjustable straps, but other than that it's very like, it's very much subtle, not really like heavy on the branding. So that's the bra. Obviously it's got the clasps at the back. For reference, I'm a 32DD and I typically get an extra small in the bottoms. However, with this bottom, if you are picking it up, I would definitely recommend that you go up a size. And I do normally find actually that with Lounge's like skimpier bottoms, shall we say, so when it's more like kind of stringy up the sides, I do tend to find a size small fits better, because sometimes an extra small, just even if I'm wearing it like high-waisted, which is what I like to do with my underwear, it just digs in a little bit. And then it's got these like cute straps at the side, which is why I do recommend sizing up, because otherwise it can be like a bit uncomfortable in this little gap here and you can get it like digging in a little bit. So I would definitely prefer a size small in these. And then it's like this on the back. So that is the Fleur balcony set, and these are going to be £55, but with my discount code, which is 10% off, that would be £49.50. I've then got the sheer floral balcony. I got this in this baby blue with daisies. Dan actually was like, I think you should get that one. So I was like, do you know what? I think I'm going to try it because it's something a bit different. I don't really have many like baby blue balcony. I got this in this baby blue with daisies. Dan actually was like, I think you should get that one. So I was like, do you know what? I think I'm going to try it because it's something a bit different. I don't really have many like baby blue sets, and it's so cute. So it's like super sheer. Very much sheer. So is the other one, to be honest. And then again, very minimal branding. I feel like that is just the vibe that they've gone for with the Fleur collection. There is a little L charm on the front. The straps are not branded. They're like this cute, like crimped, kind of reminds me of like pajama-ish vibes. Lounge embossing there. It's all rose gold on this bra, and then you've got the straps at the back. The only thing I will say about this bra is it definitely comes up like higher here, like around the side of your boob. So I did find that I had to loosen the adjustable straps on this quite a bit to make it a bit more comfortable. So just something to be aware of. This definitely comes up a bit higher, and as far as like lounges bras go, although it's like a sheer mesh, it's definitely got like quite full coverage in terms of the amount of material. So if you're not a fan of like the balcony sets that I really love, which are like super like cut low here, you're definitely safer with these. And then bottoms wise, again, super small bottoms. Again, I got these in an extra small. These have actually got a lot of stretch. They've got more stretch than the other bottoms I found. So these are okay in an extra small, but I could definitely get away with a small as well. On the back with these cute little cutout details, and you can like very much hike these up to wear them on your waist should you wish to do so. So yeah, that is the sheer floral balcony set, and that is going to be £55. And then I'm just going to show you some like things that are already on the website. They're not a part of the new launch. One of these is a staple that I love, and one of them is something that I've not tried before. I tried it on a whim and I actually do really like it. So I've got the Liberty balcony. These are £50. I've now got this in the blue. If you watch my last lounge haul, I've got it in the red, and I actually like this bra. Is so flattering. Like, it works absolute magic for your boobs. Like, it makes your boobs look so good. You've got a little bit of like sheerness here, and then you've got some extra coverage at the side there. Like, the way that this is cut is just like chef's kiss. Like, I love the way that these bras are cut. I think they're super flattering. And then bottoms, I've got this in an extra small. Small is actually too big. I have tried one before. So you've got the L on the front, cute little sheerness here, dip down on the back, and I find these bottoms to be really flattering. They just make your bum look really good. I don't know what it is about them. Maybe it's the way that this is cut at the back. But yeah, lounge branding around the front, and these bottoms are not uncomfortable at all. Sometimes on like fancy underwear sets you get like a really tight seam around the sides, and like I live in tight clothing, so that in combination with tight clothing is very uncomfortable. This is not uncomfortable whatsoever. And then final set that I've got to show you is the Grace balcony, which is £40. The Liberty balcony is £50, just an FYI. And I've got this in red. Slowly but surely my underwear drawer is literally just becoming red. I got this on a whim. Again, I was looking when I was doing my selections, and Dan was like, I actually think that looks quite nice. So it's just this super sheer balcony bra. It's got this cute little cut out in the middle here and a little love heart charm there. You can see like the detail. It's like roses, like flowers sewn in, which I think is really cute. Straps on this bra are definitely thinner than some of Lounge's other straps, but I don't find it causes any problems. I don't feel any less secure in it. And there is some branding on the straps, but it is tonal, which we love. Then you've got some branding here on the side, and then you've got 3 clasps. So it's definitely like a wider one at the back. This one, again though, just a quick FYI, like the sheer floral set, does come up a bit higher at the side, so you do need to adjust the straps a little bit more. Just something to be aware of. Then in the bottoms, I've got these in a size extra small. They're just to match the bra. So you've got the love heart in the middle again, the Lounge red tonal branding, which I think looks really nice, and then the same pattern on the front. And then in terms of the back of this underwear, it's like this, which I love. I love it when there's little cutouts here. I just feel like it looks super sexy. I love it. I've got this in an extra small, don't need to size up in this or size down. These bottoms fit like the Liberty ones do, but with the new collection bottoms that I've tried, I would definitely recommend you trying a size up just for a little bit more comfort. So yeah, like I said, Amy V10 will get you 10% off. By the time this video goes up, the new pieces will already be on the website, and if you want to see like my top lounge picks, I've done a few videos of lounge now where I've picked out my favourite selections, so you can go back and watch those videos. And yeah, now I've got a discount code that you guys can use should you wish to use it. And thank you to Lounge for sponsoring this video. Let's get on with the rest of the day and this full day of eating. I've just got back from Tesco. I went out again to get the oat milk that I need to make a coffee. So I'm going to make a coffee now because it's just about 12:25. I love this podcast, by the way. Great podcast. 25 past 12, so I'm going to make a coffee, and I think I'm going to snack on some grapes as well. I've also snacked on some Skittles, but yeah, I'm going to have some grapes and make an iced coffee. And I think that'll be my like little pre-workout snack, because I think me and Dan are... Ooh, these have gone a bit squishy already. I think me and Dan are going to go to the gym, but I'll make a cute coffee montage, because we love a cute coffee montage. Hello, little update. Dan is now back from work. It's 2 PM and it's never sunny in England. Like, it's June and I feel like we've not really had any proper summer days yet, so Dan's come back and it's hot at the moment. Well, hot for England. If you've been in summer, you'll know it's a different kind of heat. 26 degrees in the UK, very different to 26 degrees in Spain. It just feels 10 times hotter. So I've lathered the SPF 50 on and we're going to go to Ilkley Lido for a swim. And I feel like we might go up to the Cow and Calf afterwards and maybe get some food there. But I've told him like we have to be back to make the Cajun pasta for tea, because I've promised people the recipe. People keep asking me for it and I want to include it in this video. But maybe at the Cow and Calf, maybe an Aperol Spritz. I am not driving, I'm passenger seats because I've actually got quite a bit of work to do. I've got some client adjustments to make. One of my clients has really hurt her shoulder, so I need to go through her programme and just make sure there's nothing in there that's going to make it any worse. And then we were going to go to the gym, like I said earlier, but I think we might go later, like after rush hour, so maybe like 7, 8 PM. I feel like Dan's going to bail on the gym, and I really hope he doesn't, because I want to go, and I want to go with him. I want to do intervals together on the stairs. When I locate the boy, I will get him to say hi. Dan still needs to say hi. Dan.
Hi.
Say hello. So we went to the Lido. I'm not going to try to give you a full rundown of my day because this is about food, but went to the Lido. It was absolutely freezing, but like, feel better, don't you?
Always.
It's definitely good for you, because it's like a cold, is that the meaning of, I don't know. Anyway, so we went there, then we went to the Cow and Calf. I think I mentioned before when I was sat in the car that we were going to do that, and we had, I'll put in like a clip of the food that we had. There was no point me trying to film there. One, because there's people around and I'm just too shy. Two, because it's very windy up there. It's like at the top in Ilkley. So we got like, Dan had a soup, I didn't have any soup, and then we got like this sharing platter which had lamb koftas, prawns, calamari, chicken wings and like garlic bread, pizza slices. Quite a lot of food, even though it looks like it's in small dishes. It was really nice. Some of it was a little bit leave it, but some of it was good, wasn't it?
Don't forget that massive water you had.
The massive what? I thought you were being serious, because I did actually eat a what's it before I went to the Lido. A Diet Coke and like a gin spritz thing, not super strong. It's got like gin, Prosecco and all that sort of stuff in it. Quick trigger warning, because I'm actually going to talk about calories very briefly and tracking and stuff, so if that bothers you, just skip past this section, because I know it does bother some people. I'm going to speak a bit more about what I eat in a day in general later, but I just feel like it's an interesting point, because when I film a what I eat in a day video, I fully intend to eat from home and cook recipes. Don't worry, I'm going to make my pasta for you. Otherwise, I just feel like, oh, well, I didn't make the food, so like, what am I showing? But I feel like it's actually quite a good example of like, sometimes you'll have an impromptu meal out. You won't always be able to work it into your calories. Sometimes it'll take you over. Sometimes it'll leave you with loads of calories left. Sometimes it's just not the end of the world if spontaneous things happen. You can't live your life by the shackles of MyFitnessPal, like it's just not a thing. However, if you are eating out and you're trying to track food, the best thing to do is just to guesstimate. So when I've like looked, obviously at the lamb koftas, it was like tiny mini lamb koftas. I had 2 of those. I had 2 chicken wings. I had probably about 5 prawns, but they were like coated in butter, so I'll track some butter as well. The calamari, but that was also had quite a lot of oil in it, so I will also track some oil. And then garlic bread pizza, I feel like Morrison's do those, Tesco do those, so you can easily find like guides to use to track what you're trying to track, if that makes sense. That's what I always say to clients, and for anyone who is, and I'm going to say this very carefully because I don't want people to say what I'm saying the wrong way, it's for someone who is dieting and they are on a strict timeline and they are really trying to make sure that when they are eating out they are sticking to the diet. I always say to try and, if there's a ballpark figure for calories when you're searching on MyFitnessPal or Lifesum for food, go with the higher one. Just go with the higher one, because its likelihood is they've got like the oil and all that sort of stuff. When you're eating out at restaurants, just add in whatever you're tracking food wise. Say if you get like a chicken and chips, track the chicken, track the chips, and I always say track at least a spoonful of olive oil as well, because everything is cooked in oils. There's nothing wrong with it being cooked in oils, but you would probably miss it if you were just tracking it as chicken and chips. Anyway, I am about to start making the Cajun chicken pasta, just because I like to, it's 10 to 7 now, so it's not going to be like as long as I would like to leave the chicken to marinate for, but I do like to marinate it. I do it a little bit like ad hoc. I used to do it like specific measurements, and now I just feel like I kind of just, as I like to say, I kind of just raw dog it. Do you know?
I have no idea what that means.
I've got no idea what that word means. So I'll show you me doing that, and I'll leave me what's it. And we're going to go to the gym after Love Island, aren't we, Dan?
Yay!
10 PM gym session. Because my theory is if we go 7 to 9, I think it's going to be busy. And then it'll be dead when Love Island's on, but we want to watch Love Island. We could go at 9 and watch Love Island and catch up.
No.
We don't want to do that. Oh no, we can't do that because we'll get spoilers. So we're going to watch Love Island and then go to the gym. But pasta time, and also let's include this one singular what's it in the what I eat a day. Plenty of water as well. I also had a Diet Coke. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Don't forget the gin spritzer.
I've already mentioned the gin spritzer.
Okay.
Oh my god, I also had a Squares bar from the vending machine.
You did.
You can't go swimming and not get anything from the vending machine. I mean, Dan did, but like to me that's illegal. It was a good vending machine.
How's that water?
Very good.
Good enough.
Gonna be stuck in my teeth. Chicken time. So I put 2 chicken breasts in a bowl, and I like to like slice them down the middle so it's kind of butterflied. Otherwise, you get like that corner that's just really thick, and the taste hasn't gone through the chicken, and it tastes too much like chicken, and I just can't eat it. So that's what I do with the chicken. And then you're meant to use like normal yogurt, but obviously dairy-free queen, so I use the Alpro plain one. I don't actually find that it tastes weird or like soya. And then just some salt, garlic pepper, paprika, Cajun seasoning, cayenne pepper, a little bit of all-purpose, and some chicken seasoning. I do normally put some actual garlic in there as well. However, I used up all the pre-chopped garlic, and we do have garlic, but I feel like I can't be bothered to do that until I make the pasta. So I'm going to work with this for now. So I'll leave this for like a good little hour and a half, and then I'll come back and I'll show you what I do with the pasta. And in the meantime, I'm just going to be getting my water in. I've just chopped like 4 cloves of garlic. I do normally put an onion in this, but the onion was mouldy and it was the last one left, and I just can't be bothered to watch Tesco, so I've done like double the garlic because in my head that's going to make up for there not being an onion in there. I've put the oven on at 200. Chicken's been sat for a bit now, so I cook the chicken for like half an hour normally. However, I normally do it in tin foil. We also don't have any tin foil, so maybe like 20-25 minutes. I feel like they are quite thick pieces, so maybe 25 minutes, half an hour to be honest. But first I like to put them in the pan dead quick before I put the onion in, just because I find, one, it makes the chicken taste better when it's in the oven, because it gets like a little bit of like a, not like crispy outside, but it just tastes better. Two, you've then got some of the flavours from the chicken in the pan before you start making the sauce and the pasta and stuff. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, so tea's done. I've done half pasta for me and half pasta for Dan. I hope like the filming process has made sense of it, but if it hasn't, I'll just voice over it. My chicken is like split because I wanted to check that it was cooked. But this is my pasta. And then this is Dan's as well. We pretty much eat the same. Yeah. Hello, if you can't tell, it's the next day. I am so sorry. I feel like I'm awful at ending my what I eat in a day videos, but to wrap it up, don't worry, I know I was lacking on like micronutrients yesterday. It's just one of those days, and that is literally just life, guys. Like some days, especially if you go for a meal out, I'm not looking at the menu and thinking, oh, let me get the salad to make sure I get my macros in. I'm looking at the menu and thinking, what yummy food do I want that I actually want to eat, not that I'm just getting to put up with what I think I should be eating. Some days I am lower on fruit and veg, some days I'm a lot higher. For example, today has been a good day. I've had loads of veg and I am literally going to have this whole bowl of fruit. I'm just going to snack on that through the night. However, yes, me and Dan had our pasta last night. That was our final meal. Then we went to the gym. Then when I got back, I took my creatine, and whilst we were watching Love Island, I snacked on a few more Watsits and I snacked on a few Skittles, and that was it. That was my full day of eating. I feel like you might look at what I had yesterday and think that's nowhere near enough food, especially if you're trying to grow, but I did track it. It is, trigger warning again, I'm going to talk about calories. What I ate yesterday is over 2,000 calories, which is where I'm aiming to be. I'm not going to talk specifics because I don't want anyone to take my numbers and think, I feel like it doesn't matter how many times I say if you eat what someone else eats, it doesn't mean you'll get the same results. I feel like people still think it will, or people might think, how are you eating that much, or why are you not eating more, sort of thing. It's just a minefield. So I won't share specific numbers, but that does bring me on to something that I did really want to touch on in this video, because I've not done a what I eat in a day video in a while, and there's a few reasons, but honestly, like, the main one is I feel like what I eat in a day videos have become very controversial. For me personally, as like a consumer, I watch what I eat in a days. I watch them on Instagram, I watch them on TikTok, and I watch them on YouTube. I watch them for meal inspiration. I don't personally, and everyone's brain works differently, but I don't personally look at what I eat in a days to look like that person or to, you know, try and emulate their diet exactly. It's literally like, I want to see what they've maybe had. Maybe if I'm lacking on breakfast ideas, I want to see what people are having for breakfast to give me some new ideas. I have had a few conversations on Instagram about it, and some people are saying that like what I eat in a day videos just shouldn't be a thing, because the implicit, you know, messaging is if you eat like this, you look like me. That's not something that I personally agree with, but I'm not gonna lie, it has kind of made me a bit scared to do these videos, because I don't want to upset anyone. I don't want to put out any content that's going to be harmful. And this is what I mean, everyone's different. Maybe people that are consuming my what I eat in a day videos have like histories of like eating disorders, which if they do, like, genuinely I wouldn't really recommend. If you have a history of eating disorders and struggling with issues surrounding food, I wouldn't suggest. I mean, I don't know, I'm not qualified on the subject, but I don't think, from what I've seen online, from what I've heard from talking to people who do have eating disorders or have had them, that what I eat in a day videos or food content in general is, you know, the content that you should be consuming. But I also know that when you have something like that, or when you've struggled with something like that, your brain can kind of, it's almost like you don't have a choice in what you're watching. Your brain is making you watch this stuff, and it can just make situations 10 times worse. There's a few things that I've done over, you know, the few years that I've been doing what I eat in a day videos. Like my very first one, if you go back, I included my calories, macros of every single meal. I don't do that anymore. I don't share my personal calories and macros. I don't share my calories and macros of specific meals. And that's just a personal choice that I've made to make my what I eat in a day videos as friendly as possible. But yeah, I do appreciate that maybe what I eat in a day videos are like done now. Maybe they're like a thing of the past, but it is something that I wanted to speak about on here, because I feel like my what I eat in a day videos are normally videos that get quite a lot of comments, they get quite good engagement, people seem to really enjoy them, and I enjoy doing them. Especially like now, I feel ready to make loads more of these. I know this one was a little bit shit because I didn't cook my lunch during the day, so that's one like recipe idea missed. But I just felt like if I pretend I've cooked something and filmed the next day, that's not really a, you know, a realistic representation. And actually, it's a good point to touch on that sometimes you'll have a spontaneous meal out and it's not the end of the world, and things don't always need to be pre-planned into your calories, and you don't always need to have banked calories to save for that meal. Like sometimes a spontaneous meal is fine, there's nothing wrong with it. We all know this, is more value to foods than just the nutritional value. There's the memories, the taste, the enjoyment, all that sort of stuff. It's not just about how many calories, how many macros, how much protein, how many micronutrients. You know, like I said, obviously not a good example, but like I have got a lot of new recipes. I've been cooking a lot, I've been experimenting a lot, and I get asked when I show them on Instagram, how did you make this, recipes, and it's so much easier for me to do this on here and include them in what I eat in a day. Plus I do enjoy doing these videos than it is to doing like reels and stuff. Like I've tried with reels before and I just feel like the quality goes and it really annoys me. Should this be my last ever what I eat in a day video? Should I try doing it in a different way? Should I try just sharing recipes, just doing recipe videos every now and again? I don't know. Like, I know what I personally feel about this, and for me personally, I enjoy watching what I eat in a day videos and I enjoy making them, and I've taken, you know, precautionary measures to make sure that my content is like as healthily done and, you know, mentally not damaging as possible. But I appreciate, like, I can't control how it's going to affect absolutely everyone. So let me know what your thoughts are on what I eat in a day videos, because I am intrigued. Let me know if you try my pasta recipe. It was really, really good actually. Obviously I didn't have the onion. I do recommend doing it with the onion, but honestly doubling up on the garlic was an excellent idea. Like, that was absolutely delicious. It was so, so good. Like I said, I know I was a bit like low on my fruit and veg yesterday, but trust me, we're getting it in today. I'm normally better with it now, but yeah, yesterday was abysmal, and I know I'll already get comments about that, so I'm just gonna put that there. Not every day is perfect nutritionally, and that's fine. We're not aiming for perfection, we're just aiming for healthy, balanced diet. Again, thank you to Lounge for sponsoring this video. Discount code and link and all that sort of stuff will be in the description box for Lounge. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it does help to push my content out onto YouTube. I apologise for my appearance. I've just hopped out of the shower. It's like 20 something degrees, and like British heat is just a different level of heat. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you in my next video.
Oh my god, he feels creepy. Oh my god. MAGA are so creepy. It's like, oh my god, this country is doomed. America's doomed. It's like, god damn, this country doomed.
I've got my energy drink, I've got my water, because I feel like a bitch needs to stay hydrated, because I feel like this video could be long. I've got a lot of thoughts that I just need to vomit into this video. Welcome back to another video. As you can probably tell by the title of this video, we've got another Alpha Late haul. I know, another Alpha Late haul with you. We've got another Alpha Late haul. I have a lot of thoughts about this launch. It's the Ozone launch. It's part of like their big summer launch that they're doing, and it's happening on the 9th of July. So this Saturday, I got my parcel on Friday. It's Tuesday today. I had a bit of a hectic weekend. I went to a festival, and to be honest, I actually wanted to test this stuff out because it's brand new stuff. With Amplify, I'm kind of like, at this point, do I really need to test it out a ton? Like, it does what it does, but with it being like a brand new product line, design, all that sort of stuff that they've not really done before, material in particular, I definitely wanted to try it out before doing this video, and I've tried it out. I've got my thoughts, and I'm ready to roll. Before I get started with this video properly, I just want to mention a couple of things. The main thing being an update on my socials donations, which I've spoken about in videos before. I just want to give an update because I haven't really updated on last month or given any information on where this month's money is going. So last month's money, June's money, and the socials portion of earnings donation was made to Bradford Central Food Bank. 29% of children in Bradford, which is where I'm from, by the way. I live in Leeds now, but like I'm from Bradford. Bradford is like 20 minutes. I live like 20 minutes from where I live now. That's where I was brought up. 29% of children in Bradford are living below the poverty line. Obviously, food banks help a lot with families in particular that are living below the poverty line, because I said this with the last charity that focused on making sure that every child has a bed to sleep in, but it might seem like a really like foreign concept to some people, but there's plenty of people that actually cannot afford food, especially at the moment with cost of living crises. I feel like a lot of the charities that I've picked, I've kind of geared them towards helping people who need help with that, because a lot of people, particularly in areas like Bradford, are really, really struggling. So yeah, June's donation was made to Bradford Central Food Bank. Thank you so much to everyone who like watches YouTube videos, code uses, all that sort of stuff, because that all helps to mean basically every single month it's relative to what my socials income has been that month. Obviously, the more it is, the more wiggle room I have to donate to a charity of my choice. July's is going to be the Cinderella Club in Bradford, which again focuses on children who live an underprivileged life. So for example, like when there's school trips, like residential school trips, for example, this is just one example of what they do. They can be quite expensive. Not everyone's parents can afford. I was very, very lucky. My parents could always afford. If I wanted to go on a residential, I could go, but not everyone's parents can afford that, so they can help provide funding so that children get to take part in like extracurricular activities, residentials that like their friends and their peers get to enjoy, but they might not be able to otherwise if it wasn't for this charity because of the financial position that they're in. So yes, that is July's charity. If you get ads on this video, please do watch them. It does help my AdSense go up. Also super open to any charity suggestions, as those are the main 3 that I first of all picked out, and obviously now we're on month 3. I was going to cycle back through them, but if anyone's got any suggestions of any charities that are like close to their heart or that you think would be like suitable, please let me know. On to the video. I'm going to pop on the screen a rolling thing of the launch PDF so you can see everything that's dropping. There's like briefs and quite a lot of like wordy information on this brief, which I could just read from, but I'm going to leave it in the description box below linked so you can access it, see everything, see the colour palettes, see like all the writing, the descriptions, everything. Just don't see the point in me like reading off it, like it's quite wordy. You've got the ozone collection, which is like the main part of this launch. It's definitely like the standout thing that they seem to be like pushing a lot, which is their first ever drop made out of recycled materials. It's definitely not the first ever item that they've done. They've definitely done beanies before that came with the recycled material tags on. They did for me anyway. I don't know whether that was like an error or something, but it's definitely their first like women's range that's made out of recycled materials. That's going to be the main thing that I'm going to go over in this video. I'm going to leave timestamps below because I already have a feeling that this video is going to be quite long. So I'm going to start with the ozone collection, and straight away before I get into this video, because there's a couple of things that like I just flat out think no, like it's just a no from me. I just want to say, because I spoke about this on Instagram yesterday, like I never want to come across as like moaning or ungrateful. I am well aware that there are plenty of people who would bite the hand off at the opportunity to work with Alphalete, and I love working with Alphalete. I love a lot of their products. I don't love everything. Some stuff I actually really don't like, but that's the same with any brand, and anyone who tells you that they love absolutely everything that a brand drops is lying. Like that's just not a thing. You can't love everything, but I never want it to come across as though like I'm moaning or I'm picking holes in things where, you know, making a problem where there isn't a problem sort of thing. Doing that, I'm just being like quite honest and upfront with my opinions about things. Of course, I'm super grateful to, you know, be able to get all this stuff. I'm super grateful to work with Alphalete, but is it going to sway my opinions? No, because I see my boss in this side of things as like 30% Alphalete but like 70% you guys. That's just how I see things. I've said it before, consumer perspective, all that sort of stuff, but I do just want to say that before I get into this video because I feel like it's probably one of my more shall we say opinionated ones. The first thing that I just want to say as I get into the ozone collection, like the seamless drop in particular, is this is Alphalete's first ever like big, you know, women's launch using a recycled material, and they are touting it as like their first sustainable drop. Now, I don't know absolutely everything there is to know about recycled materials. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. I'm definitely not. It says that they've spent 16 months designing and going back and forth with this, and I don't doubt that one bit. I do know it's very hard, having been someone who wants to do something to do with, you know, product and wants to make sure it's done the right way. I know how hard it is to find things like this. However, I do feel like there's a slight dissonance here. Is using recycled materials like a step in the right direction? 100%. Outwardly towards the public and what they can see, they weren't really doing anything for sustainability or anything like that before, so of course this is a step in the right direction, and I think most people would argue it's better to use recycled sustainable materials rather than using, you know, sourcing new things, all that sort of stuff. Like, I don't think there's any debate around that. However, there is a lot of debate around recycled materials and how sustainable they actually are. Apparently there's issues with sustainable recycled materials. Like I said, I'm not an expert on this. I do know that a lot of experts in the field do not necessarily believe how sustainable recycled materials are. There's issues with like microplastics and all that sort of stuff. I don't know enough about this specific blend to say if that's going to be a problem. If anyone works in the sustainability field and has like an expert eye on this, I would definitely love for someone to look through the brief and give more information on it. I personally think this is better off being marketed as their first recycled thing rather than being sustainable. You know that Alpha Elite are trying to move away from being a launch-based brand. They're trying to move away from doing like, you know, huge drops all the time. They don't really want to be doing this anymore, and I do think that's part of their commitment to becoming a more sustainable brand. I do genuinely believe that that's what they want to do. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about the sustainability aspect of the Ozone collection. I'm not an expert in the field, and I can't truly say how good this is for the environment or how bad it is. It's just something, like a discussion that I wanted to start. Please leave comments and let me know what you think and all that sort of stuff. But I'm going to shut up about that now, and I'm going to get into the actual products because I've probably just gone on about that for way too long. Throughout this video, I'm going to put in a shit ton of comparison clips, overlay clips, all that sort of stuff. And I'm going to timestamp those so you know where they are, but just to let you know what I'm going to include, I'm going to include things like Halo versus Amplify versus Ozone. I'm going to cover like the material, that will go in here, waist comparisons between extra small and a size small, difference between the small shorts and the small in leggings to see if there's a difference in how they fit, difference between same sizes in the waistbands, tops difference, old tank comparisons. I might do like a punch through test of the Halo, Amplify and Ozone so you can see like how thick this material is in comparison to the other two. I'm going to show you the seams on the back because there's a big issue with that, and also like some tonal matches of bras with Amplify, because straight off the bat, like spoiler alert, these are not my favourite bottoms, but I love the tops, and quite a lot of people I think this is probably like one of Alpha Elite's recent most popular tops that they've dropped, based off what I've seen other athletes saying, but also based off of the messages that I've had. People want the tops, they're not really super interested in the bottoms, and I don't blame them. I don't think they're like the best bottoms that Alpha Elite have dropped, in my opinion. So tonal matches, like colours that these colours will go with, I'm going to include all of that. I'll touch more on the material and what the material is like when I go over the comparisons to Halo and Amplify, so feel free to skip forward to that bit if you want to watch that and then come back and hear me talk about the tops. But for reference, before I get into this video, I am 5'6". The inside of my leg is 28 inches. I'm typically between an extra small and a small in Alpha Elite products, depending on what product it is. My waist is about 24, my glutes are about 39. I'm a 32 double D, but my boobs are fake, so when I'm talking about support with things like tops, please bear that in mind. So I'm going to go over the tops first. So details wise, let's get into it. They're a super high neckline. It's got quite a thick detailing, like ribbed seam at the top. Ribbed down here is like a scooped, like cut off kind of fit. You've got the ribbing again there. You've got this kind of detailing, which is kind of like a halo kind of detailing here. Alpha Elite is on a white rubber. This is like stuck on, it's not like sewn in or anything on the front there. It comes down, there is an elasticated ribbed thing at the bottom. There's no like tight seams anywhere on the top, so it's not like tighter in one area. It's super stretchy, like as you can see. These tops have got a lot of give to them, and then on the back it's a racer back, and then you've got some cute detailing here. Again, very similar to like detailing that was on the Halo leggings. I have these in both a size small and an extra small. I'm going to show you the difference, like a flat lay between the two sizes. It is a difference between an extra small and a small in the tops. As you can see, there's not really a huge difference. Lengthwise, they're the complete same. There's not a huge difference, which does kind of explain why I didn't feel like a ton of difference other than across my boobs, because obviously this bit is definitely bigger. But in terms of like the rest of the fit, it's definitely very similar. Not much in it, to be honest. If you do want like a super comfy fit, you could maybe go up 2 sizes, because there doesn't seem to be a huge difference, although you might then get some gaping here, which I don't get in either an extra small or a small, but I might get it in a medium. I might get it in a medium. Also, something that I've just noticed, which I've not mentioned in this video, I said I didn't think this material would pill, but I feel like this top also almost looks a bit puckered already. I have worn this and I feel like maybe I've caught like my bracelet or like my rings on it. Definitely looks a bit puckered already, which does surprise me. I wasn't expecting that, so add that to the review, something to be aware of. It's definitely not pill proof. Definitely does look a bit puckered already at the top. The colours that I have this in is, I've got Atlantic Blue, I have the lavender colour, I've got gingerbread, I've got grape, and I've got pistachio. The colour palette, I will say, for this drop, I think is really, really pretty. I wish this had been done in Amplify, personally. I just feel like we've had no like proper purples, other than like Wisteria, but I feel like Wisteria is a bit more like pink than grape is. Like, why have these colours not been done in Amplify? I just think they'd be stunning. I do really, really like the colour palette. My favourite colours in this drop are probably gingerbread, grape, and I really like the Atlantic Blue colour as well. I'd say these are like the most flattering on me. Grape is like my absolute #1 favourite. That's definitely my favourite out of the bunch. Like I said, I've got these in an extra small and a small. Honestly, I can wear either of these. I feel like sizing wise, if you want like a bit more support, you can kind of stay true to size for your Alphalete bra sizing. I say that because if you've not shopped with Alphalete before, their tops and bras tend to run like a little bit bigger, other than like the Pulse Balance bra, which is like ridiculously small. So for me, in most other brands, I should be a size small in sports bras and all that sort of stuff, but with Alphalete, I'm usually an extra small. So I would say if you're wanting like a bit more of a compression fit and like a bit more support, stay with your usual Alphalete size. But if you're wanting more of a comfort fit, you can definitely go a size up. It kind of depends on how you want this to fit, but I would honestly say they kind of fit true to size for the medium high support that they are touting. Now, I wouldn't say this is a high support bra at all, and that's someone with fake tits, so you know, I feel like for natural boobs, definitely not super supportive. Maybe if you size down, they would be. Even from like your usual Alphalete sizing. I could get away with an extra small or a small, to be honest. I think I prefer how that extra small fits, just because I don't like to feel too free when I'm not wearing a bra, because I wouldn't wear a bra underneath these. You definitely could if you wanted extra support, but you've got to bear in mind it's a racer back bra, so it'd probably be something like a tri-bra that you'd want to wear underneath for a bit of extra support, otherwise you're going to see those straps. So yeah, I would stick with an extra small in these. Sweatproof wise, these do show sweat. I've trained twice in these. I've trained in the grape colour and the gingerbread colour. They're both darker colours, but they both did actually show sweat, which I was quite surprised because I didn't think they would show sweat, just because of like the way the material feels, but they did show sweat. So if that is something that bothers you, it's definitely something to be aware of. I had like sweat patches like under my boobs and then on like this part of the armpit here, and they were on leg days. I do sweat quite a lot. My only regrets with this top is that I didn't get it in black, because I feel like black goes with everything, and I would have really liked the black. Material wise, all the tops pretty much feel the same to me, other than that Atlantic Blue, which feels like a bit rougher and a bit tighter. There's definitely a theme with this drop of lighter colours feeling a lot stretchier, like a lot stretchier. It's not like a slight difference, it's quite a big difference in like the feel of the material. Like they feel a lot softer and stretchier in like the pistachio colour, but with the bra it's kind of hard to tell because I've got the pistachio bra in a size small. But yeah, the Atlantic Blue definitely feels like a little bit rougher, tougher and a little bit less stretchy, but I still don't need to size up in it. If you're only going to pick up like a couple things from this launch, I would definitely recommend that the top is something that you get. Like I said, I'll put in like some tonal matches with Amplify and other collections so you can see what goes where. I'll timestamp and let you know where that is in the video, because I feel like there's a lot of Amplify colours that would suit really well, not as like dead matches but like tonal matches, which for me personally is my preference. Sometimes I think when you're wearing two of the exact same colour and it's a full matching set, it can look a bit like almost a bit too put together, do you know what I mean? Okay, tonal matches time. So pistachio I think goes best with these shades of green in Amplify. So Frozen Spring looks really, really cute with it. And then this is Aspen, I think, an old Amplify drop. And then this is Dusty Green. I feel like these all go quite well with it. I feel like Dusty Green for more of like a muted kind of tonal look. But Frozen Spring for more of like a summer vibe. I feel like it looks quite nice. But when I put these together, you can see Frozen Spring is more of like a yellowy green, whereas Pistachio is like a true green. But I feel like these are all a very viable option. Here then, Atlantic Blue in the middle, we've got the Ocean, Ombre, the Blue Moon, Rainfall, Tuxedo Blue, Victory Blue. I think this is Teal. You've got the Blue Moon, and then you've got Oceania. So they're like all definite options. I feel like these two, maybe not so much, but I feel like the colours that go best with it, I feel like Rainfall goes best. I feel like Pia Blue would also go really well, but I don't know where mine is right now, so I can't help. But I do also really like it with Victory Blue. I feel like it looks good with that, but I'd say Pia Blue and Rainfall are probably your best bets for this. But there's so many colours that this will go with, like greys as well. Would look super cute. And we've got Grape, Bordeaux, Wisteria, Black Cherry, and the Amplify Hot Pink. I feel like the Hot Pink looks quite cool, but by far the best, like, if you're trying to get like a very tonal match, would be Wisteria. It's not the exact same colour, but it's very, very, very similar. And I feel like because it's similar but not the exact same, I love matches like that. But I do also really, really like it with Black Cherry, because Black Cherry's got this like marling in, which I feel like is a very similar colour to Grape. But yeah, those would be my suggestions there. We've got Gingerbread. I don't really know why I put Day Tripper Ombre in. I don't really think that goes. But Chocolate I think is quite cute. Obviously not a match at all, but I feel like it does pair well. Mocha I think looks really, really cute with this colour. Again, obviously not a dead match, but I do think it looks cute. Fireside looks very, 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 very nice with it. You've got Mandarin as an option. I'm not really sure how I feel about this one. This is the Cheeky Coral colour. Maybe? I'm not sure. And then Copper. Copper goes really, really well. Copper Amplify or Fireside, I would say probably go best, but I do really like the idea of it with Mocha as well. Lavender goes really, really nice with French Blue. I really like that together. Purple Dove is an option. I'm not super keen on this colour. I don't really like it, but it does kind of go well with it. Viola looks really, really good, I think. There's like a little tonal match, and I do actually really like Bloom with this. A bit of a brighter bottom, both kind of like purpley. I do actually really like that. But they would be my suggestions. Probably French Blue goes like the best, but I do really like Viola and Bloom. In terms of greys, we've got medium grey, which I think goes, I feel like greys just go over greys. Titanium I really, really like with it. Powdered grey I do also really like with it. Storm grey, I feel like Storm grey is a bit too light. Out of all these I'd probably say titanium or powder grey with the grey, but to be honest you can wear grey with everything, and because this has got like a bit of blue in it, I feel like it also looks quite cute with a blue bottom. But yeah, and Daffodil, obviously I've only got the shorts in these, so just imagine it's the top. These are the Honey Amplify. I feel like Lemonade would go well as well. I feel like Day Tripper looks really, really cute. I do actually quite like Frozen Spring with it, because I feel like because this has got a bit of a yellow in the green, it would look quite cute together as like a top and bottom combo. And then Cheeky Coral as well, I think looks cute with it. They would be my suggestions for Daffodil. They do come with padding in the cups, which are just like triangles. I always take these out, so I took mine out, but you can keep them in. They're not see-through, you can't see your nipples through them, even in the pistachio colour, which is super light colour. That was fine for me. The daffodil colour, it might be a little bit sheer. I don't have it, so I can't say. I've only got it in the shorts, and it is sheer as fuck in the shorts, so maybe something to be aware of, but the other colours are completely fine. But yeah, I really like these. I think they're very flattering, and they make your shoulders, even if your shoulders are not capped, they're going to be looking capped. They're going to be looking capping. Even if they're not capped, they're going to be capping. I just feel like these are flattering. They look good on everyone. They've put these on like a few different models in a few different sizes, and I feel like these suit everyone. They look good on everyone, and I like them on everyone. So 10 out of 10 recommend these tops. I really like them. I'm going to get a lot of use out of them, probably pairing them with Amplify like I'm going to show you in the clips. But yeah, the tops are a definite recommendation from me. They are approved by Amy. We've started this thing on Instagram. So many people have said that they won't buy anything unless it's like approved by me, or I've at least given my opinion, so then they can make an informed decision, which I think is really cute. And I just love that people can trust my opinion that much, which is why I do the reviews the way I do them. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I'm not going to say, oh, well, it's just not my personal preference if it feels bad quality or something like that. Like, no, we're all honest around here. I was going to move on to the leggings, but I'm just going to do all the tops first. We then have this high neck long sleeve. I just want to know summer drop, summer launch, mid-July, the height of summer, and we're doing a turtleneck long sleeve top. Yes, it might be cropped, but like, come on, seriously? I just feel like no. So details wise on this, you've got the Alphalete logo on the front again. You've got this mock neck, which turtleneck is what I would call it, which is ribbed. You've got detailing down the side here, so it kind of goes like this, and then it goes into this like ribbed kind of texture on the sleeve. I do like the detailing on the sleeves. It gives me like spy vibes. I feel like it looks quite cool. It does look quite cool. It's like quite a cool looking top when it's off, in my opinion. Not sure about when it's on. And then this is what it looks like at the back. I feel like this kind of like half moon thing looks quite cool. I've got this in carbon, which is like a super dark grey, but it's definitely like a bluey dark grey. Like, it's got hints of blue in it. It's definitely not like a true grey. I feel like it's a dark grey blue. I'll compare it to other greys in the clip so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. I'll also compare this to the Amplify seamless long sleeve. Because I actually asked Bailey, because I saw that she did the shoot for this campaign, what the sizing was like, and she advised to size up. So I actually got this in a size small because I thought me and Alphalete's necklines recently have not been getting along, and it's been feeling like I am coming out of a literal vagina again, pushing my way through. It's been feeling like I'm being reborn when I'm putting certain tops on. So I was like, do you know what, I'm just going to size up to a size small. But I feel like this looks quite ill-fitting around the neck on me in a size small. I don't know if it would have helped if I'd have got an extra small, but I feel like the sleeves are quite tight. So I feel like the sizing with this top is just off. Which, by the way, Bailey is so nice and so helpful. Like, she replied really quick because I was trying to do my selections. She replied super quick, which meant I could do my package and all that sort of stuff, and it was done really quick because she replied so quick. She's a really nice girl. I feel like her and Brit are super nice. I've not spoken to loads of the people that work with Alphalete, probably because they don't know that I literally exist. But those two have always been so nice to me, so welcoming. So shout out to those two. They're really nice girls. In terms of material, it feels like the exact same as the tops. Super like stretchy. Quite like in between like a thin and a thick material. It's got, obviously it's got the ribbed band at the bottom again, and lengthwise this is like this much longer, so where this waistband is, it's like this much longer than the tops are, so it's got a little bit more length, it's a bit of a longer crop. So this wouldn't be sweat proof, it's the same material as the top, so this will show sweat. So if you are interested in this and you're bothered by sweat, I would definitely go for probably black, because I feel like even the carbon is gonna show sweat. These are honestly a hard pass for me. First of all, because it's literally summer, but second of all, like even in winter, I wouldn't wear this top. Like, I just wouldn't wear a turtleneck to the gym. I just wouldn't wear a turtleneck to the gym. It's like too much, and I feel like for chilling in and like running errands in, there's so many like tops that I'd rather wear from Alphalete. The seamless pullover, the Amplify long sleeves, like I'd way rather wear those over this. I don't really like it. I don't think it's super flattering. The sizing's really weird. Like I said, like an extra small would be way too tight on me in like the arm region, but the small's mock neck, like you'll see it in the try-on clips, like it just looks off. It doesn't fit quite right. I'm not a huge fan of these, like I said. Weird to have it in a summer drop, but also I just feel like even if I was stocking up for winter, this wouldn't be an item that I would get. These are going to be like £30 to £45 would be my guess for like a price point. I wouldn't spend my own money of that on this because it's not me. I don't like it. I don't like the fit of it. Therefore, I'm not going to tell anyone else to spend their money on it. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. It's a shame because like the detailing on like the sleeves and stuff I feel like is quite cool, but I would like to see that on like just a normal, more like Amplify seamless looking top rather than like with the mock neck. I just feel like it's a bit much for me. It's just a little bit too much. Then we have my favourite, well, second favourite, because the tank sports bras are like my absolute fave. The Ozone Racer Tank. I just got this in black. Oh my god, I wish I had got this in other colours. I got this in a size extra small. This top, oh my god, so I will compare it to the Amplify like seamless tank that they did, but I feel like this fits even better. These kind of length tops, very similar to like the seamless pullovers, when you wear these, even though it's a top, it makes your ass look 10 times bigger. I don't know why. I feel like it's where it cuts off with your bum looks 10 times bigger. The bunder is bundering. It makes you look from the front like it really snatches you. Like, I struggle to find tops that are super flattering in terms of like full length tops on my waist because they never quite cinch in enough at the waist to actually exaggerate and accentuate my waist with it being a little bit smaller. This one does it perfectly. I feel like the seamless one was like almost there. This is like perfected shit. Love, like absolutely love. In terms of like details, it is quite similar. So you've just got the Alphalete standard block logo on the front in the sticker. It's not like super low cut but not high cut either. I'd say it kind of fits kind of like the same kind of neckline as like the Impact bra. It's got this really nice like body contouring down the sides, which I feel like really helps to just make you look super snatched. And then on the back the ribbing kind of continues, and then the hem is kind of like, it's not flat at the bottom, it's like a dipped seam. Like I said, I've got this in an extra small. I would definitely stay true to size if you want like a snatching fit. If you want a bit more room, definitely go with the size up. You could probably go 2 sizes up if you want a little bit more room and you don't want it super tight. But if you want it skin tight, definitely stay true to size. In terms of like support, the information says this is a high support tank. I mean, it's very tight fitting, but like high support, no. You won't want to go for a run in this with no sports bra underneath it. If you want to wear it to training and you do a lot of moving around and you have like bigger boobs, you're gonna need to wear a sports bra underneath this to get support. For me personally, I think I'm gonna use this more for like running errands, lounging, living my best Range Rover MILF with no kids life. I feel like that is what this top gives to me. I probably won't train in it if I did train in it. No, I wouldn't train in it. I don't think I would train in it. I'm more of like an oversized t-shirt with shorts person at the moment. Right now it's not something I'd train in, but it's definitely something I would lounge around in. The quality of this feels super, super, super nice. I actually just like love this top. The length is a really, really good length. It's just super flattering. In terms of like see-throughness, in the triangle clips I've got this on with no bra underneath, like not even a bralette, and I feel like you don't need to wear a bra underneath it. It's not see-through, you can't see anything through it. So if you want to go braless, you absolutely can. But if you are training, you want more support, I would recommend that you wear a sports bra underneath it. But I love this. I think this is going to be one of the more underrated items from this drop. Like, everyone's loving the sports bra top things, which I completely get, but I feel like this is going to be one of the really underrated pieces. And even if you're not like a full length top girl, you could definitely cut this and I think it would still look super, super, super cute. Yeah, I really like this, and as you can tell by the fact I only got one, I wasn't expecting to like it, but I like it a lot. Sweat, you're going to see sweat, but I've got it in black, so it wouldn't be a huge problem. I love it, and it's a very rich black. Like, this black is black. Like, there's no hint, you know, sometimes when you get black and it's a bit grey, or there's almost like a bit brown in it. None of that with this. It's a true black. Love, love, love this top. I call this, you know, like when everyone says like the BBL effect jacket, I think it's like the Lululemon one, the BBL effect top. It's just chef's kiss. This is the new Ozone Racer Tank compared to the Amplify Seamless. Obviously the material is a bit different, so the Amplify Seamless ones feel very, very, very soft, very, very, very stretchy. There's no like waffle kind of texture, it's just smooth, whereas the Ozone has kind of got this waffle kind of texture to it. If I go like this, I feel like that's the best way to show the difference. I feel like you can feel that it's a bit more, not scratchy, but just a bit more like waffle. It's got a bit more texture to it. They're both racer backs. The racer back on the Amplify is a bit skinnier. This one has a little bit more chunk to it, but like in terms of like where they come down to, very, 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 very similar. The fit of the body, again, very similar. This one is a bit more narrow, which I did expect, because definitely fits me a bit more true to size and snatched than the Amplify ones did. And then lengthwise, so the Amplify one was flat at the front and then dipped at the back, whereas this one is dipped both. The contouring's a bit different, lines on here. This one's definitely a bit more compressive because of this kind of paneling, and it's dipped at both the front and the bottom, and it's a bit longer than the Amplify one was. That's the differences. Okay, now we're going to get onto the bottoms, which is, oh, there's just a lot of thoughts that I have about the bottoms. There's going to be a lot of overlay clips here. I'm going to talk more about the fabric here and all that shenanigans. I've got lots of shorts and I've got lots of leggings. I think I'll go over the leggings first, because the shorts are like a short version of the leggings. So once I've covered like features and stuff, just imagine the legging chopped basically. But I've got these leggings in the colour mauve, grape, Atlantic blue and pistachio, and I've got extra smalls and smalls, mainly smalls, because that is what Bailey advised me on, and I do think she was right. Here is a flat lay comparison of the difference in the shorts between an extra small and a small. Not a huge difference. I would say this looks like a fair difference that it should be between an extra small and a small, and a little bit of extra length as well. Both extra small shorts, as you can see, lavender and daffodil. It's quite consistent, to be honest. There's not really a ton in it. Daffodil is like slightly bigger, but compared to some of the differences we see in Amplify, definitely not as huge of a difference. It's at all size small shorts. Let me just pull that end to end to make sure it's fair. So the grape, gingerbread and Atlantic blue all fit very similar. If anything, grape runs like slightly bigger than the other two, and then pistachio is the smallest, which did surprise me because it feels the biggest, but that's because this one has got the most stretch. So whilst it might look smaller laid flat, Remember, this material in this colour has definitely got the most give and most stretch, so don't think this is anything to be too concerned about. The sizing is definitely so far more consistent in terms of same sizes than Amplify's been recently, and the length is pretty similar too. Again, Pistachio's got a little bit more length, but the rest of them are pretty equal. There is an extra small in the leggings compared to an extra small in the shorts. Again, with Amplify, I feel like the shorts normally have like a bit of a bigger waistband. It is the case here, but not to the same extent as Amplify. Something to bear in mind. Size small leggings against a size small shorts behind. They are the exact same, there's no difference in the Atlantic blue colour. This for me is where things get a little bit crazy. So this is an extra small Pistachio legging over a size small Atlantic blue. To me, this looks more like an extra small compared to a medium. There's definitely like a big gap in terms of sizing. But again, do bear in mind, obviously the Pistachio shorts laid flat looked smaller than the others. But then this material has the most stretch, so maybe this is just a bit more pre-shrunk because it stretches more. But yeah, this is definitely a big difference. Small legging comparisons, so grape and mauve are pretty much neck and neck. Atlantic blue does run a little bit bigger, a smidging bigger, but it definitely feels the tightest. So again, don't be fooled, because this colour definitely fits the tightest and has the least stretch to it. So I will show you details on this Pistachio pair because I feel like you can see it best on here. Details wise, on the waistband, it's Alpha Elite's like classic 3-tier waistband, which is started with the Amplify and like the biker shorts and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, it goes from medium to high. It's meant to kind of go like this. Then you have got quite a lot of like new detailing on these. So you've got this like quad sweep at the front, which is probably meant to accentuate your quads, and then at the bottom this kind of wraps around your knee. It's very similar to what was on the long sleeve top. It's kind of like ribbed, but once it's on it feels flat. Like once it's stretched out it's very much flat and doesn't have a texture, but when it's off the leg you can feel that it is ribbed. And then on the back, so on the front, as you can see, there's no front seam. On the back there is a seam. You've got this kind of line puckered ribbed detailing that goes like around the glute sort of thing. And yeah, that's the detailing on the legs. You'll see it a bit more in the try-on clips and in like the overlay clips that I put on. So like I said, I've got these in an extra small and a small. Sizing wise with these, you kind of do need to size up. I feel like I definitely feel more comfortable in the small. It's not really one of those things where it's like, oh, I could do either. I genuinely believe if I wore the extra small to the gym in the shorts and in the leggings, I would probably rip them. I feel like the seams would give way. I feel like the seams would rip because they remind me of the Halo leggings. I feel like they had issues with the seams, and I feel like these ones very well might as well. I would definitely say that you need to size up in these, particularly if you are between sizes, or like you could fit an extra small or a small in ranges like Amplify. I definitely go with a size up just to be on the safe side when it comes to ripping, but also I think you'll find them a lot more comfortable. It's a really weird material because it's stretchy, but it's not stretchy at the same time. It's soft, but it's also rough in texture at the same time. It's mind-boggling to explain. I really don't know how to explain it. I feel like I'll probably talk about the material more in like the clips that I put in when I compare it to other things, but if you've ever tried, with it being recycled, if you've ever tried the Tala Zinnia leggings, which I have, and I mean, they ripped after a couple wears. So the material is very similar to that, but a bit thinner, a bit softer and a bit stretchier, but it's definitely more similar to the Zinnia material than any material that Alpha Elite have ever done, which kind of makes sense because those are recycled leggings as well, and I feel like all recycled materials when it comes to activewear kind of feel similar from what I've tried and from what I've experienced. That being said, about them feeling similar to the Zinnia range from Tala and the issues that I've had with the Zinnia range, this is what I mean when I say, like, I'm not sure. Like, obviously all these like products have got like a sustainable tag on them. I'm not sure on like the wear and tear of these leggings. They're probably not going to pill or anything like that because they've not really got that kind of texture that Amplify does. They might pill more like on like the ribbed bits, but on like the actual main bit of the legging I don't think they would pill that much. But because I've tried leggings like the Tala Zinnia leggings which ripped, because there's just not much give in the seams, which I feel like is very true for this range. Like, the material has got a lot of stretch, but I feel like the seams are quite rigid, and I feel like that's where you get issues. That's where there was issues with the Halo because of where the detailing was sewn into the seams, and then the seams were just very rigid, whereas the rest of the legging had a bit more stretch to it. I just feel like I am doubtful about how well these will hold up over time. I'm a little bit doubtful. Okay, so I'm now going to compare the new Ozone to the Halo to Amplify and talk about the differences and also the material so that I can show you properly about the material. So this is the new Ozone fabric. As you can see up close, if I pull the halos over, you can see how the halos kind of had, it's not like waffled, but like it's very, very, very small, almost waffled kind of texture to them, and that is definitely on the new Ozone fabric. I feel like now I'm showing you it up close. If you've tried the Tala Zinnia range, you can really see how similar it is, like the texture of it. So in comparison to, let's say, Amplify, which has a completely like smooth, almost like fluffy texture, you can see that this one's got like a roughness to it. There's like a roughness to it. I would describe this material personally as a blend between the stretchiness of Amplify in terms of like the actual material, but the seams are stiff, which I'll get on in the video, which means it fits completely different. It's got the stretchiness of Amplify. It's got the feel of a mixture between the R6 leggings and the Halo. Now the Halo are definitely thicker than the Ozone. The Ozone are definitely a bit thinner, and they feel a bit more like the R6 material to me, but thinner. They're not quite as thick as the R6 either. I feel like it's a blend between Halo, Amplify and R6 in terms of like stretchiness, feel, all that sort of stuff. I want to be very clear, this feels nothing like Amplify in terms of like the texture of the material. I'm more so talking about like the stretch it gives, especially in the lighter colours. In terms of like detailing on the legs, of course these are completely different, like completely different to Amplify. There's a lot more detail. I will show you compared to Halo. So it has this like front, and then this detailing is what's similar to like the R6 and Halo kind of detailing. So these were the newer drop of Halo for comparison. So as you can see, they're not completely the same. I would say, to be honest, it's more the back where there's more of a like direct kind of link kind of between the two. So they've both got a middle seam on the back. This one has like a very tight seam which goes above the bum. This one doesn't, it just goes into the waistband. This waistband is the same as the Amplify one, it just doesn't feel quite as thick. It feels like probably like just over half the thickness of the Amplify waistband, but it's still got the 3 tier, so it's definitely more similar to Amplify. Branding wise, it's more similar to Amplify than Halo. Obviously Halo doesn't have anything that comes right up here, whereas this one does. It kind of goes like this in kind of like a love heart shape. Yeah, those are the differences. There's definitely similarities, but like it's definitely not the exact same as the Halo. I feel like the reason for the comparisons is because of this back seam, but if you actually look closely, these are both an extra small. There's definitely more room for your glutes in the new Ozone bottoms than there is in the Halo. Like, look at how short that seam is in comparison to how long this one is. Like, it's a lot longer, there's a lot more room for your glutes, which I feel like does make these definitely a better option than the Halos, but they're still not my favourite. But yeah, I will lay them all over each other because these are all a size small, so you can see what the fit is kind of like. Show you the Amplify on top of it first before I put the Halos over there, because I feel like it's just completely different. As you can see, these are both a size small. The waistband is like a little bit shorter than the Amplify waistband. It starts there. So it's a little bit shorter, but the waistband in a size small pretty much is identical. They're very, very similar. The Ozone legs are definitely wider. Like, they've definitely got more width to them. Lengthwise, they're a very, very, very similar length. So it's so hard to put the Halos over anything that's not another Halo, because, I mean, in the nicest way possible, look at state of them, like, they just look horrific. So there's obviously no tapering on the Halo waistband, whereas there is on this one. It's a much taller waistband on the Halos, this is much shorter, but in terms of like actual length, they still kind of come very similar. If anything, the Halos are actually a bit shorter from the bottom of the gusset right to the top of the waistband. Halo legs are obviously significantly smaller. These are a very small fitting legging. I would probably actually get a medium in these. They're just a completely different kind of fit. The only reason I think comparisons are being drawn is because of the material and the seam on the back. Other than that, as you can see, they're very, very, very different. Very different, and these are both size small. The Ozone are also a bit longer. Yes, that's my Amplify Ozone Halo comparison. I wish I had my R6, particularly my teal ones, to compare, but I don't have them. I got rid of them. These also actually feel like a legging that Lazuli used to do when they dropped like the orchid colour and, you know, that really dark greeny blue colour. Feels like that. It's like rough in texture. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when you sweat in these, they get a bit itchy. It's a bit like itchy, like it's soft and stretchy. It's really hard to describe. It's soft and stretchy, but also itchy. Okay, so I'm sure we all know my favourite way to like test the thickness of the snickerness with bottoms is to do my classic punch through, so I'm going to do it. So I'll do Amplify first. As you can see, very thin, kind of like tights. You can almost see that, yeah, you can see the snake on my nail. Very, very, very thin material, not what it used to be, certainly not the OG. Halo is a lot thicker. A lot thicker. Bear in mind how light this colour is. It's a lot thicker. Not really. These are very, 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 very thick. Again, this is definitely thicker than Amplify. Like, you can tell I've got a ring on. You can kind of see the colour, but like these are definitely thicker in terms of like material density than Amplify are, 100%. Like, they might feel as like lightweight as Amplify, but like in terms of like the density and like the knitting on these, they're definitely a bit thicker than Amplify, in my opinion. But I feel like this is because like it's almost got that waffly kind of texture to it. Just like I waffle all the time. In terms of the sizing, again, like I've said, I definitely prefer a size small, but something that you really need to be aware of is, so for me personally, with Amplify, if I got to a size small, I still get a bit of compression in the waist. With these waistbands, yes, they've got like the 3-tier, but they feel thinner than the Amplify waistbands did. This lighting is really getting on my tits. They feel thinner than the Amplify waistbands did. So when you go up to a size small in these, compared to Amplify, where you can kind of like, you can tell it's like a little bit less compressive, but it's not a huge difference. In a size small, in both the shorts and the leggings, I don't really get any waist compression, so that is something to be aware of. I feel like if you have glutes and a bum and legs and stuff, you do need to size up in these leggings, but you are going to be like not getting really any compression in the waist. You also get a lot of extra material in like the front region, and I feel like it's still very tight on my bum. Like even in a small, these are still tight on my bum. I feel like they squish my bum. They're not particularly flattering. So the sizing is a bit of a tricky one because the extra small waist definitely fits better, definitely looks a lot more flattering, but like I just wouldn't risk wearing these in an extra small. For me personally, I just think no, like they're gonna rip. They're gonna rip. But then with the small, the waist just doesn't really give any real support or compression, and there's a lot of extra material at the front, but then it's still pulled really tight over my bum at the back. It's just like the sizing is just a bit strange to me in terms of like Alphalete leggings. I like a mixture of the halo leggings in terms of like being similar to the design, but in terms of the material feel, I feel like these feel a bit more like the R6 but a bit thinner and probably a little bit stretchier, and people have been saying that, oh well, did you not like the halos or the R6? When the halos first dropped, before pretty much all mine ripped, and when I tried the R6 for the first time, I loved those leggings. You can go back and watch my hauls. I wasn't sponsored at the time, but I loved those leggings. The halo leggings used to be my favourite leggings when they came out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, one of the first Destiny videos, honestly, that I watched was Destiny streaming.
They replaced the Revivals and like the R6 leggings for me. They were my absolute favourite leggings that Alphalete did. Forward a couple of years, Amplify's come out. I feel like I've seen how truly flattering gym bottoms can be, particularly the Amplify biker shorts. And I feel like now, in comparison, I sold all my R6 leggings last year because I was like, I'm not going to reach for these leggings again. Like, they're just not it to me anymore. But at the time, I loved them, but that was because I didn't have anything that I preferred to compare them to. They were like top tier for me. That's just natural. Like, that's something that happens over time with anything in life. You don't know how, not shit something is, but you don't know how unflattering or like not the best something is until you've tried something better. Like at the time, for me, the R6 leggings and the Halo leggings were like the most flattering glute leggings on the market at the time. Like, I loved them. But now, like, I don't reach for my Halos anymore. I sold all my R6 leggings. The Halos that they brought out last time I absolutely hated. I feel like they were not like the original Halos. So it's not that they're a bad legging, it's just that in comparison to like Amplify, there is no comparison. It's a completely different legging, to be fair. Like, we can all sit and say like, oh, Alphalete keep dropping things that no one asks for, like all we want is Amplify. That's not what everyone wants. Quite a lot of people don't like a scrunch bum. Quite a lot of people don't maybe want to draw a shit ton of attention towards their glutes. Maybe people want a bit more compression in the leg, which I feel like these are quite compressive, especially around the thigh and glute area, but that's probably because I have thighs and glutes and no calves, so these are comfy on the calves, not so much on the glutes and thighs. That's what some people want in a legging, and for those people, they might love these leggings, but for me, design wise, am I going to reach for these? No, I'm just not going to reach for them. They're probably going to get retired under my bed and kept for like comparisons and colour comparisons and all that sort of stuff. I'll probably give some away as well, but am I going to wear them? No. Therefore, am I going to recommend to you guys that watch my videos that you spend over £50 on a pair of leggings that I personally probably won't wear other than to chill in? No. I have been asked about whether these are like a performance legging. Yes, I do think these are 100% a gym legging. To me, they're not super comfortable to lounge around in. They're like I said, they're soft and stretchy, but they've got this kind of like rough-ish texture to them, which when you work out in can be a bit itchy. I did find the shorts to be a little bit itchy, which didn't surprise me because it's something that I found with the Zinnia leggings, which have like a bit of a rougher texture. I wouldn't really typically, I might run errands in them, but I wouldn't put them on to sit around the house in. Yes, like in a size small, they're more comfortable on the waist in terms of like not being super compressive than like a pair of Amplify, but like I wouldn't really lounge in these. I don't think they're like super comfortable. They're not super uncomfortable, but they're not super comfortable. I'd probably rather wear a pair of like essential leggings or like surface leggings to chill in, or amplify. I do chill in my amplify quite regularly. My only concern is how stiff the seams are. I feel like if you don't size up, they are going to be prone to ripping. Like I said, I'll talk about it more in like the flat lay clips, but if you look at where the seam, like where the detailing comes in here, obviously they've not brought it right across right at the top, which I feel like was a very, very wise idea, not just for making room for your glutes, but also because, like, come on, like, it would have just been here. It's just a bit of a problem, but this still comes into, it's not like joined on, but I feel like it does go right up to the seam, and I feel like it just makes me nervous that these are going to rip. This, like I said, the seams are quite like stiff, which to me is why I wouldn't probably like lounge around in them. I don't think they're like super comfortable. There's definitely more room for your glutes in these than there was in like the original halos, which used to, like, if you readjusted them properly, they would like sit like half on your bum cheek. There's definitely a lot more room in the glute region on these than there was in the old halos, but like these are not something that you can wedgie up your bum. If you like a bum wedgie, these are not for you. Like, you can try to really put it up there, but like it's gonna come back out. It's just not form fitting or stretchy enough to stay up there, because like the seam's got like a stiffness to it, like I said, even like the back seam. It's definitely not going to stay up there. So even if people look like they are able to give themselves a wedgie, it's not going to stay up there. It's going to be a lot of constant readjusting, which I personally don't get with Amplify. When it's up there, it kind of stays up there once I've got it up there. With these, it doesn't. If you like a bum wedgie, you're not going to like it. And then there is an issue with these back seams, which I'm going to put in a clip of me showing you and talking about. Okay, I'm going to talk about this seam on the back, because to me this is one of like the biggest quality control issues I feel like I've seen on an Alpha Elite product, other than the slides, in a long time. So I did see people before we got like packages and stuff looking at the promotional imagery and saying like, you know, it looks like they've done it above the waistband, and all my pairs are different. So with my Arctic Blue leggings, it comes up significantly past the bottom of the waistband. I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it looks cute. I think it looks weird. It just looks wrong. It looks like it's been stitched into the wrong place. Like, it just doesn't look quite right. Then I've got my grape ones where it doesn't come up quite as high, but it still comes up above it. Then I've got my gingerbread ones where it's almost like dead on, but still a tiny bit above it. Then I've got my daffodil ones where it's definitely above. Then I've got my pistachio ones where it's not above at all, which makes me think, I don't think this is a design feature for it to do that. I feel like there's just been a quality control issue, which when you're paying, you know, whatever it is that you're paying for these bottoms, if you're picking them up, you shouldn't be having to play Russian roulette with what your seam is going to look like. Like, in my opinion, they should all look like this. Like, this just looks wrong. Like, it just looks wrong. It doesn't look right. Some of them come way high like this. Some of them like less high, and then some of them don't come above at all. So to me, this is might seem minor, but like from the back it does look weird. And for a seam which already doesn't do much for your bum, I feel like it just draws more attention towards it, if that makes sense. I also have noticed that the seam on the back on some of my pairs definitely isn't directly sewn into the middle of the gusset. Like, I feel like this one is slightly off centre, and a couple of my other colours are slightly off centre. Some of the seams are also thicker. So this is my Arctic Blue leggings. This seam looks quite like normal, and then this one is definitely thicker. It's definitely a thicker seam, and then the mauve looks thinner, and then my pistachio looks thicker. And this is between like leggings and shorts. It's not just like the shorts have got a thicker one. I don't understand. Again, the daffodil one looks big. So I just feel like there's a big inconsistency with this seam on the back, which I'm already not a huge fan of. So I feel like, yeah. The seam thing for me is like, it's not like a huge issue, but like it also kind of is, because I feel like if you're paying over £50 for an item, you need to know what you're getting. And I feel like to some people it might not be a big deal that the seam comes above the waistband on some pairs and not on others, but the fact that it comes above on some pairs and not on others kind of shows it's not an intentional design. I feel like it makes it look, this might not be the case, I don't know, but it just makes it look like it's a quality control issue, which I feel like is just, for that bigger difference between, like, for example, the pistachio and then like the Atlantic blue colour, like the difference in the seam, it's not really good enough for the price point. Like, you don't want to be playing Russian roulette with what kind of a seam you're going to get on your leggings. And I'm not going to lie, it does look really weird when it comes above the waistband, which is another thing that I really don't like. But yeah. Other things, I'm just looking, these have a 25-inch inseam. It says that this is Alphalite's most like shape retaining fabric. I personally think that Amplify retain their shape better than these do. Like, I've trained in the shorts and I've definitely noticed that like they do stretch out as you are wearing them. So in terms of like shape retaining fabric, I don't think these retain shape anywhere near as well as Amplify, or even like the Surface collection. I feel like that doesn't really like stretch out a ton on me either, not on the recent drops anyway. So yeah, in terms of shape retaining fabric, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that, but yeah, they are 25-inch inseam, so on me they come up to about here, which is kind of like where I like my leggings to hit. But yes, in terms of the leggings are a no from me. I'm a more shorts prone person anyway. Proofness, they are not 100% sweat proof. I've not trained in the leggings, but I have in the shorts, and the material is the exact same. They're not 100% sweat proof. I had like marks on like my bum crack and on the crotch area, and that's in the colours grape and gingerbread, so they're definitely not sweat proof. Squat proof, the colours that I've got in the leggings are squat proof. The only colour that isn't is pistachio, and that's not even stand up proof on me in like dark nude underwear. Maybe if you had like a dead match it would be okay, but I'm just letting you know. And camel toe wise, these do give a camel toe, so when I first put them on, no camel toe, but I noticed from training in the shorts, as I move around they do ride on up there and I do get a camel toe. And the gusset does sit quite far back at the back, which can look a little bit strange. If you don't like that about Amplify, then you also will not like that about these. The gusset does come a little bit far back. It's not coming too far forward, but it does sit a bit further back. Shorts are something that I would be more inclined to train in, so let's move on to the shorts. These are the same as the leggings basically, but a short version. So you've got the 3-tier waistband again. You've got basically all the same detailing. The only difference with the shorts is obviously there are short versions, so this like ribbon detailing that's on the bottom of the leggings has been brought up to the top. On the shorts it kind of comes around like that, and then on the back that's what they look like from the back. So you've got the ribbon at the bottom and then this kind of like half moon thing, plain in the middle for your glutes. Back seam, forever stitching, no front seam. The ways that I've got this in is gingerbread, Atlantic blue, grey, lavender, daffodil and pistachio. I'm not a huge fan of this daffodil colour. I mainly got it to see if it was sheer or not, and lo and behold it was sheer. In terms of sizing, I've got the the daffodil and the lavender in an extra small, and all the other colours are in a size small. These are a 5.5-inch inseam, so kind of between the Amplify shorts and the biker shorts. I'll show you what they look like pulled down. I've seen a lot of people saying that these don't roll up on them. These do roll up on me. Like, even I roll my shorts up anyway, but I did notice when I tried them on when I first got my package the other day, I rolled them right down and then I like walked around and they were like literally up here. So they do roll, and even when I roll them to the length I like, I've noticed from training in them, they roll up even further. Like, they roll a lot. Very roll prone. So in terms of squat proofness, I will go through the colours one by one. Bear in mind, for squat tests and all that sort of stuff, I wear like dark nude underwear. It's not like a dead match to my skin tone, but it's not too far off either. It's probably like 2 shades darker. The grey is stand-up proof on me and also squat proof. The ginger is also fine. Atlantic blue also fine. Lavender also fine. It is a little bit sheer in the bottom of a squat on like the bum, but you can't see anything when I'm just stood up. Pistachio, not 100% stand-up proof. It does show a little bit, and that's even in a size small, so that's in a size up. For reference, which I think will help people in terms of like making decisions, because obviously the daffodil is very, very, very sheer on me. Like, you can completely see my underwear, even if I wear like a pretty dead on match, because I tried this at the weekend, you can still see my underwear. It's one of those colours where it's so sheer, I really wouldn't recommend that you go commando. Like, people are literally going to see your fanny, and I just think, do we want that? I'm not entirely sure. So it's one of the colours where it's quite severe. I wouldn't even recommend that you go commando. I also feel like on darker skin tones, this is a colour that's going to be a lot more obvious that it's not you know, squat proof, and that it's a lot sheerer. So that's something to bear in mind if you do have a dark skin tone. These are not squat proof and they are not stand up proof. So that's colour by colour. Feel in terms of like tightness and stuff, daffodil is obviously in an extra small, so that's incredibly tight on me. Pistachio is so stretchy. Like, this colour is so stretchy, and it feels softer as well than any of the other colours. Like, pistachio is very, very, very stretchy. If you want like the colourway that's got the most give, it's definitely definitely pistachio. Like, I noticed even in the leggings, I felt like the Atlantic blue in the leg felt tighter than the pistachio ones did, and the pistachio ones are in an extra small, so something to be aware of. But I still wouldn't size down in these, but yeah, they are definitely the stretchiest colour by a mile. Lavender, not as stretchy as pistachio, I'd say. The ones that fit like true to the general feel of the collection is lavender, gingerbread and grey, and then I would say again Atlantic blue definitely feels the stiffest, the least stretchy, and like the tightest. Like, it definitely fits the tightest out of the bunch. So if you're looking for like differences between the colourways, that would be my personal opinion. Now, sizing wise on these, I have to wear a small. Even you have to size up in these shorts. Like, the leggings, I feel like, you know, like, you have to size up in these shorts. There are no two ways about it. If I wore the extra small, like, the extra small are so uncomfortable. Like, the lavender and daffodil are so uncomfortable on me. They're so tight. It's like they cut my blood circulation off. Like, they're incredibly tight. Incredibly tight. Like, way, way, way too tight. So you need to size up in these if you have, like, legs and bum. The waistband does definitely fit better in the extra small than it does in the small, same as it did with the leggings, but like, I just could not wear an extra small in these. They're very uncomfortable in an extra small. Again, I'd be concerned about ripping and all that sort of stuff, so definitely would recommend that you size up in the shorts. Sorry about that, my camera battery died. Yeah, as you can see, like, this seam here, which runs around the shorts, is very tight. And like I said about the leggings, I feel like the issue with this collection is the fact that the legs might be stretchy, but like the seams have got no give. And when you've got seams like up the inside of your legs, around your crotch, up, well, not up your bum crack because you can't bloody get it up there, but up the middle at the back, I just feel like it makes it quite restrictive even if the legs are stretchy. And this seam in the shorts is so uncomfortable in an extra small, which is why you need to size up, because in the size small I don't really notice that seam as much, but in an extra small it's so uncomfortable, like so uncomfortable, and I feel like it almost like itches the top of my leg a little bit. It's got like no give to it. Like, when I put these on, I had to really, really pull them up. Like, I was struggling to get them up my leg. It was like putting denim shorts on. So that is something that you really need to be aware of. Like, I know you might think, oh, I want to get my usual size for like the snatching of the waist. In the shorts, trust me, it's not worth it. it's really not worth it. You need to size up. You've got to size up, girl. Sometimes as women, we can get like emotional attachments to our size. Let go of that emotional attachment to an extra small and size up and keep your blood circulation in full health, because that seam is cutting shit off. Let me tell you that for free. So yeah, like I said, the waist on the extra small is definitely more flattering, but I just can't wear them. Like, they're so goddamn uncomfortable. In the size small, I've got a lot more extra material at the front. I've got a lot more room in the waist. It doesn't really give me much compression at all, if any. However, because I do roll my shorts, I feel like I don't notice the extra material in the shorts as much as I do in the leggings, if that makes sense, because I would roll the shorts anyway, so I'm used to having a bit of extra material there. I will say you do definitely get quite a bit of extra length when you go for the size up. Like, the size small just feels a lot longer. Like, I couldn't even really roll these down. Like, they're automatically just quite short in an extra small, but if you get the right size, you go with the size up, you'll get a bit more room, so you could wear them longer with the 5.5 inch inseam, but I would recommend you roll these up. Like I said, I've trained in the gingerbread colour and the grape colour. They're not sweat proof, they do show sweat. Camel toe wise, you do get a bit of camel toe. Squat proofness wise, I've already been over all of that. The weird thing about these shorts is, right, from the front, not super flattering. They're like okay, because you have to go a size up, so the waist isn't like, it's not giving what Amplify gives. You know, it's not giving that. But if you don't want that, maybe a good option. I definitely recommend the shorts over the leggings. Not gonna lie, the leggings are just not, I'm not a leggings person anyway, so like, leggings need to be good for me to want to wear them. I just think the leggings, no. I'm definitely veering more towards the shorts if I was to say to get a bottom, but I'm still not. Like, let's be honest, I could sit here and be like, yeah, get the shorts are so cute, but like, how often am I going to wear these? Maybe once every 3 weeks. Am I still going to be reaching for my Alphalete Amplified bike shorts every goddamn day of the week? Yes. Like, yes. I can try and kid myself, but it's just not going to happen. From the back, because of the seam, you can't pull it up the crack. It's giving uni butt. Like, your bum, like, oh my god. I caught like a glimpse of myself from like straight on back in these the other day in the gym, and I was like, that is really unflattering. Like, I don't think it's flattering at all. Dan says that I still look really good in these, and he says my bum still looks really good in these. I think he's trying to sabotage me into not wearing Amplify so that I get less attention in the gym. That's my hypothesis of the situation. But I do feel like he does tell me if something doesn't look so great. And he says that my bum looks good in these, so maybe it does. But I feel like dead on from the back, it's giving uni butt. You can't really separate the cheeks, so forget about that if that's what you're into. However, from side on shot, and I feel like you're going to be able to tell this from the triangle clips, from side on and like a slight diagonal turn at the back, these are quite flattering, I'm not going to lie. From side on, these make your glutes look really good because of like this like panelling down the side. From like side on, these make your glutes look good, and because it's got like that bit of a tighter seam at the bottom, it's almost like it pushes your bum up. Like, you don't have to worry about these rolling and exposing your bum cheeks, because it's just not going to happen because of that seam, but like they will still roll, if that makes sense. But I feel like that does help to make them a bit more flattering. So like from the side and like a slight diagonal turn, these are flattering on the glutes, but like straight on from the back, it's giving uni butt. It's just not giving what it needs to give. I also do want to say about the seam, I know some people say, oh well, they put it there to stop rolling, but it doesn't stop it rolling. So that's, you know, that doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't stop it rolling. Like, these shorts still roll regardless of the seam, so all it adds is another level of discomfort to an already, in my opinion, quite restrictive feeling bottom. Like I said, it's the seams. Like, the seams is what makes these uncomfortable, in my opinion. Like, yeah, it's like got stretching the leg and all that sort of stuff, but like the seams are so stiff. Like, they just feel stiff. Do you know what I mean? I feel like if I did the splits in these, the crotch would rip. Does that make sense? One other thing that I need to know on these products in general, it only happened on the bottoms for me, not the tops, but it's something that I am going to comment on because, again, These leggings and shorts are going to be like between £40 and £60. You know, probably more expensive for the leggings and then a bit less for the shorts. There is dye runs on every single pair that I have. So I have like a weird dark dye line on the front of my pistachio shorts. I've got dye lines on like the bum of some of my shorts. I've got dye lines down like the front of like the grey, the mauve. Now I've not washed these yet to see if it comes out, but like there's dye lines all over my stuff, and if it doesn't come out, I will update a pinned comment because I'm going to wash some of this stuff and see if it comes out, so I will let you know in the pinned comment. But if that doesn't come out, definitely something to be aware of, because again, to me, in my opinion, I know those things can happen, but if it doesn't come out, that's quite a big issue. Like, it's very noticeable, it's not subtle. There's like lines of dye all over. The seam issue as well, like you shouldn't be feeling like you're playing Russian roulette when you're trying to buy something. And I feel like with these bottoms, especially with the seams on the bum, you are playing Russian roulette. Yeah, if you were gonna get a bottom, I'm definitely veering more towards the shorts in this collection and a size up. But if you want my honest opinion, would I spend my money on these? I don't think I would. I think I might try them, but I'd probably end up sending them back. Or they'd live in my drawer for 6 months and I'd never wear them, and then I'd sell them on Depop. I don't think I would spend my own personal money on these. It's not really to my taste. It's not my preference, first of all. But also, because I don't want me to just rag on this stuff because it's not Amplify, because like I said, Amplify is not everyone's cup of tea. I'll back Alphalete in that sense. Like, it's not everyone's cup of tea. They can't just do Amplify. It's not what everyone wants to wear. They have to be doing like new and different things and trying new collections. However, for me, there are some quality control issues with this drop. I have concerns about how durable these will be, which for a sustainable line, in my opinion, is a huge problem if they're marketing it as sustainable. I've got issues about I've got concerns about the durability of these leggings, and there's some glaring quality control issues in terms of like the seams, the dye lines being everywhere. So based off that, not just preference, would I recommend the bottoms? No. If you're going to get something from the Ozone collection, get yourself a tank or a sports bra. The crop bras, I definitely recommend the crop bras absolutely most, but like those racerback tanks are going to be seriously underrated. I'm very quickly going to go over the performance range. I only got one top, but they are dropping a couple, oh no, I got two tops. They are dropping a couple of different tops in the performance line. They've got two long sleeves, which I didn't get any of purely because every single time I get the long sleeves, I never reach for them. Like, I like them, but I never reach for them, and they just sit under my bed and I feel really, really wasteful, or I give them away. So I didn't really see the point in that, and I feel like the finish on them all and the length of them all looks very, very similar. So I feel like I thought I'm good to just get like the short sleeve crop, which I will get more use out of, like the Alphalete like signature logo ones. Oh my god, I used to wear those all the time. An ivory kind of colour, like if you put it next to a white bra pad. Oh, I've got something on the shoulder. You can see it's kind of like an off-white, it's kind of like a creamy colour. I really, really like this. As you can see, it's got the Dynasty logo, which I actually really, really like. Alphalete have got a couple different logos now, but I do actually really like this one.
Wow! Wow! I'm like, wow!
I feel like it looks quite minimal. I've seen that they're gonna bring back like, I think I've seen Christine posting about like the wolf logo, which I know is like their like OG logo, but I just feel like I'm not sure I'd want to wear something that's got a big wolf on it. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I definitely prefer this logo, but my absolute favourite logo is just like the classic Alphalete logo. I feel like that's just the best. Like, it's minimal, it's very minimal, and it looks good, and it's just classic. I prefer that to like the signature one or the Dynasty one, but I do like the Dynasty one. So this is coming in loads and loads and loads of colours, but like I said, they've said that they have rejigged the performance collection.
Way to go, Jamie! Way to go, dumbass! Proving us right, you asshole!
So let me just have a look on the Alphalete website, because it doesn't actually say what they've changed on the brief, it just says that they've changed it. So let me find a performance top and see what the change in the blend is. If they've changed the blend. Ooh, Bailey's there on the website, looking good. Right, I'm confused. Maybe they've just updated the fit, not the actual thing, because I'm on the website and it says 94% cotton, 6% spandex, and these also say 94% cotton, 6% spandex. And they don't feel any different, to be honest, so I was actually a bit confused when I saw that it said that they changed it. Maybe they meant they've changed the fit, because the fit of this is definitely different to previous, like, oversized drops. I feel like they've always been boxy crops, but I feel like now it's very, very, very boxy, if that makes sense. Extra small in this, you don't need to size up for an oversized fit, comes oversized. I really, really like this. I definitely feel like this fits probably more boxy than previous crops. All my old crops are at home in Bradford, so I don't actually have any with me, but I feel like this does feel a little bit less cropped and a bit more boxy. It feels a little bit, I don't know, I feel like it feels a little bit longer. As you'll see in the try and clip, you wouldn't have to wear a bra with this if you wanted to wear it to run errands and lounge around in. You can reach for things on the supermarket shelves without exposing a tit to someone on aisle 29 in Morrison's looking at the global food selection. So you would be good with that, but like if you're going to wear it to the gym, I would recommend you wear a bra underneath it. If you want it to lounge in, it's long enough for you to not need to wear a bra with without popping a tit. But yeah, it's like the classic, like it feels cold, it's quite like weighty, it's not like a shitty jersey material. Alpha Elite's performance range tops, I will give it to them, like they've got weight to them, they're very comfy, they're very soft. They're thick, but not too thick. They're just a good, the performance range is just good tops. Like if you need like a classic top, the performance range will very rarely let you down unless it says PBNS on it, because when they did that, not quite sure, it looks like penis. But yeah, I do like these tops, I would recommend them. Then we have the Learn More, the unisex oversized Learn More, Dream More, Be More. When I first got this, I was like, it says Learn More, Dream More, Be More, and Dawn was like, no, it says Learn, Dream, Be More. I didn't read it properly, but you know what I mean, Learn More, Dream More, Be More. I love these tops, so I got sent, I've got one of them on now, I got sent the like Alpha Land exclusive covers t-shirts. It's a t-shirt. I know like some covers become like the word, but it is a t-shirt. If you're wondering what's the difference, there's no difference, it's just an oversized t-shirt. And I've been living in these, like absolutely living in them. This is definitely my favourite one. I just love the colour of it. I like the washed effect. I like the branding on the back is tonal on this. It looks super cute. But these were Alpha Land exclusives, so I felt bad because I was like, my UK queens can't get in on this. We're miles and miles away from Texas, and let's be honest, probably not going to go anytime soon. So I was like, I feel bad. So I'm glad that they are doing one of these online. I love this. I got it in a size medium. Sizing wise for these, I would actually still, I know it says oversized, but I do kind of feel like you do need to size up to get a proper oversized fit. I would say go 2 sizes up from your normal size for an oversized fit. I'm typically an extra small and I got a medium and I like how it fits. As you'll see in the try and clip, it's like a good length. I've also shown you how I tie mine to make it cropped, because I have been asked about that before. But yeah, I love. The necklines on these are a bit different. It's quite like a high neckline, but I do actually quite like it on this. I'm not mad at it. This is like printed on, but I've not had any issues with like any of the printing on the ones I've got already, and I've had them a couple of weeks now, and trust me, they've been washed. And then on the back, you've just got the little Alpha Leaf, kind of Alpha Land logo. In terms of material, this is under the Performance Collection, but it doesn't feel like the Performance Collection material. Like this has definitely got a bit more texture to it. Like it feels a bit more, it's not rough, but like it's definitely not as soft as the Performance range, which I actually prefer, because when I'm in the gym, do I want to be wearing something super soft? Not really, in terms of like a big oversized t-shirt. Like I normally get mine from Skims, the boyfriend t-shirts, or Urban Outfitters. And other than Skims, which are quite soft to be fair, the Urban Outfitters ones are always like quite rough in texture. Like, it sounds bad, but the only way I can describe it is, you know, when you get a towel and then you wash it a few times and it goes a little bit like less soft. That's kind of the vibe I get from these. They're still soft, but like they do have like a rough kind of texture. Definitely doesn't feel the same as the Performance, but yeah, they're like heavyweight enough to feel high quality, but lightweight enough to train in without overheating. I love these. Like, if you're only going to get one thing from the Performance range, this t-shirt 100%. Like, I love these t-shirts. I would say if you're only going to get two things from this entire drop, I would get this t-shirt because it is limited edition. Like, when it's sold out, it's sold out, and I feel like these tops will go because people have seen them on other people and they've been Alpha Land exclusives, and I feel like the appetite for them has built up. So these will probably go quick. If you want one, get one, because they will be limited edition in terms of this specific design. But yeah, if you're only going to get like two things, I'd probably get this and one of the crops. And in terms of like how these fit under here, they fit perfectly because of the higher neckline. As you'll see in the try on clip, I did have a set on underneath it, and you can't really see. Love these tops, like highly recommend. And I hope Alpha Elite do a lot more of these, because this is one of my favourite products now that Alpha Elite do. These t-shirts, I just love them. I love them for chilling in, I love them for training in. I think they're perfect. Yeah, love. I was not kidding when I said I was coming through with the comparisons. As I've recommended Urban Outfitter and Skims as like oversized t-shirts before, I thought I would compare them to like fit-wise of the Alpha Elite ones. So these are all a size medium. As you can see, because the Skims one is like so soft and stretchy, definitely runs like a little bit bigger, but the sleeves are a bit shorter. Whereas these ones are definitely the longest sleeves. Definitely got the highest neckline, like the Skims ones, and the Urban ones are more like a scoop neck. This is like a high neckline. But lengthwise, they're all pretty much the same kind of length. The Urban Outfitters size mediums have definitely got more of a box fit, but they do all fit quite similar in terms of like length and how they feel on. But I hope that helps, because I know a lot of you get your t-shirts from Urban Outfitters and Skims particularly, because I've recommended them. I hope this helps. Slides! Alpha Elite have definitely done slides before, but I didn't get a pair last time. I can't remember why. So these are coming in light blue, light green and black, and I got mine in a women's 6, which I don't know, I'm very confused, because some charts were saying that's a UK size 3, but most were saying it's a UK size 4. They fit, so I feel like it must be a 4. I've not done a try on clip for these, but like this is what they look like on my foot. They do fit. Like, they're yeah, they do fit on my feet. I got black. I can't remember why I got black. I think I got black because when I went to do my selections, I couldn't get women's size 6 in the lighter colours. I feel like it just wasn't available. Maybe they didn't have the stock in yet, so I got mine in a black. It's got like Alpha Elite on both of the slides. It's got like little spaces for your tootsies. It's very cushioned underneath here, like they're super cushioned. And then they've actually got quite like a thin bottom, in my opinion, especially this bit. I feel like they're quite thin. This is very cushioned as well. So normally with slides are like hard plastic. These are not hard plastic. Like, look, like you can squish them, like, and do all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so yes, these are probably the comfiest slides I've ever tried. In terms of every single pair of slides I've ever had in my life have cut my toes so bad because they just rub in. Especially if you wear them for like half an hour, you're fine, but if you're walking around in them, which like socks and slides are a thing, they just are. I walk around town, I walk around Leeds City Centre in my slides and socks with absolutely no shame. I also go to the gym in my slides and I've got no shame. They do like cut up your feet. These will not do that. Like, these are very cushioned. They're, you know, they're not gonna, because there's no like hard plastic like there. I feel like this is an unpopular opinion, because everyone I've seen talk about these slides has pretty much like raved about them and said like how cute they are and how comfy they are. Maybe I've just got a bad pair of these, but the quality of these does not feel good. It doesn't feel good. There's a few issues that I've got with them. Yes, they're super comfy, but like, because they're so like foamy and spongy, they feel more like house slippers to me. Does that make sense? Like, they feel more like something to wear around the house rather than to go out in, which I feel like these are going to be like £50-60 probably, if not more. I wouldn't pay that for these personally, for a few reasons. But yeah, they don't feel like secure on my feet. Like, they feel a bit weird to walk around in because of how soft they are, which sounds stupid because I've just complained about my feet getting rubbed, but like, they just, my feet don't feel secure. I feel like if I walk downstairs in these, I'd break a bone. I never thought I'd say that something could be too soft, but I feel like they're too soft. The second thing that I don't really like about these is they're quite like, because of how like cushioned they are, I feel like they're quite like bulky looking in terms of like this strap, and I feel like they just look a bit more manly. I feel like I've seen people like Christian wear these and like they look good on him, and I'm sure like if Dan had these it'd look good on him, but on me they just feel a bit like bulky and a bit like manly. They don't feel like a feminine slide, and these are like unisex, so like anyone can wear whatever. But yeah, they just feel a bit bulky, a little bit manly. There's no polite way of like putting it. These feel and look quite cheap to me, like the pair that I've received anyway. There's like stitching hanging out of the side. It's like they've like melted along the side here. Let's see if it'll focus properly. It's like they've like melted along the side here. There's stitching hanging out, and then where the strap comes over, the glue is like exposed. Like, you can see the glue. Like, you can see how it's flat down there, and then it comes up like there's glue there, and it doesn't look like it's down properly. I just feel like I've got them and they already look like falling to bits is probably a bit dramatic, but I just don't think the finish on these is good. The quality control is just quite poor. I just feel like they don't look good and they don't feel high quality to me. And like I said, I feel like these are going to be like £50-60, and like for £50-60 you can definitely get, in my opinion, a better quality, better finished pair of slides. It might sound stupid because I know that slides for some people are just like lounging around the house, but like in the UK, and I'm sure in America and other places, like people do actually wear these out with socks or without socks to go and run errands, to wear on holiday, all that sort of stuff. And I just feel like if I took these on holiday, I'm not sure they'd last. Like, let me show you. I'm going to show you mine and Dan's slides. Now bear in mind, Dan's are Palm Angels and mine are Off-White, so I appreciate it's not the same price point. You know, I've definitely overpaid for my slides. It was a ridiculous price to pay, but I was in the mood to treat myself, so I did. But I have had slides from other brands which are around like £30-40, which felt the exact same as these. I just don't have them anymore because I lost them. So ignore the price point of these particular slides. I'm just going to show you what I mean. So like Dan's Palm Angel ones, like these are like 2.5 years old. He got them before he went to Dubai. Like, yeah, they're probably a bit battered now, but like, you know, there's nothing coming undone at the side. They're still in good nick. These have been to Thailand and Malta with me. I walked around, I went like basically hiking up a fucking cliff to get to the Blue Lagoon in Malta in these, and they're still, don't get me wrong, they're absolutely filthy, but they're not coming away, they're not coming undone. They're still in very, very, very good nick, other than the fact that they're absolutely fucking filthy. They're still in very good nick. And yes, these were like ridiculously priced for a pair of slides, but like I said, I've had slides before for a fraction of the price, probably cheaper than the Alphalete ones will be. The finish was better, the feel was better, the quality felt better. I just don't think these are probably going to be worth the price point. It could just be that I've got a dodgy pair, but there could also be consumers, you guys, that might go ahead and buy these, and I just feel like you could also get a dodgy pair. Is it worth the Russian roulette? I don't know. For me personally, I don't think the slides are worth it. It's probably the thing I would like really advise you against getting. Like, I would actively say I really don't think that they're worth it. I'd hate to end the haul on a bad note, but that's it. So yeah, that's it. As you can probably tell, this is not my favourite launch that Alpha Elite have done. In recent times, the Ozone bottoms are definitely not my favourite bottoms. The only things that I would like actually recommend getting, like seal of approval, approved by Amy stamp on these items, it would be the unisex oversized t-shirt, would be one of the Ozone tops, my absolute favourite colour being grey, especially if you've got brown hair. It's a stunning colour, and when I put like selfies on Instagram in it, I've had a lot of compliments. And then I'd also recommend, if it's your thing, if you think you will get your use out of it, because remember, the most sustainable thing we can do is buy things that we're actually going to use and get our use out of, and are going to last a long time, and this feels like it will last a long time. Like, the tops feel really good. If it's your thing, I definitely recommend the Ozone Racer Tank as well. But they're the only 3 things that I would say are fully approved by me, just my opinion. You can use this video how you wish. You know, there might be points that I've said that I don't like about certain things that you might think, actually, that's a plus for me. I really like that. For example, the fact that the Ozone band, if you go a size up, which most people should be doing, won't be super compressive. Some people will love that because they'll be like, oh my god, amazing. The fact that there's no scrunch, I hate that. Some people might be like, oh my god, like, I don't like scrunchies, I don't want to draw attention to that. So use this review how you will. I just had a lot of thoughts on this drop in particular. If you've got any questions that I've not answered in this video, please leave them down below. The launch PDF will be linked below. The charity information will be linked down below to this month's charity, the Cinderella Club. Timestamps will be below. Yeah, any questions on anything whatsoever, comment them below, message me on Instagram. Support code Amy, I forgot to say that. My support code is Amy if you do want to use it. If you found this video helpful, then yeah, do let me know if you use it so I can say thank you. You do also get 10% off with that. It's not just a support code anymore, it's now a discount code, so you can also get 10% off your order with the code Amy. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to say. My voice is going, so I feel like I should probably go. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video.
Yeah, I get it, girl. I get it. I get it, Amy. I get it, you cutie pie. 'Cause it's all we got. So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok, and also give me a follow on my YouTube channel as well, because I can use your support on my channel. And fuck these MAGA bitches. Oh, we gotta keep on defeating the far left, the SJWs. Yeah. Deal with your buddy over there, dude, aka JD, and go fuck that couch. Fuck that couch. Fuck that couch. Fuck that couch. Fuck that couch, Vega. Go over there and fuck that couch, Vega. Go over there and fuck that couch over there, okay? It's like right there in my living room. You can go fuck that couch like the dogs that you are, okay? Love you. I'm out.